obviously when you're doing your applique, you've got your fabrics, and then you've got your applique fabrics on top, and they're piled on top of each other.
Right.
And so you want to limit what's on the back. So this is really nice, thin, condensed wadding. As I say, embroiderers out there are going to absolutely love it.
So pretty universal then for the amount of projects you could do and use on this then for that side of things.
But I would specifically use this for embroidery machines.
Right, okay.
I wouldn't so much waste it as normal quilting.
No, I see, I understand.
I wouldn't necessarily layer up a huge, massive quilt with this. What I would do is, if you're doing something like a wall hanging, this would hang beautifully against the wall because it's got that flatness to it.
I see, yes,
so
of course.
So it will hang really well, but specifically for embroidery machine. And also, if you've got your questions out there for me today, email
Get in touch, yes, please do. studio@thecraftstore.com. We'd love to hear from you as well, because we've got the experts here, so let's use and abuse Sasha in that respect the best we can and get the answers to that as well. And if you are just starting out, again, perfect opportunity for Sasha to answer your questions. This sounds absolutely perfect. So if you are using your embroidery machines, go for this. It's only $12.99, and again, you're not having to pay for all those other extras as well that Sasha sort of talked about. 24 inches by 2 metres you're looking at here.
2 metres, it's amazing.
It's a huge amount, isn't it?
Yeah,
so I'm not even going to open the whole
price.
lot up on here because it is going to take up much of the desk.
It is only quite narrow because it is only 24 inches wide.
Yep.
But that is because it is for embroidery machines.
Yes, yeah.
So you are going to cut it into smaller pieces and hoop it up.
Perfect. 774490 is your item code there. Again, really brilliant price on that. Just $12.99, brand new on the show for you today as well. Right there, we've now got for you the this is the cotton blends that we have for you on this one as well. This is 120 by 2 meters. Now, again, this feels very, very different.
Yeah.
And actually, in the look and the feel of this as well. So tell us what the contrast on there, where we're going to use this.
So this is my go-to wadding. So Marant are very lucky that Bosal actually make them a wadding of their own. And this is it. This is 120 inches wide. So you're looking at nearly 3 meters wide. It is massive. So if you're somebody out there that does long arming, if you've got a craft group, anything like that, this wadding is an absolute bargain. Obviously, if you buy more than one, you get it in a continuous piece as well. But yeah, you're getting 2 meters by 3 meters wide. It's 80-20, which means it's 80% cotton, 20% polyester in there.
Okay.
So what that means in terms of the cotton versus polyester is the little bit of polyester that's in it is giving it that bit of loft, giving it that little bounce.
Yes, yeah.
Whereas with the previous product, the scrim flattens it.
Yes, yeah,
This doesn't. This is almost just needle punched, very, very limited scrim in here, very soft, pre-shrunk as well. Everybody should have this in their stash.
It's just
this is a all-round good middle for all your quilts, bags, anything.
I can't believe how much is in there for this price as well.
Amazing,
it's a huge amount. I'm not even going to open it all the way through.
And you're getting the quality because Bosal are actually making it for us.
Yes, right.
And we're very lucky that they do that for us. They don't do that for a lot of people.
Right,
So they're actually making this for us, and it's an amazing wadding.
It's absolutely brilliant. Again, pretty much a universal, as you heard then Sasha talk about there. So all those projects really perfect for you. Sorry, Sasha. So what did I say then? I called you Natasha then. I do apologise.
That's all right. I answer to most things.
It's early. 23.49, 962 360. You get a huge amount, and as you heard there, again, pretty much useful for all of your projects that you'll be working with. And you do see that bounce in it. It's really very different feel, really different look, isn't it?
Washes beautifully, and then when you put it in the tumble dryer, because I chuck all my quilts in the tumble dryer.
Yes, yeah.
Let them go till they're almost dry, not quite, and then chuck them out on the line for the last hour or over a door. But it fluffs up beautifully. It's an amazing wadding. 962
360, £23.49. Absolutely brilliant. Right, let's continue on and go through now. These are great because, I mean, when you get the kits that they do all the work for you there, then you can then personalise and go with them as you want. We've got 2 options for your placements packs on these. You're going to go for the rectangle that you can see here, or we've also got the round option for you. Both the same price, both on the same item code. But this is brilliant, Dave, because, you know, when you see them in, you know, when you're trying to sort of decor your own room or dining room, for example, to go with the furnishings you've got, you better make your own. Great straight away. But the fact it's all done, all the dimensions, absolutely perfect, easy.
So easy.
Yeah.
And that's what I love about Bozel. You know, these are pre-cut. This is an item called Craft X. You'll sometimes see this in the, you can use this to make bags or something like the tray that I've got here, which is made out of...
oh, is that made from this?
Yeah, this made from Craft X as well.
Okay.
So it's quite a sturdy product.
Yeah.
And you actually feel on there, it's got that glue.
Right.
It's got a glue on there, so it makes it fusible. And this means that, you know, if you're looking for something to do over half term or stuff like that with the kids, you know, they could be making their own placemats, their own mug rugs as well that go with them.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you can be appliquing names on there. You know, start thinking about your Christmas presents for people and things like that. But yeah, my girls, especially Lily, she absolutely loves these.
Oh.
They really are good fun. And also, if you are somebody that, you know, we went back to craft classes this week.
Yay!
Such an easy craft, you know, to be able to do. And you can make as much or as little of this as you want. So I'm going to be doing a demo with this later. So you can do it really simply, or you can do it more intricate. You could put hot air balloons on them.
Right.
You know, you could put all your applique, different things. And yeah, amazing product.
Perfect to go with. All there, already cut, already sorted for you. All you got to do then is add your personal touch, of course, whatever you're going to make on these. 869293. As I say, you've got 2 options on that same item code. You've got the round and you've got the rectangle that you can see here. Just $15.99. We'll show you the round one as well, so you can just in case you wasn't sure what round looked like, we've got them. We've got the image for you. There we go. All perfect for you. Just £15.99. 869293. Now, I can tell you what we've got coming up for you next on the show, as you can see here. Already busy for these. People have been shopping ahead even before they've seen the options actually on the show. So actually here, you can get in 5 rolls. We've got 2 options for you. We've got the earth mix, or we've got the pastels that you can see here. Now, these are going to be really, really busy. Now, certainly people are waking up on a Sunday morning. People are already shopping ahead, like we've said. But you've also got that £2.50 saving on here, which brings it down to £12.49. For whichever the options, you're going to be getting 5 in each. Sasha, I mean, you said earlier on, these are going to be very, very popular anyway, and it's already proving so.
We've bought, last couple of shows we've done, we've bought different colour sets in. Yeah. And we asked this time to bring a pastel and something to go with some of the fabrics, which is why we've got the beautiful autumnal tones there as well. These fly every time at this price point. They're your bias binding. You're getting a huge amount. I think it's, I can't quite see on the screen, is it 30 metres?
33 metres,
33 metres on each roll. Absolutely amazing. So these are great to go with your placemats.
Yeah.
To bind around the outside.
Edges, yeah.
For your dressmaking, these are an essential because they're that 25mm. For your bunting, you know, we're all going back out in the garden.
Yes. Yeah.
Tablecloth binding, that sort of thing. They are amazing. And the quality of these is just great. It really, really is. And yeah, they've flown each time, and I think these are going to go really well this time.
Already proven, and there's some really lovely colours of pastels. You know, like both sets actually, but the pastels where you've got your softer pinks in there as well, the sort of peaches. You've got the sort of soft greens or turquoise almost there with the yellows. Really lovely, village fete kind of, really sort of beautiful, quintessential Midsummer Murder kind of colours, aren't they?
Definitely. Before you know it, the Morris dancers will be back out.
Yes. Oh, I love her. I love a bell. I love a bell on a sock. A quarter of the pastels has already now been allocated. We did say they're going to be very, very popular. Brilliant price, actually. Just £12.49. Both of those, again, are on the same item code, 779. 874, whichever one of those you want to go for. Absolutely. In fact, 20% of the earth has now also been allocated. So not that far behind. They are going to go, aren't they? Are you going to go earth mix or the pastel mix? £12.49. Really, really crucial for all those projects that Sasha talked about as well. Now, the next we got for you here. Now, this is another brand new, and I don't want to steal the thunder because this, I'd never heard of this before, and you said this is brand new. Brand new. Tell us about this because people are going to love this, aren't they?
This is the UK premiere.
Go on.
We are the first to have this. It's an amazing product. It's the Eco Verde threads from Coats. These are 100% recyclable polyester thread.
That's brilliant.
They are so sustainable, so amazing for the planet. You're getting 4,000 metres on each cone, which obviously you can then spin off onto your bobbins quite easily. These are the core inside of the thread.
Right.
It's so strong.
Right.
It is amazing. And then it's wrapped in this beautiful recycled polyester, which makes it so soft and yet so strong.
Right.
It is amazing. I'm so excited to bring this.
And the first, a premier first.
We are the first. We are the absolute first in the UK to have this.
That is brilliant.
And
that is brilliant.
You need to grab this. It's very limited because it's very new.
Very new, yeah.
Very new. So we've bought as much as we can of this. The colours are great. They are, you know, for us quilters, dressmakers, soft furnishings. This covers every base.
Yeah.
Even.
Yeah.
To people that make shoes.
Shoes, really?
People that make shoes, yes. It's completely sustainable. It's a really strong core thread, which for your bag making or anything like that, the core in this is very, very strong. Check it out. Go to Coats and put in the Eco Verde name, and it will come up with the most amazing information about these threads and how they've been made and how they are 100% recyclable.
It's always lovely because I hadn't even thought about products like this. Amazing. You know, being part, because a big move in everything else, isn't it? Recycle this, recycle that, and being used. But why not?
You know, Marin are sending out the sustainable message. You know, everything we try and do is very sustainable. Yeah. And to have this new in is amazing.
Especially if you're making products that, you know, again, I talked about recyclable, or if you're recycling any other sort of jeans or denim and things like that you're working with as well. It's nice to know that everything in that product is all recyclable and done, which is perfect. Really great. Brand new. 648-230 is your item code. Very busy already for these. If you want to go for the Eco Verde on the polyester threads, you can choose any two. And as you heard there as well, you know, regardless of your colours you're choosing now, great, real kind of sustainable workhorses for your projects to go with. Only $12.99. Really good deal. Brand new for you. 648-230. Right, now we've also got more threads for you now on these ones, on the fantastic collection. If you're going for your sewing machine for these ones, these are your Earth collection we're looking at. Now you're going to get actually 1,000 yards on each, so you're going to get 10 spools in total, and for a brilliant price of just $10.99. That's a phenomenal deal, really, when you think what you're getting on each one.
So you're getting 10,000 metres.
That's amazing.
Thread. Yeah. And it's just over £1.
Just over £1 or something. Is it 10? Yeah.
And so this time we've bought you the earth colours, the more naturals. I think we've still got the quilter set, the monochromes in, which is the greys, the blacks, the whites. Check out on the internet. But we want some more ideas. What colours would you like to see us bring in next time?
Okay.
So we've done a palette of blues, we've done the greys, we've done the blacks. So, yeah, it's really important for you to be telling us what you want us to bring. And, again, you're looking at just over £1 for 1,000 metres.
That is phenomenal. Really good deal.
Most places are sort of £7,
Wow,
£6, £7
big
for 1,000
difference.
metres of thread.
That's
yeah.
a big difference. You
Huge.
look at that as well, you know. 918174, just 10.99, like you say there. You're going to get 1,000 yards on each, and there's 10 of those you're going to be getting, which is phenomenal. We are very busy this morning on the phone line. It's a very busy Sunday morning. We like that. Thank you for being with us. If you are waiting on the phone lines, obviously your call's really important to us. We will be with you as quickly as we possibly can. If you are trying to get an order through, obviously the best way is, of course, the website. If you can, join us on thecraftstore.com. Absolutely brilliant. Now, let's have a quick look then. We've got for you the Mono collection for you. Same fantastic offer. 10 spools, each one 1,000 metres on each of those. And again, same fantastic price, just £10.99. But again, if you're looking for your monos, you got your black, your greys, your silvers, your whites, for example, on all of those, then that is your perfect collection to go for here. That's 649202. And again, you're going to cover all bases. But again, I'm sure if you have bought a lot of your polyester threads in the past, and again, you've seen how much you can pay for each spool of those, that is a phenomenal deal. Just over £1 on each one, which is a really good deal, actually. We've also got for you the blues collection. I know we talked about that. It's there on the stills that you can see. Really, really nice, actually. Again, same fantastic offer for you. And this is on item code 944818 if you'd like to go for the blue collection. And of course, we've got the light collection for really pretty colours on here as well. If you want to go for the light collection, item code here is 223366. And again, just over £1 a spool on that. Absolutely brilliant offer, that. Right, now, this is a phenomenal deal because it looks, I just want to just dive on it really because it just looks so squashy and fluffy. We've got a really, really good deal, and if you are working on any projects that you're going to need your wadding for, if you always find that you're getting to the end of the wadding that you've got in your collection already and you just need the extra bit, go for this, because when you buy in bulk, you know you get a big discount. This is 1.5 kilos you've got here, basically, for £17.99 of all of you wanted. This is a phenomenal deal, isn't it? You get huge. We could actually, when we came down with our producer, so that's a huge amount that you get.
It is. It really is. So this is the offcuts. So
right.
You're going to get all different types of wadding. You're going to get all different sizes. So if you're somebody that's only worked with 1 or 2 waddings, this is a great chance to have a play around.
Yeah.
If you're somebody that does toys, bag making,
yes.
mug rugs, placemats, all those sort of things, applique, quilt as you go, this box is going to have something for you. Now, it does come in a cardboard box, and the box is stuffed.
It's not. We're not going to use the same box for everyone's deliveries. You will get another box. Look a bit like this, maybe a bit newer, but it's not going to come bagged up, is it?
It is that size box. You're getting 1.5 kilos, and it is stuffed full of our wadding offcuts, which is such a great thing to be able to do. So you can be joining your waddings together. You can just be having a play, really, with different types of waddings that you haven't used before. But we can't guarantee what sizes you're going to get in there. It is just all different sizes, all different waddings, enough for things like, as we say, bags, placemats.
Perfect.
Small pieces for applique, trapunto, stuffing, toys, all sorts you can use with this.
You're going to get plenty, 1.5 kilos in there.
And that was just one box.
That's just, yes.
That's just
that's
one
just
box.
one box.
So we sent you a box, and that was everything that was in the box, and it was ram-packed in there.
Reminds me of that film Ghostbusters with the Marshmallow Man. It looks that all big, white and fluffy. 043, classic film, the original. 789, 17.99. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, we've got a quick update for you on the bias binding, by the way, as well. The pastels gone. They've gone already. They've gone already. So we did say they were going to go very quickly, but the pastels have gone. The earth tones we're still there, but 70% of the earth has also already been allocated. So please, do grab those if you want to go for the earth mix. 779874. Or yes, this is good to know as well. The Eco Verde threads that we've got, the pick and mix on those, really very, very busy as well here. Brands new on the show, a UK premiere for you, £12.99, 648 230. very, very busy indeed for those. Lovely to have that whole idea of being completely eco-friendly, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. Right then, so we've got more. Don't forget, I just want to repeat, if you are just waking up to us this morning, a very good morning to you, this bank holiday weekend, this Sunday morning. It's a bright day, I hope it is where you are. If you would like to get in touch with us, you can. If you've got any questions for Sasha, then please do email into the studio, studio@ thecraftstore.com. Nearly went back to old habits then. And drop us an email and we'd be more than happy to read them out and Sasha to answer them for you live on air. But obviously it's absolutely brilliant. Right, so I know you said you've got a couple of projects you'll be looking at. What are we going to be working through first thing this morning?
So we're going to have a little look at the round placemats. I'm just going to show you very clever things with this product.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of technology in it, and you know, I was really lucky to be made a Bosal ambassador, and I believe in the product. It's so clever. The technology's there. When Bob started it many moons ago, it's in Maine in America, and Bosal Bob, bless him, he's in his 80s. He still comes over and make sure we're all behaving. And the reason he started Bosal was because his wife had a lot of allergies.
Oh,
now,
okay.
bearing in mind, you know, he's in his 80s.
Yeah.
You know, we're going back quite a while.
Right.
And he couldn't find a hypoallergenic, non-allergy foam for his wife. So he made his own.
Do you know what? How many things have been created because there's nothing on the market, we need it, I'll make it. But so how many years are we talking, I mean, when it started then? Do we know?
I think he was in his late 20s.
Wow.
He was in his late 20s.
So we've got
yeah.
a lot of prestigious years of this being around for us
Yeah,
working
and
through.
they do so many different products. They do car foams, they do mattress foams, they do all sorts.
Right.
And then they've sort of gone into the crafting sector. So all the pre-cuts that they do, which make life so much easier, and then they come, various people have patterns.
Right.
And Bob pre-cuts the item, and then you can buy the pattern and the pre-cut, and it can buy, you know, it just works.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah, simple.
But the craft text, what I love about it, so you can use it for your bag bases or, as I say, trays or anything like that, but it is double-sided fusible. And the amazing thing about it is, obviously, at home, on an ironing board, you'd be thinking, oh, it's going to melt all over my ironing board. But as you can see here, we've got one side that has nothing on there. And the great thing is you fuse your product, you fuse your fabric on, and the glue on the other side doesn't melt.
Oh. So it literally is that. You'd get your fabric and you could just iron straight on.
And you just iron it straight on, and the glue will melt, and your fabric will fuse on, and this size gets warm, it doesn't melt. It's really clever.
But see, this I think this is amazing. I know we mentioned earlier on that there's the glue that's included in this one as part of it, but we've also got the rectangle as well to go with. But this is a project where I'm thinking, I could have a go at this.
You could.
This could be, I don't have to be years of experience of working with that. I could just choose my fabric. I've got these already pre-cut. They're ready to go. It's got all the ingredients on it for it to bond straight away there and then.
Exactly that.
That's brilliant.
And I think there's so many people now, you know, we're doing a lot of our own designs at home. We're, you know, and what's the better? You know, we all change up our dining room or our kitchen area, and then we can't find this, you know, the colour we want to make our own table mats, or you want personalised table mats for the grandkids, or you know, anything like that. It's, you know, it means they're washable, you can chuck them in the wash and just give them an iron when they come out, but it's such a easy product to be able to use. And I think this is the problem, that people see these products. And this is why these shows are so important, because it's giving you the education on how to use these items.
Yeah, absolutely.
And once you have felt the product and feel how different it is, because it has quite a rough feel to it, the craft text, and people do wonder what they're going to do. And it is as easy as laying your fabric on and then slowly moving your iron across. Now, what I would say is, if you were at home, I would make sure that you put some grease-proof paper on top.
Oh, okay.
Just because of glue squidging out. Not that it happens very often, but obviously we don't want glue on our iron. I mean, as you can see here, you know, I've got my hand on here. I wouldn't obviously recommend you doing that at home, but it doesn't get scorching, boiling hot.
Right,
We're just fusing our fabrics.
But lovely, like you say, the whole idea for doing individual things or personalised work.
I just think the whole clever technology of the fact that this doesn't melt is so important, because when you're fusing things, it is an absolute nightmare when the other side melts. And be it Craftex, be it in our form, the other side doesn't melt if it's double-sided fusible, and I think it's really important. So we've got that side done. So that's going to be our back, and this is going to be our front.
That is really good. So simple, like you say.
Exactly. Now, out of some of the fabrics that we've got on today, I've joined a couple just to make the front a little bit more interesting. And then I push out from the centre out, so we're making sure we've got no ridges or bubbles. And then again, we're going to place our iron on, and we're going to push our iron from the centre to the outside.
Right.
And it just makes sure that it's making it really nice and smooth. Now, if you were to get a bubble or anything like that, you can reposition it. You can reheat it, remelt that glue and reposition it.
It's amazing at what times we're living in, because as soon as you mentioned bubble, I thought groups of 6.
Oh, I know.
Sign of the times.
It is. But yet we're just going from the centre and we're going out to the edges and just making sure that all those edges are caught really nicely.
Yeah.
You don't want any steam in your iron, because you don't want your product to get damp.
Oh, okay, right.
Which is quite important. You don't want it to get damp. I'll turn that up a little bit. And we're just going to make sure that we're fused all the way round, and then we can trim all those edges off. Now, this is what I mean by how, you know, if you've got somebody's coming around and it's their birthday and you think, oh no, you know, you could do them a placemat in a mug rug with their name on. It really, really is.
Actually,
quick and easy.
I mean, I suppose you don't even have to do them as a whole set of 4. You could be individual with a place as.
Well, they could have one set today. They could have.
Yeah, you could go with those.
And then Christmas, they can wait and have the other half.
But you see, no, that I was, you know, you mentioned Christmas earlier on today as well. I was thinking, oh yeah, but that's perfect, because that seems to be, you know, that place setting, that table decoration, probably one of the most attention to detail that table gets for one time of the year for that. But things like that, if they were personalised, individual, or again, some people change their Christmas colouring on their decorations, you want to fit with those. And
exactly. And I think, like you say, with the Christmas table, this will make your crafting, your Christmas crafting, so much easier.
Actually, also, I mean, actually, as a placemat, they're big.
They are big.
They are of good size. So, I mean, even if you were to, I mean, I'm just trying to think also, you know, you look at the size of the rectangle one as well. I wondered, could you cut these in half and have smaller place ones? Because
I think you could with the rectangular ones.
Because they're quite a size. Now I was thinking, you know, whether it's for you were doing sort of you know, sort of child or baby sort of placemats, etc. If you want to do child-friendly ones on a design, etc. Maybe they do need the bigger area.
Well,
who knows?
The circular ones definitely are a really generous size.
They are.
But I think for things like serving dishes and that sort of thing, they'd be great. But definitely the rectangular ones you could cut down in size. And the mug rugs. I love the mug rugs that go with them. Yeah. Because, you know, you can really let your imagination play. And you know, some people say, well, I haven't got any applique patterns. Well, do you know what? You don't need any. Go onto the internet, you know, put in free templates of hot air balloons, print out, you know, colouring sheets for kids. Colouring sheets for kids are great.
Good idea.
Because it's a really simple shape that you can then cut up, and you can then applique yourself and personalise it yourself how you want them to be.
I'd never even thought about that. That's a brilliant tip.
So with this one, and what you could do, looking at this as well, you could also maybe do this as a pocket if you wanted to, and then have your knives and forks put in. But you can really personalise these and make your table your own. I think that's what's really, really important. And you can see you're getting a beautiful fused area. We're not getting any bubbles or anything like that.
Would these work? Because I know that we've got a few pot plants around the house. You know, as you do get a few pot plants, and some of them...
Everywhere at the moment, isn't
Yeah,
it?
well, that's true, yeah. And I'm thinking that there are some servers you don't want to put your pot plant on, because I've put it on in the past and got told off by Fiona because I might mark the surface. She does it in such a nice, calming way as well. It's lovely.
Do you twitch?
Yeah, I do. I just walk past there every time I see a pot plant and go, if it's in the right place. I haven't watered it too much. But I mean, things like that, just for general decoration, not even on tables, but for mantelpieces, on sideboards, on the coffee tables and things like that, just to have that nice place where you don't want to mark. Doesn't have to be for your dinner service or anything like that. Is it? But they, again, to customise them, perfect, to fit in with the decor you've got.
Exactly.
Or the colours.
Exactly. And then you could cut these down even more.
Yeah,
if you
right,
wanted to.
right. Of course, get even more out of them.
But what I'm going to show you now, I'm just going to do a little bit of quilting on there, because obviously it is fused, but we're going to want to do a little bit of stitching. So this is where you could really come into your own. So, you know, we could applique a name, or we could applique some sort of design, pop a pocket in or anything like that. But so when you think that this is quite a firm product, when you feel this, it's a very firm product.
It's very rigid, it's actually, in that respect, isn't it?
Which makes it great for your bag bottoms and things like that.
Oh, right, okay,
But I just want to show you how easy it is to sew through as well. So you have no problem sewing with it. And we're just doing a little line of quilting on here. And then we're going to look at our binding.
So I'm not going to need any special needle or anything to go through this, it's just normal?
No, just I would use something like a top stitch needle.
Right.
Something like that. You won't need anything like a microtex, anything is fine as that. But they just sew through absolutely beautiful. And we've actually sold out of our pastels, haven't we? So I need to...
Yeah, the pastels. I'm not sure where we are with the earth.
Okay, well...
The earth mix is now limited as well for the earth. If you want to go 779874, we are limited on the earth.
We might have to grab my box with the earth in. Would you mind? Is that all right? I think it's in one of the plastic boxes. Have a dig through, see if we can find... I knew they'd go. I knew
you said
they would fly.
Are you that good at picking lottery numbers as well?
No.
No. Okay.
Unfortunately not.
No.
I wish. So we're just going to sew across this one as well. And as I say, it's a great product to be able to sew through.
Yeah.
You know, people get quite scared because they feel how rigid this is and think, oh no, I don't want to put my machine through that. And you don't have to worry at all.
Right. That's good to know.
So that's that side.
Don't forget there's two options if you want to go for this as a bundle. You've got the circles, the rounds that you're seeing at the moment that Sasha is working with. But we've also got for you, if you want to go for the rectangle. As you can see, we talked about these. They are big size. Just one of those, for example, you might want to cut one of those down in half so you can double up on those. Rather than 4, you could have 8. Or if you are using them again for maybe to stop other things marking your surfaces, you could go to whatever size you want. I mean, actually, even sort of the mug coasters, I mean, they are huge. They can even be cut down again. But you can see what we mean by the sort of the rigidness of those. But they still got that flexibility from that, but again, not going to do any damage again to your machines when you're working through. But they do have that adhesive that's on there, so you literally just iron on the material that you are working with, and then you are away, as you can see really nicely. It's very simple. 869293, whether you're going for the rectangle or whether you're going to go for the round option for you. There they are. So we're going to get 4 of the large and 4 of the small again in either one of those. £15.99 only. 869293. We're looking at that.
So we're just having a look at one of the natural bindings, and this is like a heathery colour. And can you just see how easy that is just to place on? And you were just going to, if you're at home and you've got some binding clips, I would probably recommend you use those.
Do you know what? Since you just got it out, the earth mix, it's just disappeared.
Is it gone?
It's just sold out. 779,874. It has sold. So pastels went first, and the earth has gone just now. So well done if you managed to get those in time. Congratulations on that. But really good deal on those bundles.
But I'm just going to show you very, very quickly. So then I'm just going to line that up. I'm just going to pop that in like so. And again, I'm not changing my foot or anything. I'm just going very, very slowly round. And then what you would do is you would just ease your bias binding around the placemat at the same time. And you would just keep going around. Just move that one out of the way. And you would just keep going around and around.
They give a nice finish, don't they?
And it does give a really, really nice professional finish. And so to do this on your, you know, your placemats, your mug rugs, but also on your dressmaking items, it just goes through really, really well. And you're just having to catch it all the way round, and then that's your placemats all done.
Absolutely perfect. Thank you for that. Really nice and easy. Again, so as I said at the beginning of this hour, you know, whether you are many, many years of experience down already with working on your bags or your projects or your trays or your placemats, for example, or whether you're just starting out. I looked at that and thought, oh, I could give that one a go, actually. Oh, that's all right with me, because all the work is done for you and you're going to get a lovely professional finish. So don't forget, you've got two options. You've got the circles and you've got the rectangle. 869-293, just £15.99 on those. Brilliant. Right, now, as you can see, we've actually got a slightly different counter now that's been changed over for us to go through. Really, really busy show, by the way, so thank you very much indeed for being with us first thing on a Sunday morning. Now then, I want to just ask your details on this, actually, Sash, if that's okay, because this is what we got here. We've got the single-sided fusible foam, which is a mouthful to say, but what is it going to do if I go for this one? What projects are these suitable for, and why is this again? Because I think you mentioned this earlier on to me, saying really, really good this.
This is what Bosel are known for. So this is the in-our form. Now, in-our form comes in three ways. They do a double-sided fusible, which means that both sides are fusible. They do a single-sided fusible, which is the one that you've got there.
Here,
And then they do a sew-in our form, which is one that you have to sew. It doesn't fuse at all. So with this one, I like the single-sided the best. It's my personal preference. I love the fact that I can fuse on one side and then I can quilt it as well. So you can make your bags, you can make your soft sculptures. You can make notebook covers, you can make place settings again. You can, I mean, there is nothing that you can't do with this product. It's an amazing foam. And again, it's so renowned out there. A lot of people that are in university doing textile art and that sort of thing have really pushed the boundaries with this. They've made hats with this. They've made, is it millinery? Hat making? Yeah, they've
new
done...
word for me, that one,
They've done flowers with it, as I say, the soft sculptures. They've done bags. They've done rucksacks. There are so many different things that you can use this for. But because we're fusing on one side and then we're sewing it as well, it gives this wonderful effect of channels in the foam, so the stitches sink into the foam. And it's what everybody knows us for. This is, some people come in and say, "Can I have some Bosel, please?" Because they think in our form is called Bosel. And so, this is the in our form.
And again, like you say, so many different projects this is suitable for and work
so
brilliantly
many
for
projects.
as well. Nice and easy.
Fully washable as well. Yeah, it's just an all-round great product.
You get a lot in here again, 58 inch by 1 metre. I won't open the whole thing out in full, but as you can see, you're basically getting double again that you can see I've got to that side of things. So it is a huge amount for this one, for just over £22, £22.49. 423270 is your item code. That is a single-sided. Now, we have got the double-sided. If you need the double-sided, we have got that for you. Again, the same size and that, 58 by 1 metre for you here. That's 022 600 again for just that price of £22.49. And the third option that you heard Sasha talk about there, we've got for you as well. If you want to go for this one, this is 918721, and this is absolutely the sewing foam that you've got here. Again, same size, 58 by 1 metre. Only £18.49 that we're looking at there at 918721 for those. Right, now we've got the 2-in-1. I do like a 2-in-1. Anything that's a 2-in-1. You can't go wrong with a 2-in-1. I like that.
Saving your money.
Saving your money. Saving some money. Where am I going to be working with this one? This is the 2-in-1. We've got the stabiliser and the batting on this one.
So this is for those embroiderers out there. This is if you've got an embroidery machine.
Yep.
This is an amazing price. So as you can see for a wadding, it's quite narrow. It's only 24 inches wide.
Yep.
But that's because we're going to be cutting it up and putting it into hoops and then putting it on your embroidery machine. So you don't need a stabiliser. We
like that, don't we?
Oh,
the 2-in-1.
It really is an amazing product.
Absolutely brilliant to go for this one. Really good price. We started the show off this at £12.99, 774490. Very different feel and look, like you say, to what the other option that we've got in here as well. Because so again, I take it from the cotton blends to the one we've just been looking at here. Going to lend themselves to different projects themselves, or across the board still?
Completely.
Yeah.
No, completely different products. So even though we might be looking at, say, 3, 4, 5 different waddings, they all do a specific job.
Yeah.
Everyone has their personal preference. This one is your 80-20. So this is 80% cotton, 20% polyester. It's made by Bosal for Marant, and it's 120 inches wide, so it's at 3 metres wide.
Yeah.
So if you are a long armour, somebody that does quilt long arming,
okay,
this is their wadding of choice.
It's a
because
huge
you're
amount.
getting so much width there.
Yeah.
To be able to layer quilts up and to get them long-armed.
I'm not even going to attempt to try and open this out fully, I can tell you, because I don't have the long arms to do with that.
But if you are somebody that is running a craft group or have got friends and you just want to share some wadding, this is the one that you want to go for,
right,
because of the width there.
Of the sort of the size what you're looking at here. 962360, just £23.49 for all of that. Again, absolutely, it's really lovely and soft as well.
It is, it's lovely. It's a really good wadding.
Really, really nice. 962360. Right, now, we've not seen this on the show yet. We've got the elastic rolls for you here as well. We've got 2 options for you. You can go for the simple white or the simple black that you want to go for here. But really good deal. 19mm by 25mm on this one for your elastic roll. And I suppose this is pretty generic for anything you're going to need elastic for. This will work perfectly, won't it?
Yeah, it's just an absolute bargain.
Well, massive saving on this. We'll talk about this when we talk about the savings and a bargain. And I suppose for those of people that are using a lot of that sort of price difference makes a big difference when you're buying bulk.
Does.
Yeah.
And it tends to be the essential items that dressmakers or quilters say that's the things that you spend the most money on.
Right.
You know, even though we spend a lot of money on the fabrics, it's things like your needles, your threads, your elastic.
Yeah, of course.
Things like that, which are an absolute essential that we need, that tend to be so much more expensive.
Right.
So this, you know, amazing.
Get it now. What
is saving?
That's a huge amount. You know, like from your usual price of just under £35 you're looking at there. £23 saving on this right now. £11.99. One of those options when it comes up, you might want to go for a couple of these. There's no restrictions to how many you put in your basket. With that kind of saving, you want to make hay, I think is one of the phrases. 554317. Doesn't matter what colour you're going for, the white option, the black option, you're going to get those savings either way. So stock up and go for it if you need a lot of elastic. If you're like a Simon Cowell trouser, then you'll need that elastic in there. I'd buy, if you're doing a Simon Cowell trouser, you might want to go for a few rolls. Right, we have got for you, got our Eco Verde we've got for you here, which is absolutely brilliant. And I wanted Sasha to be the first to mention this, because it is, I think you should say it again for those that missed us just after, we've got something brand new.
It is. It's the UK premiere
Love it.
of the Coats Eco Verde thread. And so proud to bring it on.
Yeah.
It's 100% recyclable polyester.
That's brilliant.
Which makes it so strong. The way it's actually made is just revolutionary. The core is so strong, so tough, and yet it's wrapped in this beautiful fine polyester that is completely recycled, and it's amazing for the environment.
I think that it is phenomenal, and for the, you know, because like I said earlier on, for me it's what I've never even contemplated. You know,
No.
for there's some things you just think, well, there's no way you can use that from recycled. You can't. We could do our bottles, we can do glass, we can do everything else. But certainly, if that is sort of really taps into part of your lifestyle, maybe something, you know, your sort of beliefs and your passions about things. If you're really passionate in other ways, why not also in our sewing work, etc. So
it's very difficult as a crafter to be sustainable.
I bet, yeah,
because obviously with your fabrics and your thread, the whole way it's made is very. It uses a lot of water.
Yeah.
You know, it uses a lot of the whole system. You know, the whole ecosystem when it's being made, and so the carbon footprint can be quite high. So I think that where we can, you know, we need to maybe move over to these things. To help ourselves as well. It's a great, you're getting 8,000 metres.
Yes,
as well,
yeah, if you go 32,
which
yeah,
is
of course.
another great. And we're doing they're only doing a few colours in this.
Right.
So the 6 colours, because obviously of the whole dyeing process. We're not going to be having any weird, wacky colours out there. They're just keeping it very for your essential sewing projects. And but any project, even down to, like I was saying earlier, coats, jackets, shoes, bags.
That's brilliant.
It is so strong. It is an all-round thread.
That's really good. But that's maybe you just want to give that a go anyway, let alone from the actual sort of the eco side of things. If you're just talking of a really good thread for those projects to work with, why not give this one a go and know that you're doing your bit at the same time? Only $12.99, like you hear there. You're going to be getting 8,000 metres for that, whichever two that you want to go for, of course, from your pick and mix. 648230. Just $12.99, which is absolutely brilliant, and UK a first for you as well, which is absolutely brilliant. Now the other, I mean, I suppose this taps into that really as well, because when you talk about, you know, not having to go for buying loads and loads, no offcuts, you know, sort of nothing getting chucked in the bin or anything. We've got a brilliant here with the scrap box again, so another great way of making the most of every single thing.
Completely.
Which is why you're going to get a great price. It's only $17.99. You're getting 1.5 kilos here of all your different wadding, and it is going to be sort of different varieties of wadding in there, isn't it?
There's going to be all different waddings in there, and when we think that if we want to try different waddings, you know, you have to buy half a metre or a metre.
Yeah.
So that can be quite expensive, and then you might not like the one that you've picked. Or so I think this is a great way of trying those different waddings, joining pieces together, the best way that you find to join pieces together as well. But all those smaller projects, those bags, those wallets, those, you know, applique pieces, yeah, you could have great fun with these boxes. And they're not ridiculously small pieces either.
Right.
You know, they're not like little slivers and little strips.
No.
You can do something with these pieces. And the box it comes in is absolutely crammed packed. And yeah, it's a great bargain.
Yeah, you're going to be getting a good size box full, basically, of all of that 1.5 kilos of all your wonderful different waddings in there. 043 789, or whether you're just getting ready to pretend to be Santa Claus, possibly at December, make a great beard. 043 789 1799. Now, very quickly, because this first hour together for Sasha and myself, is running out really, really quickly, and we've got all these beautiful fabrics behind. Not had a chance to really sort of talk to you about these yet, but we have got a pick and mix on any two that you want to go for on your half-metre fabric pack on these. Only $14.49. We've got some beautiful patterns on here. We've got some really lovely colours. In brief, we've got these designs are lovely, aren't they? These ones, Sasha, they're beautiful.
They are. They're stunning. So it's Ida
sorry, but I wanted to put my head in the shot there, Sasha. Sorry.
That's
no one wants
all
to see that.
Ida Sitar, I think the lady's name is. I do apologise if I get it wrong. Sitar. I can't pronounce it. I do apologise. But they're beautiful. You've done an amazing, cracking job.
They are beautiful.
They're
really,
beautiful fabrics. So these are from Makawa. And, yeah, they've just really, really nostalgic again. Pretty. I think they're quite warm as well, even though they're blues. They're quite warm,
Love
quite
the paisley on
homey.
that. That is lovely.
Yeah, the paisley is stunning. And the quilt that's behind me, I've used those in. And yeah, I had great fun playing with them.
Oh, absolutely gorgeous. If you want to go for the patterns, I mean, there's something in there for everybody as well. Also, if you want to go for the other colours that we've got available for you, then you can do. These are all on the same item number here, 167444, all for $14.99 on your pick and mix. But again, if you've got your sort of, if you're looking for your quintessential, just beautiful blend-in colours to work with on any of your other projects that you're either working with, then this is a gorgeous way to go from those. You've got the yellows, peaches, pinks, you've got the greens and the blues. You've got really lovely colours to choose from. 167444, $14.49. Sachi, this hour has flown by, and I've learned so much, which is brilliant, which is lovely. Always learning day at the studios, of course. But we're back together again at 11 this morning,
11,
aren't
yes.
we? Which should we go? What are we? A teaser or anything? We're going to look at anything different on
We're
there?
going to be doing a bag using
Oh,
the
are we?
duet fuse. So if you haven't used duet fuse, join us.
Oh, I like that idea, because I've now come out of this hour thinking I could do a placemat. So now I'm going to see whether at 11 o'clock I can come out thinking,
I'm
I'm
gonna
going to do a bag as well. We'll see how it goes. Thank you so much. Really enjoyed our hour together there. I'm looking forward to 11 o'clock. Thank you for your company as well in this first hour. We've got a lot more coming up for you on the show. And I think if the way today has gone already, it's going to be a very busy day, of course, here on the craft store. So make sure you get your orders in nice and early. Don't go anywhere. We've got a fantastic show after this. We have got an Essentials Happy Hour from Oakwood coming up for you there. Derek will take you through that. Then we've got, of course, brilliant Hayley here with Craft Yourself Silly, and then Scarlet Rose Crafts. Get yourself a brew. Have a lovely Sunday with us.
Hello, I'm Carol,
And I'm Hayley.
and together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies, we've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well. On the Dreamies shows, we hope to further inspire you with all the techniques and tips that we can offer, hopefully getting you to use all of your inks, your flower making techniques, and really build on all the skills you probably already have.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full-time. Then I had a moment of clarity, if you'll pardon the pun, and I came up with the transparent art stamp. And the rest is history, really. For the last 27 plus years, I've been pioneering the art of transparent stamping. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Good Sunday morning, how are you? I'm just having a little swing while I'm here as well. What a lovely Sunday morning we have got for you here at the craft store. Now, I have to say, normally we don't see these bits of paper when we're on the air, but It's a little bit today, let me tell you, like you've wandered into the Oakwood warehouse, because if you want to do a bit of bulk buying, then today is your opportunity, because we've got a happy hour from Oakwood that was a little bit of a last-minute addition as well, which is a happy accident for you, let me tell you, because you've got the chance now to stock up on lots and lots of bits and pieces, but not pay full price for them. It's as simple as that. You're going to get lots of savers. And the brilliant thing is, remember, once your order goes over £30, you qualify for our Spring Saver as well, which will save you £5 off a spend of more than £30 tomorrow, which is really, really good. That's still going on through till Tuesday, I think. So let's make the most of it, shall we? Sun's out, bank holiday weekends, not raining. Let's stash up left, right and centre with Oakwood. I'm not on my own, because over there, not over there, but over there is gorgeous Karen Keats. Morning, Karen.
Morning.
Yay! It's a long way over there, isn't it? Because she's all set up for 12 o'clock over there. So we thought we'd leave you over there because all your bits and bobs are over there.
Oh
aren't
yeah,
they?
you didn't want to get a removal van to take everything over to fetch it back.
Absolutely. Is that a tin of biscuits you've got next to you there in that orange tub? What's going on there?
It's not tin of biscuits, it's gilding.
Oh,
gilding
that's a
flakes
shame,
and
because I was going
gilding
to nip over and nick one. Oh well, never mind.
You wouldn't
Right.
get one of my biscuits, Derek, I won't.
Yeah, there's a padlock on those. Right, are you ready then to make lots and lots of savings? I'm going to whiz you down the counter, because this is all about stocking up. And what I would say to you is get on the web and the app right now and be shopping ahead, because this is your opportunity to get some absolute bargains, let me tell you. Let's start off with paper trimmers, shall we? Really, really good. I think this is brilliant that this is a set of two as well, because, you know, trimmers, they're funny, aren't they? Trimmers, guillotines, things like that, they wander off, don't they? You've left them under a pile of stuff somewhere, or which drawer did I put that trimmer in that I need? This is that kind of magic trimmer, Karen, as well, isn't it? Where you lift up the top, don't you? And then... so you can get all of your paper and bits underneath it, and then bring the blade back over the top as well.
Yeah,
it's really useful.
It's a trimmer. It's not a guillotine or a rotary cutter. It's a trimmer. It's ideal for making apertures, and it's really, really. This one is really small. I find it amazing to just drop into my bag. So you go into craft groups, you're doing different things. Drop them into your bag. And they don't take up a lot of room. The trimmer the cutter that I have at home for the long distance haul, it's just too heavy to carry about. You know, it's an heavy duty one. This one is ideal for slipping into your bag, and then you can do apertures, you can do all sorts.
I'm going to leave you to look at that one for a second, because we get two, but I'm going to get Maddie to whiz one over to you, Karen, just so you can give us a quick 1-2, a quick two-step. With us, because it does make sense, doesn't it? Really, really good. Again, I love the fact that it's got grippy feet as well, so when it's down on your desk, it'll stay where you want it to, which I think is really, really good. Again, they're not heavy, they're so lightweight. I mean, some trimmers, honestly, they can be really, really bulky and awkward, and if you've only got one free hand and you just quickly need to reach out and grab it, it's brilliant. Come on, show us your magic then, Karen.
So don't forget here, you've got, if you look here, you've got your angle. So if you want to make an angle, cut something at an angle, if you pop it into there, at that angle, and you cut, you will know that that angle that you've cut, I'll just cut one there.
Yeah.
So that's 45 degrees. It's a 45-degree angle. I can pop it in again, pop it on the angle. And let's have a look. So, oh crikey, what we're doing? A 90-degree angle. You would know it cuts there. So you've got all your angular. You've got the measurements to up to 3 inches, 9 centimetres. It doesn't extend or anything like that, but
doesn't need to though, does it?
It doesn't need to.
No,
not at all. So I've just trimmed that part off. Oh look, you can see I've been stamping on that. I'll trim that part off, and then I'll show you how we can. Do an aperture. We've got a normal piece of card. We're not measuring anything. We're just deciding we're going to do a normal piece of card, and I want to do an aperture, and I'm going to do it so that it's 2 inches, and I'll go from there, and I can measure in there to 2 inches, and the blade actually goes in from the middle, so you can take the blade up and do it from the middle. To start off with,
it's a pointed blade, isn't it?
It's a pointed blade that goes in both directions, and then I take that to 2 inches, and on here you've got a little point, you've got a little line here that will line up exactly with where you've got your little line there. I know I went over a little bit, I do apologise with that. Eyes have not started working yet, Derek. Yeah,
We're all
matching
waking
that up with there. And normally I would stand over this, but obviously I'm sat down today.
I know, it's all right for some.
Oh, definitely, definitely. You can have my dizziness if you want, so that you can sit down.
Bless you.
And there you go. Just one little point that I have missed. But had I measured it up properly, we wouldn't have gone over. But you've got a complete equal 2-inch ruler there. A 2-inch.
That's brilliant. And actually, does that mean as well, Karen, like, for instance, if I want to cut something like foam and I decide, right, OK, well, I'm going to have one sheet of red and one sheet of green, but I want the same shape from both, this gives me more... Does this give me more height as well?
It can do. So I've got some of the grey board that we've got on the shelf.
Okay.
And what's the
micron?
The micron on that one. It's really thick.
2,250.
2,250. Bear with 1 second. I do know that that's 2.5 millimetres thick.
Right.
So I'm going to pop that under there. Now
that's a centimetre, isn't it?
It's 2.5 millimetres. It's 1/4 centimetre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it?
2.5 millimetres.
Oh, 2.5 millimetres. Sorry, darling. Yes.
There's 10 millimetres in a centimetre,
yeah,
Derek.
my brain hasn't woken
Your
up yet.
brain's
I'll
not
just
working.
leave now. Bye. Bye. See ya.
You can see that's not going down much, but it's not going to affect it. And I've started in the centre, and all I'm going to do is just keep going up and down a little bit.
Yeah.
And it will not cut it. I know that it won't cut it.
Yeah.
But it's given me a little leeway, and then you need to make sure you could either get the knife and finish cutting it off through the knife.
Yeah.
But I want to make sure that I get the level right. And I normally do it with a pen, but I don't have a pen with me. So all I'm doing is making a mark. Oops, she says dropping that. I'm just making a mark where it is.
Yeah.
If I'd have thought about it, I'd have got the ruler out and done it with put a line down both sides.
Yeah.
So I can now measure that up to there again, and this is oh, brilliant! Thank you, Maddie. That's 2.5 millimetres thick.
Oh, there
so
you go.
working from both sides, you can
Perfect.
see that I have done it.
Nice. Like that.
So
it's good,
it's-
isn't it? Now, remember, you get 2 of these. Obviously, Karen's got the other one at the moment. So you get 2 of these for $14.98. And the brilliant thing about that, of course, is if you go off to classes and groups and whatever, which is all going to start up again soon, hopefully, fingers crossed, you've got one at home, and then you've got one in your bag to when you go off somewhere else. It's as simple as that. When you go off. That sounded wrong, didn't it? Sounded like you've been left out of the fridge too long. 681-616 is your item number. So, remember, it's happy hour. So these prices are good for the hour as well, which is really, really good. So £5 off there, which is really, really good. You could consider as well, if your shopping is big enough, then that's another £5 off tomorrow's shopping as well, remember, when your order goes over £30. Glass mat, brilliant. They're absolutely phenomenal. Every single crafter everywhere needs to have a glass mat. They're really, really good. We use these here in the studio. That's how much we absolutely love them. Because, again, it gives you all the major sizes there. You've got all of your angles on there. It's soft grip as well, because you've got the feet on the bottom, the little rubbery feet on the bottom, so it's not going sliding. They're just brilliant, Karen, aren't they, to have? You've got to have one,
Yes.
haven't you, really?
You've definitely got to have one. This one is, it's not 12 by 12, it's 18 inches by 12 inches. And you've got what you can start doing is you've got your measuring.
Oh yeah,
so
we got
you
the wrong
can use
details
it.
on the screen. We'll change that.
Sorry?
It's all right. It's fine.
Oh, you can
carry on, my love.
Your little ears go. You've got your measuring. So when I'm wanting to line anything up with it, I would use my mat. I want to check that it's square. I can use my mat to check that it's square. I can also use it to draw lines. So I've squared that up, and I want to draw. Oh, I'm getting the wrong thing. I've got your pen, Maddie. Thank you. To draw a line. If you start.
Oh yes, sorry. The details on the screen are right. Yes, because it goes all the way to 18 inches, doesn't it? So the actual mat itself is 19 inches long, but the measurement marks go up to 18 inches and down to 12.
Yeah,
sorry, we were just having a little
it doesn't
conflab.
exactly finish at 18 inches. You've got half an inch each side,
Yeah.
so that you can put an
19.
18-inch sheet of paper onto
Yes,
it.
absolutely.
Ideal for your 12 by 12. Even at the top, from the note down to the 12, it's got the half-inch round. So a 12 by 12 or a 12 by 18 sheet would completely fit into there.
Absolutely.
So I tend to. You can start off at the 0, but because we work when we're on TV, we work to this X, don't we? We work to this part with the overhead cameras, and pop it down so that it's level, anywhere down. And if you want to start measuring it, you can think, well, I want to draw a line 2.5 inches. That's 1. That's 2. That's 2.5. Get your ruler. 1, 2, 2.5. And then you can pop your ruler. As long as you remember that that's straight, you can just pop your ruler, mark it up, level it up with the lines, and you know that you're getting. Oh, that's a nice colour pen, Maddie. Is this yours? Oh, it's lovely. I like that one. Make sure that you get it back from me at the end. And you've got.
She's here all day, Maddie. Don't worry.
Yeah, but I like pens. I like pens. So that measures it all up. You've also got all your angles here. So if you've got a piece of card and you want to know that it's completely square, pop it into the corner, and you would know that the 45-degree angle would. Your other corner needs to go through the 45-degree angle. I can see that this is not completely square. This is my 45-degree line. So I know that it doesn't measure right, and that's 8 inches. If I bob it up to the top. You know me with maths. You know, like I do a lot of. I sort of. It's quite easy for me, maths. I don't think that people. I don't think about people that will go from 8 to 8. I can just quickly take it, and I work to where I've stood. So going up there, you can see that it's 8 inches by just over 8.5 inches. And having checked that, I did know that the angle wasn't right. If I want to then cut that part at 45 degrees, pop it in the corner. Well, we'll not go 45 degrees. Let's go. Shall we go 30 degrees?
Why not?
So I want to do it 30 degrees, and we know it's this one. And we bob it from the corner, make sure that goes in the corner, get the ruler, make sure everything lies up. And don't forget, you can get removable tape if you're not happy moving it around. But going from there to there, we know that angle then is 30 degrees. So that's a 30 degrees. And if it's 90, that would be 60 degrees.
Oh, of course.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So if we sort of... that'd make it 90. If we pop that... Let's have
Do you
a
know
look.
what, Karen? While we're talking numbers, have you seen how big the saving is here?
So
£21.99. We're down to £14.99
wow.
on this one. It's only good for the hour, though, as well. You know, I know on face value you think, oh, not the sexiest, not the most glamorous of things, but it's an absolute essential. It really, really is, because it gets you out of so many pickles when you're crafting. It does protect the surface underneath as well. You know, there's so much you can do.
And that was just the measurements. You've got your A6, 5x7, you've got all your measurements. They're just your basics.
But you can do...
That's not what it's there for.
No.
It's there for you to put ink on.
Exactly, so you can do all your blending.
Spray your ink onto it.
Make
you
a mess.
can make your backgrounds out of it. Yep, and when you've done, you've got your backgrounds. I know you would spray more out of it. You'd let that dry, put another colour on.
Yeah.
And then when you've done, it just wipes clean.
And you know the other brilliant thing about it is it is portable as well.
Yes.
You know, it's very, very easy. And they're as tough as old boots, by the way. If you look at the thickness of the glass as well, when you get it, you know, they are as tough as old boots. They go on forever and ever and ever. You might only ever need to buy one, to be honest. I mean, you'll buy more anyway, because you'll see, you know, pretty ones that you think, I need to have that. But, you know what, as your basic, you know, starter essential, they are brilliant. £14.99, 992-355. Remember, that cost saving is only good for... Is it only good for the hour? Am I right in saying it is a happy hour, this, isn't it? Yeah, we're very happy. Let me tell you, we're very happy, aren't we?
So just one more thing going on to the safety of it. It's tempered glass.
Yes.
And onto the back of it, I don't know how... don't forget, these are workhorses.
Yeah.
It's got a plastic, the measurements done in plastic. You can see down here, we've got some resin onto the back there. There's been some resin popped onto it. Just... On the front of it, that would click off, but it's got see?
Oh, right.
So you can still get it off, but this has got a plastic coating. Shows you your measurements from one side, but if you do drop it and it breaks, that plastic stops it shattering.
Oh, which is brilliant. So it has sort of built-in safety features.
It's got a built-in safety feature. It'll not shatter everywhere. You have got to really, really drop it for it to shatter, but if you do accidentally break it, it won't shatter everywhere and you won't get glass everywhere.
Which is good to know, actually. Not that you crafters are clumsy or anything, but, you know, just in case. Just in case. Has been known. I don't know why I said that. We're Karen in the room. I mean, she's not at all clumsy. Right, next. Moving on, he says, before he upsets everyone. This is why I've got these pieces of paper in my hand, because this bundle here, let me tell you, let me just move that around so it's not flaring at you. This bundle here is nuts, let me tell you, because, and you'll see all the lists on the website as well, if you wanted to buy just the micro serrated scissors on their own, they're £9.99 on their own. This whole bundle is £14.95. If you wanted to buy the micro serrated and the soft grip scissors, so these two pairs together, that's £14.98. This whole bundle...
It's 3 pence less.
So for 3 pence more...
Less. £14.95, and you said it was £14.98 for the two
yes, you're
scissors?
right. Yes, sorry. Yeah, you're quite right. Do you know what, Karen? We're in the wrong place today. we should swap round. My brain is... Right, OK. So these two, £14.98. So for another threepence... You can have the bone folders, the soft-handled craft knife, the metal edge ruler, and the precision tweezers there. Threepence. Threepence.
We'll pay you threepence to take it.
I love saying threepence. I've never seen a threepenny bit. Yeah, I just love saying it. It's a lovely word, isn't it? Mind that camera, everyone. 403 739 is the item number. The next show is coming through, everyone, passing on platform 2. So this is a deal, isn't it? So these two pairs of scissors here, £14.98 on their own. In fact, we'll bring out the details for that. So that item number there, you can get just the scissors, £14.98. But for threepence less, you can have all these other bits and pieces with it. You suggested, Karen, didn't you? Karen said to me... Secret, what did you say?
Santa!
Oh, my word, it's not even June. But it's a good idea. It's a very good idea.
It's always a gift for a crafter. Of course it is. A crafter would always love a gift. If you need some new scissors, don't get the 2 pairs of scissors, get the other, and another crafter would love that in a gift. Anybody starting off, you know, the tweezers, the bone folders and the knife is... an essential.
And when does any shop ever say to you, for less than -1 pence each? What? What?
I tell you what, buy the scissors and we'll give you them and 3 pence back.
Absolutely. Yeah, I know. It's like, what? That's Matt. This is why it is like you've walked into the Oakwood warehouse this morning. You know, if you are lucky enough to have one of those memberships for a cash and carry. This is kind of like the equivalent of that on telly today, isn't it? It's brilliant. Only for this hour, though. So remember, the 2 pairs of scissors, plus everything you see below that, down there, bar these, obviously. So the tweezers, the ruler, the craft knife, and the bone folder for minus money. What? Yeah, it's true. Because the scissors on their own, £14.95. This whole bundle, sorry, £14.98 for the 2 pairs of scissors together. This bundle, £14.95.
It did take us a while to comprehend that this morning, didn't it?
It's still taking me a while, let me tell you. It's still taking a while. Right, next on the menu. Oh, which what? Of this? Yeah, 20%. It should be 80% by now. You need to get clicking straight away. You need, I mean, listen, I'm not here to tell you, but I'm telling you. Get this in your basket right now. Scissors, you can never have enough pairs of, and you've got 2 very different pairs of scissors there. So you've got the longer scissors with the soft grip handle and the micro serrated as well. You know you're going to use those again and again and again. You can never have enough pairs of scissors in your life as a crafter. You know that. £14.98 if you want to buy just those 2 pairs of scissors on their own. Details at the bottom of the screen. No one's going for that item number. No one. Because you wouldn't. Because if you can have bone folders and the soft handle craft knife and the metal edge ruler and the precision tweezers there for 3p less than the price of the 2 pairs of scissors on their own. Hello? Hello? I know it's early, but this is good. Oh, I look shocking from that angle. That's far too close, isn't it? Oh, that's like a Saturday night horror film more than a gentle Sunday morning thing, isn't it? Oh, dearie me. Anyway, 1/3 of the stock now. Now, come on. Don't waste this opportunity. That's bonkers. I might just stand here for the whole hour, Karen. That's bonkers, though, isn't it?
It is bonkers, yeah.
I know we'd... You know, because on my piece of paper here, it shows me prices in dollars as well. So it didn't quite drop in. The penny, or the threepenny bit, has now dropped. Because that is just too good, isn't it? Really, really good. Anyway, I must move on, because there are other bits and pieces on the show as well. They're all just as good, by the way, the savings. They're bonkers. Now, next up, this is really, really nice, because in a gorgeous little carry case, you've got a 4-piece set here, which is great for your embossing, your flower forming, your poking, like as in pokey tool poking, and your tweezing. Not that kind of tweezing, crafty tweezing, placing flowers, delicate elements onto your projects. And this is good. So, $9.99. Normally $12.99. Today, just $9.99. Why is this so good, Karen?
It's portable. It's got its own carry case. You don't lose it unless
True.
you call Karen. Mine's upstairs in my in my other craft room. The handles are do have a rubber there for your fingers, so you're not going to get sore fingers, and each side has. These I've had since I started with Stuart, and it was like 12 months. Yeah, they're looking grotty, but they get a lot of use, but they're still going and still going and still going. You've got your on one of your tools, you've got a big one there that I haven't brought with me because I wasn't doing any flowers today.
Yeah.
So your embossing tool is, you've got a small head and a medium head, and I do believe that that's a 1mm. That's a 2mm, and that's a 3mm. So if you are parchment crafting, you're still able to use these for parchment. You've got your bigger one, and then you've got your pokey tool, which is a nice sharp edge. And then on the other side of that, you do have a quilling tool. So if you like to do quilling, you've got a quilling tool on there.
Does that have a little slot in it then?
It's got a slot in it.
Oh, okay.
Just
Karen,
ready
can I be a baby steps crafter
Yes.
for a second? Because that's what I am. An embossing tool. How do we use that?
So an embossing tool, you use it to score. You can use it to score cardstock. So I will bring my scoreboard out.
Okay.
You can also use it for parchment craft, so you know you've seen the groovy.
Yes.
You can use it for groovy.
Oh, okay.
It's a round ball tool
Right.
that glides. And you can also do it for shaping flowers. So
Right.
it glides. If you try creasing something with a tool that's got a point on it, you're more than likely going to tear it.
Right,
So
I see.
So I've got the pokey tool.
When I hear the word embossing, I always think of embossing folders or powders. Yes, but yes, it makes sense now. So if you're using a scoreboard, this is a way of marking that line, it's giving a sort of a rounded finish. It's not tearing through the paper and damaging the fibres.
That's right.
It's giving you that lovely finesse.
It gives you that lovely finesse, yes. So
Finesse.
a scoreboard is a set of grooves with a measured grooves.
Yeah, I got one of those.
If you've got an embossing tool with a rounded edge,
Yeah.
or if you've got one with a straight edge. So we've got a straight edge, and I'm going to do that down the 6. And it's doing it, but it's not breaking the fibres properly. What it's going to do, it's going to tear those fibres.
Yes.
You would end up, you could end, as you can see here, I've already, you go through it.
Yeah.
It scrapes away
It
and
roughs
tears
it up, doesn't it?
It roughs it up.
And you don't want to do that, do you?
An embossing tool has a round edge, and if you find that it ever sticks, the best thing that you can do is just rub it onto your nose.
Really?
Yes, because that's your natural skin. It's your natural oils in your skin.
Oh, okay.
It's not. It's not a synthetic oil. Just rub it onto your nose, and it'll go, and it stays in the groove. So that means that, like with groovy, you are not going to go further than that groove allows you.
Okay.
So if I fold that, you can see how that is tearing, and the fibres have all bent.
It's a mess, isn't it?
It's a mess. Do it with an embossing tool, and you've got a beautiful finish.
Thank you, Karen, because that makes perfect sense. So you've actually got, I mean, it's more than 4 in 1 really then, isn't it? Because it's giving you that versatility of the embossing tools, the pokey tool, and the precision tweezers there as well, which is really, really good. $9.99. But only good for this hour, by the way, so it's only another half an hour to grab that. And you are shopping, let me tell you. Now, listen, I'm glad you've been told on this one. You've been told, haven't you? I've wagged my metaphorical finger at you and said to you, OK, would you like some free things? Because it's ridiculous, this, isn't it? Because you're not even paying for the 2 pairs of scissors here, because the 2 pairs of scissors on their own, £14.98, but for 3 pence less than that, you can also have set of bone folders. I still don't have a set of bone folders. I've really got to get that sorted. I don't know why I haven't either. It's so silly. You've got to, really, haven't you? Because if you're using your embossing tool and your scoreboard and things like that all the time, for getting that crisp kind of finish, it's only a bone folder that will do it. Sorry, I've got a stock update on this, haven't I, Charlotte? Sorry. Over 70% of the stock has sold out and gone. Right, come on, snap up the rest then, quickly, while you can. £14.95. Definitely needs to be sold out by 2:45. So get that, definitely, while you can. It is busy on the phone lines, by the way, so if you're able to get to the website or the app, then, you know, it's always your best friend, but bear with us, we will be with you. Right, next up then. God, you're not even halfway down the counter yet, it's 1:30.
Oh,
I'm loving it.
A nice Sunday morning, Derek. The only thing that's missing is tea and cake.
That's very, very true.
Yeah.
It's very, very true. Well, we can do that at 9 o'clock, can't we?
Yeah, of course.
We'll do that at 9 o'clock. Oh, we've had a lovely chat. We've done nothing but gossip this morning, haven't we, me and Karen? Nothing but gossip since about 6:30 this morning. Right, OK, so here's your foam tape, and here's a lot of foam tape as well. 60 metres in total. Would you look at the size of your saving there? So normally this would be £24. Or about what's 24 divided by 3? It's about 8 quid, isn't it? So basically, you're getting nigh on 3 packs for the price of 2 there, aren't you? Nigh on, pretty much. Much of a muchness. Is that about right, Karen? It's about that,
I would
isn't it?
say so.
It's about a 3-for, isn't it?
It's about a 3 for 2, yeah.
Nice. So you've got 12 rolls of your foam tape. And you've got 60 metres in total. I think those rolls are really manageable sizes, Karen, as well.
I think the manageable sizes, sort of like, craft groups are starting now, we're going to be starting to do craft shows, so as demonstrators. Can you imagine carrying the great big thick rolls around everywhere?
No.
But these, easy to put in your bag, easy to keep...
Exactly. You want the kind of, you know, I know that we do quite often on 7-day savings and things like that. We do the big roll that's about the size of a steering wheel, and that's great to have in your craft room. But like you say, Karen, you're going off to a show or a group or to craft with your sister or whatever. You don't want to be taking something the size of a steering wheel. That would be a lot more manageable, wouldn't it, just to have in your bag? And again, and I always think with foam tape, I'm always thinking, because, you know, I'm always thinking shapes for shaker cards, but it's 1,001 uses, Karen.
Oh, definitely 1,000. Well, look at our Phil Martin. Look how much he uses. He'll go through a 12-pack on a show.
Yeah,
he absolutely adores it.
Yeah,
but it gives you the dimension. This one is, let's see, I think this one is a 2 mil.
2 mil,
it?
yeah.
It's a 2 mil. But what do you do if you want a 4 mil shaker card?
Double it up, I guess.
You just do it, but you don't have to keep adding bits on top. If you want to double it up, just turn it over, roll it down, then you cut it with your scissors. And this is one of the only tapes that I've had these over 12 months. Yeah, they've got a little bit of gunge on there.
Yeah.
But that's from red liner tape.
Okay.
But I've never had to really clean this off because it's a clean cut.
Oh, do you know what? I'd never thought about doing 2 layers of foam tape like that.
And you've got it there. You can just put that one on. We're doing it on here. Let's do it on the grey board. So you want it 2 layers. See, you bob it on, take that on, and you've got 4 mil.
You don't have to scrimp on it either, do you? Because you've got so much.
I didn't. No. That's one thing that you shouldn't do with foam tape is scrimp on it. If you've got a piece of card and you're scrimping on your foam tape,
you dip in
and
the
you're putting a little bit here,
valleys.
Even the thickest card will start to valley.
Yeah. Do you know what? As well, it makes so much sense, doesn't it? If you think about it. And I have scrimped before, because I haven't had that kind of quantity around, and so you do a little bit in that corner, maybe a little bit in the middle, because you think, well, as long as I've got it, you know, so that the top layer sits okay. But then it doesn't really, does it? Because every time you've got a gap in between your foam tapes, of course, you've got this, you know how the roads start bowing? You've got that going on a card, and you think, well, I like that card, and I liked it when I made it, but then heat and atmospherics and whatever changes the shape of things. Anyway, listen, you don't scrimp no more, my friends, because this is almost, if you think about it, it's pretty much a 3 for 2 on the saving there, but only good for this hour as well, by the way, so take advantage of that while you can. Now, Charlotte, is this sold out yet? It's limited stock right now. OK, right, if you have this in your basket right now, I am not a basket nagger. I never nag about baskets, as you know. Oh, it's broke. The graphics are broken and everything. It doesn't stop you buying it, by the way. You carry on buying it left, right and centre, but it is now officially limited stock. So grab that, because all the bits down the bottom there, it's minus money. Minus money. What?
We're paying you a penny each to take them away.
I know!
Let's do it.
Bonkers. That's ridiculous. That's like a legal smash and grab. I'm loving it. Right, OK, let's go from foam tape to foam pads. We've got foam squares. Diddy little foam squares. Tiny. These are brilliant because, again, if you want to give dimension to smaller dies, the last thing you want to do is see the foam. So it's almost the complete opposite of the roll, really, isn't it? Because these you want disguised, don't you?
Yeah. When you put in your little... John brought a die out the other day, and it was like the candy.
Yeah.
And they were the little round ones. Those 5 little millimetre ones will go exactly onto those. I don't seem to have any here, but can you imagine taking your roll and trying to cut them down into 5 millimetre ones yourself?
Oh, it's... yeah.
And there's 440 on each sheet, isn't there?
There is. Oh, please don't ask me to do the maths.
And how many sheets have you got, Derek?
50. 50 times 440, Karen, is...
22,000.
What? What?
Well, 5 400s is 2,200,
oh, my word.
so it's
right,
22,000.
Would someone nip up to the studios in Salford and get that machine that Rachel Riley uses? you know, to generate the numbers. And we'll put Karen to the test this morning. That's bog. Do you watch Countdown, Karen?
No. No.
You could do those numbers thing.
Oh, I can do the numbers, I can't do the words.
Maybe we'll have to do a little challenge for the end of the hour. Get some random numbers for Karen and say, right, OK, quickly make 440 out of that number, and we'll give you 30 seconds.
I was cruel to my son because I wouldn't let him have a calculator. I wanted him to learn maths. And I wouldn't
good
let him
on
have
you.
at school, he actually had, when we were at school, if you didn't put your working out on the back, you failed.
Yeah.
But now they have to take a calculator in, and I said, well, what happens if batteries go up, sun goes down, or something like that? And I used to make him do a proper adding up.
Well, do you know what, Karen? Good on you, because he would only have written rude words to the calculator anyway, wouldn't he? But you know that number combination, and you turn it upside down, and it makes a rude word.
Does it? The only one I ever knew was hello, when you could say hello.
Oh, I'll tell you some others later. Probably not this time on a Sunday morning on the telly. 346227 is your item number then. So you get in total, how many was it?
22,000.
22,000 foam squares, which are... did you say they're 5 millimetre?
5 mil by 5 mil.
5 by 5.
Are they 2 mil thick?
Hang on, I think they probably
tell you
are,
on the
actually.
packet. I think they are. They should be 2 mil. I know Stuart gave me some, and they're
I
in
think
the
they
packet.
look slightly thicker than the...
Could they be 3 mil?
I'll just...
It should tell you on the back.
Let's have a little look, shall we?
Do you want me gigs?
No, it doesn't tell. It doesn't tell you. I've got the contact lenses in, but it doesn't. I don't think it tells. It just says 3D white core foam adhesive squares, and it just says 440 per sheet, so it doesn't have the actual dimension. But I tell you what.
That's a year's worth of
Shall I
crafting.
send some over?
Yes, and I'll measure them, and
I'll
if you
send
send
some
one
over for
sheet
you,
over
Karen.
for me,
I'll
it
stick
just
some
means
down
that
there
I'd
and
have to go
I'll send them
into
over.
the bits and start. I brought that much stuff that
I know.
I've had to keep it into bags and
I
like
know.
a dip.
There's
I didn't
some
do
winging
it.
their way over right now. So is this sold out yet, Charlotte? Right, OK. Back to the scissors and everything else over here. Well done, everyone. I did say by 2:45 I wanted them gone. Because it is barking, isn't it?
Yeah.
Barking bonkers mad. Well done, everyone. Well done. See, I told you it was like coming to the Oakwood warehouse this morning. Brilliant. Right, let's do another then.
These
Let's
are
do
3 mil.
3 mil.
These are 3 mil.
I thought they were thicker than the foam.
They're 3 mil,
foam
definitely.
tape.
Yes.
3 mil, the foam squares. That's good. That's even more dimension, isn't it?
It is.
So that's 6 mil if you want to double up. There you go. I can manage that maths. 2 times 3. Got it right. Right. OK. Glue dots. OK, well, I think I can do this one. 3,000 in total. Oh, no, it's not. Yes, it is 3,000 in total. It says 300. I know it says it on the L. But then Webster says 30,000 in my ear. We're rubbish at maths this morning. Anyway, listen, this is the only maths we need to worry about, the saving. £13.90. Again, not one of the sexiest or most glamorous things in the crafting world to buy. You know, it won't deliver you flowers and butterflies and florals and, you know, everything else. But do you know what? As a workhorse, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Normally £19.90 for 10 packs. So that's pretty good anyway, isn't it? So they're normally £1.99 a pack. They're now just £1.39 a pack. So that's really, really good, isn't it? And you'll get 300 glue dots on each. Karen, give me... I won't ask for 101 things to do with a glue dot, because we've only got till 9 o'clock. But give us a... What do you use them for?
The sticking gemstones. So these glue dots, they are, if I give you the proper measurements of them, you know that you can buy different size ones. These are 8 millimetres, so they're 0.8 of a centimetre, so they're not the exceptionally big one.
Right.
But what I have got here is I've got a few of John Next Door's flowers, and instead of me messing about with glue, I'm going to take... Oh, look at that. I've had my Weetabix this morning.
Are you being heavy-handed, Karen?
Yes, and you can use them inside
know her
your
own
flowers.
strength.
You pop them onto your flowers, and you've always got flowers. Nikki Hartley uses these for putting her flowers on, but you can pop your flowers on, and they're on there. Just you can also just put a glue dot onto your the other what you're popping it on, and pop your flower on that way. Gemstones, bits that you want to stick together where you don't want the glue, you don't want to use a hot glue, you don't want to see them, and they are clear. Also, don't forget, we were talking with Yanis last night, what about wrapping presents? When you're wrapping presents and you're doing invisible wrapping and you're doing a bottle with invisible wrapping, you use these glue dots. But like you said, what did you say? There are 300, the 3,000?
3,000, yeah.
3,000. That's a lifetime's worth for £13.90. Well, not a lifetime, but it's at least a year's crafting. Definitely. It is for me.
Well, unless you've got a crystal ball and know how long you're going to live, Karen. A good long time, I hope.
A good long time, yeah.
But listen,
definitely.
you might have one card that's completely and utterly covered in flowers or rhinestones or flatbacks
gemstones,
or... Exactly.
flatbacks, definitely.
And off you go.
Yes. Also, you know when you buy reels of ribbon,
yeah,
and you open your ribbon, and what happens? It starts falling over.
Yes.
And you try and stick it and do everything else. Put a bit
Good
of
way
one
of
of those
keeping
on
it in
end of the
check.
tape,
Yeah.
on the end of the ribbon, and it keep it in tow for you.
Right. Now, Karen, while you were telling us all the flower thing, I was half listening because Charlotte was having we were having a little conversation as well. Charlotte was talking to me as well. And are you sure I can say this out loud, Charlotte? Right, OK, we're going to go to the website for a second. Forgive us for a moment. Because... Oh, my word! Can I apologise for the last 48 hours? I've been telling you that on the Spring Savers thing that you need to spend £30 to get the £5 off a spend of £30 or more tomorrow. And actually... Wow, I can't believe it's taken us 2 days in to discover that actually if you buy anything... Oh, apparently half of us have been saying it right and half of us wrong. Well, listen, as long as we all go right, I mean, it works till Tuesday anyway. Right, so it's good news. It's really, really good news. In fact, a lot of people who didn't think they were going to get it have probably got it and gone, oh, well, if they've made a mistake, it's fine. I'll have that £5. Thank you very much. Right, so... The deal with Spring Savers is... Well, I'm so glad we all read the T's and C's so carefully. If you buy anything today, you will qualify for a £5 off a £30 spend tomorrow. And that's been the case since Friday, by the way. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. OK, this may be my last weekend at the craft shop. See what we were saying
Maybe
this morning, Karen?
Like mine.
I might get the sack this weekend. No, it's really good news, though, isn't it? So what happens is, basically, you buy anything today, and you can both earn and redeem one of these every day till Tuesday, which is really good. So you buy anything today, and you'll get a £5 credit, which will be applied for tomorrow. And tomorrow, as long as you spend £30, you can redeem that £5 off tomorrow's shopping. That's brilliant, isn't it? You can do that, like, every day. Wow, if only I'd have known that 48 hours ago. I launched it as well. So I started on the wrong foot. I can't remember who I launched it with. It doesn't matter anyway. I got an email with all the T's and C's on it as well, so I should have known. Anyway, it's good news. It's better news than we thought. Should we just move on? Let's gloss over that. But you know me, I'm so, like, if it's in there, it has to come out of there. And when I heard it, I was like, no, you're joking. We need to tell everyone. Well, you probably know anyway now. Right, tape runners. Listen, if I need to tell you how valuable a tape runner is for crafting, then I'll need to come round and show you where your front door is. This is such a workhorse. I'd swear by tape runners because, you know, with rolls of tape, you know, traditionally, if you think about it, and this has changed the way since I've got into the crafting sphere, you know, when you wrap up presents, I was forever, right, before I can wrap this present and prepare the surface to wrap the present, I'd have to get a roll of sticky tape and I'd have to go, and then it would stick to the table underneath. and I'd spend like half an hour doing that. And of course, then I'd find my paper and whatever. By the time that the tape had curled around on itself and whatever, and you'd be like, oh, well, I can't hold that to that anymore because I need to pull this tape apart from itself and then make a real dog's breakfast of actually wrapping the gift. There would be tape in every which way and direction. This, honestly, I don't know, there must be people all the time who are having that revelation moment when they first discover tape runners and just how darn easy. And they've been around for donkey's years, but the day you discover how useful they are is the day that you think, how have I got to, you know, the grand old age of 23 plus VAT and not discovered this in my life? And that's not crafting even. Just for wrapping Christmas presents and birthday presents, any kind of presents, for sticking ribbon down to things and whatever. These are genius. You know how good they are. I'm preaching to the converted here. This is a crafting channel. I don't even know why I said any of that. You know how good that is. This is 10 tape runners for £20.99. And again, not the sexiest of things to look at, but one of the most useful workhorses. Not that they're unattractive, you know what I mean, you know, not one of the glamorous buys. This is like stocking up on washing up liquid, toilet rolls, things that you need in the cupboard. Definitely need these. And listen, buddy up with someone else that you craft with and split the cost of this between you while it's a spring saver. Just grab it right now. I mean, basically, that's £21 rather than 30 quid. So, hello, happy days. That's more saving for something else, isn't it? So take advantage. Karen, anything you want to say about tape runners?
Certainly. There are lots of tape runners out there that do not stick properly. They're like come to pieces, which is the great on paper, but if you pop them with cardstock, they can come adrift. I've sent cards through the post, used a tape runner, and it's dropped to pieces. So I was never ever a fan of tape runners. With this one, definitely leave it overnight. But I'll do this one now. So
the 10 metres each.
The 10 metres each.
Sometimes tape runners you buy and you think, oh, that's a bit of a bargain.
They've got about 3 metres on, haven't they?
You get it home, it's got about 2 footsteps in it, and you're
3.
like, what?
Have you got big feet? They have about 3 metres on, don't they?
No. But figuratively speaking, you know what I mean. You know, sometimes you think you've got a deal, and you think, well, that didn't last long because you use a lot of tape, don't you?
You can use a lot of tape. So I've just put that together, and you can see that it is bending my card as I open it up. Yeah. And that does come apart, but I have only just done that. Yeah. If as I did state yesterday, leaving it overnight, it will tear it has to set. Yeah. It has to, like with glue, it has to bond, it has to set. Of course. But they're honestly, you've got the givable in case you make a mistake.
And that's good, because actually if you've got a tape pen that's at the other end of the scale that's far too instant grip, you're like, oh,
you've nothing.
Darn it.
Yeah, I can take
stronger.
Definitely. I can take it away.
Yes.
Delicately take it away, but it is a double-sided tape on a roll. You don't get any mess or anything else. You can direct it down, but leave it overnight and burnish it when you're happy, and it will stay. It will be stable and it will be permanent.
I love it. Listen, we need to get a wriggle on. We're not even all the way through this. We're going to run out of show before we got to the end of the products at this rate. Good job, you're shopping ahead of us as well. Anyway, 10 tape runners, great deal. Right, next up, we've got a tape bundle for you. We've got red liner tape. Red liner tape is, again, another revelation in card making as well. I just think it's absolutely brilliant. The neat finish that it gives you is incredible. What else have we got in this bundle? So it's the liner tapes and finger lift tape in various widths as well. So you're going down into quite small widths there as well, aren't you? So we've got, oh gosh, there's lots of numbers there on the screen there. So we've got, is it 1, 2, 3, 4 different sizes, I think, of the finger lift tape.
If it says 6-12, what it means is the tape is 6mm, but the carrier is 12. So with a finger lift tape, it doesn't go to the edge of the carrier sheet.
Oh, I see.
And that makes the finger lifting so easy. A lot of people struggle with lifting tape.
Oh, okay.
And this is what finger lift.
I see. Right, so you stick it down, and you've always got an edge to lift it back up again.
You lift it back up.
Oh,
And
look at that.
It comes up. You would always have to burnish it down to do it.
Yeah. There you go. Look. Oh, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
It's really easy to use tape, definitely. So 6x12 means it's got 6mm tape inside, but it's got a 12mm carrier so that you can just lift it easily.
Oh, I see. And I just realised I don't know why I stuck this to the back of this, because as soon as I turn that over now, it's going to stick and stay to whatever. Anyway, so you've got liner tape there, and you've got the finger lift tape. How clever. That's really, really good. Oh, and there's also the ultra-high tack tape as well. Ah, hence the different sizes. So some is finger lift and some is the high tack tape. Full details on the website, I'm going to say right now, just because I haven't got time to go into all of the ins
You've
and outs.
got a value of you've got a mixture of everything that will be you need more than one adhesive, more than one tape for different projects. And in that bundle, you've got everything.
Fabulous. That's a nice way of putting it, Karen. Thank you. Bless you. 336 707 is your item number there. Saving £5.40. So it's now just £12.46. Grab that quickly while you can. Right, let's do some glue now. We've got some glue, and we've got lots of it as well. So craft glue. It's 3 sizable. Oh, made in Britain as well. That's a good thing as well, isn't it? Can't say that about very much at all these days, can we? That's a definite plus point. So what's the big saving here that we're making? So £24, so it's about £8 usually per one. We're saving £7.20. So again, best part of a 3 for 2 then on this one, Karen.
It certainly is. Yep, definitely. And each one has a screw top onto it, so it's got its own. You don't have to make an hole into it, but you have a screw top that until you open it up, you don't need to use it. It's acid-free, it's non-toxic, water-based, but the beauty about this glue, it has a really, really quick grab and then a really solid hold. So don't put too much on, just squeeze it nicely in. I do use it in one of John next door's
fine tip applicators,
and I do water it down just a little bit.
Oh, do you?
Because of that, yeah.
Okay.
It's a nice thick glue.
Okay.
And I only for that applicator.
Decanting, yeah. Okay.
To decant it in there. So popping it on, and rub it into it, and it does tack. You can see it's starting to tack already. It's got a nice quick sturdy thing. You need to leave it a few seconds, and then it's stuck, and you can tell it started sticking. It's tearing away.
You can see
it's tearing the paper away.
Lovely. Karen, we're going to have to shimmy on, sorry, darling, because we've got like 3.5 minutes or something. And we're not finished yet. So grab that one, 1677. Let me show you some of the others. You've been shopping for these anyway, but we'll show you on the telly. The grey boards, the A4 grey boards, 36 sheets of it. It's 2,250 microns for £19.57. That's a bit of a deal, Karen, isn't it? I don't think I've bought grey board that often, but that seems like a really, really good deal.
It's it's the one that I was cutting earlier, so it's exceptionally really, really thick. You're doing your journals, throw your paint at it. It's solid enough to take all your paints for all your mixed media, definitely. Lovely.
We've also got 12x12s as well, haven't we, of the grey board, which is superb. I love 12x12. It's a good size to work with. You can get your teeth into it. Can't you? You know, for a project, especially for mixed media projects, really good. Same 2,250 microns, and we get 30 sheets at 1957. Wow. Really, really good. And don't forget, anything you buy today will qualify you for our Spring Savers £5 off a £30 spend tomorrow. including the brand new 7-day savers which launched today. And actually we've got one from Oakwood as well, haven't we? The artificial moss in 6 different colours there, which is really, really good. You have been shopping for that in this hour as well. Should we see what else is on there? Because I didn't see the email this morning because I was up so early. So we've got jelly bean magnetic sheets there. 10 sheets for £9.99. We've got bumper card kit there from Occasions. Pink Frog Super Smooth. 120 sheets for £16.98. That's really, really good. Watercolour cards there with backing board, £39.84. We've got some low-tack purple tape. Well, we've got great tape in this hour as well, but you can have a look at that bundle too if you like. Oh, there's a Make It Joe's 7-day saver too. So an animal faux fur fat quarters. That's not easy to say at this time of the morning, is it? Includes 3 times fat. Well, you're going to go and have to go and have a look to see what the rest of that sentence is. And there's some So Nice zips there as well. Continuous zips and sliders for £19.99. They've just launched, by the way, on the website. So just go to thecraftstore.com. I forget where they live now because the website's changed a little bit. But just go look for the 7-day savers and you will find them. In fact, the Oakwood 7-day saver is in this hour anyway, actually, which is really, really good. Everything's been so busy. Well done on the scissor bundle as well, by the way. I'm sorry for wagging my finger and telling you, but that was too good a deal when it was minus money. It kind of just had to be done, didn't it, really? Karen, darling, you're back at midday, aren't you?
I'm back at midday with the 1-day special, but we're going to concentrate on the fuchsias at midday.
We are. We're really looking forward to that, actually. I've just bought some fuchsia plants recently at the garden centre, and they're not doing so well so far. So we're going to bring the world of fuchsia to life with the 1-day special and Karen at midday. Remember, your happy hour deals will end in 3 minutes and 15 seconds. So do make sure that you check them out as quickly as you can and go and have a squiz at those 7-day savers that have just launched this morning as well at 8 o'clock. Thank you for a fabulous show. Thank you to lovely Karen as well. That was great fun, wasn't it? Stay where you are. Craft yourself silly with lovely Hayley and her new brood of ducks. Then we've got Scarlet Rose Crafts and sewing with Marint later as well. There's lots coming up this Sunday morning.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people, and that's just the beauty of this. There's always something new to learn. There's always something that you want to get into. It's fabulous. My Let Leona Loose show is also fantastic. It's my weekly highlight. I get to work with loads of really cool brands, loads of fantastic products, and again, I'm always learning. And I do get loads of wonderful viewers getting in touch as well, which is obviously a highlight of our job. I hope you can join me on my Let Leona Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Stamperia are an Italian company. They launched in 1995 with stamps, stencils, paints and an incredible product, the world famous rice paper. They were actually the first company to print on rice paper and they're now absolutely renowned for it. The product range that Stamperia offer is really diverse. They bring us incredible stamps, obviously the world famous rice paper, but they're always trying to bring new techniques as well. So they'll bring different mediums, beautiful moulds, so there's always something for every type of crafter. They will definitely have something for you to craft with, and everything you craft with will be top quality and beautiful. so make sure you don't miss the Stamperia shows.
Now, you don't realise, everybody at home right now, the excitement we had in the studio with a double opener, everybody. Double opener, double show opener there, Hayley, just for you.
Gives you an extra kind of 10 seconds to
An
panic
extra 10
and run
seconds.
around.
We love an extra 10 seconds. That was the high excitement indeed in the studio. Although the director did say we might not get the second opener, it might not come, might come crash straight to your face. Imagine if you just clicked over and you saw that. Especially if you had a hangover. Morning! Hope you're all well. Hope you've had a lovely day with us so far. What a difference having the sun up in the morning. Isn't it nice to see some warmer weather coming through? And our very own ray of sunshine herself. Yeah, you. Yes,
Oh, we're laying it on thick this morning, Scott.
Hey, well, you know what? It's been a while since we've been together on a show.
It
We've only
is.
got an hour.
I know.
So it's like speed dating. I don't know. I've heard.
Okay, moving on.
We've got loads on the show for everybody with lovely Hayley, which I'm very excited about. Always a pleasure, never a chore. And hopefully we'll have a conversation about a duck at some point, which will make my day. We have got 7-day savers to bring to you. We have got the spring savers. The spring savers. Now, if you don't know about the spring savers, let me try and get this right. This could go very wrong. You order anything at all today, you will get £5 off you on... Right, let's start again. You order anything today, you get £5 off tomorrow then. Anything that you order that comes to £30 or more. So if you bought anything yesterday, you got your £5 voucher that you can use today on anything. We've got a couple of things over £30, haven't we, Hayley?
Yes,
We've got a
there
couple
are
of things
two or
over
three
£30
things.
that you could use that £5 towards bringing that price down. This lasts until 6 p.m. on Tuesday evening, and that is it. So make the most of your spring savers, which is always brilliant, isn't it, when you get a bit extra cash off. We've also got some really good deals on the show anyway, regardless of that for you as well, which is brilliant. And there's lots. Now, we'll say we've got so much on this particular hour's show. We can't even put it all on the counter. So please, you are invited to shop ahead. Get on the website if you would like to join us there on the craftstore.com. Have a little look at those. Pop those ones into your basket. There may be a couple of things that you look at, you know, we're going to go through and explain a little bit more with some of the kits, like we've got them straight away, we're going to show you here as well. And this is where we're going to start off with, actually, with our template of going this one, which is absolutely a bouquet template. $14.99 only. It's brand new on the show today. Hayley, let's go straight into the deep end.
Okay.
I'm basically showing everything here, and these are all achievable with the templates
Yes,
we've got here.
So you've got a little template set there, and what they do is they each make a 4-inch square. So you can see in the samples that you've got there, they make 4-inch squares. You put a 3x3 block together, and that makes a 12-inch overall block.
Right.
Okay?
Got you.
So what you get is you get 3 different flower heads. Now, these are made up from various different templates within there, so you kind of mix and match them around, and it does say on the instructions which ones you need.
You do get the instructions with it, don't you?
Yes, there's 3 sets of instructions. There's the instructions to make the tulip-style flower, that kind of pink one with on the end. They're all pink. I don't know why I said pink.
Yeah, that
the
threw
one
me.
in the middle, which is kind of more like a kind of daisy type thing, where you've got a low down, that one. So you've got the centre, and then you've got the border that goes all the way around the outside, and then you've also got those little corners coming off the edges. Now, Heather, who's done that sample, has put those little corners off the edges in the background colour. You can make them whatever colour you like, and also there's little corners around that octagon in the centre, so you can add, as she's done, a 3rd colour into it, so it kind of graduates out, and it looks like one of those kind of big roses or something like that. And then you've got the other one up at the side there, which is more like a stylised pansy.
This one?
Yes,
Yes.
that's the one. And again, you can add different colours into there as well. So you can make your background colour the same, where those darker pink
Oh, yeah.
Ones are coming in at the sides, you can do those. You can see all three together there, and you can mix and match these. You can mix and match them within the block as well. So that one a tractor's done, and she's put them kind of all in a row. The one at the bottom that Heather's done, she's actually kind of staggered them. So you've got higher ones and lower ones. And then there's another couple of samples that you've got there. So that one that you've got your hand on, that one's just used the kind of miniature 4-inch blocks within a different pattern. And the kind of stripes that you can see there running through, they're using what would be the stalks, but just using them in a different way. And that's one that our fantastic Tractor's done. Tractor's knocked herself out because she's done 3 samples.
Who done this one then?
A tractor as well. She's a good girl. She's a good girl, this one.
She's done well.
Yes.
She's a keeper.
Definitely. Definitely. And I got a lovely note with it as well, which I have misplaced. And I really enjoyed this one because it's a set of 10 templates, but because you can mix and match them up a bit, you know, you can change the look of it. So that's kind of one set of the instructions. The other 2 instructions are down at the bottom there.
So you've got 3 sets.
You can see how to go through all of them. So the first instruction takes you through exactly which pieces you're going to need to cut. So which templates you're going to need to find to make this. And then it tells you how many of what you need to cut and how you need to start sewing it together.
Got you, got you.
And it all then goes together to make that long, skinny 4-inch by 12-inch block, which if you're making a strip quilt, there's no reason why you have to stop at 3 flowers together. You can keep going and going and going and going and make a whole kind of row or border around the bottom. So it's quite a lot of fun, this one.
Yeah, and what's nice, just from an observer and all this as well, that the instructions, I like you when you've got really clear images of what you'll be able to achieve and how to achieve it.
Big pictures.
Yeah, I like big pictures.
Yeah.
We've got that face that just likes big pictures. But absolutely perfect. So actually, with what you're getting for only $14.99, I mean, you're basically looking at a £5 a different sort of style or project, really, when you put them all together in this bundle. That's brilliant.
Kind of £5 per flower, and then you can put those together in so many different ways.
Yeah.
So these ones are a lot of fun. And you also get, I don't know if it is over there, but you also get a little planner as well, so you can kind of work out which colours you want to put where.
Oh, I see.
Well. So
okay.
I would recommend laminating that.
Yeah.
And then you can kind of, you know, colour it in several times and still wipe it off.
Absolutely brilliant. Brand new on the show today. Really, really good. I can see this being very, very busy indeed. For that price, with all the different variations that you can do of those different templates all working together, real value for money in this. The item code you'll need is 705230. Is brand new there. Get it right now. $14.99. What are those projects that you're thinking? Maybe these particular flowers of your favourite choice anyway. Maybe it's a sort of like that nature theme and the feel again with flowers you want to be working with. Or you're just looking for a different way to maybe that next step in putting this all together for your beautiful florals that you might work on your quilts, for example. 705230, only $14.99, brand new on the show. Right then, jumping down, we've got.
I have had a thought.
Oh,
I've done some maths. If you got that for $14.99 today and you got your £5 off,
yes,
then technically, if you're spending your £30 the next day, you've got that for £10.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, you have. We like that,
They're
don't we?
thinking down there for dancing, Scott.
Oh, never do any dancing.
Not anymore.
No. Not even at a wedding.
Oh my gosh.
Unless Saturday Night Fever comes on, then you try and stop me.
You know, wait.
Get out my way. Right.
I'm inviting you then. I'm inviting you, and I'm putting Saturday Night Fever on just so I can see this.
I'll be there.
Okay.
Just need to warm up the arm. Right. Oh, now we've got this. I like this. Look at this. Is a big set. All of this together.
Yes.
We're running everything from 2 inches to 4.5 inch.
You can get them individually as well, and you've got some samples there next to you.
I have.
To kind of explain what these do. These ones I do need to demonstrate, and I will do that.
Will this be useful if I hold this up to start with and you could talk
That would help, yes. So these rulers will help you to cut half square triangles. So the one that is the kind of second one in from the, oh man.
This one?
No, next one along. From your right, yes,
this
that one. That's your half, left and right, man. I've got issues with left and right.
It's going well.
It's going well.
It's all right.
Well. So that one
I'm trying to do it
is
reverse
your
as
half
well.
square triangle.
Oh, is that
and
one
then
there?
the next one along.
Oh, okay. This one?
Yes, that one.
Yeah.
That one is your half square triangle with quarter square triangles on one side. And then the next one along
This one?
is your kind of little hourglass ones, which are all quarter square triangles. Now, if you were cutting each of those individual bits to sew together, you'd be there forever.
A long time.
But this way you can sew bits together first, then cut them in a certain way, and then sew them back together, and that is what will give you these. So I've got a couple of bits ready to sew together,
Okay.
which I need to do just big long strips first off, and then we'll kind of get into using kind of one of the next item and some of that item in one demonstration. Ooh, I know.
Multi-item demonstration coming up, everybody. 2 openers and a multi-demo. I'm loving this. We have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces all together here. We go from 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5 house rulers. Now this is brilliant because actually, if you look at this saving here from just over 80 odd pounds, with that huge saving that brings it right the way down. And if you're going to put this over your flexi pay as well, brings it right down to your first payment of just £29.97. So look at that, £24 saving down to £59.94 for all of these. You might want to get them in your baskets now. More demonstration and information coming up, of course, when we come to that with Hayley. But really good opportunity for you. If you have got that £5 from yesterday, if you bought anything, of course, don't forget you're taking another £5 off of that if you go for this, because it does come in at over £30. So absolutely brilliant. That, in fact, you'd only be paying, what, £54.94 if you've got that £5 part of our Spring Savers event from yesterday. So that really does, with a £24 saving on it already. Then another one, we'll come to those in a bit more detail a little bit later on in the show. Right, OK, now we've got 3 different options for you, and in 3 different sizes. We're going to be bringing to you, this is your fantastic silly on a roll, on a roll, 1.5 silly on a roll. I'm on a roll now.
Every time, because it says,
every time.
Next line, silly. And then nobody ever looks at the top line because they know it's the kind of the company name.
So let's just go for that beginning, like we've done it in an edit. Right, coming up. Oh, they've just changed the details. That'll flip back in a second.
What you mean is the Crafty Self Silly on a roll.
There we are.
This is a 1.5 that you're starting with. There are 3 colour options in this, which are your black. Oh, so back in black.
Oh, black has sold out previously.
Yes, it's a really, really popular colour, and I'll show you some samples with it in just a second.
So it's back
you've
in
got
black.
Black in black. You've got white wedding, and you've got pearl jam.
I do like these names.
Yes, we've had a lot of fun with this.
I bet.
We've had a lot of fun.
Black is back. Ooh, there's a 70s song. Do you remember that one?
Well, we've named a lot of. I mean, one of the bundles that we had when we launched these as a one-day special the other week was we had a purple people eater.
A purple. Oh,
as
wow.
a bundle.
Like that.
Yeah, we've had lots. We've had lots of people emailing us with different song names that we can call future bundles as well.
Oh, that's a good song as well. I like that. So this is 1.5 inch. We've got so it's back in black. We've got purple rain, and we've got the white wedding for you. This is on item code 061256. £2.80 saving here. So it's £16.19 if you would like to go for the 1.5 inch cotton on a roll for you there. Next size up from the 1.5 is, what was it going to?
So the 1.5 inch.
I was waiting to see if, just anyone guessed, but they were straight in the 2.5. It's pretty obvious.
So the 1.5 inch, that will give you a 1 inch finished size. So I'm going to start from the beginning. So you're going to lose basically ½ an inch every time you sew one of these in, because you're going to lose a 1/4 inch on one side and a 1/4 inch on the other. So it starts off as 1.5 inch, but once it's sewn in, it will be a 1 inch strip. So like this one over here. So the sashing that's been put in between all of these blocks, this is a 1.5 inch strip, so you can see, especially in those kind of big oriental prints, it works so well because it gives you that consistent width on your strips. You're not having to kind of chop and change and kind of move things about. You've just got a continuous roll. And the other benefit of that continuous roll is the fact that you are going to get just no joins.
Yeah.
No joints. It's on one continuous piece. So, if you have a quilt that is 10 metres by 10 metres by 10 metres, then, you can put a border right round it. and have no joins.
Do you know what's lovely though? It's like with anything, isn't it? When you see it on cardstock or anything like that, when you've got that black border or that border to any.
Absolutely.
So that looks really lovely, actually. That you can see.
Looks really, and it's Heather that's done that sample for us.
Really, really lovely. So, so bearing in mind, you are then losing basically half an inch off those ones. So this is your 2.5 inch. So there'll be 2 inches actually that on show, of course. You get 40 metres in a roll. Oh, the white wedding. White. OK, 20% of the stock has already gone on the white wedding. Now, it did sell out previously, the white wedding, proving very, very popular again. So do, if certainly for this size, if you want to go for the 2.5 inch, that is 439236 is your item code there. It's got a £3 saving on there also for you.
2.5 inch is your standard jelly roll, strip roll, freedom roll. That's your standard width as well. So if you're wanting some, maybe you've got one of those rolls and you're looking for something to go with it to kind of expand it and make it go that little bit further, then that's a great one to use.
Oh, right, that's really good point on that. So that's your 2.5 inch. Right then, next from your 2.5, we've got the 3.5 inch, of course, which will give you 3 inches actually on show. This is item, everything else is the same on this one, but your item number is 535131. That's £39.99. That comes with a £5 saving. Again, same 3 options of colour that you've got here for you, just the item code changes on the size. 535131 is for your 3.5. Right, now, the binding tool, and this is a must-have if you do a lot of that, because this takes all the stress and the hassle out of this. This is such a lovely, easy instrument to work with.
Yes, so these 3 tools are designed to work specifically with those 3 sizes of rolls that we've just shown you. And you can do kind of a couple of different things with them. So you can make your binding, which is kind of folded first of all in half. So you can see there's a wider slot on the bottom of each of those, and that will take you, and it says on there as well the sizes it will take you from and to. So for 2.5, it will take you from 2.5 inches to 1.25 inches. And then there's a smaller slot at the top where you can fold it in half again, and that will take you from your 1.5 to your 5/8.
All nice and clear then, so basically once you've got
clear as mud, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm following, but it will say that actually on the
it does say
tool
on the binding
itself.
tool. And the reason we've put kind of the 2 sizes on one is because then you can do either with that one tool. You don't have to go and find a second one to finish it off.
Perfect.
So you use it one way round, and then you turn it around and use it the other way round, and you can see the curves kind of cut into all of it, which means that you can use it with your iron and allow it to slide along. But we might do that later.
Right.
If we get time, there's a lot to get.
Well, we've got a lot to get into this hour. 873042, £13.99. That's 1.5, 2.5, and 3.5 on those particular that you'll be working. £13.99. That's great. OK. The bundle that's already very, very busy. This is the whole 9 yards. This is the super slim with a, wow, brilliant saving on this one. £29.50 saving. Huge savings for this one if you want to go for the whole 9 yards.
Well, we had to do it for spring savers, didn't we?
You what, sorry?
We had to do it for the spring savers.
Ah, you see. Is that what it is? Is that what it is? It's a good deal.
It is, and the super slim batting is exactly what it says on the tin. So sometimes if you're putting a batting or a wadding in things, especially projects where you've got kind of multiple layers of batting, then it can be that little bit thick.
Okay.
This is a really nice fine thin one, so especially for your smaller projects, maybe not, you know, a huge duvet sized quilt, it'd probably be, I would say, a little bit thin for that, but your smaller ones where you're doing lots of layers together, maybe you're doing bags where you've got to sew seams where there's 3 or 4 layers in one place, it's absolutely perfect for that. It's 100% polyester, and within the whole 9 yards you're getting 3 yards of each of the products that we're going to show you.
Right,
so you're getting 3 yards of your batting, and 3 yards, if you want it in meterage, is 2.7 metres. Right. And then you're getting the same amount in the calico, and you're getting the same amount in the white quilting cotton as well. Yes. So it's kind of all your basics.
Oh, that's great, actually,
Everything's
isn't it?
Here is never going to go out of fashion. It's never going to go out of style. It's going to be one of those basics that you use all of the time. And
it's brilliant, actually, when you bundle it all together and you get that saving off that. That is a huge amount saved. So brilliant. Now it's only 44, 47. Don't forget, as part of the Spring Savers, if you have got that extra £5 voucher that you want to be using, because you made purchase previously, of course, and that takes it down then to actually, what, that 39 or so, wouldn't it be? You're looking at instead of your 44, 47. So a really, really, really great time to do that one for the whole 9 yards. 784541. This is really nice and soft as well. I like this. I could just stay with that for ages as well. Right, we've also got for you, as if it wasn't a happy hour enough with lovely Hayley, Hayley's happy hour. There's an idea. We've also got some other deals for you that are only specifically for this hour, for your happy hour. So, if you'd like to go for this, this is a brilliant bundle of 30 assorted zips. Are we talking assorted in colour, not in style?
They are all open-ended.
Right.
Which, to explain an open-ended zip, it's the kind of zip that you would put on a jacket, or you can make some quite fun projects with these where, you know, things kind of open out and then go back together, especially get little kind of storage pieces where you can zip it all the way open and actually spread it right the way out rather than being tied together because of the zip. Now, these are really nice, strong ones. You've got 3 different lengths and you're going to get a variety. It's going to be very similar to what you've got here, but you are going to get a bit of a mixture in there. So you've got some huge, great big long ones. I mean, they even for if you were going to make a jacket.
That's a big coat. That.
Yeah, I think it's about 65 centimetres.
Could wear as a tie.
A zip tie.
A zip tie. Doesn't he think? Yeah, they are massive.
Yeah, they're great, and they're really, really strong zips as well.
They're strong. Doesn't it when you undo it the wrong way around?
Oh.
I'm always like that with a coat.
Oh,
you know,
back to front, upside down.
Yeah, back to front, upside down.
They are really, really strong, really, really chunky zips, and just, you know, that will work too.
So many different ways of wearing it.
But a lot easier to sew in as well, because they're open-ended and you can split them off and you can sew them in as 2 individual pieces.
Yeah.
It makes it an awful lot easier to sew them in as well, because you don't have to use them as open-ended zips. You can sew one side, sew the other side in, then hook them back together, zip it up, and then just, you know, you're making your life a lot easier if you don't want to use them as fully open zips.
It is just a happy hour deal, though. So you've only got 40 minutes just to get these in there. Wow, just see the saving there, £40. £40 special price offer on that one, reduced down to now £19.69. 906162. Grab those if you want to go. That's 30 assorted zips for you. These are the open-ended. We've also got as well. We've got another bundle as well. We've got the invisible zips for you. Here they are. No? OK. I've got them over here instead. No, I just wanted to do...
Well, you've got a handful of them. You're getting way more than that. There's 5 of each here. You're actually getting 20 of each. 20 in the turquoise and 20 in the brown. So I explained to you before the show what an invisible zip was. Do you remember?
Well, you can't see the gubbin. I'm going to call it gubbins.
Gubbins?
The gubbins at the bottom. So literally, you just see like
almost
like a pleat.
Yes.
Was that right?
Yes. So the way that an invisible zip is exactly the same as a normal zip. The only difference is the puller is on the side where the teeth are not.
So there's the teeth. That's where the puller is there on the other side, so you don't see the teeth.
Exactly. So a normal zip, a normal closed zip, you would see teeth and the puller on the same side. The invisible zip is the pullers on the other side, so you just get a much kind of nicer, smoother finish.
So used on skirts, etc., dresses where you don't want to sort of see the mechanics.
You can use them on any projects. You can use them on bags and things.
Oh, right, yeah, of course, of course.
I mean, I think they are kind of known for being on skirts and you know, garments, but they can be used on absolutely anything, anywhere you'd use a normal zip, but you want to have something that's just going to look a little bit smoother and a little bit classier.
Oh, that's all you are is just classy.
Can't see the workings. That's what you want.
Yep, absolutely. 285017. I'm just checking this one. You are getting 20 brown and 20 turquoise zips. £30 savings. So £9.99 for this hour. Do for that. What's that? 25 pence a zip. Wow, what a deal that is. Honestly. Well, right now they're back to being invisible again. Right, I suppose now it's time to see, because you're working away there. We're going to get to demo.
I am.
The website, of course, there's a lot more on the show than what you've just seen here. We've got a lot more there from Craft Yourself City. We've got 5-star reviews for you. We've got lots of different templates that you can be working with, which is absolutely brilliant. Loads. In fact, I think some more of these, where you're going to see these working in this hour. So great that you're shopping ahead. Do take advantage. Don't forget your happy hour deals do run out at 10 o'clock from this particular hour. Right, Hayley, over to your good self.
So I have been, just while you've been doing some admin, as we like to call it.
Yes.
I've been sewing some strips together. So I'm actually going to use the 3.5-inch fat track ruler. And for the 3.5-inch fat track ruler, I'm using the strip rolls or honor rolls, but I picked different colours to what we've got on the counter, just because black and white is not always that camera friendly.
True.
So I've gone with some slightly different colours. So with the fast track rulers, what you first of all need to do is you'll see, let me see if I can get this on the overhead for you. And I might put that purple on the back of it so we can see these lines a bit more clearly. So if I pop that on there, it's a bit wonky. Can you see it though?
Yeah, we see that.
Okay.
That's good.
So when we are measuring with our fat quarter fast track ruler, I apologise for all the fingerprints on this one. What you need to do is, when you cut your fabric, there's a little, if I just push that up a bit, can you see that little line marked
Yes, the
on
second
there?
line, yeah.
That line is to show us what the starting size of our fabric needs to be.
Right.
So for the 3.5-inch ruler, it just happens to be, oh, maybe it's not, maybe it's the next one up. Hang on, let me just get my 4-inch. I think it's that one I need. Yeah, there we
That's
go.
spot on, isn't it? I see.
Oh, maybe it needs a big one still. Hang on.
Oh.
I've picked my, there we go. No, it's definitely the 4. Sorry. Just having a little shuffle. Make sure I've got the right one. Right, there we go. That's it. Now, from that line to the edge of the ruler, that's the width that I need to cut my fabric. Now, for the 4-inch one, it just so happens to be that you need a 3.5-inch strip. So I'm using the 3.5-inch strip roll, the honor roll that we've got over there. I've just got slightly different colours. So I've taken my my honor rolls and I have sewn several strips together, and I'm in the last little bit of this one here, and then we're going to open it out and press it, and then the magic begins.
Oh, hello.
Okay. Because as you saw when I had it against that purple, it's got those diagonal lines kind of etched into it. And what that will do, I'll just give this a quick press, because we need to have it a little bit flatter than it currently is. So let me just pop this on the ground.
So if you are wondering, by the way, we do have them individually if you want to go for the actual template, the fast tracks as well. So there is the bundle that you can see there, but if you are working on a particular size more often than others and you think, actually, I just want that one particular one, you can get them individually as well. So you can find those, all the details for that will get on the site, of course, or bottom of the screen, we've got the 4-inch option for you there without even to look anywhere. Look at that, 687 699. That's for the 4-inch, just $14.99 on its own. Are you creating magic still?
Oh, I'm just ironing.
Oh.
But in a minute I'll create some magic. I've done enough that we can kind of have a look at some magic.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
I like that purple, by the way. I like that colour.
Turned my fabric so it's on a 45-degree angle, and then if I just pop it so it's right, maybe I haven't got the right one. There we go. Can you see the little line? If I just move them.
Oh yes, yeah. See it now. It was actually on the line, wasn't it? Yeah.
Will line up, well, they're supposed to line up exactly with it. I've picked the wrong one up again. There we go. I keep picking the wrong one up. There we go. That's the one.
Got you.
Can you see those lining up with those now?
Yep.
And those 45s are there for you, so you can now cut along these.
Oh,
so,
brilliant.
I'm not a fan of rotary cutters. This would work much better with a rotary cutter, but I am scared. So...
There's honesty.
Well,
did you have a bad experience?
Yes,
don't
there's
go into
been a
detail.
bad experience. There's been a bad experience. So now I want to cut these to exactly that same width as we started off with. So I'm going to line that one up on there, and we're going to cut that off there. I'm just going to cut one row for now. So I'm going to cut that.
I had a bad
hang
experience
on,
once as well, Hayley.
I'm just going to double check.
That's why I can
Double checking.
never have sushi again.
Oh no.
No. Bad experience. Oh, sorry, I had a
That's it.
little flashback there. So my producers have put me back to reality. What are the new today? Oh, 20%. If you want to go for the bouquet, the silly bouquet, without reading the top line, $14.99 will give you all those 3 flowers. 20% of that stock's already gone. Brand new on the show today. $14.99 only. 705230.
Okay, so I've put those 2 lines on, and the lines are the exact width of the ruler. You might just see a little orange one there where I drew the wrong one first. And then, let me just get rid of that. We're going to do the same again. So we're going to cut this into the squares. And can you see, if I line that up there,
Yep.
that's our perfect square.
Got
and then
you.
we're going to get that again and again and again. And you're going to have a whole stack of perfect squares.
Oh, this is really easy then. Takes, like
It's
you say...
easier if you actually use your rotary cutter.
Yeah, yeah.
But I am using a pen and scissors because I don't trust myself, Scott. In all honesty.
I'm the same, that's why. Being sushi,
just don't trust myself.
Get on. And there was
And there's the other one.
and some jelly ones as well. Weird.
And you are going to create, I mean, this one we're a little bit off, and you will get the odd one where you're a little bit off because when you start and finish, so you can see on that one I'm just missing a corner. I haven't gone quite long enough with my piece of fabric. But you are going to create loads and loads of these.
Right.
And then the size that you end up with, 3.5 inch, which is what we've used on that particular ruler, that is going to be your finished square size. So whatever size it says on there, that's going to be your finished square size. And then you can go ahead and patchwork these into all sorts of things. You've got a few little examples that I've got you under there.
I have.
And these have all been made using the Fat Quarter Fast Track ruler. So that one has gone half square triangles, and then we just made a kind of checkerboard design using some black squares as well. And then we cut it apart, sewed it back together, and that's what we got.
Liking that.
So that one again, some half square triangles on the corners and some quarter square triangles, and using that 1.5 inch roll to put the sashing in between.
Well, yeah, I see that. I like that, yeah.
And then another one, that one I think uses the 4 inch one-ish. And then again, sashing in between to create those borders and the edgings. And you can see, even in just kind of, pretty straightforward colours, it can be quite striking.
Definitely works really
and that
nicely.
one again, I think that's the same size, that 4 inch square, but they're just sewn together.
I would say, I mean, I know we have said you can get them individually, but I think if you are going to be doing quite a lot of this kind of style, that's where you see that the entire collection of all of these goes really well together, actually, because that's also where you are getting your biggest saving. What's that, £4 saving on each ruler if you're going to go for the entire set? And again, I think just to have those options or the different sizes at your fingertips to work with, just absolutely brilliant deal for that one. That's where your biggest saving is. If now that's been explained by Hayley and you think, actually, I do, that would be really useful for the work and the sort of crafting that you're doing, I have to sort of really put you to the direction of getting the entire bundle, because that's where the biggest saving is. And just to add them all, because I'd imagine if you get used to using one and thinking...
Yes, they all
wish I'd
work
gone for the
exactly
lot.
the same way. So that's just quickly what I was going to show. So on your information, these are bigger instructions than you'll get. You'll get A4 size. These are just bigger to make it a bit easier to see with the cameras. So it tells you to cut half the width of the fabric. And the reason we've called them fat quarter fast tracks is because they're designed to work with the width of a fat quarter.
Oh, okay.
So you can use all those fat quarters that you've had kicking about for ages.
Oh, brilliant.
You can chop them up and use them this way. So it tells you the height of the strips that you need to cut, and then you sew them together to create one kind of block again. Now, like we showed before, you turn that 45 degrees, line up the diagonals that are on your ruler with the kind of seam lines that you've got on there, and then you start cutting. So you cut across first to create them, and you cut the full width of the ruler.
Right.
You don't cut to that original cut line. That first score line is just there to tell you how wide to cut your fabric in the first place.
Got you.
And then you're going to cut it down again to make those squares. And you can make the squares, oh, this one's upside down. And if you want to make the quarter square triangles that we showed you, you're going to do some 6 of each colour and half the normal width. And then you're going to do some 5 full strips. You're going to sandwich them all together. So you're going to create those kind of checkerboard ones, which you're going to then cut down again, and it tells you how big to do that. Sandwich them together, and now if you're wanting to make all of your triangles or all of your squares look the same, with the same kind of triangles, colours in the same places, then you want to do it like this one. If you want them to alternate, you just need to offset them across, or what we actually recommend you do is just flip one the other way up.
Right.
And the only important thing to do with this is when you're sewing these together, make sure you line those seams up, even though they're travelling, because it's easier to see on this one actually.
Yeah.
Even though they're travelling between these ones, you want to line those seams up. And then it's the same principle. So you line up your diagonals and then you cut through. And then once you get down to the bottom, you're going to cut through the other way, again using the full width of the ruler to make those little squares. And those squares will give you 2 small triangles on one side and a big triangle on the other.
Brilliant.
The last way to do them is the hourglass. So again, we start off the same. We cut the strips, we sew them together, we chop them apart, sew them back into a checkerboard, and then exactly that same principle again. And this gives you those little hourglass squares, the kind of 4 quarter square triangles all sewn together.
It really does make it very, very easy to do that as a multiples. Again, certainly for larger projects, if you're doing that, just think how much time this is going to save as well. And you're also making sure that you get perfect measurement every single time working with these. So do go for the entire bundle, because they are available individually. If you are working only in one certain size, that's great for you. But if you are thinking, do you know what, this could really save a lot of time, nice and easy, get constant perfect results every single time when you're working with those angles, because it's all there for you. Do you know, sometimes the simplest things are the best things, aren't they? And this seems like it's absolutely perfect for that. So if you want to go for this, a 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4 and 4.5 inch rulers, that you better make all those. You get the instructions again to show you exactly on A4, to show you exactly what you are going to be getting and the outcome that you're going to get on those different techniques of that. It has your £24 saving on there, which is absolutely brilliant. So that works out £4 saving per ruler if you go for the entire bundle. So that takes your price right the way down, which is phenomenal. Don't forget, from £59.94, if you have got your £5 voucher to be using for your spring savers at £5 off, you could put that down, so it actually brings it down even lower to under £55 you've been looking at. 438.691 for all of that, and it's available on Flexi. 2 payments of just £29.97. Absolutely brilliant. The other thing that was mentioned in there, of course, are the different rolls that we have. We've got the 2.5, 3.5, and we've got the 4.5. Oh, sorry, the 1.5, 2.5, 3.5. Yeah, we've got the 1.5 here, 40 metres, of course, whichever one of those colours you're going to go for. This one's got a saving down to take you down to £16.19. 061256. That's for the 1.5. You've got 3 different colour options. You've got the back in black, you've got white wedding. Pearl Jam is the third one that you've got there. 061256 if you want to go for your 1.5. 2.5 inches. We have exactly the same colours available for you. The same brilliant offering actually on this one. £3 actually as a saving on here. £26.99. Again, 40 metres in total that you're looking at on your 2.5. That's 439236 as your item code. You're back in black, by the way. 30% has gone. White wedding. Oh, what was that one? Oh, 30% of white wedding. Oh, Pearl Jam, 20% coming in, just behind the others at the moment. But, you know, anything can change. Anything can change. 439236, that's your 2.5 inch as well. Now, the size that Hayley was just demonstrating and showing you, these are your 3.5 inch that you've got here. Again, 40 metres. This comes with a £5 reduction in price for these ones, taking it down to £39.99. So it does qualify if you want to buy these with your £5 saving that you may have got from yesterday. 535 131. Don't forget, still loads on the website for this hour. Have a look, shop ahead. Don't forget your happy hour deals as well. If you want to go for the open-ended zips, they're on there, and you've also got your invisible zips. They're all there as well. They have to be in and out of your basket by the end of the hour. You've got 20 minutes. Hayley, you're using scissors now.
Yes,
having a snip.
I've been very busy. And,
you are busy.
Well, having a look at the flower template, and I've just picked one of them for us to do in this one.
Okay.
So I'm having a look at the one that's a bit like a tulip shape. So it says at the top here, we are going to need template number 8, template number 7, template number 5, template number 6, template number 9, and template number 10. So I've pulled out all the ones I need. The others can then be set to the side.
Okay.
And then it tells you what you're going to need to cut. So it says we need one of these. Then we're going to need 2 triangles in the blue, and that's number 5. So let's pop those on here. Now I am cutting these out with a pen and a pair of scissors rather than a rotary cutter. It's just personal preference for me. I don't trust myself, and yeah, there've been accidents in the past.
I feel like I need to press you on this at another time.
Yeah, it's not for
no, not for broadcast.
It's not for this time on a Sunday morning.
No, neither's my sushi story either, to be honest.
Thanks. Thanks, Scott. So one of the important things you need to remember is when you're lining these up, obviously we want these to kind of end up at the same size. So when you come to sew them together, you need to make sure that that's lined up in the centre. So obviously you've got those there. Let me just scooch this down. But you've got to make sure that you've got an even amount from either side. So let's get this first. We'll start building it.
A third of the stock's gone already, by the way.
This is a really fun little one, though. I mean, you're going to get a lot of use out of this one, because it's going to make a lot of different kind of shapes and flowers. And I think with a bit more experimentation, you're going to get even more use out of this.
Well, that's it, isn't it?
We've just seen it as flowers.
Yeah.
But I think that there'll be a lot more that turns out you can do with this
because
one.
you have got a lot of templates in that, lots of different shapes and sizes to work with.
And they are all they're kind of designed to work together. So do you see now, that takes it back out to that square. I'll put it the right way up, that will help. There you go. So we're going to do the same again for the other side. Because initially when you look at them, if I cut that out again and put it on the other side, you think that is never going to fit because it looks like it's a million miles out. But it will fit. It is all designed to fit.
Yep.
You need to trust the maths, is what I say. I think trust the maths.
Trust the maths. I want that on a T-shirt.
Trust the maths.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good, doesn't it? I like that.
All right, let's go. So this one again. If I put that next to it, initially you think, well, that's miles out. That's never going to fit. But then when you see it sewn on there, you can see it absolutely does. And these little tails, you can trim those back down later on when it comes to kind of putting them together. So I'll just trim them off for now. There you go. There you go. So this one goes on the other side. So we're going to do exactly the same again. Make sure we're in the middle.
Yep.
Let me get it. Sorry, I'm moving it around terribly. There we go. So make sure you're in the middle. See, you've got a little bit there, a little bit there. Perfect. So we're going to sew that on, and that's going to be our first step there. That's going to create the bottom.
While you get that, I'll let you know that we are now approaching 40%. We have now got queues on the phone line as well. It's very, very busy, so thank you very much, Dee. We'll be with your call as soon as we possibly can, as soon as they put their coffee down.
Maybe you should do a recorded message then for them when the phone lines are busy.
Hi, you've got
Scott.
through to... Hi, it's Scott. You've got through to the craft store. I'm sorry.
You nearly said it
We're
again,
unavailable.
didn't you?
What, eh?
Did you nearly say it again?
I did nearly say it, yeah. Oh, we should leave that on there. Hi, you've got through to a chat. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean the craft store. Please leave your message after the tone. Yeah, 40% of the stock, and there are queues on phone lines. Do you know that I have to say it's very, very busy, in fact, for the set as well. So all 10 templates. And you get your instructions as well to take you through, which I like them. There are big pictures and clear instructions, and for that price of $14.99, Absolutely brilliant. 705230. That's a great offer. That is absolutely brilliant. You've been paying good price. That.
Thanks. We do try.
You do.
We do
I know
try.
you are.
Well, the only reason we can do it is because we do everything in house. So what we tend to do is kind of not necessarily make to order. Yes, we'll have a few ready, but it means that the material that we've got, we're not stuck with stock sitting there. And we can kind of put it out at a good price right from the off, because we're not relying on, you know, a load of things coming over from, or importing a load of things. And if there's stock sitting there, then, you know, it's costing you money. So we tend to work, the other way round.
Yeah,
and that works for us.
That normally is factored in, isn't it, on other people's price points?
It is, yeah.
That's what you're paying for, not necessarily just the product. You're paying for all the other bits and pieces that go with that. I'm sure you're well aware. So that does make a big difference. Thanks, Hayley. That's great.
So this is the next step. So if I bring those instructions back in, you can see this is the next one we're going for.
Okay.
So we're going to add that triangle onto the top. And it's the same principle again. We're going to flip it over and then just make sure that we've got the same amount sticking out from either side. So, yep, we're good on that side. Yep, and we're going to stitch that on. Once we've done that, it's this same number 5 triangle that we're using, and we're going to make those two kind of half square triangles put together.
Right.
Now, because this is 2 together, what you can do is you can make one big one for this and then cut it in half.
And cut it in half, right.
But you are going to have to make sure that you do your maths and scale it up correctly, because I don't think this one's a slightly different angle, yes. So don't be tempted to use number 10. Let me see if I can get it against the black.
I see.
You can see. It's tempting to use number 10, which is the bigger one, and split it in half. That's not going to work because this is a different angle. It's designed for the leaves.
Don't be tempted. Don't be tempted.
Don't be tempted. So let me just quickly do this one, and then we'll start seeing that flower head coming together. So number 7 and number 8, they are the ones that you're going to use for your stalks. So 7 and 8 is going to be your plain, straightforward, straight up and down stitches, which are going to create your stalks. And you don't always have to put leaves on these either. If you decide to,
you could leave them out.
You could leave them out.
There you go. For free, that one.
Thanks.
It's all right.
So you could make 2 stalk pieces, or you could make a leaf for this side, but you could also make a leaf for the other side. So you've got lots of options with this. You could add 2 leaves, no leaves. You can really kind of mix it up and have a play and kind of work through all of them.
Once you've got that basic template, like you say, to work with, it's up to you as much as you want to go with it.
and you can always flip them over. What we recommend is obviously work with everything. Let me just get a darker colour so you can see. Everything with the number side up, because that's the way it's designed to go together.
Okay.
But once you start getting into it and you start doing all the fancy pants bits, then what you can do is flip them over, and that will give you an opposite-sided leaf.
Yes.
So these can go on much further than we're showing you now. I'm just going to quickly press that out.
I've got some exciting news for you while you're doing that. Half the stock has gone. Half the stock has gone, everybody. Half the stock has gone. There's still so much to get in and out of your basket. Don't forget, you've got your happy hour deals with your open-ended zips, your invisible zips. You've got to get those. If I'm just thinking about those people that are just tuning in, that are thinking, I just want to get some zips. This is the hour. The hour to get your zips, open-ended zips. You're going to be getting all sorted for those. They're there. You can find those ones. Get those checked in and out of your basket. They are there, as you can see, because this is a happy hour offer. Just to let you know, it's only there for this hour. The price points you're getting 906162. 30 assorted zips there as well, with a massive, huge saving that you're going to be getting on those. So absolutely perfect for all of those projects. Just £19.69 for this hour. And the invisible zips. They are there. 20 of the brown, 20 of the turquoise, £30 saving, £9.99 only for this hour. 285017. 25. Was that 25 pence a zip?
And invisible zips are usually more expensive than closed zips, just because of that extra little bit of shenanigans.
Great Scrabble word. Grab those for this hour only. But half the stock, by the way, has gone with the template bundle that Hayley is working with in this demonstration for you also. So please don't hang around for that one. £14.99 comes with instructions. 705230.
Okay, so I have cut out the other pieces that we need, and hopefully we'll get at least the tulip bit of this done in this hour. So I've got the back one, there we go.
Ah.
So it's really tempting with these, because you see 2 triangles, to sew them together like that. That's not what we want for this one. We want them to be like that. But we also need to make sure we've got them going 2 different ways. So if I turn this round so it matches the diagram,
Yeah.
that's that one.
I see, yeah.
But remember, when we're going to sew it, the seam's going to be on this side, so it will actually become that opposite one.
Flip, right.
So
got you.
I've got to make sure that I've got 2 doing the opposite things. Where am I going? There. No, that's it. I've got it. There we go. So we want 2 doing the
Yes, I
opposite
see.
things
Yeah,
to make
pointing
sure that when
away.
they go on there, it comes out right. So
See, that's why big, clear instructions are important.
Yeah.
But like that, when you've got them so clearly in 2 different colours, you can
Well, we
see
have
nice and
made
clear.
everything symmetrical, and that does help, because
Yeah.
then if you do cut something out wrong, usually you can use it for the other side anyway. So we have tried to make them as symmetrical as possible. So
Perfect. Do you count that as a workout, by the way?
let's get all the feet on, shall we?
Yeah, that's it. That's safer. That's safer. Could we just not got you a bigger counter that you could leave it up?
Well, I've just covevered the rest in
I see,
rubbish, to be
yeah.
honest. Well, not rubbish.
But it's
I've
it's-
just put stuff in the way.
It's like
I've
a little
made my
gym
own
workout, isn't it?
obstacles. Yes. Yes, it is.
I knew a little gym once. Lovely guy.
I've made my own obstacles today. So that's our first one. And then let's just line them up.
Did you know we only got 7 minutes left of this lovely hour?
It's whizzed past. Whizzed.
Too quickly.
Too quickly. Right, okay, second one done.
And Hayley's only here for this hour
Oh.
today. So you've got
Look,
to make
I've
sure
sewn
make
the
the
whole
most.
thing. No threading it though. You might have to do some admin, Scott.
Invisible zips,
Invisible
threads. We've got it all. Invisible hair. It's all. It's all. We've got it sorted. We've got it sorted,
We have,
everybody.
we
We're
have.
so on it. We're so on it. I'm just pinning now. Have you noticed? I'm pinning. Well, all I can see at the corner of my eye is Hayley going, trying to rethread. But no one's
Piece of
noticed. I
cake.
think I've got away with it.
Done.
Done?
Of course it's done.
She's good. She's good.
There we go. Let's do it again, shall we? Should we sew
Yeah,
these
do it
bits
again.
together?
So just in case you weren't sure, we'll show that slide demo again very quickly, this time using thread. Same principle.
Do you want to come do it?
No.
Well,
No.
you know.
No, you're doing a brilliant job.
Unless you want to come and do it, then,
No.
you know, pipe down.
Pipe down, Worsfold. Stand down.
Right, so there's those 2, and we just need to press those out. And then we're going to use that one on that side, which will create that side of it, and then the opposite on the other. So I'll just quickly give them a quick press, because you can see they're kind of folding over at the minute. So let's
you,
just grab
got
the
you.
iron. Give them a
Brand new
quick
on the show,
press.
by the way, for the bouquet templates, which you are getting 10 templates in total, and the instructions on how to work with it. But you get loads and loads of different ways of working and bringing these all together. In fact,
I mean,
there's one here.
this is 1 out of 3 different flowers
Yeah.
that you're going to make. So, I mean, there's a lot more.
Very pretty. And again, don't forget, once we've worked how to do that, how you can bring them all together, added leaves, if you want to put those extra leaves on, of course, you know, we're sort of changing the angle over, so you don't just have to have the one stem, you can be as creative as you want to. And I think that's the fun things about templates like this, that you can, once you've got those basic tools and those basic knowledge in place,
I
then,
would
of course,
say make
go
one
for
of
it.
each so you get the hang of it.
Yeah.
And then you can absolutely just go to town with this
Yeah,
one. You
yeah,
can have a
yeah,
lot of
really
fun.
nice.
I'm just quickly sewing one side on so we can show you how it's starting to come together, and then the other side I'm going to show you how to do that one. So when you're attaching this one on, so it works for both, exactly the same for both sides on this.
Yep.
When we're attaching this on, we want to line this seam up with this seam and not line it up kind of at this point. You want to line it up at that 1/4 inch in point. So you want to line that up with there, because it's kind of automatic to kind of line the seams up there,
Okay.
right at the edge.
Right.
But because once you've sewn that in, if you do that, if I show you this one, which is exactly what I did there,
Got you.
so I can show you what not to do. Can you see it kind of, my join is here, and then that one steps down by a little bit. If you line it up with the seam where it would be once it's a 1/4 inch in, so we'll shuffle that across, you'll get a much better finish.
We are now approaching 60%, and I think now what's happening is people are now seeing it in action. They're understanding, and actually the possibilities are pretty endless, actually, with regard to the 10 templates. It may just go into create other things. You never know. It doesn't just work in that, you know, that you work with the bouquets itself there. 705230 is your item code for $14.99 for 10 templates. I think you'll agree that is an absolutely fantastic, fantastic offer. Plus, you get the instructions, of course. They're really nice and clear for you to work with. So we are at 60% of the stock, brand new on the show today. And it's the only hour that Hayley's with us today. Because she's skiving, she's not in for the rest of the day.
Skiving?
No, not in. I said she's not in.
Oh,
She's not
I'm refereeing integration of ducks.
Oh, I said that we chat about ducks.
It's hard work, man.
I mean, there's some lame excuses for not being in, but I mean that's the best.
Duck referee.
Duck refereeing.
Yeah.
Phrase I wasn't expecting to say
That's our
today.
first one. Done.
So
I know
quickly.
we've not got time to do the rest, but the stalk is pretty straightforward. Your stalk is going to be one side, and then this is going to be your stalk colour in the middle there. And then if you just want to continue a stalk, you'll do another 7.
Yep.
If you want to then start adding the leaves in, then you're going to need 9 and 10. There it is, 10.
There.
And it goes this way, there, like that, 9 and 10.
Got you.
But don't worry that they don't initially look like they work, because you remember you've got that seam allowance kind of etched in there for you. If I put it on there, you can see that seam allowance is etched in. And when you marry those up where the seam allowances will be, then you'll find you've got a much better match.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Brilliant. Thank you. Really,
Thank
really
you,
brilliant.
Mr.
Nice
Scott.
demo to see them working, actually. Great offer. It's only $14.99, and that price is only that low because, again, of everything, of course, that Craft Yourself Silly do to really make it as simple and as best they possibly can for you to get those best prices. 705230, $14.99. Don't forget, you've still got a couple of minutes left if you wanted to go for, of course, the happy hour deals. We've got the open-ended zips for you as well, where you're going to get a variety of your different colours that will go through with this one. This is 906162. 30 assorted zips for your happy hour deal. Massive saving there of £40. 1916.9 is all you're looking at there. It's under £20 for 30 zips, which is absolutely phenomenal.
If you went to buy one of those long open-ended zips, I'd be surprised if you got change out of a £5.
For one zip?
For one of those
of
ones,
the sort of length
especially because they're really chunky, really solid, and that's at least a 60, probably a 65 centimetre zip, so they are a really good value.
Absolutely fantastic value. Go for that. But it is running out. You've only got about 4 or 5 minutes left to get that in there. Very quickly, I wanted to also let you know about the whole 9 yards we've got for you as well. This is a brilliant bundle, all put together, so you've really got all those basics that you need for those. You're getting that for $44.47. Look at that, just under £30 saving there. 784541. Everything else, of course, is there on the website for you to look at, to make sure you do not miss out on anything that you've looked at and you have seen, of course, on the show. Right, we've only got 30 seconds. Hayley, thank you so much for this hour.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
I've missed working with you, so it's lovely to spend this last hour together.
When am I back?
When are you back?
I don't know. He's given me 20 seconds. I'm panicking. 19th.
The 19th.
One day special. Fabazine 6.
Oh, but is it number 6?
Might be number 7.
Come and check.
remember.
We're going to keep you on your toesies. Lovely, lovely. Have a great photo of your day as well. Thank you very much indeed. Please don't go anywhere because we've got all this coming up after. We've got lovely Scarlet Rose Crafts coming up for you next. They're all ready and set to go with you. Then I'll be back with you, of course. We've got the Marion Crafts coming up, you're sewing with that. And then we've got your Oakwood Spring Sale one-day special.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the studio light shows.
Our fantastically floral Spring Savers event has begun once again here on the Craft Store. When you make any purchase during the event, you will be given a £5 credit to spend against any purchase of £30 or more on the following day. So do not miss out on the Craft Store Spring Savers event, blossoming onto your screens until Tuesday the 1st of June at 6 p.m.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
And of course, we all know what that means now, don't we? It means buy anything today here at the Craft Store, and that will give you a 5% discount, a £5 off discount off your shopping tomorrow here at the Craft Store of £30 or more. Anyway, all of that's on the website. It's probably best to read it there, to be honest with you. Don't listen to me. You can listen to Julie Kelly, though, because she's here from Scarlet Rose. Morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Very, very exciting show that we've got lined up for you today.
And it's so lovely not to have the...
I know.
See you over there.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Lovely.
It's really, really nice. It's like almost going back to normality,
Almost.
isn't it?
Nearly
it's
there.
Lovely.
Nearly
and
there.
we've got a nice sunny bank holiday weekend as well. So everything is favouring us. Right, we've got the Pearly Picks back.
We have.
After a massive sellout in March. This is the first time we've seen them
It's
since.
the first time we've been able to get them back, yeah.
OK, so tell me, because, again, I'm uninitiated, because I think this is my first show with Scarlet Rose. So, Pearly Picks, tell me everything.
Pearly Picks. Well, we've called them picks because you can put them like, like a flower pick or a hat pick. That's where the sort of idea came from. Barbara was sort of, with her brain, sitting there thinking, what can we do next? Yeah. And then she saw Welsh spoons and thought, and that's where it came from. So there's 4 different designs. So you could take a back piece and a lacy front piece. Yeah. Or not. Mix and match them together. And I'm going to show you how you do that. They can be cut into. You can take sections out of them. Awesome. And then the bit that's left still makes another card. I'm going to show you that. You can make them solid. You've got your fan upside down, Derek.
Oh, I have. Oh, it's a fan, isn't it? Of course it is. Yeah. Boys don't have fans, you see.
No. So you can make solid items. So you can start crafting and constructing with them. Yeah. They can go flat onto your cards. I mean, once you start looking into that design, there's loads of things you can do. And as I say, I'm going to bring it all. And you've got a small version of it there, if you wouldn't mind holding that one up. This one. Journaling on a roll.
On a roll.
So that's the picks cut down, made to look a little bit more like a paper clip. Because a lot of people who do journaling use paper clips and tags and labels.
Cool, isn't
so
it?
you can cut them down and make them smaller to go into that little journal. And I've got the larger one by me, which is what my demo is going to be. Or one of them. I mean, I've got so much to show you today. We were laughing about this just, weren't we?
I know.
Because I start talking and I get faster and faster and faster and faster.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely fine. It's a joy. I know from just, meeting you for the short time that we have so far.
Don't talk too much.
No, it's brilliant. It's lovely. And again, it just brings all of the creativity to life, isn't it? Because you are the creators of this. I've got to show you this one, though, because it's so gorgeous.
Bookmarks. So you make the card or you make the open book, which is our other dies, and pop the bookmark with the book. So you're making a gift as well.
How beautiful. Yeah. Really, really nice. It's going crackers already. I'm not surprised. A massive sellout in March. It's going out for you on the 7th of June. sooner if possible. But of course the bank holiday's in the way as well for us at the moment. But what a treat when these arrive.
I mean, once you start looking at them, I mean, we've got a customer called Sam, who we've helped get hold of these when we sold out, and she says she's got an idea to show us, so we're waiting to see what Sam's done with these.
Oh! Have you done
Sam,
it,
if you're
Sam?
watching, yeah,
If
send
you've
a
done
photo
it,
in.
you know you take a picture right now and send it through to the gallery, studio@thecraftstore.com. We would love to see it, definitely, definitely. So your 8 dies there for your pearly picks. Grab them now before they sell out again, because 10% of those have already been allocated. We're 3 minutes and 52 seconds into the show. We don't have any more stock. Once they're gone, they're gone. You've given us everything, haven't you?
We've given you everything.
Absolutely everything, which is brilliant. So, fingers crossed for you. Allocate as quick as you possibly can. Right, let's move on. Now, open book.
Yeah.
Tell me.
It's a book and a book and a book and a book, and as I was showing you earlier on, one set of dies can make, I think it's about 5 different styles of book. I mean, what Derek's holding up there is what we've showed you before, but I've brought that back again with another idea on top. Journaling cards. So that's just the pages folded in half and made into all sorts of pockets. We've got pockets on the show today. Some people have seen them before, some people haven't.
Awesome.
But this is another way of using them. And then there's the more open book. But again, that's been made into an open book with lots of pockets. You see the little butterflies if you pull those and the ribbons. All those are labels. So again, that's going to be part of my demo after I've showed you the pearly picks. That's another way of using them. And then you've got that way, which is your normal, what we say, normal open book. With that beautiful trellis, you can, I've just put 1 row of pearls on it, but you could encrust that with pearls. You could put wired flowers all round there, little ivy leaves. You can put ribbons through it.
Of course you could.
That down the spine there is actually a corner. That's the corner that's included, and I've snipped it and then gone end to end and made a border out of it. So look past the initial thing that it was and change it. These pages give you the perfect place to put your beautiful flowers, your dies, your stamps. If you're into parching, a little page to put your parching on.
Yes.
And that's one of our embossing. We've got a free one in with our pad, which you're coming to today.
Yes.
But you could put that on a page, and all I did was a little pencil, little glue dot, and a little bit of glitter, and then I coloured it in.
Love it.
It gives you an open space to put your crafts that you've already got onto.
It's a massive amount of dies with a massive amount of potential as well. I'm thinking straight away for events, you know, for something. I mean, this could end up being a business for you, you know, potentially one way or another, couldn't it?
Well, we're coming back to our craft shows now, aren't we? So,
yes,
you know, now's the time to get going, and that Christmas words coming.
I know it's sneaking into every conversation. I'm not liking it too much because it's not even June yet, but actually mid-year is the time to start thinking about getting those sorted, because you leave it till October and it's too late by then, isn't it? 436439. Sorry, let's try again. 436391 is your item number. £46.99, or if you're a Freedom member, which you should be by now, for heaven's sake, £42.29. No postage whatsoever. And of course, remember, you'll get your Spring Saver £5 off your £30 spend tomorrow as well, which is a rolling thing. It's happening like every day across this weekend, which is really, really lovely. So you can keep kind of banking and earning those every single day, which is lovely. All the T's and C's are on the website. Right, so this is corners, isn't it?
Yeah.
These are the corners we were talking about.
Yeah, we're calling them pearly pockets, because we tend to bring pearls into everything, because we like a bit of glitter and a bit of pearls and gems.
Not?
But these are actual solid corners that you cut out. You can see there's like a tab, if you look at the black screen there that we've got on screen at the moment.
Yeah.
Across the top and down the side we give you a tab. You can use it or not. You either score it and fold it, pop it around your page. There we go, yeah.
So these,
So it puts an embossing line and a tab. You can score along that embossing line and fold it round your page, creating a pocket, or you can fold it and sit it on top of the page and create a deeper pocket, or take them off altogether, stick them on flat to your page. It's a large corner die, or just stick the two sides, and again it's another form of pocket. You can construct with them. We've made up stands for your card stands, and if we get to that demo I can show you, but if not we pop them on our website. There's little demos and shows that we've done before that I nearly said the H word, the craft store have allowed us to put on our website. But you're going to pick up that one, that's it.
Oh, look,
Christmas
it's
tree.
back again.
That's your corners stuck two together and made into a star card.
What a clever,
So you're
clever
constructing,
idea.
and it's the same idea with two together as an upstand, just in case I don't get to show
That is
everybody.
very, very, very grand. I would love to know how to make that. I'd be making those tomorrow.
easy.
Never mind that it's not even June yet. I'd be making those tomorrow. They're absolutely beautiful. And look, let me just show you one more as well, just to show you how, I mean, they're just great. They really, really are. And look, you have that as a little, almost like as a little gate going in.
Yeah, so that's where you've used your one tab. You've left one tab on to give it like the gate opening. But if
Yes.
you took them both off and stuck them down,
Yeah.
it becomes a massive corner. So, as you say, you've got the flourishes, we've got the leaves that you're going to be moving on to. They work together. If you decoupage the leaves from the one and stick it across the flourish of the other.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The flourishes can be cut into where your finger is on the one side, the opposite side to love. You can see where there's a heart and another little corner flourish, so you can snip into those and make them smaller. So they
Oh,
don't
yes.
have to be as big. You can half that down. There's little bumps and loops that you can cut out and
Yeah.
put it on your smaller cards.
It's awesome. It's
Yeah.
so versatile, isn't it? It's beautiful. 650214 is the item number for that then. How grand and how many different elements. Plus, you've got, obviously, the big cherish and love sentiments in there as well. Brilliant. Love it. Love everything about this, isn't it? It's so nice how everything kind of really strings together beautifully. And let's move on to the leaves now. This is the tumbling leaves, isn't
Tumbling
it?
leaves,
So
yep.
same kind of concept, but completely different
Works
design.
exactly the same, but
Yeah.
you've got a different design. It's sort of like silhouette-y leaves. Again, you can fussy cut them out, decoupage them up,
Yep.
do them in different colours, so you can have them multicoloured. As you can see there, I've used that as a pocket.
Yeah.
You've got the tags, we've got dragonflies. The dragonflies that are actually on there are our layering peel-offs, which are on the website, which those work really well with all of these. Peel-offs, they're butterflies and dragonflies, if they want to nip on the website and have a look at those.
Yeah.
As we said, everything always works together, but that's got the solid background with the tumbling leaf lacy over the top. And then
Love
you can
that.
see through that spine to the other side. You can see there, so you've put your
Oh,
hand
yeah.
behind. You can see we've left it lacy and open,
Yes.
but you could put a colour back on.
Yeah.
I mean, the variations are just endless. I mean, you've got a bluebird, you've got flowers. The other one, you've got butterflies and flowers and leaves. You've got little dropouts. Keep all the little sprigs. The little like acorn leaf tips out a beautiful like sprig, which you keep and put with your flowers.
Oh, yeah, little spine.
It's, it's on those boards there, but
Yeah.
the sprig drops out. So
Oh,
look
let
at
me
all.
show you, yes.
Yeah, if you look at all your dropouts. Just in that bottom corner,
Yes,
we pop
look.
them on there in case anybody misses it. Look
Look.
at those for dropouts.
Brilliant.
And they work with your flowers, so you've got two for. You know, you've got two for
Awesome.
one out of these dies. Run the two dies together, your solid and your lacy, and then you get a frame?
Ah,
so you
okay,
get
yeah.
one that gives you your solid,
Yes.
one gives you your lacy, tape them together and send them through, you get a frame. So you've got another
Awesome.
two for one. So always look at our dies, what you can do extra with them. We're trying to chat about it now, though, aren't we? Because we might not get to this actual demo.
I know,
but,
I realise
you know,
we've got
I'm gonna
a
keep
lot to do.
referencing just in case.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, let's talk our pads now, shall we? This is really, really cool. I mean, so beautiful. This is really nice. And we've got a bit of a freebie with this one as well, have we not?
We have. We've popped the embossing. I always say embossing plate, but it's a piercing plate that you would mark through with either a piercing tool or a propelling pencil, or if you used a little, very small embossing tool, you could make a little embossing dot as well. That comes free with it. You've got a tulip there. They're clear and see-through so that you can see where you're going. We also have the snowdrop, and it's a bit of a which one am I going to get situation, but you'll get one of those.
Yeah.
Either one works very well. There's a frame around the outside and your flower in the middle, and that's free. That's normally £7.50, which we've popped in to
That's
give you a little
awesome.
bonus today.
Right, let's show you through the paper then, shall we? Because this works slightly differently, doesn't it?
It does.
In so much as this is landscape, so it's working
Yeah.
intuitively straight away.
It's a 240 card weight, actually. They're not papers. We had them done that bit thicker so that you could actually make your pearly pages out of them.
Ah, cool, yes.
And as I said to you earlier on, which you were just going to say, sorry, I interrupted you, but the pages go landscape. So
Yeah.
we did a pad that went landscape.
Mhm.
So instead of having to do two separate panels to pop onto your book,
Yeah.
you can just put the die on and run it through, and it comes straight up the right way up. Done.
Brilliant.
Quicker. Both sides solid and strong on one side and soft and muted on the other. And again,
So
a
cool.
quick card, straight down the middle, A4 folded. one either side, a gatefold, pop a topper on, you're done.
Love them. I love the designs as well, actually.
They are
Beautiful.
nice.
Oh,
you can cut into them with all these journals that we've been doing, and that's a lot of our demos today. Fussy cut those areas out, make ephemera out of them. There's so much that you see. 60 layers.
It's fantastic, isn't it? Now, the one that I've got here is ring bound, but yours won't be. Yours
that's
will
just
be
for
like
you guys, so
yeah.
it doesn't drop on the floor.
This is just, they're so wonderful. This is so good, because normally we're flipping them around and dropping them and everything else, but this just shows you what you've got inside. This is beautiful, isn't it? And remember, you've got that insert plate as well, of which you'll either get the tulip or the snowdrop, which is really rare. That's coming for free. That's £7.50 on its own, by the way. £29.99, and that is yours right now. 407314 is your item number there. These are all going out for you on the 7th of June. Which will be no time whatsoever, because it's almost June. It's like June on Tuesday, I think, isn't it? Something like that. 407314. Is it Tuesday or
tomorrow?
Wednesday?
Is it 31st?
Or is it tomorrow?
It's tomorrow.
Is it tomorrow? No, it's Tuesday.
Is it?
Yeah, Monday's
lost
the
the plot.
31st. Who cares?
Where am I? Who am I?
Yeah, I know. Have no idea whatsoever. Now, we've also got Pearly Pages. Extra large on the show as well, which is really, really good. So this is the box, isn't it, this time?
Yeah, it's the box board.
Yes, this is the box board. So it makes 10 of these gorgeous boxes here. And again, so easy to get into.
It's easy.
Well.
We've done it all for you. The 2mm has been taken off the base and the lid, and we've put the finger lift in. All you need to do is score on the line that you want. So you've got 2, 2.5 and 3. Gives you the 3 sizes. You can do more.
Yeah.
But the 3 sizes fits the small book, the medium book, the large book, the medium book, and another one. It's up to you.
How good that you've thought of that for us as well.
No
without
messing
us having
about.
to go and search for them, find them, or try and work out from very, very complicated sort of diagrams and everything else. How on earth do I do that? Yeah, it's absolutely done for you, and it will make 10 of those boxes as well there for £12.99, which again was really, really good. Again, even just for gift giving, full stop. Yeah. They're really good.
I mean, they look plain, but there is one, just if you lift that quick one up from the bottom, you can see it can go from plain to that.
Ta-da! Beautiful.
So dress your boxes. Don't just leave them plain. Coordinate with your cards.
Beautiful. Yeah, you could use those lovely corners as well, couldn't you? In the pockets
you could.
on there.
You could.
And so much more. Love it. Very, very nice. £12.99 then for that, and that will make 10 of those. And we also have the squared boxes as well, which are here, which are beautiful. Again, this comes with the tags this time as well, doesn't it?
You get tags with that. Again, it's enough to make 10 boxes. We've done the same, 2mm off the base and 2mm off the lid with your finger lift. Obviously, you can use it for other size boxes, but that one was made for our butterflies we started off. Then we did our bow dies, and the bow fits in it as well. But we also found that your smaller cards, and maybe if you're doing the fans that we showed you, and I've got a sample to show you here as well, when you come over to me, fit in that size box. So we thought we'll pop those on as well. So you've got the 2 sizes of box to play around with there.
Makes great sense, doesn't it? 660076 is your item number there then for you at £12.99. So you've got the 2 different sizes of boxes there on your different item numbers. Let's go to the website as well, because there's lots more there. We would love to go through absolutely everything, but that would take the whole hour, of course, and you want to see what you can do. It's all about the inspiration, isn't it? But I love the way this all kind of slots together. It really is the A to Z, isn't it, really? It's not like you've left any gaps in the middle there. You've done it all for us, which is amazing. And of course, you can inject lots of your own creativity into it as well. So you find all of those on the website. Don't forget Spring Savers as well, which is really, really good if you're shopping with us today. Right, Julie.
OK, so let's begin. So, as I say, we sold out the last time we were on. So if you've missed out, we've brought them back again. And if they're new to you, just see what you can do with these. If you come to our overhead, you can see they are a pick and a background. You can make construction out of them, as we said before. You can make solid items out of them, like your bookmarks. Those are easy to do. All you do is do several, and it's not rocket science, glue them together until it's as thick as you want it to be. And it is as simple as that. And they end up, if you use wet glue, they go obviously even more solid as they dry. And that is as simple as that. Or one on its own, pop it on your background. Again, really simple It's not rocket science. I can't do hard. It has to be simple. Like Mum does a lot of the designing, and she's, oh, what do you think about that? And I say, you do know I've got to take that on television, don't you? So we try to keep it as simple as we can. All these patterns have got areas that you can cut into. So if I bring this in here, we've got like a little shield effect there. We've got a smaller one there. I think Catherine saw a beetle when she was looking at one of these. If I'd have left these on here, I could have put like the little Beatles feelers on for your Egyptian cards. Yeah. There's your dropout, a complete heart. If I turn that one over, we've got this one here. So we've got, again, another shield type. I cut that off there. I could have left the butterfly there. I could have took the flower off altogether and made a little flower out of that. But the bits that were left made this. And then the dropout was from here and here. So you get lovely little drop. All these petals as well, if you keep those can be made into flowers. So look at your dropouts. So that's one thing you can do with them. If I pop that onto side, let's have a look at this. We can then take that background and slice it. So what we've done there, if I pop it back together again, there it is. Okay. Chop it in half. Yeah, yeah. And then build up, look. And then stick it behind, and stick it behind, and start making them wider than they were, bigger than they were, different ideas. And that's just 2.
I love that, and I love these little symbols that they've got at the top as well, because one is almost like a sort of a mandala, like a geometric mandala on this one here. So it's 4 different pick designs, because obviously 4 of the dies are your background dies, and then 4 are the picks. But I love that almost, you know, sunshine, mandala, you know, see it as you will. You do see lots of things as you will, like crossed swords I'm seeing here. Yeah. You know, I'm seeing some kind of instrument going on here as well. I love it. I think it's really cool. It's lovely.
Well, as I said about cutting down, what you can do, as I say, if we're back on the overhead there again. So what I decided to do here is I only wanted this top part. I wanted to go halfway along, which is here.
Oh, okay? Yeah.
So there's my gatefold. And there's the oval out of your pearly page sets that we're coming to. Yeah. So I did that, and then I've got all the spares left, and then I measured it out. And on an 8x8, then all I did then was work my way round with the bit that was left.
Ah, okay, yeah.
So out of 4 of those, I've made 2 cards.
Yes.
So that's just so simple.
So again, it's not something you use once and cut once and then go, well,
and
that's
then
only
it's done.
one way.
So if I bring a couple of samples in before I move on, so if there's your solids. Now, that's what your box board would come in for. Yeah. So that's your flourishes in the background. There's your leaves, look. There's your pocket, and that puts your gift voucher in, if you like. Yeah. And there's your solid, bring that up to, there we go. There's your solid fan there, with your tassel on the end. There's just a little simple pocket. That could be a gift wallet, with your pick inside. That's another one. Cut down and onto your pages, if you can make that out there. And then another one there, put a little strap across the spine if you're going to be making either a card or your book, and pop it in there. So there's just some little ideas before we move on.
I love them because they've got kind of decorative possibilities as well, if you think about it, you know, for making decorations different times of the year as well. You know, do them in mirror card, glossy them up, sparkle them up a bit, emboss them, give them different textures, use your glossy accents, throw everything at them. Use
the ultra thick embossing powder. Yeah. And you can make them glassy and make them really thick.
Actually, you can make stencils out of these as well, can't you?
Of course you could. You could use them for anything. So the more you look, the more you'll see.
20% of the stock are sold out and gone. Just bear in mind that back in March, total sellout, and we have every single one available from Scarlet Rose. There are no more hidden under the counter anywhere. No. We've got them all, so grab them quick.
Right, so if we move on, if we go to the up camera, it's just a little sample of a card that I can show you how to do. Because we always do these sort of lick and stick style, so that I can get as much in as I can. But there's sort of like, this is something that Barbara put together.
That's an unusual shape, isn't it?
Yeah, and like that, I said, how'd you do that, Mum? She went, like this. Yes, you do. So, A4 piece of card. Go from corner to corner as normal. and then make a mark at 19. From the other side, make a mark at 19 and score between it, and that's it. Just fold it up. It's done.
No
That
way.
was it. So show you it again. Corner to corner.
Yeah.
19. Then 19. Score. Fold it over. Done.
That's magical, isn't it?
That's really it. And then
My kind of crafting.
so
Love it.
simple. So that's that one. Let's chuck him out the way. Well, now, what do we think of this?
That is joyous,
This
isn't it?
we've sort of called it because journaling seems to really come to the fore at the moment. So we thought, what can we do? I say we, Mum.
Yeah.
Sit in that office, you know, and there comes all these ideas, steam coming out of ear rolls. But this is like journaling on a roll. Now, we've done this, Derek showed you the shorter one there, but this is longer for the pics. There we go, bring it in shot. Where are we? There we go.
Okay, yeah.
So this has been done with a 12 by 12.
So this would do the full length pick.
The full length pick without having
Yeah.
to cut it down. And as you can see, if I go to the overhead, and I'll just flop it that way so that you'll see. So we're on overhead. Can we see?
Yeah.
We've got all pockets here to put your picks in. But I mean, that could be any sort of label. Doesn't have to be the picks. But obviously, it's perfect. And your sentiments can be written on the back that you want to say to that person, or the date that they want to remember, or their birthday, or some sort of memory.
Significant birthday,
Of
that would be a
course.
brilliant way
Yeah.
of sort of flicking through the pages of someone's life
Yeah.
and all the photos that you have
Yeah.
together and bits and pieces. That'd be awesome.
And these open, and she said, oh, it's come off. Oh, no, you said I'd put that on there so that I knew where I've got to open it.
Now, where
I'll
was
show you.
it?
Now, where was it?
Where did it
she
start?
said, I got it. There we go. And they open flat. And you can put it in a box.
That's
And all we've done is we've put this little snippet on the corner
Yeah.
so that you you know where it is if it doesn't fall off.
yeah,
So, I'll show you how to do these.
that's clever.
All right, and again, it is simple because we can't do anything that's not simple. Right, let's bring this in. So, this is a 12 by 12, but obviously you can do it any size
Yeah.
card. But for this one, 10 centimetres and score, and then every 5 centimetres. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you end up with a little bit over on your
Yeah.
12 by 12. Trim that away, and now you've got the full one. Okay, let's get that out the way. And then all you do, score it up, and then do each one like you do a concertina fold, backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. So you end up with that. Okay, and then you'll fold that up and then rescore it all again, and you end up with that. That's it. You want 2 mounting folds there, which you glue together like that. And I'll bring my ones in from the side. Now, we don't have time to glue and hold, so
Yeah.
there's going to be a little paper clip moment. But there we go, done. So you see how it's all... That's a camera.
Okay,
So,
yeah,
so that's
yeah.
it. So you've created your pocket and you've created your first element. And then you make as many as you want. I mean, I'm only going to put 2 back to back here, but you can see how many we've got. I mean, we've got quite a load there to...
Oodles.
And that's just 2. But you can add another one and make more. So you just keep going round and round and stop where you want. And then, as we said, they go flat then, once you've opened them, to go in your box. I mean, that's really,
And actually, it could be that you're just
simple.
making tags for presents and whatever, and this is the place to keep them
Yeah,
for when you need them.
yeah, it's so simple. And if I show you, I mean, Barbara has or will be putting it on our website, little snippet videos
Yeah.
to go slowly, just do this,
Yeah.
do this, do that, done.
Yeah, yeah.
Because, you know, we do have to tend to rush, well, I do anyway, tend to rush on here. But if you want to make those corners, which you pop over to seal it, or as a decorative item,
Yeah.
you just, by eye, get a piece of paper or thin card. Are we on? Yeah, we're on. Watch it. Just bring them down to meet. Doesn't matter where, it be just done by eye. She says, this is why she's done them before. There we go. There we are. You just fold it over, and I've realised I haven't got my glue out. Pretend I'm gluing it.
Yeah.
I'll do it on the fold on. So you glue there, bring it over, and snip away the excess. Now, let's just pretend that's glued.
Yeah.
So now you've got a solid triangle. So where do I stick that on? Simple. Just nip that side off, and you've now created a pocket. And that pocket is what goes over the corner.
Oh, I see. Right. Yeah.
So
yeah,
if
yeah,
I
yeah,
pop
yeah.
that one back together,
Yeah.
you can see that that is a pocket.
Yes.
And then if you want to create a band, cut it. So now you've got a band.
So that sits over the corner.
If I bring that back in, here we go.
Yeah,
I'll do
I've
it
got
over
one
here.
as well.
So if we put that over there, look, that's then created a band to go over the corner of your card. Or you've created a little snip pocket to go over the corner, which keeps the last two together.
That's clever, isn't it?
Or you
yeah,
can
I've
put a
got,
magnet together.
I've got a completed one
Yeah.
here, all decorated up, and it's beautiful, isn't it?
It is really
And that's
so
clever, actually, isn't
simple.
it? Using a magnet as well as
Yeah.
your final fixing, because you can disguise those. They're very low profile these days as well. So you can just bring it together with a magnet, put that corner over, and you've got something which, you know, again, movable. You can carry on working on it. You can change it as you go along.
You can.
It's delicious. That's
It's
really,
really,
really good,
simple. They are simple. As I say, we do rush through these things, but they are simple to do. They really, really are. So, just the last very quick one, because I should just be able to get time in for this. Look at that for a little pocket. And I mean that, if we just open it up, somewhere to put the picks. There they are, in the top there. Have I put one in there? Yeah, I've got one in there. There we go. So we've got a label in there with your sentiment on,
Yeah.
and then they've got their bookmark in there. And again, simple pimple, it's so easy. A4. Now this is the trellis from the book that I'm going to be showing you. A4
Yeah.
trellis, 2 inches score, 2 inches score, same on the other side, fold in, glue across the bottom, glue up the side, bring over and the top, and you're done. And that was it. So simple. Very, very simple.
It is, isn't it? It's brilliant. Right, OK, listen, the picks are very, very busy. Very busy. Not surprised. 30% of the stock is sold out and gone already. Remember, we have all the stock that there is. They sold out when they were last on in March, and 30% of the stock that we've got today has already gone. And there are so many. This is my favourite. I just love this. I love the way that this has been done, because it's got that lovely sort of metallic background. I don't know what that glitter card is in the background, but it's absolutely delicious. Is it something that was created?
Something out of the stash is one of them very, very chunky glitter.
Right.
And
I
cut that
adore
out.
it. It's really, really cool. But these picks are so versatile as well. And if I show you again the boards with the actual picks die cut, you can see just how many elements there are that you can snip out and you can take. Remember, you've got the background as well there as well. So that's 4 of the 8 dies. And then the decorative dies themselves, they're just delicious. And again, you can use them on their own, split them, move them, make those individual picks, make them as bookmarks, make them as tags, put them inside, outside, use them down the spines of your open books. They're just so versatile. I'm not surprised they absolutely flew out of the door in March, and it's happening again right now. 978 888 is your item number for those at £27.99. Going out for you on the 7th of June. Right, OK, next up, these are the open book dies. And it's not just the open book dies, it's everything. It's everything that comes with that as well. It's those wonderful trellis panels as well. I just think it's beautiful. It's such a good idea, and everything just goes together amazingly, doesn't it? Now, remember, these are the open book dies as well, so they give you that lovely sort of scalloped edge finish as well, isn't it? Very, very clever. Very, very clever. Let me show you what that makes as well, because I think this is probably the best example of what... I don't know why I did that so awkwardly. This is probably the best example as well of just one of the possibilities. That's the thing, Julie, isn't it? It's like thousands of possibilities.
Weddings, birthdays,
Yeah.
21st, 80s, anniversaries, just I love you, just to my friend, to my dog, to my cat, anything.
Yeah, and any kind of celebration, and it's instant. You put that on a little stand there, and that's instant wow factor, isn't it?
Really dress them up for Christmas, and it's a mantle pleaser, isn't it? And I bring it out every year.
Of course it is. Yeah, It's something so much more permanent, isn't it? 436391 is your item number. This has a freedom price on it for you as well. So $46.99 for everyone on this one, and the freedom price $42.29. Of course, no postage and package to pay, of course, if you're a Freedom member. And there are 2 flexi buys on it. Yes, thank you very much, Flexi Basket. We love you because we can put other things in there as well and split the cost of those 2. We love it. Very, very nice indeed. Right, next up we have, oh, I love these. Love, 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 love. Now these are your flourish, these are your corners, these are your pockets, these are, again, you know, never just one thing, Julie.
Never just one thing. Cut into them, make them into separate little corners. All the dropouts, and I've got a board that shows you all the dropouts. I mean, I can't pass it to you, but if we click quickly, do you want to cut across to me and I'll bring it to the camera there? All the little cutouts or the dropouts from the flourish, keep them all. Look at all those flowers. And that across the bottom there, those are the dropouts. Just keep keeping them. And then when you've got enough, you can make flowers out your dropouts. Don't waste anything.
No, no, absolutely. I love the fact that you can make this Christmas tree. I think this is really, really cool. Now, I was almost banning the word Christmas from today's show.
I was going to say, you used the word.
Yeah, I know. Well, I was going to ban the word today from the shows because it's like not even June yet. But when you see how delicious that is, you kind of think, oh, I want to make one of those. 180111 is your item number for this. 22 dies in total. Again, it's on Flexi, which is brilliant. We love it. We absolutely love it. In fact, quick board as well for this, just to show you everything that you are getting. Because Julie and the team have put together these beautiful boards. We should show you. So you've got the tags, you've got the butterflies, you've got the flourishes, you've also got those big sentiments there, the love and the cherish, plus the flowers as well. Just like the gift that keeps giving. You'll use and use and use those. That's the thing. Usability is huge on these, isn't it, if you think of your open books. Right, OK, 180111 is that one. And then let's move on to the leaves. And it's the tumbling leaves. Again, just perfect. Just perfect. If you think of the florals that were in the other set, the tumbling leaves here, again, they're sort of those quintessential kind of English leaves as well. Love them. Love them, love them, love them. So again, same kind of thing, to make those pockets, to snip into them and out of them. And look, look, look. Beautiful. Love it. 650214, you are shopping ahead of us already, I'm not surprised. Right, Julie, back to you.
OK, so if I start with the basic book of the Pearly Pages, again, really simple, really sturdy, standard dies, but what you can do with them is what you can do with them. So all we do is you pop that onto your piece of card, tape it down and send it through. And what that'll do, it'll give you your card size or your page size and 2 little embossing lines. And those embossing lines are where you line your spines up. OK? So you know exactly where you're going to be popping it. Yep. So if I just move those to one side there, because you know me, I should get all kerfuffled. So what we do next is you choose a spine that fits edge to edge on the page size that you've chose. We've got 2 different sizes, so that fits the large straight page. Yep. And then that size fits your medium straight page. Now, the straight pages can be adjusted in all sorts of ways. Once you've cut them out, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's put the spine in first. Yeah. Line up in the embossing lines that we said, edge to edge, send it through, and that's what you end up with. So you've got your first page with your open spine. OK? So with all your next pages, you don't want to have that... Oh, drop that on the floor. That's gone walkies. What we want to do now is we want not to have a bar on this next one showing through. So what you do is, thank you very much, little person on the floor, it's lovely. That was supposed to be magic, but little person on the floor. You'll see these spines have got slots in. And those slots are, when you pop it across your page, you want to be able to see your worktop or craft top through it, your craft desk I should say, through it. Yeah. And what that's doing, that's cutting that open edge. So that when you layer them up, and I'll show you like this, and I'm going to layer them all up. You don't have to do this many pages. Let's pop the scallop one in there first.
Okay.
So you're not getting the bar when you're seeing through. Right. But don't worry, if you make a mistake, I mean, it doesn't matter, cut them out. But if you use the spine as we've showed you, it cuts it out for you and it's already done. and then finish it with a spine. And that's it. That's your basic book, however many layers you want.
Okay, yes.
And as I was saying to you before, you can adjust these straight pages. Use your edger dies and create like, and with your scissors, create like your different shape on your plain pages can then become a wavy edge page or a jagged page, or use your, what they call it, ripped edge scissors.
Pinking shears.
That's it, something like that.
Yeah.
Change those shapes. You can make them smaller. Choose one of the sections on your trellis and cut it off all the way around, say 1 centimetre off. So those 3 straight pages can now be 6 different sizes.
Yes.
The actual page itself, now this was a happy accident. As you can see, we didn't make it a wire so that it would banana. I mean, look at this. That's as solid and as straight as when we had it. And I'm using this all the time.
Yeah.
OK? We had a bit of extra metal put on it. However, because sometimes I cut out pages more than one at a time, I found that the extra pressure we put another shim in created, I don't know whether we'll pick it up on camera. Let's have a look. Oh, we're not going to tilt it.
We will.
Right, there we go. You can just, can you see? You can create an embossed edge. So if you put an extra shim on that, you'll create, it wasn't meant to be, but we found that worked. So that was like something else that we got for nothing.
Nice.
Or use that line as your guide to cut off to make your page smaller. So your 3 pages become 6.
Yes.
Put them through your embossing folders, change them, make them into pattern pages. Now, you just glue them all together. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Those embossing lines, I am running ahead of myself. Line your ruler up between the embossing lines, score, and then leave your ruler in place. Because you've got a trellis, you don't want to make it go wonky. Pop it up against the ruler, and that just gives you stability, and then fold it over.
Okay.
Because if obviously that's open and it's a little weak, if you try to start, you might crunch that up in the middle. You don't want to do that. And if you want to curve them, just over the edge of your table like that, and you've made your curved pages. So simple, so simple.
So the set of dies that we've got in terms of the pages then give us the 5 sizes sort of in size order. So it would be that one, then that one, then that one, then that one, then that one.
However many combinations you want,
to make the basic, that's the basic style, isn't it? Is then coming down in size order.
Put them all together on that one. But you can go as fancy or as plain as you want. You can do all the same size page. They don't have to decrease inside.
And just think of all the different kinds of cards that you could do in those layers as well.
Yeah.
Love it.
So, as I say, we've got the ovals and we've got the corners, which become borders if you snip them and lay them down the side. I'm conscious of time, so I'm trying to move on here for you to get everything in. So I've got these journals to get in yet.
Oh, yes.
Right. So, that's your normal page, but we can also decrease the size, and all that is snip through your spine, overlay one over the top of the other, and you've made a small. So there's 2 examples. We've got our large spine, we've got our medium spine.
Lovely.
Change the shape of the spine. Use your spine cut out. Let's have a look. Put it on top of here like this. Look at the different cut out. Use your craft knife and cut it out so it's gone from that, or that should I say, to that, to that. Then layer that one over that, 2 different colours, so we've changed it again.
Oh, yeah.
So play with these spines.
Created a tartan there.
Yeah.
I'm loving this. It's like speed dating.
I know, honestly. I'm just desperate to get to these journals because I'm running out of time. Spines on a gatefold, and then we can make... So it's not just what you first saw. Oh, that's just a spine. Yeah, but look how much you can use it. Right, I'm going to get this out the way. Let me get to these journals. Do you want a very, very quick chat while I just move everything out the way?
I will. I'll be quick. You let me know when you're ready. Right. Okay, so here are the dies, the open book dies. I completely and utterly get it, because sometimes, even at great breakneck speed, you do need to see it to completely understand it, don't you? So the open books are these 5 open page panels, which you can bring down in size order if you want to, or use them in the myriad of different ways, as Julie has just explained there as well. And here is what it creates as well. Let me just show you a couple of examples, because these are absolutely beautiful. Those spines are so nice, aren't they? But again, for journaling, because you can have, even though it's open book, and you can still have the pages sort of turning, so you can have them kind of fixed, like that one, which can be a little bit more of a presentation or a card or an invitation or a, you know, a kind of table plan for a wedding or whatever you want to, or you can have them as flipping pages. Sorry, that sounds wrong, doesn't it? You know what I mean, flipping pages.
I know what you mean.
Turning pages, that's what I mean, not flipping pages. That sounds wrong on a Sunday, doesn't it? There's a wedding card as well. It's just beautiful. And again, boundless. They've got 5-star reviews on the web as well, by the way, on our website, by the way. So come to us, thecraftstore.com. Not talking about any other websites here, ours. 436391 is the item number. It's got a freedom price on it as well, so take advantage of that. Right, okay, let's go back to the pearly picks because they are massively popular today. Not surprised, again, as we're just about to go on to journaling, these, you definitely need them for that. You definitely need them for making bookmarks, because you can make them solid, you can leave them lacy, you can put them into your spines in your open books, as we've just seen, and so many more ideas. They're great. 978 888. Over a third of the stock has sold out and gone after a total sellout in March. It's the 8 dies, so it's the 4 decorative plus your matte dies as well, which is really, really good. So that's 2, and there are the other 2. I love them. Very, very nice. 978 888 is your item number. Right, Julie, ready?
Yes, so I've showed you your open books. So if we keep on the overhead, it might be easier for you to see and quicker. So we showed you your normal open books, but how about now making them into, with these corners, pockets? We've got a pocket between the pages there for your labels. We've got a pocket at the top there. Each one opens to show something different. There's your corners again, which is on the show today. There's another label. There's another label. There's a little tuck spot. There's a little bit of ephemera. And that's from your original that we just showed you, open book. And these are very simple. What you'll need is for each layer, so that's 1 layer.
Yeah.
You'll need 2. Okay, whether you leave them open or you put the back on, it's up to you.
Yeah.
So do 2, stick them together. Okay, and then it's your choice. You either glue that one, the main screen, yeah, we are. Glue across the bottom and up the top. You've got a pocket there. Glue across the side, and you've got a pocket there. And it's as simple as that. And then you just layer up as many as you want, and you end up with that. And that is it looks impressive, which it is, but it's so simple. So simple. So that's your first one. Let's just get him out the way.
And the easier it is to do, the more you'll do it.
The more you'll do it, you will. Now, another variation. Let's open that one up. You can see we've got our flourishes on the front.
Yeah.
We've got our tags. This is our pad, but I've run over it with like a sponge and die.
Oh, yeah,
and I've knocked it back and vintaged it. But let's open it up. So we've got this.
Oh,
and we've got
nice.
this, and we've got this. Let's stick him back on there. Let's the heat off the cameras and what have you. There we go. So we stick that in there, and we've got a pocket there, and we've got a pocket, and we've got a pocket there. And all that is out of that original die. And this again is so simple to do, and I've done it all lick and stick style. So you will have your original with one over the top of each other, like I just showed you.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
do one over the top of each other.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's as simple as that. There we are, like this. Score down the middle, score and score, stick together, and then you start making your inner pages.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So what you'll do is, let's get them all out here for you. Julie says she should have done this before, but never mind, hey-ho. So we've got our first page that we pop inside here. Let's get myself all mixed up here. There we go, we've got it. We then put your cut one in the middle. So what you're trying to create is an inner page, if that makes sense.
Yes, of course.
So I've created an inner page there.
Yeah.
We can then add another one in there, like that. So we've now created one on that page, or we can go inside there. I'm trying to show you all the different variations, if I can. So each page has got a page stuck to it. I know I'm probably confusing everybody here, but it makes sense when you do it. I'm trying to show you where. So you can pop it on that side. So we've got that side. So we've got an opener there, we've got an opener there, we've got an opener there. And they all fold in together. If I bring the original one in, you'll see what I mean. And then pop in your corners on your different pages. This is your spine. Slice it in half, corner round a die, punch. Put it together, with a piece of card on the back. That now becomes your pocket. That is your spine, corner rounded and a hole in. So we've used our spine to make our labels. We've used our spine to make our pockets and somewhere to pop the ephemera on. And then we've got our corners, which we pop on. And again, this is our pad. We've just picked it out. Confused?
No, no, I'm following. I was just thinking of actually, you always have your own ideas about what you would do as well. As you were doing all of that, I was thinking, gosh, that would make a lovely, lovely gift for someone. And you could put packets of seeds and whatever and make it like a little gardening journal and a gift all in one.
If I just bring that one in there, I mean, that's one of the open ones again, but if you did a variation of what you've just said, there's a gardening. That's a gardening book. Use all your old books as your pages, but you do what I've just done. Or tried to do, which is a bit of a faff all over the place. But honestly, that is so simple. But you get what I mean. You do one opener and then pages within the pages.
Yes.
Comes together when you do it. I'll try and get that right this afternoon.
It's like Inspector Gadget.
Yeah, I know. So, little book. There we go. And that's a little bit of a variation on the journal on a roll that I showed you early on. Because all that is, there's your page, look. Choose where you want to score it, score across, fold up. What you've already done, you've scored here, scored down the middle to give you your little, I don't know what you'd call that, sticky bit. Fold it up, fold it in, and you've made 2 pages. And all this one was 2 of those, just 2 pages, has made 4 pockets. So that's just a little tiny book you can do. Same again, 1 page, cut in half, score and stick like I showed you, score and stick like I showed you, and then layer them up. Do what we said before, glue side and side, top and bottom, side, so you can play around where you put the pockets and then just
I love the whole
bring
pocket.
them all together.
Yeah, I love the whole pocket concept because that's always good, isn't it?
It is.
Hidden little messages, little photographs, little bits and pieces. It's those hidden things that are really, really joyous, aren't they?
It is.
In projects like this. I love that. This is going to be one of the most watched rewind shows I think ever, and you'll be able to slow Julie down a little bit. I realise she's moving at breakneck speed, but it's really good because it just kind of sparks off ideas. You don't have to follow exactly everything that you're seeing here. It's there to spark off your inspiration as well, but also to show you what the potential is of having these as well.
What looks like a basic set of book dies, we're turning into all different books and albums and scrapbooks. This one here, again, these are just your pages in half. And if I open it up here, we've done the tumbling leaves on the front, somewhere to pop your ephemera and labels. There's a pocket there, look. We have a pocket at the side. We have a pocket at the top. And literally, and it's just strapped together with a ribbon, or however you want to do them, really. Ribbon and a couple of magnets, and that holds that together like that. Put your ribbons and beads hanging off the side. And all that is your pages again. Like I showed you before, cut them out, score down the middle, score and score, which gives you your stick together bit.
Yeah.
And then go to town. There and there creates your side pocket. There and there creates your top pocket. Take a scoop out. Keep that top, that little half circle that you've cut out and put that on a label. Don't waste what you've got. And literally, you layer them up. And it is as simple. That turns into that. With a bit of help from our pockets and all your labels and our pad. But literally, that turns into that. It's just
honestly,
so quick.
Such a good idea. It really is. If you think about it, this all works together so beautifully. And the potential goes on and on and on. That's the thing. The potential never stops of this. Quick reminder of the open book dies then, because now again you've seen even more possibilities with those as well. Remember, if you want to add that spine in, you can. If you want to add the trellis spine in, then you can. You've got other flourishes there for you as well. 436 391 is your item number, and you've got a freedom price there as well, £42.49. Quick mention on the pearly picks as well. We're approaching 40% of the stock of those sold out and gone as well. So if you want those, again, if you missed the start of the show, again, there's a 100+ different ideas for those right at the top of the show. But grab them quickly because we have got all of the stock. This is going out for you on the 7th of June. Right, we have about 4 minutes, Julie. I think you could probably get quite a lot into 4 minutes, I would imagine.
Well, quick little, we call them chapters, so you could make different chapters of people's lives. The baby's birth, the 16, the 18, the 21, the engagement, the wedding, the 25th wedding anniversary.
Yeah.
You can make what we call chapters. Here's a very quick one in the last closing moments. So if we have a look, somewhere to put your pearly pick, which is here. You pop your pick in there. We've got our tumbling leaves to put our labels in, and we've got a finish there with a label at the top, and that is again simple pimple. Your page scored on the 3 like we said, folded over, scored once more, glue across the bottom and up the side, and there it is. It's done. That's one of your pages. You've done what I said before. Take that little scallop out there and then glue down the bottom and up the side. There's another one, and then top and bottom gives you the pocket there. And literally we can start to build. I don't have time to show you, but they are on the last show is on our web that we brought these on. We've been allowed to pop it on. Brilliant. So you can catch up on there.
Oh, that's
but there's
good.
another one, and then you can start with clamps, which I have got but can't find. Little clamps. It depends how thick and how many pockets you put. You'd wet glue them together and stick, and then you'd add another one and stick. So, I mean, I've seen some of these journals, really big, with big bows round.
Yes.
So we can go to big journals, and if I can just bring this one in, Mum did this for my daughter, which is her great-granddaughter, my granddaughter, sorry, which is her great-granddaughter, Delilah, for her first birthday. You don't have to go vintage, you can go more modern, but look at this. And each one of those could have been a gift voucher, it could have been a memory message to your grandchild or your daughter or your friend. I mean, look at that, all these little pockets and all these little areas, and it's simple as I said, glue, 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 glue. Honestly, they work themselves. It's so quick.
Do you know, I keep saying that for children that are born today, right now, are they going to have the same physical things later in life that they can go back and revisit? This is perfect for that, because actually, here's an idea. Make something like that for a new arrival. Get everyone's Facebook comments, Instagram comments of good, best wishes for the new arrival, and decorate those.
Pop them on a
and
tag.
Get those.
And put the tags in the pockets.
You've got that forever then, haven't you?
We also said very, very quickly, like an advent calendar. So if you did 24 labels, and there was a pound on the back of each one, or the very last one had got the big gift voucher in for Christmas. So each one in each of the pockets, 1 to 24.
I think
so an
that's
advent
a lovely
book.
idea.
So lots of ideas.
And I like your thinking there of chapters as well.
Yes.
Because again, you can build up a library, can't you?
You can.
You can put it all into one great big.
I mean, if I'd have had time to show you the samples we've got, well, I'll throw on in weddings and babies. I mean, we can go weddings, babies, whatever order that comes in. That's your choice. We've got anniversaries, so we've got 25th, 30th, 40th. You can build up a library. You can fold them in half this way, and then they could put them on the shelf like that, and then pull them out. And all that is your crossover spine. I know we're counting down, but that's your crossover spine. One over the top of the other, and then a big one around the top. And we've made another book.
That's such a good idea.
So we've got open, we've got closed, we've got journals.
We've only just begun. But we have a second hour, Julie, with you at 2.
We do, and I'll try and sort it all out and do a bit slower.
OK, all right. But no, it's good. It's good to get that kind of opening glimpse. This might be your opening glimpse to Scarlet Rose. Isn't it brilliant? And the way it all strings together and all of the possibilities. And you've seen thousands of ideas, literally, in the last hour. I've never seen so much crammed into 1 hour, but it's amazing, it really is. And there'll be a slightly more leisurely hour with Julie. It won't be that much more leisurely. Yeah, it won't be that much more leisurely. Again, at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Please make sure that you check out your baskets right now and come back and join Julie again at 2 o'clock. Right, here's how the next few hours go then. We're sewing with Marent Crafts next. Then I'm back with our Karen and the one-day special at 12. And then Scott's doing a little bit of calligraphy with Zila later.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies that then coordinate with a paper pad. But then we also have storage folders, we have decorative dies, we have colouring daubers, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Welcome back, everybody. Lovely to have your company this Sunday morning. I hope it's still morning. I hope you're all well. Have you opened the curtains yet? Is the sun blaring through? I really hope it is. I hope it's not raining where you are, because otherwise that's really depressed you even more. Anyway, but it's lovely to have your company. Myself and lovely Sasha, we are back for another hour with you.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello. So we had no shows ever before, and now we've got 2 in one day. We're like buses.
Great.
It's great, isn't it?
It's great.
It is lovely.
And it was such a busy one this morning.
It was. We was on first show of the day,
Yes.
7 o'clock live, Sasha and myself, bright and breezy, and we had sellouts on the show. Honestly, it has been non-stop from word go. Really, really busy show. I really enjoyed it, and maybe in a similar situation yourself, because we know there's a lot of people that do a lot of work making and creating, obviously, maybe soft furnishings. It's creative with the needle and thread or sewing machines. Maybe there's some people that have been doing that for many, many years. You may be watching and just started getting into working with fabrics and creating, and so having the right tool for the right job. This was one thing I learned this morning, and there are so many different options and all do a slightly different job that you want them to achieve, and actually we've got huge amounts for you, which are absolutely fantastic. I learned that I can work with some, and again, if you're watching, fantastic. If you weren't, shame on you. Why were you not up with us? But there are things you can catch on the rewinds, which we'll talk a little bit more in some detail in a little while as well. But I thought, there's projects here, Sasha. I thought, I could do this. I could do it because the tools allow me to do that. And this was great.
Does.
And your information is brilliant for making sure you get the right pieces for the right job. So thank you for that this morning.
Oh, thank you.
We expect more of that in this hour then. Is that what we're going to be looking through?
It's really important to me to get the education out there about the Bozel products. And we all know Bozel, we all love Bozel. But again, there are items out there that we haven't used before that we're a bit nervous to use. And I think being able to bring you so many different Bozel products to show you what each product does, a bit of education so you know that you're using them correctly is really important.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what, let's get down the counter. Then we're going to have you a quick look at some demonstration as well with Sasha, so she can actually talk you through exactly how we're working with. So let's start off. In fact, the first one I've got on the counter, we're going to be working with this actually, aren't we, in the first demonstration?
We
with
are.
yourself
I'm really excited to bring this today. So this is the Duet Fuse. Now, duet fuse I've bought before is normally on a roll, 2.5-inch roll, and it's for things like your Camden bag. Now, we've actually got this on a bolt, which is great, so you're looking at about 45 inches wide. It's a fusible polyester wadding, and it does what it says on the tin. It's fusible. It's great for things like your bags. It gives a bit of a firmer look to your bags when it's fused. It's very compressed. It's quite heavy. It's very sturdy. But you can make fantastic rugs out of this, fantastic bags as well. Very durable, very the stability in this is very good as well. It doesn't stretch or give if you're to make your handles or things like that out of this.
Okay, yes, it'll pretty much hold itself there.
Yeah, sometimes if you use normal wadding for a handle on a bag, you can end up with this beautiful bag on your shoulder, and by the end of the day, the wadding stretched 6 foot and it's dragging behind you. But this keeps its shape because it fuses to the fabric and it keeps its shape as well.
Well, absolutely brilliant. And we'll be working with this, like we say, in a demonstration with Sasha anyway, so we'll come back onto this one. But just to let you know, if you want to shop ahead with any of these, of course, but for the details for this, it's just £19.49, 368-645. Really good. By the way, I just want to point out as well that we've also, of course, got our Spring Savers running. So if you are not sure what that was about, it's basically if you spend anything, you buy anything at all on the show today, then you will then, of course, get then a £5 credit that you can use the following day on anything of £30 or more. So if you bought anything yesterday, you've got your £5 voucher. You can use that today again on anything of £30 or more. So it's a great way of just, you know, just extra bonuses and bringing those prices even lower for you. So if you have got yours, make sure you use it today, of course. So it's yours waiting to go. Let's work our way down to our second item that we've got for you here as well. And this here, again, very different feel about this because we've got a sort of much sort of thinner, but sort of tighter sort of compact here, because this is your Bosal, your 2-in-1 stabiliser and batting. So this is 24-inch by 2 metres. Brilliant price point on this at £12.99. And again, we were discussing that this again can save us actually on this one because it is literally the 2-in-1.
It is the 2-in-1. So this is specifically for our embroiderers out there, people that have an embroidery machine. So you're not having to have a separate interfacing stabiliser with your wadding. You can just actually use your wadding, your piece of fabric on top, you then hoop it up and put it on your embroidery machine. And it really hasn't got much give. Yeah, it's very compact, it's very flat. It's, as you can see, it's probably a 1.5 millimetres thick, do you reckon? It's very, very thin. Yeah. But even though it's thin, it's been compacted very well. So it's a nice, sturdy, hasn't got much give. And I was saying earlier, it's 62-point-something% cotton, 27% polyester and 11% scrim. So it makes it very, very stable, and hence the name Stable Bat. You're not needing that stabiliser.
Absolutely brilliant. So, so I say so that's going to cut down on your costing as well and your time. But again, you can see it has got that sort of strength to it. It is really compact. It's only £12.99 also for this one. 774 490 12.99. Actually, brand new on the show for you in this one. So do take advantage of that one. Pop that one into your basket. Oh, we've got a little still to show a little picture. Is it of? Oh, right. Oh, and the phones. Yeah, the phones are very, very busy at the moment. So really, really busy. And actually, this has proven very busy itself. This is actually, you got the Bosal in our form white single-sided fusible foam. And this one, 58 by 1 metre, £22.49, 423270. Again, is this okay for most products that we'd be working on?
So this are the inner form, which most people know Bosal for. So this is the single-sided fusible, which means one side is fusible, and then we do a double-sided and a sew-in. But these products, these foams are great for sturdy bags that have a bit of structure, again for soft sculptures, household items, that sort of thing.
Ah, right, lovely. If you would like to go for the single-sided, £22.49, that's 423270. That's the single-sided. We do also have the double-sided for you. So again, if you're thinking, right, well, actually, let's go for this one. This is 58 by a metre, £22.49. This is 022-600. So exactly the same as the single-sided, but just double.
Double-sided. So you can feel on there you've got the glue on both sides.
Yes.
So whereas this morning when we had the single-sided, one side was very soft.
Yes.
So this side, both sides are fusible.
Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant price again, £22.49. You get a huge amount of this one again, 58 by 1 metre. So again, perfect for those projects. 022-600 on the double-sided. Right, which does bring us on to the project that we were looking at this morning, actually. Like I say, you can catch it on Rewind, but this is the brilliant, the Bozal Crafts Text Placement and Mug Rug Bundle. Now, you're actually getting two options on this one. You can see here that we've got the rectangle, so you'll be getting 4 of the placemats itself with those rectangles you can see, and then obviously you've got those 4 of the mug rugs as well. The great thing about these is, certainly on the rectangle, you could, we talked about these, if you wanted to, you could even cut these if you wanted to make these into rather than 4 larger, 8 smaller, for example, and again even on the placemats, but they are really brilliant. And this was the project I looked at, I thought I could do that, because it literally is, it's just adding the material, ironing on, really, no steam.
Binding.
Yeah.
And then you can, as you learn more, you can be doing more. So you could be doing different effects, appliques, different fabrics.
Lovely.
Have a play.
Yeah, have a play. If you're not sure, again, have a look on the Rewind from 7 o'clock this morning. 2 options on that. There's the rectangle. We've also got for you the circles, both exactly the same price, both on the same item code, just $15.99, 869293. But absolutely brilliant product there to go with. I was very, very busy this morning, by the way, for those, so get in. I'm not sure how much stock we got left on those, but do get in for those ones while we have got them. Very, very busy indeed. Right, couple more to go through, because we are going to be getting to some lovely demonstration talking through with Sasha. But this is a huge bundle, this one. This is your batting cotton blend here, 120 inch by 2 metres. And it's a very different feel to everything as we've seen on the counter so far with this, isn't there?
Yeah, it's very hard when you're looking at different waddings and things, when you're just looking across the counter, unless you do get to feel them, or that's our job, to educate and talk to you about them.
Yes.
So this is your 80-20 blend of wadding. Now this is my favourite, this is my preference wadding. I like an 80-20 wadding. I like the fact it's got 80% cotton, 20% polyester. The polyester gives it that little bit of bounce as well, little bit of stretch in there. Wash is beautiful, and the fact that it's nearly 3 metres wide is,
yeah, I was going to say, which is the reason I'm not attempting to open it up to show the full width of all it is, because there's a huge amount, as you can see. Now, this one has been very, very popular. In fact, with a big stock of this, over 40% of the stock has gone. $23.49 for a huge amount, which is perfect. 962360. Is this good, suitable for pretty much across the board projects again? I suppose it does come down to preference anyway.
It is. We've all got our preferences to what we prefer as a wadding, but I like the 80-20. I like the fact that it washes really nicely.
Right. I
can chuck it in the tumble dryer, or I can hang it on the line. It presses really well when I want to give the quilts a press. Yeah, it's a really good all-rounder. So for bags, lining of waistcoats, lining of notebook covers. All sorts of things.
Absolutely perfect. I just like to hold it. It's really soft. It's really soft.
It's got very minimal scrim in there, and we're really lucky because Bozal actually make this for us at Marant. So again, it's a fantastically cost-effective product.
Really, really good. So if you've got lots of little projects going on with that, that will keep you going for some time, won't it? That's a huge amount there. 962360. Now. You've got to forgive me this one, because normally I don't get really excited about when there's something like that. I go, okay, yeah, we've got the thread in here. But then when you told me more about this, I don't want to steal anyone's thunder. So if you weren't watching 7 o'clock, you won't know about this. But I think this is revolutionary. Sasha, tell us what we got here.
So this is the UK premiere of Eco Verde from Coats, and we've been waiting for this for quite a while. This thread is amazing. It's 100% recyclable thread. Recyclable. That's the
Recyclable,
word.
yeah, that's the one. Yeah. We'll go with that.
Too much coffee this morning. Thread, completely made of recyclable components. Absolutely amazing. We've got, as I say, the UK premiere of it, bringing
That's brilliant.
The craft store first of all before anywhere else.
Yeah.
And it's an amazing thread. The core in this is so strong, which means that you can use it for shoes, tailoring, clothing, dressmaking, bags, crafts, anything. And then the core is actually wrapped in this beautifully soft polyester that makes it beautiful to work with. And they are on 4,000 metre cones, so you can transfer them to your bobbins and things like that.
Right.
But it's an amazing thread, and if you want to be one of those ladies that comes to the craft clubs and it's like, oh my God, I've seen this amazing thread and it's just come out in the UK and I've got my hands on it. I want emails from people when this drops through their door, because you will be the first in the UK.
It is absolutely, you will end up with 8,000 metres because it's a pick and mix. You can go for any two that you want from this collection that you can see here. And I think it's great. I mean, maybe just even you've always been looking for a stronger thread. I mean, this, regardless of actually the eco side of this, but if you're looking for a stronger thread to work with, you know, this is a perfect one for you, as you just heard as well. Really, really good. The most popular at the moment is the grey option. In fact, almost half the stock of the grey has already been allocated. Just behind that, you've got the cream option there. Well, I have to say, £12.99, and if you are someone that is really concerned regarding, you know, everything that's eco, etc., and it's a big thing for you, you've done everything else. When it comes to actually making it bags or shoes or clothing or whatever it is, you know, to know that your thread that's going into it is also doing its bit, how brilliant is that? 648230, absolutely exclusive coming through now for you now. We're the first to bring you that in the UK. It's here, get it, £12.99, 648230.
And look up the story about it as well.
The story?
If you go onto the coats and you can read up how they made it, why they've made it. It's an amazing story.
Into that.
Yeah, it really, really is.
Go for
with
that.
Marant, we're very sustainable, so it's really important to us.
It fits in perfect.
And the grey will be flying because, as I don't know if you know this, but as a quilter and patchworker myself, we tend to use grey thread all the time.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, so we use a darker grey for darker fabrics and a lighter grey for lighter fabrics, because grey blends better.
Oh,
if you've got
I
a
see.
white and it's on a light blue fabric, it will stand out. Whereas if you use a light grey, it just disappears. So that's why greys normally go first in the threads.
I never realised, you see. Every day's a learning day, we told you that. Go for those. Watch the grey now bounce out. Everyone's like that. I need the grey. They're all fantastic, I'm sure, you know. But, yeah, there we go. Take the advice if those are colours you're working with. Absolutely brilliant. A great deal. Another new today also, and again, we are bringing you huge amounts of this one because, in fact, here you're going to be getting 10,000 metres. 8,000 in the last set. You got here, now you've got 10,000 metres here because each one of these spools has 1,000 that you're looking at here, which is phenomenal. And this is from the Mono collection, the new addition, really, I suppose, to the families of all the other colours that have come out in the collection. So it works out just over £1 a spool on this, so it's a really good deal. And you've got, of course, in your monos, you're going to have your grey threads that are in there as well, we were just talking about. Lovely collection, though. Really good deal for this one, Sasha.
It is, and I'd asked for these quite a while ago because, to me, it is a classic quilters, soft crafters collection. It's got those greys in there, it's got the white and the black in there for dressmakers as well, or for any furnishings. But as I say, the grey fabrics, the grey threads are really important to us that do patchworking quilting.
Yeah, you get a few different versions of those in there, as you can see. So they are there. 649202, only £10.99. Absolutely perfect. Bob those into your basket and get those in there. Do not miss out. Absolutely brilliant. We have got the other colour options available for you also, if that is something you're looking at. So if you want to go for the black and white option, we can do 184102. Again, same offer. You're getting 10 spools, each with 1,000 metres on each. So that's your black and white option there for just £10.99. Also 184102. We have got the light colours. There's also another option for you. Really lovely, pretty actually on your pastels here. This is 223 366. Exactly the same offer again, £10.99 for all 10 spools there, but some really beautiful, softer pastel colours coming through there with your light collection, which is gorgeous. Now, we've also got, and we're going to touch on these because these are stunning. We didn't really get a chance to look at these in the 7 o'clock show, but they have already proven to be very popular in this hour, and that is the lovely collection of all these gorgeous fabrics you can see behind me. We've got some patterned and we've got some plain for you. Basically, out of all of these, you can see it's a pick and mix, so choose any two that you want there, and it's just £14.49. There's 19 options in total, so plenty to look through on 167444. But just to look at these, I have to say that we're not going to go through loads and loads and lots of time, but you can see on the website, of course. But these are really beautiful designs on these, aren't they? I love these, Sasha. Really like this, the blue, actually.
They are so pretty. So we've got a few range of the blues there, and then we've got some of the Macawa dimples, and then we've got it's called linen texture, and it's got this beautiful almost linen texture to it, but it's actually a quilting cotton. So they're really good all-rounders, and yes, Macawa fabrics. Beautiful.
You can't go wrong. They really are gorgeous, all of these ones. 167444 for those ones for your half-metre pick and mix on any two that you want. Oh, now, actually, just this way over here, you will see a huge mountain that you can see, basically, from our scrap box has come. There's 1.5 kilos that you're looking at here, and this is a brilliant way of just trying out of your different waddings, isn't it? You were talking about this earlier on. It's a great option.
I knew these were going to go well.
They're
this
flying
morning.
out.
And I said to you, so you're getting a whole box full. You're getting 1.5 kilos of different wadding offcuts, and with these you can be doing your smaller projects, your mug rugs, bags, smaller applique quilt as you go. But it's a way for you to look at different waddings that you necessarily haven't used before. Maybe find a new wadding that might be your preference. Or you might find a wadding that that you won't like to work with. So this is a really good way of filtering out those waddings, because you're getting all different ones. Because normally you'd have to buy meterage or yardage in your waddings. So it can be quite expensive if you buy one that you then don't like.
When they come, I think there's been a question that's been sent through, actually, from Anne. Very good morning, Anne. She's asking, will they be labelled? Because we know that there'll be different sorts in there. We'll be able to know what they are from...
I don't think they will be labelled, but we will be able to tell you quite quickly. So if you get one that you really aren't sure... they will tell you what ones are in the box, as in 2 ounce, 4 ounce, that sort of thing. And if you really aren't sure, then just send me a photo on Instagram and I can help you out. Sasha Sews 123. And there's a Bozal competition on there at the moment.
Oh, get on there, have a little look as well. Have a little look. Because that might be, because another question was, is there a sort of a link to what you might want to use each different type for? But is that a similar kind of thing? If they're not sure, just get in touch?
Just find me on Instagram, Sasha Sews 123, and I can help you out. But most of us as soft crafters will want to play around with a lot of these different waddings, just to... It's like that sample box. You know that some of these food companies do food sample boxes to see what bits and pieces you like. And I think this is a really good way of just seeing what the waddings are like. Especially the thicker ones.
Yeah, of course.
Some people are quite wary of polyester waddings and aren't sure where they should go or what they do. And it's a really good way. So they come in this box.
They come all boxed up.
Absolutely ram-packed in this box.
I mean, there are plenty more boxes. It's not just this box that's going to go around the whole of the UK and further afield.
To us.
But you are going to get it packed in, so not going to be a sort of shrunk right down into a little plastic bag or anything like that. You are going to get that bursting with everything else of all of that that's going to come through. So 043 789 1799, 1.5 kilos. It was really popular at 7. I see it being exactly the same in this hour also. So grab yours there. And also, when we talk about eco, we know some of these are sort of offcuts that have been working, nothing wasted. So you're doing your bit in that respect as well and getting those prices. Right then, Sasha, let's come to you then to start looking at our project for this hour.
So we are going to have a look at Duet Fuse. Now, Duet Fuse is again a slightly different wadding. We're going to actually be making, well, we hope to, depending on time, this bag.
That's pretty.
Just a little carry-all tote, and you can, it's in one piece as well,
which
I really like. So you have your outside and your wadding, your duet fuse, as one piece, and your lining as one piece. So we're not having to put lots of pieces together.
Oh, this sounds good.
I do like nice and simple. So what we're going to do first, we're going to have a little look at the duet fuse. And so as you can see, I've cut the shape out from my pattern for the duet fuse, and you'll feel it's very fibrous. Do you know, you can feel that it's got glue on there. Now, obviously with this one, you do need to be careful because it is a polyester mix, and so I would put something underneath when we are fusing our fabrics onto this. Unlike some of the other Bozel products where the glue doesn't melt underneath, doesn't necessarily melt, but it can get quite warm.
Okay, right, yeah.
And washes beautifully. It's got quite a thicker loft to it as well. So when we talk about the loft for the waddings, it's all about the polyester and the cotton. Cotton tends to be a bit flatter and a bit more compact, whereas the polyester is more cloud-like, I like to say.
Oh, nice, yeah, like that.
So we are going to place our outside fabric on top, and we'll see how well I cut this out at goodness knows what time. Not too bad. And we're going to fuse this.
While you're doing that, I've got a question for you, Sasha.
Oh, right, okay.
This is from Jeanette, has sent a message through. Good morning, Jeanette. Lovely to have you coming. Thank you for getting in touch. Great question, this, actually. Asking, what is the best type to use for oven gloves?
So, if you're doing oven gloves, you want thermal wadding, which is we should have it still on the, we did sell out last time we were here, so we're actually getting some more in as we speak. So keep an eye on the website with yourselves,
right?
And it will be back on there as soon as, and it's the Thermoblend.
Thermoblend. And
you can use that for oven gloves. We have actually got one that's a pot holder which withstands up to 450 degrees Fahrenheit, which is what the American firefighters use in their costumes.
Really?
No, not costumes.
Uniforms.
Uniforms,
yeah, we're going.
That's it. I always call firemen in costumes.
I love it.
I
Dressed up as Anna.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do apologise for any firemen, firewomen out there. I don't mean costumes. Your uniforms.
Yes.
And it's a pot holder, and it should be on the Marin craft store shop. It still should be on there.
Got you. Lovely.
But yeah, anything like that. Yeah, thermo wadding.
I love the fact that I've never had a question like that talked about oven gloves before, and straight away Sashi knew exactly the answer to that, which is why Sashi is here with us for the hour to go through that. So thank you very much. Any more questions? Keep them coming through.
Yeah, we also had a couple of questions from Natalie this morning, and she was asking about the placemats this morning, whether the Craftex, which is the mug rugs and placemats, if you could put them under the embroidery machine. Yes, you definitely can. You can hoop them up and put them under your embroidery machine, no problem whatsoever.
Perfect, perfect. Details of that we're going to put in the bottom of your screen for you. That's 869293. In fact, I tell you what, it's turned into question time now. Margaret's now been in touch as well about this. I think we've had a message through. Oh yeah, I was just asking, are they heat resistant?
Which ones?
The placemats and the craft mats.
I wouldn't say they were heat resistant. I would, if you're going to want to make them heat resistant, then I would put a bit of the thermal wadding in them.
Right, okay.
And most people have got some of the thermal wadding, but I would definitely put some of that on the back, in between that and your fabric.
Right.
So you would have your placemat. So you would have your placemat, And before you put your backing on, I would put a piece of the thermo on, then place your backing on, and then quilt it, just to keep that in place.
Just to make sure.
Just to make sure.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And I think the question was, are they washable? And it says on here as well, they are 100% polyester,
completely
machine washable, and dry clean them. You can as well. Love that. I've also been chucked at. The abuse I get here takes me days once I finish a shift just to cry, just to get myself over. We have got the options now. The options, this is for the pick and mix on the Eco Verde polyester thread as well. Now you can choose for any two from the 6 options that are there for you, but the grey has now gone limited. We talked a lot about the grey earlier on. It was always doing very, very well already, and then we understood why so many people are going for the grey. It is limited stock now, so if that was on your radar, or you thought, I'll pop that in at the end of the show when you go for your pick and mix of any two, you might, if you wanted the grey, I'd go for it now, get it checked in and then get it checked out, just to make sure you do get the grey. You've still got another 5 other options, obviously, to choose from, but it's just in case you were looking for the grey specifically. 648 230, say £12.99, completely eco-friendly, which is, I love that. It's brilliant. I won't throw it back at the floor staff because I'm not that kind of guy. And I'd miss because I'm rubbish. How are we getting on with our lovely bag then,
So
Sasha?
I've just turned my iron up a little bit because I'm just making sure that it's fusing really well. And obviously, like I did say, my cutting out wasn't the greatest at goodness knows what time this morning. So we are, that's my lining. So we have fused our top, and what we're going to do is we're going to place right sides together. I'm just going to make sure that that's all nice and even. And we are going to sew up the sides. I'm going to do it really carefully because I know that I've missed. I'm not the...
I do love the fact that it is so
I just talk to myself.
Simple. It's okay. It's
just
all right.
talking to myself.
It's probably better than talking to me. You'll get more sense out of yourself than with me.
So we're just going to sew down one side, and you'll see how, you know, it sews through so well. I just want to make sure I've got all those layers in.
Uh-huh.
So on your lining, you're going to keep one of the sides open. And then we're going to do exactly the same for the other side. Now, obviously, if you wanted to do a little bit of quilting on here, you could, just to make your outside of your bag interesting, if you wanted to do a bit of a design. But I know we are limited on time because with the questions in the,
I know.
It's so difficult when we're doing a Bosal show because it is all about the education, and it's, you know, I want everybody to be confident in what they're doing.
Well, I think it's also, I mean, we were talking earlier on, weren't we, just between shows, it was, there are a lot of people, and this is my experience, there's a lot of people that watch the craft store constantly all the time, and it's, you know, the friend in the living room, and we make assumptions that everyone's at the same level. It doesn't just have to be with needlework, it could be with painting, it could be with colouring, it could be with crafting or any sort of card making, and sometimes there's almost like an expectation that everyone sort of knows all the information that we have, but there are so many viewers that join us for the first time every single day, which is lovely, you know, not just here in the UK but further afield, and I put myself in that position. It's always, remember when I first started, people said, oh, you know about this, you know about embossing, you know about needlework, you know about crocheting. You go, I don't know anything really, you know, and I was here as a charity case. so for me, it's always a learning curve, and I understand those first days, if you're watching, it's really important. So shows like this, I hope you'll agree at home, what Sasha's bringing to us is great to have that information, because there are so many different types of wadding that will do so many different jobs to what you need, and you might be using the one you've used for years, but might not necessarily be the one that's appropriate for what you're doing.
Exactly, and it might just be because, you know, it's the one that's at the local shop, or it's ones that you've had up in the loft for years, and yet it might not be doing the actual correct job for you, and so, but you've just stuck with it because that's what, you know, it is. And I think that sometimes you can be doing some projects and it's almost like, do you know what, something could make life an awful lot easier for you.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I think that's
exactly.
the great thing about Bozel.
Exactly, exactly.
Life can be made an awful lot easier.
We'll do anything for an easier life. Just while you're putting those together, we had another email come through as
lovely.
well, which is lovely. This is from Ishbel. Very good morning to you, Ishbel. Ishbel says, good morning all. I'd like to ask which Bozel backing would be suitable for making a collage picture in fabric which will eventually be framed? And then the second question is, would the Eco Verde thread fit onto the Brother sewing machine?
Yes, the Eco Verde will fit onto the Brother sewing machine if you have got your, you will get a separate, you can put it on an upright instead of it laying down.
Oh, right.
So you can get the uprights for it for the bigger combs. Or the way I do it, because of expense and things, you can actually put the cone in a mug.
Oh, right, okay.
And then thread it around your machine, and then it stops it going all over the place if you haven't got the other. But yes, they do come. The Brother does come with a an attachment that you can stand your thread up.
Okay.
Collage ways.
Yes.
Collage. It depends. It depends on what you're going to do, whether you want to fuse it or not. If you want it to look quite flat, I would suggest maybe looking at the stable bat.
Right.
Because for a collage, it's nice, it's thin, but it's durable and it's flat to hang against the wall if you're doing it in bits. If not, I would probably look at something like the sewing in our form. And you could lay everything on there. You could lay it all out and then quilt it all in one, if that's the sort of look that you're going for.
Okay. We'll bring that, the details for that will actually put at the bottom of the screen for you, Ishbel, if that's of any use for you. That's 918721. That's 58 inches by a metre on that one. It's only 1849. So two lovely questions there, Ishbel. Thank you very much indeed. Hopefully, obviously, useful for everybody else as well to learn from. I'll pop that down there. I know you mentioned on here the Eco Verde thread. I just want to give you a quick update on that, by the way. We've got the grey. We are very limited, very limited. I've got less than a handful remaining for you, so if that was on your radar, just wanted to give you an update on that. The cream, now over half the stock of the cream has also now been allocated, so 2 of the 6 options we are really quite reduced on now, so do make sure you get those ones if you can go for that pick a bit. That will give you 8,000 metres in total. Right, Sasha, let's come back to you. It's going brilliantly. Lovely.
Just popping the handles on the inside. Just going back to the person that emailed about the collage.
Yes, Ishbel, yeah.
Yes, if you get stuck, find me on social media and just send me a photo of what you're planning on doing, and I can actually give you some, because unless I know whether you want to fuse it, or whether you're going to do a bit of borra, which is a cantha technique, or machine quilting, there's lots of different things there. So send me a message.
Oh, that's brilliant. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Ishbel, make sure you do that. We'll get you the right ideas and right tools for the job. Perfect.
So we are going to pop our lining inside, so right sides to right sides. We're going to line those seams up, and we're just going to pop some pins in and make sure that that's all in line there. Got Larry the Llama, as always. Doing a grand job there. He earns his wages. Does Larry the Llama. Pop that there. So we've obviously done our lining and we've left that hole there. And as you can see, with this duet fuse, it's more of a structured bag. You know, and again, with bags, personal preference, whether you would like it floppy, foldable.
Yeah.
You know, there's so many things to consider there, really. It's yeah, all different types of bags we make. And obviously something like the duet fuse is really good for a rucksack because they're very soft. The rucksack can be quite harsh on your back if you use
yes, yeah, that's
if you
true,
use like a in our form's very good for backpacks as well. Sorry, I'm just trying to get this lined up correctly.
No, it's okay.
I don't want to sew through a pin if possible.
We should have got lots of time together on this one. It's lovely.
So I'm just going to carry on pinning and placing. And then what we are going to do is we are going to sew all around the top just to join everything together. So I don't know if you want to do a recap of fabrics or anything while I sew all the way round, because it could be a bit boring.
That's all right. That's okay. Well, we can we will have a little look at it going around, but I will give the details with what we're working at, of course, which is the Bozal duet fused with the white bolt actually, which is 45 by 1 metre in total, and it is more fibrous, as you heard earlier on, sort of talking about there. You know, it is, but you can sort of it's all got a lovely sort of. It's a lovely feeling about it still. I know that you won't be holding it sort of directly, you'll have the stuff, but it does feel fairly firm, as you can sort of see and work with it. But it's really nice to go with. Price under £20 actually for that size, so it's a really huge amount actually for all of that, for £19.49. So if you want to go for this one, work with it, of course. It's 368. 645 is your item code to work on that one. And just while Sachi's still just working on that, I'll just give you a quick recap on some of the others that we had available for you. Now, if you want to go for our second option that we've got down here on the counter for you, this is 774-490. This is actually the 2-in-1, so this is the stabiliser and the batting all in one. And I think this is one of the recommendations I mentioned, possibly if you were doing anything that's being hung in there, because it is flatter and it's not quite so bulky in that respect.
You can't, obviously, because it is only 24 inches wide, so you're limited to that width unless you join it, which if you do join it, don't place it on top of each other, just butt it up to each other and then do a ladder stitch across.
Oh, okay.
Because it is, even though it's so compact and it's firm, you would get that ridge there. You see the ridge. Yeah. But for things like smaller items hanging on the wall, or if you're doing smaller quilt as you go, then quilt as you go, you could be doing in a hoop on an embroidery machine, or you could actually be just doing 10-inch quilt as you go squares, and then you would be cutting it up, and it would make a really nice flat wall hanging.
Right, yeah, because you can see there, if it is quite sort of dense as well, as Sasha was talking about there. About 1.5 mil in thickness, but it is. Don't let that deceive you. It is very thick, as you can see that with that sort of the tautness of that from it. Really good deal. It's 24 inches by, as we mentioned, sort of slightly thinner in that respect, so you might need to butt up on it, but up to 24 by 2 metres. It's only £12.99 for that size, so you're getting an awful lot in there, again, for that price point, and again, really versatile for those kind of projects that you're looking at. 774-490 if you'd like to go for those. Right, I've still got time to bring to you. Now, there's two different ones. You've got the single and you've got the double-sided. This is the single-sided that we've got for you here, 423270. If you want to go for the white single-sided fusible foam, this is 58 inches by 1 metre. Again, so you're on that one side. If I just open it so you see, there we go. Just turn that around there. Here, you've got the actual fusible side there. You can sort of see that sort of texture from that. We've got that slight sheen, but on the other side, you've got a really lovely softness, again, that will work with this beautifully. 2249, 423270, nice and simple to work with, but that is the single-sided that we've got, but we have got also the double-sided, if you would like the double-sided. We'll bring the details up for you on that one. I think it was the same price, I think, on the double-sided, 2249, yeah, with 58 again by 1 metre for the double-sided, if you would like to work. 022600. Is it under here? We've got it. Have we got? Yeah, it is. Oh, I tell you what, Ben, our floor manager, he's all over it. He loves a bit of double-sided.
On fire!
He's cooking with gas today. 2249 for the double-sided, 58 by 1 metre, 022600 again to work with on the double-sided. I'm going to put it back where Ben put it to start with. Right, now, the placement mats that we got here, we're very busy for these kits. We've got two options. We've got the rectangle that you can see here, and we've got the circle. I've got to do it. Oh, I did this earlier on. I was going to go such a pick a card, just pick a card. So don't show me. Put it back in the pack. I went, is it that one? She went, yeah. I thought, I've done that trick so many times. You do that. Even if you're starting up as your own magic show, best trick in there. Just go with that. Works every time. But you will be getting the options of the round or the rectangle that you can work with on these. 15.99, 869,293. Really simple concepts that will work so nicely, actually. And you will be getting, you know, the full set, basically, that you're looking at. Now, again, with the rectangle, if you wanted to cut them in half, again, and make smaller mats, we talked about them maybe even used for, like, if you want to keep your pot plants and things like that, so they're not going to scratch or damage your tables or your worktops or anything like that. It doesn't just have to be for place settings, of course, but really, really nice, again, to do that with your own personalised work on top of that. Perfect, ready to go. 869293, whichever you're going to go for, circle or rectangle. Absolutely brilliant. Right, what we got for you next, which has been really busy. In fact, over 60% of the stock has now gone. It's only £23.49. But when you see the size of this, I can't hold it all out because honestly, we'd take up the studio. It's 120 inch by 2 metres here. And it is brilliant, this one. The Merrent's Batting Cotton Blend. So if you're looking for a much sort of softer version for that, and there is huge amounts. One of Sasha's you mentioned favourites go-to for a lot of the work that she'll be working on, because it really is great for all sorts of your different projects. So if you are looking, certainly if you've got lots of smaller projects, you're going to get huge amounts out of all this together. It really is a big amount here. 962-360 is your item code for this at £23.49 is really, really good value for money for all of that. Perfect. Okay, update on the Eco-Verde rate. Okay, right. Technical sellout. We thought it was going to happen. It's a pick and mix. And here, 2 from the 6 that you can see. The technical sellout now is on the grey. So that one has gone. So now I can technically throw it at our floor manager. And he caught it, which is good. So now your pick and mix, Z2 from the 5 that we've got. But with a little point out, the cream, 60% of the cream has now also been allocated, okay? I'll be honest, it's pretty busy across the board of all the options on there, but right now, if you had cream on your radar, it is the one that's the most endangered probably to go first. And who knows, people might now, the grey's not available, may go towards the cream, so that might go a little bit quicker also, just to be aware of. It's only £12.99. The great thing is completely recycled. I think that's what's great, and it is a premiere, basically, a UK launch for you right here on the show. It was from 7 o'clock this morning. Absolutely brilliant. And if, again, the whole idea of being as eco as you possibly can is important to us all, and if it is important to you, even with your sewing work, and it is incredibly strong. I just want to make that point. It's not just a nice title. It's not just saying, oh, it's great, it's eco-friendly. It's like having those carrier bags going. It's made from recycled plastic, but it doesn't work. Like, as soon as you put something in it, it falls to the bottom. That's no good. This is strong threads to work with. In fact, even on shoes, if you're working on shoes, that's the sort of strength we're talking here. And it's eco-friendly. Everything recycled from that. £12.99, 648 230. Lovely, lovely, lovely. We're going to go into Sashi in 1 second or so, but very quickly, new today. We've got 10 spools here for you, and this is the mono collection. So maybe if you are looking for your greys and you missed out on the greys on the eco and you still want to get a really good deal on your grey thread, this could be a good one to go for. £10.99. It's going to give you 10,000 metres, because you've got 1,000 metres on each spool. 649202 will give you all of your mono options for just £10.99. Loads of options, all there on the website, of course, thecraftstore.com. Let's go straight back. I've missed you, Sasha. Sorry, everyone has to listen to me talking, which is just nonsense sometimes. Let's come back to you.
So what we've done is we've turned the bag round, handles on. All you would need to do is top stitch around the top. But what I wanted to show you was we've got a few more minutes.
Yeah, we've got about 10 minutes, I think.
So there's one version.
Love that.
And
that's very pretty,
second version. But what I wanted to show you is really, really quick and easy handles with the duet fuse.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Just so you can get an idea of using the duet fuse again. And what I was saying earlier about the handles won't stretch, which is another thing that I really, really like about the handles. So I'm just going to stitch down here.
We get some quite big queues on the phone line. Everyone, just to let people know. If you can, pop them into your basket and go with it that way. If you're making an order, then fantastic. I understand not everybody can, but phone lines are very busy, so we are aware of that, and we're doing our best to get to your call as quickly as we possibly can when they stop doing their, having a coffee.
Obviously, something like, you know, the bag that I've just done, if you wanted to do some really, really quick and simple handles with your duet fuse as well, I've taken a piece of duet fuse. Now, obviously, you would place these in between, just as I've done with the webbing. And then, obviously, when you 1/4 of an inch all the way around the top, just to top stitch, that will then secure all your handles again. And it does make such a cute little tote bag.
Yeah.
But what I wanted to show you is I'm hoping, oh, look at that. Right, that was a good guess in size, wasn't it? So I've got a piece there that is, hold on, 3 inches, okay? And this is about, I would say, 4 inches. And what we're going to do is we're going to place pretty central on there. I'm going to fuse this. It just makes a really, really quick and easy handle, and you're not having to worry. Now, obviously, we're going to tuck these edges in here. Now, because that's fusible, now this is what I was saying earlier, be really, really careful. Use your greaseproof paper. I'm being really careful because I don't want it to go all over this fancy iron, and I don't want Ben to shout at me. So as you can see, that's fused beautifully to that side of the wadding. And then you're going to do the same to the opposite side. So we're just hiding those raw edges. And we're just going all the way along. And it's just another way of using up our scraps and making our handles. And then you're going to fold in half. So you're actually hiding those raw edges. So we're just going to give that a quick press as well. It won't fuse to each other, but it will just help with the actual, well, I'm going to put this through the sewing machine. So we're just going to have to wait for that just to cool down, just a second. There we go. And then we're going to pop that under the machine. Now, at home, on your machine, put your walking foot on. Okay, because I haven't got a walking foot with me. I took it away last weekend and I left it on a retreat somewhere.
Oh. Do you feel a bit lost without it? Is that like losing your phone?
Yeah, I mean, I've got another one at home, but it wasn't until I realised when I got here that I didn't have it with me. Too much gin and not enough sleep. That's our Jenny Raymond for you. It's a good weekend. So by fusing those raw edges into the centre, you're getting this, I don't know how close you can come. Oh,
let's put our cameraman to the test now with
So we've got this beautiful edge where everything is tucked inside. It's all neat and tidy.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we're going to go down the other side as well.
So you say these are okay to machine wash?
Yeah,
and
definitely.
So for the drying of them, do you shape them? I mean, they hold their shape afterwards again once the stitches are in place and everything? And
absolutely, because you've stitched it as well, so that will hold everything in place.
Right, yeah.
And also, I wouldn't put your duet fuse in the tumble dryer, only because it's hot.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I would hang it on a washing line or just on a coat hanger, something like that.
Okay. Do it naturally.
Yeah, naturally. That's
I love a good dry-in day out on the line.
Oh, nothing better, isn't there?
Yes, no, there's nothing better. I love that.
Your bloomers flying in the wind.
Oh, yes. If you see my washing line, except when the farmers.
Only one pair of my bloomers sits on the washing line.
Except when the farmers are out spraying things on fields or the neighbours decide to have a barbecue and I put the washing out.
Yeah, always.
That's not good.
So as you can see, it makes a really beautiful padded
nice
handle.
and neat, lovely.
And it really is, especially for rucksack handles.
Yes.
I mean, we're not at the stage yet where I can pass it to you and you can have a squidge.
Not not yet.
But,
We've only just met.
Well, second show in. That's
For a second show.
That's like second date, isn't it? Second show. Yanis and Adam have been lying to me then. Yanis gave me a signed picture after the first show.
Oh, we gives them away to anybody. He doesn't care. I've got 84.
But as you can see, it's a really satisfying handle, and I know that sounds bizarre, but you've got this really nice padded area, which is so much more comfortable than webbing as well. So if you are doing a rucksack and things are going over your shoulders, it just makes it a lot better. But so that's with your duet fuse. So I would really recommend using your scraps of duet fuse.
You can make those, you know, you can buy them as well, seatbelt protectors as well.
Yeah,
so they put them on
like
because
that.
that's the bit, isn't it, where it sort of can rub or dig in as well if you were to have an impact. Well, those sort of soften ones as well, so things like that.
And I found as well, I went to a well-known theme park in America. Not saying any names.
Oh, okay.
And the walking you do with a rucksack on, and your rucksack catches you here.
Yeah.
Whereas these, it's so nice, it's soft there. They really are. So all those scraps of bits with your duet
That's a great
fuse
idea, that
you're thinking, oh, I don't know what to do with. Don't get rid of them.
No.
Just have a go with handles. And I think that's really, again, find what works for you and what is best for you to use as handles.
And actually, if you've gone for the big, the scrap box, with all of those in there, you get 1.5 kilos actually of there, and you might have some little bits in there exactly. You know, I mean, you're going to get good sizes. I mean, we say the word scraps is a bit deceiving because you're getting big amounts.
Yes.
You know, you're getting a lot in there. But you know, if you've got some of those, you get if you've just cut off a couple as well, that when you're working on your projects, just as you're here and then as well, you know, from Sasha, some of those just to make some of those straps there to go on it, absolutely brilliant. This 1.5 kilos all comes in a big box over to you as well for just $17.99. Variable, different types in there.
I might ask you to look at the 1 second up from the bottom if you want. No, I'm only joking.
I was going to say.
I wanted to see if it was like a game of Jenga.
I feel like it's like a mini version of Princess and the Pea as well, isn't it? With them all stacked up high. Maybe there is there. Yeah, good. Lovely way of doing it. A Wadding Jenga. Love it. $17.99, 1.5 kilos. 043789 is your item code. If you've just seen that, grab that because that is proving really, really busy for all of that. Absolutely fantastic. Also, the pick and mix. We've already had one of the sellouts. The grey has gone from the Eco Verde. We've got the 5 options left. Is there an update on the cream? There is an update. She's not telling me, but she doesn't. Okay, 70% of the cream option has now also been allocated. It's completely eco-friendly over this. Everything you're seeing there has been put together again and recycled to be brought together to give you 8,000 metres across your 2 larger spools for those. It's absolutely brilliant.
And please, can I ask
yeah.
that when people get this at home, please message me and let me know what you think, because I've loved working with it.
Yeah.
I really have loved working. The fact that it goes for so many different products, so many projects, so many different uses. It's really been good.
Yeah,
using a thread that goes across the board.
Yeah, and you say the strength you mentioned as well. It's really, really good to go with this. It's fantastic. So please do, let Sasha know how you get on with that one when you got that. So that's $12.99, which I think is a phenomenal price actually there for 8,000 metres. $12.99. Right, 648230. What if we just have a quick? I've only got we've got a minute or so left. What? They're like, work your way down the counter. Work it, Worsfold. They're saying work it. I do a sexy look. I don't know why I'm doing that. I don't know what that's about. This, sorry about that. It's ever since you said you have a little squish, I've got all of it hot and bothered. Sorry, Sasha. $23.49, 120 inches by 2 metres. It's definitely one of Sasha's favourites to work with. Huge amounts, 962360 for all of this. Right. Oh, I've just caught it on there. Oh, just dropped the stand.
Oh, look,
I tell you.
He's all of a dither.
I can't wait for the 3rd date. When are you back with us, Sasha?
Dinner later.
Would got to go.
Couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks.
Bye.
See you soon. oh, God. Put another hour in. Oakwood Spring Sale one-day specials up next. Oh, then I've got some calligraphy. I can't wait for that. That'll be lovely. And then, of course, back with Scarlet Rose Crafts. Oh, here we go.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows.
Hi, I'm Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zora Designs. Zora Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. Zora Design moulds are used in all areas of crafting, not just for your clays and your resins, but also their food grade silicone as well, so used for your cake decorating designs. Zora excel on the detail in their moulds, and the designs range from animals through to fantasy and much further beyond. If you watch the Zora shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums, ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zora shows.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Welcome back, everyone. It is lunchtime on Sunday. Well, it's not lunchtime quite yet, is it? Only midday. We can leave it a little bit longer on a Sunday. Don't forget your spring savers, of course. That means that anything you buy today gets you a £5 off your £30 spend tomorrow, and we'll do that tomorrow as well. In fact, through until Tuesday, which is really, really good. So let's talk. One day special, the last live hour, I have to say, with the Oakwood one day special, actually. And I tell you what, Karen Keats, we could not get a bigger saving than what we've got on the one day special. I mean, talk about coach and horses.
Coach and horses. I nearly needed a van to bring all the
It's ridiculous.
Down. It's massive.
3 full collections, one day special, which if you are well, everyone, let's just talk about everyone for a second. Everyone is making £120 worth of savings here, because we've carried over all the savings from the individual bundles. If you're a Freedom member, you're saving £129.99. And actually, if you're a Freedom member, if you're just going for this collection here, we'll go into more detail in a bit, but this is the largest of the collections. This collection on its own is £79.92. So Freedom members, for an extra £9.92, we're back to this morning's territory again, Karen. For an extra £9.92, you'd get these 2 collections. I mean, it's just bonkers, and you've been going crazy for it as well. But listen, if you didn't see it last night, let me take you through. Let's pretend we haven't seen this before. Let's start with the Daisy and Critters collection. Again, a previous collection from Oakwood, we have seen it before, but it is a real delight. Perfect at this time of the year, Karen, as well, because we are actually, I think when the weather's better, we're thinking flowers a bit more, aren't we?
Seasonal flowers, flowers of the season, yes. A flower, people might say, yeah, it's just a flower, but a flower is continuous.
Yeah.
It'll be the same next year as what it'll be the year after, in 5 years, 10 years.
Yes.
It's not it's not a trend. It's absolute nature. It's life, isn't it? But I'm going to say they never die, but they do in real life.
Well, yeah, they do, but they go on
will.
forever in your card making, which is brilliant. So you've got the stamps, and you've got the dies, and you've got 2 stencils here as well. So here are the critters. Yeah, we're not sure where your microphone is, Karen. It's somewhere there. Neither am I. I was looking at it and I was thinking, well, it must be there somewhere, but it's underneath somewhere. It's gone hiding. Anyway, I'll carry on. It's fine. You just leave me. It's fine. You've got the ladybirds here. You've got the butterflies going on, and the little bumblebees as well. And then the second stamp set are these gorgeous flowers. And you've got all of the other little elements going on there as well. I have to tell you, the die cards are really, really sweet, aren't they? Very, very good. So no fussy cutting. You've got the matte dies there, of course, and you've got all the details on the butterflies and the critters, and the same on the flowers as well. It's a lovely collection, this one, actually, isn't it? You're making a £10 saving on this one, and it is on 2 flexes as well, which is very, very nice indeed. Shall I show you some samples quickly? Why not? Oh, OK, yes, I'll show you some samples in a wee bit. I'll move on to the other collection, because we're taking all of the savings over to the one-day special anyway. Right, Garden Creatures next. This is lovely. £15 saving on this one. I remember this one. Me and Thee have done this one together before. Love this, because this is the ladybird, isn't it? We've done lots and lots of demos on previous shows of the ladybird, which is seen from above, so you get all of its detail. Love that. And you get the little floral dies as well. You back with us now, Karen?
Yes,
oh,
I've given the mic the kiss of life now, yeah. I've took it from
I don't know where it was before.
You don't want to.
Anyway. Anyway, it's where it should be now. That's all that matters. We've got the snail as well. So, again, it's stamps and dies, and you've got 2 stencils here. You've got a leafy stencil, and you've got a woody bark stencil as well, haven't you? That's probably not the names they've given them, but that's the name I've given them for now. £15 saving on this one. Oh, leafy and wood grain. Oh, but not far off. There you go. Not as good as a wink.
You're ad-libbing very, very well, because we're giggling in the background here.
So, you've got flexies on that as well. £15 saving there. Remember, that's carried down to the one-day special anyway. And then Garden Memories, which is just about everything you need garden-related. There's everything going on here. I'm just looking from behind, by the way, so thinking, what on earth are you doing, you silly man? 76 stamps. 66 dies. You've got a flower wreath going on, you've got a wheelbarrow, you've got a potting bench there, you've got one of those, what do you call those? It's like a little, you make like a little theatre, don't you?
It's a ladder, isn't it?
Yes, it's a little. Oh, yes, it is a little ladder, isn't it?
It's called a ladder.
But you can arrange plants on it. People arrange plants on things like that, don't they?
Yeah, yeah.
It's
You used to. They were always predominant in your potting sheds, but as trends have gone, you find there are a lot of those in houses now where they're shaped exactly like that. But yeah, it's called a ladder. But have you got the love on it as well? It's got the word love running down it.
Oh, it has, yes, in the big letters. There's loads going on in this. I'll show you some samples in a wee bit. So this one has a £20 saving on it, which is really, really good. We carry that over to the one-day special as well, which is superb. So let's bring the whole thing together. So we got £20 from that one, £15 from that one, £10 from that one, £45 saving.
Jump my fingers.
Together. I think I'm going to need them. And the one-day special has an additional... Does Stuart know this is happening? So one-day special saving is £75 there. Put those savings together, that gives you £120 save. Freedom members, you're saving £129.99. So if you're not a Freedom member, that's a why not, isn't it? Surely a why not. Just to get, free P&P for the rest of the month. Worth it, isn't it, in the saving, which is brilliant. So 95 dies, 96 stamps, 4 stencils, And there's 195 elements in total. We worked out, well actually, Molly worked out the savings for it on a big calculator, because we know from the 8 o'clock show how good I am at maths. It worked out at 46 pence per element. It's brilliant. Over 3/4 of the stock of the one-day special sold out and gone. Now, there isn't a 4 o'clock show on today, so your savings will go through until 6 o'clock, obviously when a new one-day special kicks in. But we are at 3/4 of the stock. Sorry, we are at, where are we? Yes, over 3/4 of the stock sold out and gone right now. So if you're thinking of any of these, think of the overall. Think of the overall, because you've got so much to be going at here. I am going to show you a few samples now. I was teasing you before. Because there's just so much. I mean, I've got what feels like hundreds of samples here that I can show you. There are the little ladybugs there, which is beautiful, with some of the flora. I think these are some of the elements from the garden set, aren't they? Oh, hello. There we go. Chaos has reigned already. Here are some of the butterflies on a mobile phone case, which is rather nice. Here are some of the... here's the flower wreath, actually, from the garden set. It is from the garden set, yes.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Then we've got some of the elements from the stamp sets there. Then we've got some of the little butterflies going on. There's all sorts I can show you here. Here are some of the flowers, which is beautiful. There are individual bundles, remember, available throughout this collection. I love the snails. I think they're so, so cute. Look at those. Beautiful. I love it, love it, love it. Oh, and there's that ladder again. There's that ladder. We love going down the ladder. And you got other elements there as well. Love it. I think it's a really, really good collection, actually. It's very, very popular indeed. Oh, done some pot decorations as well with the stamps. Very nice. I might show you that later. Right, we've got some other things on the show as well. We've got, and this is just joyous, really, really joyous, because it's the fuchsia collection, and I love this. I'm just going to show you this. Now, this only launched within the last couple of weeks as well, actually, and I want to show you an overall, which to give you the impression, well, of what you can achieve, because this is wonderful. This is your stamp set. There's 2 stencils in here, plus you've got your dies as well, and they're brilliant. Let me show you how the dies cut out. Karen, these are glorious, aren't they?
They're absolutely gorgeous, yeah. You don't need an embossing mat to get that embossing feature. That goes through as if you cut, when you cut, that embossing feature comes through. But each one fits the stamp absolutely perfectly, and then you still have a mat to layer it as well.
Awesome. Plus, you've got a whole set of dies, which are sentiments as well, and they're really, really broad sentiments as well. I love that. I love that one that just says beautiful, because you use that so many different ways, can't you?
You do, but you don't lose your eyes. Your eyes are all involved in them, so your eyes aren't separate. You're never going to lose your eyes.
You don't lose the dot for your eye. Yes.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good to know. Now, entire collection has that £10 saving on it for you as well, which is really, really good. Freedom members, you pay just $38.66, so you make an even bigger saving. So if you're thinking about the one-day special, just take advantage. You've got your Flexi Freedom there as well, which is very, very good. So you break that down into 2 payments of £19.33, which is lovely. And I love the stencils as well, because, you know, one is like 4 stencils in one, and the other one is just, you know, so broad and beautiful with those fuchsias. Love it. 341130 is your item number. Now, we've been showing you in the Oakwood Hours, we've been showing you some different album making kits, and this time we've got the hexagonal one, and this is so, so sweet. I love the size and the scale of this. It's really, really cool. And this is from iCraft, and it's the kit to make this beautiful hexagonal album, which is brilliant. I love it, love it, love it. Now, do we get both the black and the camel cardstock?
Each one of them. There's a.
I think it's the camel.
It's the camel one that's on the show. Yes, yeah. But it's got all the hardboard to pop into it. If people have seen the octagonal one, this is exactly the same. Just exactly the same. It's a different shape, but the format is exactly the same.
How cute is it? It's just wonderful. I mean, you think of all the papers that you've got from here, there, and everywhere. You can make little pockets, of course. all of your die cuts and other things from the one-day special that you might already have in collections. Brilliant, I love it. And look at how sturdy and stable that is. That's a real kind of shelf filler, that one, isn't it?
It's a shelf filler, definitely.
Love it.
Yeah, it's what you call a coffee table one. The point does go down to the bottom and it doesn't stand straight.
Yeah.
But it's a coffee table one.
I was going to just pop it down there on the... There you go, so it'll sit...
It's at an
like
angle.
That.
You could
That's quite
even
good.
make it as an angle like that, couldn't you?
Yeah, of course you could.
Yeah.
I like that. And do you know what the thing I love about it most? It's only $9.99. So I'd be multi-buying on that, actually. I'd be snapping a few of those up while you can, to be honest with you, which is really, really good. Of course, you can multi-order. That's not a problem as far as the stock goes. Lovely. Right, would you like some paper? Would you like some paper? Card? Would you like some card? Look at these colours that you've got here. Now, you're choosing 5 packs here in a pick and mix. You get 10 sheets in each, so 50 sheets in total. If you want to go 4 or 5 packs of the same, you absolutely can. There's no problem there whatsoever. So this is plain card. Lovely, lovely colours as well. Just perfect for these collections, Karen, especially the fuchsias.
Certainly, definitely. And he's coloured through to the core. Is it 210? GSM.
270.
270.
270.
I can't see even with glasses on these days.
Yeah, it's really
But it's
sturdy.
absolutely beautiful. You're able to make a card base with it, but also for matting and layering and for die cutting as well. But you get a true colour all the way through. Our multi-mixture of different colours, but nice spring. Exceptional choice.
Also, and also think of your ladybirds, because you've got your red and your black there to do your ladybirds, and you've got green and yellows for your summer and the reds as well. Love it. Very, very nice. So you choose any 5 colours there. You get a pack of 10 of each. Or if you want to go for the same colour 5 times over, that's up to you completely. $11.95 in your pick and mix. 567211 is your item number. Now we've got brand new 7-day savers which launched this morning at 8 AM, one of which is Oakwood. And you might be thinking, what the dickens and devil is that? It's artificial moss in 6 different colours, which is really very nice indeed. So if you're making flora and fauna and you want that real lovely texture, the colours are amazing. If you didn't get to see the 8 o'clock show this morning, we had a quick squiz at it in reality this morning on the 8 o'clock show. 433601 is your item number there. It's an £11 saving on that. Here are some more 7-day savers as well, which only launched this morning. We have got your magnetic sheets as well. Brilliant, of course, for keeping your dies and all sorts of other things as well. 500 microns and 10 sheets of those for just $9.99. They are proving massively, massively popular. Remember, always the 7-day savers launch at 8 AM on a Sunday morning. There are more, and you can check those out on the website, but not just yet, because we've got lots to do in this hour. Right, Karen, what are we... Oh, we're working on fuchsias, aren't
We're
we,
going
today?
to start on the fuchsias, so if I may, I'll just bring this through. That's one of those magnetic sheets as well.
Brilliant. So
Gavin allowed me to get some. So you've got 2 dies. You've got a die that matches the stamp exactly. This is the stamp set. It's an A5 stamp set. It's not a small A6 one, but you can see that die will completely cover that. What I thought we might possibly do, if that's all right with you, Derek, is a little bit of stamping, a little bit of die cutting to show how they all work together.
Perfect.
So, if you want to die cut if you want to die cut, what I would advise is stamping out the main one first. And if I just 2 together, one with an outer edge and one without, you will understand what I mean about stamping the outer edge first of all.
Yep.
We're going to get some Versaclear, and I'm just going to stamp it out. So I'm stamping this one exactly as it is. You can seam build if you want to. You do not have to fussy cut your masking paper, because if you die cut it, it will fit exactly over it. So you'll be able to mask with it.
That's good.
So I'm stamping one there, but I'm not going to stamp one there. And the reason is I'll show you at the same time show you how they both work together. You can sit there and you can then colour with pencils and then build up your scene, or you can colour with alcohol markers or watercolour, anything that you want to. But the main part of the stamp is there's all these little stamps here, and they all fit exactly. Oh, look at that, Derek. I've got a dirty mark on.
No,
but that's not going to matter because we're going to die cut that one.
Oh, yeah,
we'll die cut that one.
That'll be out of the equation, won't
that
it?
will be out of the equation. I can't even believe the first stamp of the day and I've got a dirty fingerprint. I could never get away with being a criminal, could I? Because you could find me anywhere.
Yeah.
And you've got all these different stamps, even down to the leaves. So we'll do a leaf as well, but we'll not stamp it as it's on a picture. We'll just stamp it at the bottom just to show. And there, no, we won't. We won't do that one because I've just moved with that one. Let's do another one. And I'm not worried now because that would have spoilt it normally. If I'd done that normally when I was building up a scene, I can get away with it by stamping another one, die cutting it and sticking it on top, and nobody will ever know. Nobody. So shall we go blues or shall we go purple? Shall we go purples and pinks and greens?
Yeah, why not?
So I've got some nice little inks. I've got a set of 4 that came through in purples and pinks, and then I'll get a couple of greens, a nice paler one and a darker one, not too dark. And we'll start off with this little bit here. So we'll go a nice shade of, let's go a paler shade here. And I have had blue on there, so let me just clean. Oh, it's dried. You should always clean. I don't clean my stamps like I should do.
I don't think you're alone, Karen.
Well, they're like my car, maybe once a month. Maybe once a month. So the idea when you're you can do this and change the way that you pop things together. So I'm just going to pop that one down there, and you can. That's the wrong one, Karen. Start again. Get the right one, girl. Get the right one. The right one. Where's the right? It's right under my nose.
Of course it is.
Right under my nose. So it's a. We'll start. Rewind. Yeah. When you make an error, just laugh. That's what you do in your own craft room.
Absolutely.
So your first one is your base stamp. It's starting of your layering stamps, and that's giving your shading. So if you're not very good at colouring, this is the best way to start and to colour it in for you. All you need is a few coloured ink pads. So I'm going to, that one fits over there exactly. Do excuse my head. And there we go. You can't see it. It's a good job my roots aren't that bad, isn't it? And that one's gone straight into there, and that's without the outline stamp onto it. Now we'll use this correct one. And what we will do is we'll move that to one side so I don't get into any more errors, yeah?
Get yourself into a system.
Get myself into a system. This is the next one. And just popping the ink on top. We're going to do it twice. The first one is going to be over the top of there, and you would need to get over the top.
So this is the darker ink?
This is the darker. Now, if you are doing like batch making, the best way to do that would be to do it on your stamping platform.
Yeah.
And you could put, I mean, different sort of 4 corners are there, and you could make sure it lines up. And all you do is keep putting it, or you would just put one down, keep batch making that one, make the next one batch stamp that one. So going over the top.
As well, aren't they?
Oh, I've got some embossing powder, so
have you?
I certainly have, so we can do that as well. And then that one goes over there. And I've missed it a little bit, but you can see it's matching up to where the lines are.
No one would know. It's stunning, isn't
No,
it?
you would spend more time being over the top of it, or if you're not sure what to do, just get a stamping platform. You'd be fine with that. Then the next one. So this one is going to go and cover this complete flower here, and if you go over and match it up, you pop that one in there. And that one's doing that one, so that's like making it a different bud. And then the one that we're doing freehand, it'll make sense when I've done this that if you're wanting to die cut it, I would do it through the main stamp, So that's there, like that. That's that out of the way. Then the next one is this one that's got all the shading onto it, and we're going to go purple with that one.
You just love fuchsia flowers. They're fascinating, aren't they?
They are, they are. You know, Catherine was a fuchsia killer when she was younger.
A fuchsia killer?
She was a fuchsia killer when her mum used to grow fuchsias.
Yeah.
And when they didn't open up, she used to squeeze them to make them open up.
Oh!
Yeah. She was a fuchsia killer.
Well, that's what Molly does, our producer. She says I do that all the time.
Oh! It's called impatience.
Well, it doesn't kill them, though, does it?
Well, no, but I just thought I'd make her sound cruel. I just thought I'd make her sound, you know, sound to be a flower killer. Yeah, yeah.
I didn't know you could do that, to be honest. I mean, I'll just leave them to their own devices.
Apparently, it doesn't hurt them at all.
Oh.
She found out since that it doesn't hurt them at all.
I'm sure they never screamed.
You wouldn't hear them anyway, would you? And there we go.
You would if there was a bee inside at the time. Oh, no, it couldn't be inside, could it? Because it wasn't open.
That's true.
Yeah, there wouldn't be anything
I had
inside.
to think about that one.
I did as well, to be honest.
I had to think about that one. And then we're going into the stalk, even down to the stalk. You just go over the top and press it all in nicely.
Tell you what, we've had some big, deep conversations today, considering it's Sunday.
Well, it's been marvellous, hasn't it? Absolutely.
Solved the problems of the world. If you missed the 8 o'clock show this morning, you've got to go back and watch it just for the laughs.
Just for the laughs. So you see here, I can put this where I want now. So I can have it coming out exactly where I want. And then you've got another one, and then this will be the flower. There we go. We'll use the dark. We're going to use the darker one. And this will give you the nice shading. So from six ink pads, and you don't have to get the great big ink pads. Try a different one, Karen, so people can see it. I probably used wrong one. Too busy chatting, that's what it is. And then that one goes onto there. So you've got that. That's looking really, really nice and natural. I still went and nearly used wrong one again. And then this one is going straight into here where I've got the guidelines. There we go. And you can see how beautiful, even down to this part here. So with this part here, what we can do a nice pink on the stems with the ink pad. And then we can do a really deep purple on the bits that are the ends of the stamens, yeah?
Yeah.
And then this one will fit exactly into there. Now I am going to go over the top of that one because my eyes don't work. And that one goes just straight into there like that. And even down to the leaves. So we've got this one that's quite not the full one. It's got the shading on. This one is the full one. And we'll pop it in the one that we've done, that we've stamped. That's there, going straight over. That gives you your full colouring. Go down to the deeper one where we've got the textures. Different greens make different kind of leaves. This is one leaf and there is another leaf in there as well. But look at the shading on that one.
Oh gosh, that's good, isn't it?
It's absolutely brilliant. What we will do as well is we're going to get the stamens and show you on the one that's not double stamped. We'll do that just there, and we're going to have it so it's looking up to the sun and the stamens are going up to the sun. There we go. So that's one fuchsia that looks really realistic with it not being there.
Yeah, it's
but
lovely.
That's in the shape that you want to.
Yes.
If you get your die, I'll do the outer edge of the die.
Yeah, go on.
You will put the outer edge of the die and you'll realise it'll not match up.
Yes.
So if you want to cut them out, as we're going to cut this one out, we can get the perfect one. Let's get this piece of tape. Oh, you can tell my tape gets reworn and reused and reused. So it's got holes into it where you will be able to see, apart from them being pokey holes to poke it out, you will be able to see the colour through these little holes.
Yeah.
And then, shall we get the leaf as well? We'll do the leaf.
Yeah.
And we'll get another little bit of tape. Never without a piece of tape, but you can tell it's well worn. Please do excuse.
It's a good idea to keep it on the side of your die
Oh,
cutting
of
machine,
course,
isn't it?
of course.
Because otherwise you're like,
Yeah, and then we'll get this out and we'll do it. We'll do a cut, and you'll be able to see how it works out when you cut it. Then what I will quickly do then is I will get a die cut out and stamp it so that you get an exact. Oh, do you know what? Can I stand up for 2 seconds because I've not turned this on?
oh, okay.
I'm just going to turn the plug.
While we're doing it, shall I just quickly show you? Well, I'll show you in just a second, actually. I'm just dying to show you because I think it's brilliant. Let's have a look at the Fuchsia Fantasy, which is your stamps and your dies, plus your stencils. Let me just bring in the board again with the die cuts, because then it just shows you. We've just seen the stamps, and they're layering stamps as well, which is really, really good. So you can do it independently of die cutting as well. Just go straight onto your card as Karen did and send it in different directions. Aren't they beautiful, though? They're lovely embossing lines as well on the leaves, for instance, and the flowers. Just really, really good. So you've got, you know, your matte dies, but look, all of the detail in there too. Love it, love it, love it. So, of course, if you're die cutting in plainer papers, you can then stamp in all the detail as well, which is lovely. So it's 20 dies, 22 stamps, and you've got your 2 A6 stencils as well. We'll have a quick squiz at the stencils in just a second. Works out at £7.73 per set, which again is great value for money, and I love those sentiments as well. Really, really good. I love the size of them, and they're very readable and they're very easy, and as Karen says, you don't lose the dot from your eye because it's part of the main die itself. Should we have a quick look at the stencils as well, because it's kind of like, actually I might just lift this one up, Marcus, if that's all right, because it's like 4 stencils in one, so I think you might see it better against a darker background. There we go, there. So it's almost like 4 in 1, isn't it? Which is really, really cool. So you've got lots and lots of different sort of background textures there. And I may as well pick up the other one while I'm here, probably knocking everything else flying into the wind. But because this echoes your fuchsia, I think we saw it sideways before, but you can see head on, it's actually drooping, not drooping, hanging. They don't droop, do they? Well, they do. The flowers do droop naturally, don't they? But drape is the word. Thank you, Molly. Yes, they drape decoratively. So it's a nice big fuchsia stencil for you to send into the background if you want to, or use it as a feature. I love it. It's a really nice set, all told, isn't it? It's a £10 saving on that one, which is really, really good. 341130. Oh, right, Karen.
So here's one that I cut out earlier, but I've left this list here so that you can see that it to take it off straight, you know, so you've seen that this has come straight out of the die machine. Just pop a little bit and it should come up. Yep. And you can see that although I have moved a little bit, this one, let's get this out of the way. And this is not even, this is the pleasure of doing the groundwork for it. It's not even the putting together of your projects. That's to your imagination how you pop that together. But these are the two that I've just pulled out the die cutting machine, and if I get a piece of black, you will be able to see them absolutely beautifully. Oh, she says, dropping everything. That's coming out of there absolutely gloriously that way. That's my error. There's 2 little bits that you've come out there.
I'm going to have to leave you again, Karen, because guess what's happened? The mic's gone on a journey again. So we'll get that sorted out for you, and we'll have another look at the collection, shall we? Because yes, I can show you the moss, which is lovely. Really, really nice. This is just one of the 6 bags of this artificial moss. I'll stand to one side because you get quite a lot of it, actually. I'm quite surprised because in the bags it doesn't quite look as much, but actually when it comes out, obviously it springs up to life. It's almost like fresh herbs. Do you know what I mean? It's got that same kind of lovely texture to it, although it's kind of like rubbery. It's sort of made out of It feels like a foamy, like a plasticky kind of foam. It's really, really nice. And of course you can stick that onto your garden projects. Here are the colours then. You've got the dark green. You've also got this lovely light lime green. Then there's a lovely sort of silver grey-green, this one is called. You've got the pink, which is a lighter sort of a rose pink. Oh, you've got a mid-green as well. So actually you've got 3 or 4 shades of green, actually. If I just bring that darker one into the background there, it is like my psychedelic herb selection. And there's another colour as well. Hang on a second. I don't have enough hands, you see, that's the problem. And there's a sort of purplish blue, sort of like a two-tone. That's cool. This is a 7-day saver as well, by the way. You get 25 grams in each. And I was quite surprised. The bags obviously sort of suppress the sponginess and the kind of mass of this, because that's a good old handful, that, isn't it? I feel like I'm on a cookery programme right now. I want to finally chop that and sprinkle it over some scrambled eggs. Don't do that, though. 433... Why do you say these things, Derek? Honestly. 433-601. Right, Karen, save me.
He just doesn't want me to talk.
What's
That's
going
what
on with that mic today?
It might just be nicer down my shirt than it is on outside. You never
knows?
know
We need
you
a
look,
boom,
do
I
you?
think, for you.
Never know you never know you're looking a raffle. They always say that, don't they? So that's the one that I've die cut. That was my levelling up of it. I didn't get over the top of it and stamp
all right.
it.
Yeah.
However, this is one that's die cut out of a small card, a stamping card.
Yeah.
And the best way, you can either do what I did yesterday, if you rewind on the 6 o'clock, where I've die cut one out, level it onto the stamping platform and do it that way.
Yeah.
Or if you stamp onto have your stamp and you do your stamping here to exactly get it right, you can not drop it like that. But you can see the level of embossing on that part, can't you?
Yeah.
You're just dropping it, and you're going to take the bit. I hope Mum's not watching. She plays hell when I rub it all over my trousers. I'm going to just match that part
All
up.
of that looked quite odd on telly, let me tell you, but there you go.
Yep. Pop that there, match that little bit up there, hold it down, and that's a good way to get it so it's level and it works. And you get the full stamp in there. That's the exact fit that you will get when you've done it that way.
Yeah.
In the die sets, you get the full the one that does the large one, and then you've got the one that does, that's still the large one. Let's have a look for a small one. I've got some small, that's the small one there that's been die cut and coloured with the ink pads at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
You get a leaf of each type.
Uh-huh.
You get the top of the fuchsia, so you can start decoupaging these and doing the you don't even have to die cut them or fussy cut them to decoupage.
And if you were with us this morning and you managed to get the little square foam pads.
The 22,000.
22,000?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 22,000.
Yeah,
Yes.
22,000.
Blimey, you still remembered that?
Of course.
That's 4.5 hours ago.
Oh, I remember telephone numbers from when being 10-year-old.
Do you?
Yeah. It's sad, really.
I don't know my own number, let alone anybody else's.
And then what you can do, you can cut those off and put your own stamens into it. And hang your own stamens from it.
That's a good idea.
Yep.
Yes.
If you look at Rewind a week last Wednesday or Thursday, when the fuchsia was on, I did a demonstration where I showed how to do the full demo of how to put the stamens on it. And then you can start having dimension. You start popping them onto 3D photo frames, then build up your scene.
Ah.
But it's an absolute versatile one, so you can stamp, you can mask. I do have a mask here that will show you exactly where it goes over. So this is one that I've done with pencils. I've let that dry and taking the mask fits exactly over the top. And what I can then do when I've put the mask on is get my little stencils with a little bit of ink. Let's go for a bit of pink ink. Oh, that's a name that we know, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. And we popped some of the same ink round it, doing it very, very lightly. I'm not doing it very... I'm trying to not be so heavy-handed. Because I'm a typical Yorkshire girl.
Subtle cat.
Let's see if I... Oh, look at that. I've subtly done it.
Oh, look at that.
And there we go.
Beautiful.
So that's the concept of the
Very good. I love them.
fuchsia.
I love fuchsias.
I love this concept.
If you love the fuchsia flower, you're going to really, really enjoy using this set as well. It's fabulous. It really is. Right, back to Karen in just a moment with more. In the meantime, let me talk to you about the one-day special, because it's very, very busy. Over 80% of the stock of the entire one-day special has sold out and gone. Remember, this is the last live hour. Karen will have a different offering at 4 o'clock this afternoon, so we won't see the one-day special there. So enjoy it now while you can. The price will remain either until the stock is sold out or 6 o'clock, whichever one comes first. So enjoy this, because it's essentially the one-day special is 3 collections as well. And actually, just as a point of interest, the whole Garden Memories set, by the way, has been designed by our own heartfelt Nikki. Which is fabulous. I see she's a lovely picture of Nikki on the back of each of the stamp and the die sets. It's lovely. It's really, really nice. Right. So let's break down the one-day special into its smaller collections, because you might want to just go for one of the smaller collections, which is absolutely fine and dandy. This is really, really nice, actually. This is your Daisy and Critters complete collection. So it's 2 die sets, it's 2 stamp sets, and it's 2 stencils as well, which is lovely. So you've got that gorgeous, gorgeous flower die, and then the sheet of Critters, the matching stamps for the flowers, the butterfly, the little bumblebee, and the ladybird, which is beautiful. You get the great big flourishy, flouncy floral stencil, which I think is really, really lovely. And then at the bottom, well, it's just like a flower carnival going on down there, isn't it? So you've got all of that for that amazing price with a £10 saving, $49.95. You can break that down, as you see, into 2 flexes as well, and you've got a £10 saving. It's very good. And don't forget, of course, technically you could say, oh no, technically you could say you'll be saving a £5 tomorrow as well, remember, on your spring saver. T's and C's for that are on the website, by the way. I just have to keep saying that, at thecraftstore.com. Right, next collection is your Garden Creatures collection. So something a little bit bigger and a little bit bolder. I love the fact that you've got the ladybird and you're looking at it from above as well. A ladybird that you can interpret as a beetle if you want to, but I think a lot more people prefer the attractiveness of a sort of a ladybird, because it lends itself to nice colouring. But also, if you wanted to have that a bit more beetly, a bit more purple and black, I think that would be quite nice as well. Great for embossing. And again, you can see the stamps that go with that as well. Beautiful, isn't it? Lots and lots of detail. In fact, I'd make those eyes, you know, quite, you know, yes, piercing, distinctive and different. And then you have the lovely snail. Good, isn't it? Really cute. Shall I show you the right way around? That will save you crane in your neck, won't it? There you go. And you got the little toad. Are they toadstools or mushrooms? Don't know. Whichever you want them to be. Quite right. That's always a good answer. Plus, you've got obviously the dies there as well, and that's how the dies cut out. So lots of details on that smaller one as well, by the way. So you've got 2 different sizes. You've got the larger one and you've got the smaller one in the die set. Love it. Nice big saving here as well for you. £15 saving. Thank you very much. I think something's gone to Oakwood's head today. There's so many big savings. It's massive. Right, Garden Memories now. This is the one designed by Nikki. Heartfelt Nikki, as you all know her, of course. So this is brilliant, because this is 4 great big stamp sets, plus the matching dies, and you've got pretty much everything you could ever want here. There's a floral wreath in there. You've got all of your garden tools. There's the ladder with the love coming down it. You've got all the pots and plants and flora, welly boots and watering can and shears there. Lots of sentiments too. You've got a spade and a fork. Lots of flowers, a nice flower border there for the top of a card. And you've got your garden, wheelbarrow. That's it. Come on, Derek, it's really, really easy. You've got one. I was nearly going to say trug, but that's the thing with two handles in it that you put all the weeds in, isn't it? Wheelbarrow, that's what I wanted. Brilliant. This is like an education to me, this show. 739959. Oh, plus the two stencils. So the leafy stencil plus the wood stencil. Oh, sorry, yeah, they're with the creatures, aren't they? Sorry, you're quite right. Wrong collection. £20 saving there anyway, 739959. But if you're a Freedom member, for just another £9.92, you've got the whole thing. So if you're just going for the Garden Memories collection, it's next to nothing more. Don't be playing with that microphone again, Karen. For just a trice more, you can have the whole thing, which is really, really good. Honestly, Freedom members on this one, you're actually saving £129.99, because although you see actually there you've got a £75 saving on the one-day special, that is just for the one-day special, because we've taken all of the savings, the £10 saving from this bundle here, the £15 saving from this bundle here, the £20 saving from this bundle here, which is just bonkers, added that to the £75 saving on the one-day special, and we have given Freedom members another 10% saving. So everyone saves £120, but if you're Freedom, it's £129.99. So actually, to be honest with you, if you're not a Freedom member so far, this is a why not? Because actually, the savings would cover your Freedom membership, would they not? And therefore give you free P&P for the rest of the month. And also, as if that wasn't enough, anyone buying, obviously today, one per customer, is going to get their spring saving as well. So you'll get £5 off a £30 spend tomorrow. You can do that again tomorrow as well, by the way. It's a good time to be with us. It must be a bank holiday, mustn't it? It's brilliant. I'm loving it. Right, got a bit of an update for you on the Hexagon album. We thought this would be popular, massively popular. So we're bringing the details up for that again. So basically a complete template kit for you to put together to make a hexagonal album. It really is as simple as that, and it's really, really beautiful, and it's only £9.99. And here's what you end up with, and this would be a great way of you know, charting someone's life, celebrating somebody's, you know, birthday, maybe a new arrival, whatever it may be, in all of these gorgeous pages. Obviously you'll decorate them with your pages and your tags and ephemera and stamp sets and everything else. In fact, you use your one-day special stamp sets if you want, of which I think that's the flowers, isn't it? The bunch of daisies, which is lovely. What a joy. And I love the shape of the pages. They're really, really cool. And it's a real shelf filler for £9.99. Grab it. And you get to do all the fun bits, which is really, really good. So 020845 is the item number for that at £9.99. Right, Karen, have you finished fiddling with that microphone now?
Third time lucky.
Third time lucky.
Third time lucky.
Right, we've got about 12 minutes now.
About 12 minutes.
What are we going to do?
So what I have done is I've stamped the daisies, the bunch of daisies out. What I am going to do is I've die cut with the obviously with the dies, but the inner die matches it exactly. And so I've just cut a mask out, and I'm going to make sure that level lays over. I've not had to fussy cut these because I've got the dies. Can you imagine trying to fussy cut how?
No. In a word?
No, you couldn't. That's just shut me up straight away. Yep. So the stalk is like, what is it, about 2-3 mil? And can you imagine trying to have to fussy cut that? I think I would. I'd end up chopping it off. As much as I love fussy cutting, but there we've got.
So your mask. What if you made your mask out of? Don't say masking paper.
I've made my masking paper.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
I know. Ask a silly question.
Yeah. I've got Crafty Devils masking paper that were on last night.
Yeah.
So I use that as a. You can use it to at least 2 or 3 times, and you wouldn't have dirty fingers. But once I start colouring this in, it's not a problem.
You probably would, in fairness, Karen. Most people do, don't they?
I thought you were just meaning
no,
me.
No, not
then.
you. No, everyone, all of us. All of us. No, I'm not upsetting
I've got
you
a damn
now.
cloth here as well.
We've
I
been
ought
getting
to
on
just-
so well today. I'm not going to upset you now.
Oh, you never upset me. You know what they say in Yorkshire? If they insult you, they like you.
Hey, that's true. Yeah,
It's
that's
true
true.
what
Actually,
they
yeah.
say.
Term of endearment.
Yes, a term
Oh,
of
she tells me that with only
endearment.
10 minutes left on the show.
Oh, you mean you could have gone full-fledged?
Exactly. Oh, well, make up for it another day.
Make up for it another day. So I'm then popping that one down as well. And we are, you know, I'm going without a parachute because I've not got anything underneath. And I'm not using a stamping platform, so we're just hoping that if I hold it long enough, let the ink soak through, and the masking paper is thin enough as it is, you can start pulling that up. And I'm going to turn it round, and I'm going to do the other side.
We're going for a full border here,
We're going for something a little bit on the different side.
You a gardener, Karen? I think I knew the answer to that before I asked the question.
My mum bought me a poinsettia.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
she come back 4 days later and it was covered in tinsel. She said, "What's happened?" I says, "All leaves dropped off. I killed it in 4 days."
Oh, that's quite good, actually, isn't it?
Well, my mum can keep hers for 12 months.
That must mean that you must like the house warm then, because they just dry out, don't they? Although, to be honest, sometimes you just look at them and things drop off.
Overwatered it. Or I froze it to death because I don't put heating on, as you know.
Dear me.
Quite right, we're
They
now.
are very easy to kill, though, I have to say.
Are they?
Oh, poinsettias, yeah.
Oh, Derek, I love you because I just thought it
so
was
easy.
I killed a bonsai tree that I paid £150 for once.
Oh.
And I'm talking 27, 28 years ago when they were really expensive. I killed a
my
bonsai
word.
tree. Yeah.
150 quid.
Yes.
Oh, you'd be in tears,
Well,
wouldn't
I
you?
missed that one. See, that's your fault. I blame you
Okay,
for
that's
that
fine.
one.
I'll take it. I'll take
You
that.
take that one?
I'll take that, Karen.
Yeah, so I would have normally stamped that properly. And then you get the leaves to stamp over it. Not the leaves, they're... what are these?
Flowers?
Flower heads, aren't they? The flower heads.
Yeah, they don't like cold. Molly's just looked up. Although, to be honest, Molly, I honestly think that you can look at a poinsettia the wrong way and a leaf will drop off just for badness.
Do you think so? Well,
yeah, they are.
It ended up. It got covered in tinsel for Christmas. I says, at least it's festive,
Well, there
Mum.
you go,
Stop
yeah.
worrying about it.
Something to hand tinsel on the bare branches.
Yeah. Now you would normally cover it with a full one, but you've also got the dies where you can actually just use the die head. Just use the head, and I'm covering that with again some more masking. Look at how many masks I've got, and it does it always same with the critters, but not one of them have I had to fussy cut because the die completely matches
Awesome.
it.
So it's worth doing that, actually, isn't it?
Definitely worth doing it, definitely.
And I like the way you've got it on the inside of the lid of the storage there, and you've got all your dies on a magnetic panel. You're very organised, Karen. Very
It
organised.
took me 4 days to sort that.
Very impressed.
Not organised at all.
We didn't get much gossip about your garden, though, so what would I see in your garden?
Wouldn't be daisies, but they'd be yellow.
Oh, OK. Dandelions.
That's what I heard on the radio.
Are you an expert dandelion grower?
I'm an expert at dandelion growing, and I heard on the radio that it's very good for bees.
Yes, it is.
Not to cut down your dandelions. So I am populating the bees.
Yes.
So when they come and complain, I am helping the bees.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're doing your bit.
I'm doing my bit for the bees. And let's see if I can stamp this one properly. So I'm
Never
stamping.
mind what the neighbours might think. If the bees are all right.
As long as the bees are all right, it doesn't matter, does it? And then you would just keep building up and building up. We'll pop that one there. There's no stalks on them, but don't forget we get a black liner pen and we can put stalks onto them, can't we?
Of course.
And then just pull these up. So we'll take that one away. And what's happening there is that one's going straight behind there. This one has gone straight behind there, and you're building up a complete set.
I love the whole reveal.
The reveal.
It's so magical, isn't it?
Yeah.
When it works, it's
Not when
like...
it's got dirty fingers on it, but hey-ho.
Look.
And I've pulled one. You see how fine that was?
Yeah.
I've ended up just with a head there.
That masking paper's quite strong as well, isn't
It's
it?
very, very strong. It's because it's very, very fine. It's really only, I would say, 1.5 millimetres, and you don't get that with the die very often. You don't get that But you can see, excuse that, just there, but you can start, you could build a border all the way down.
Do you need a butterfly?
Well, that's why we did the butterflies.
Ah.
So everybody has, but when you make a mistake, you have a butterfly.
Go on then, go on.
Leading straight into it. But when...
There's another mucky finger.
There's another mucky finger. But when you send a card, someone will see it with a butterfly on, and the first thing they do, they start lifting the butterfly up because they know you've made a mistake.
Yeah.
So the critters, you don't have to use a butterfly. You can use a bee. You can use a ladybird.
Oh, yeah.
And you've got different size
You have
ones.
choices.
You've got different choices. If I take them off, because I've not matched them up, you've got a side flying one and a top one. So depending on how mucky your mark is, or how big your mark is, you can either use the full coverage one or just a little bit to cover it up. And you can put them flat. So therefore, nobody's going to know, and they're not going to be able to lift it and see it. Are we nearly done?
That's very true.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
Molly's doing the 5-minute wave.
Is that what it was? I thought it was like get off.
Oh no, that's all right. No, we've still got a few more minutes.
I thought it was the get off wave.
You could do your butterfly covering up on the flowers if you
I
like.
could, but the other thing that you can do as well is where have I put it? Look at this, shrink plastic. We've got shrink plastic. And because you get an outer edge, so I've stamped onto shrink plastic, and I'll only cut the bee out. Shall we cut the bee out in shrink plastic? And we'll get the butterfly, the ladybird at the same time. There are 2 dies with each one.
Yeah.
You've got the bee that will completely cover it.
Yeah.
So you get no colour through there at all. You get no edge.
Yeah.
So that's if you're using a white shrink plastic, or you get the outer edge that will give you an outer edge there. I'm going to run that through the die cutting machine. So when you're actually die cutting plastic through your die cutting machine, the shrink plastic, what I would do is where's that one? I would put piece of paper underneath.
Okay.
Because then what it tends to do, the plastic does, it'll make it goes through the plastic to the paper, and it gives you a better cut. You don't get half a cut with the plastic as you would do.
Okay.
It's just a quick tip to pop through.
Yeah, because the shrink plastic's quite hefty.
It's a plastic. It's a plastic. It's like if you're cutting mylar through your die cutting machine, you see with that extra shim of paper, it's made it so that the plastic will completely fall out and cut. Whereas if you just did straight into the plastic, it may not fall out and cut as that.
Oh, I see, right,
done.
yeah.
It just gives you, it's just a little...
Because the plastic and paper are resisting each other, aren't they?
It certainly does. And then what we'll do is we might have just 2 minutes to have that.
Yeah, go on.
Shall we have a go for it?
Why not?
We'll get that set up while we get something to hold it. Oh, look at that. And you don't normally put your fingers in there. That's that one. Press on it with something flat. And then we've got this one where you can see everything's been cut really down.
It's so clever, isn't it? Because you kind of think, oh, that's going wrong, and then it goes right.
Look how diddly it is. Look how cute that is. Earrings, charm bracelets. Put the hole in it first, but I bet you can't see it, can you? Let's get a piece of... Where's another piece of black? Have you seen mess behind here, Derek?
Yeah.
It's like...
Yeah.
That's why I'm single, because nobody had put up with me.
Tis like you moved in, and considering you only moved in yesterday, my word, you've made an impression.
Mum's going like this.
Just pop the die next to it, Karen, just so we know how much it's shrunk.
So how much it shrunk? The die was that one.
Look
and
at
the
that.
outer edge of that one is that one. But if you do them in black and a bit of, or you colour them, then you can cover the tidgiest of mistakes and nobody will know.
I love it. I love it. Karen, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
My word, that has just flown by.
Yeah, I've been 3 hours cleaning up.
And you're back at, you've got a bit of tidying time, and then you're back at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
I'm back at 4 and we're doing a stupendous, a paper rose and a stupendous impression happy hour.
Fantastic, so completely and utterly different.
Completely, utterly different.
Can't wait. Thank you, darling.
Thank you very much.
Oh, what an amazing show. Really, really good. And such a massive, massive saving on your one-day special, particularly if you are a Freedom member as well, because it's basically 130 quid saved. It's like, what? That's ridiculous. Right, listen, check out your baskets. If you've got anything there, just grab it while you can. Remember, the one-day special saving will last until it's sold out, or 6 o'clock this evening, whichever comes soonest. So make sure that you get everything checked out. Stay right where you are. Lots more on the way. Like calligraphy coming up next with Zila and Scott. Very cultured hour. It's going to be very decorative. And then Scarlet Rose is back with us. And then a little bit of Pink Frog.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Welcome back, everybody. A very good afternoon if you are just joining us. My name is Scott, taking you through the next hour with... I've been really looking forward to this hour because this is a sort of an art form, or it's just a relax, or it's just another great way of expanding on other skills that you might want to be using, possibly to really personalise. Maybe it's cards, maybe it's wedding invitations, maybe it's for birthday cards, maybe it's for sentiments that go inside on those, or maybe it's just a hobby, just something new to add to maybe the skill set you've already got. Or if you're a doctor and you're really write very messy prescriptions, please watch the next hour, because it's all calligraphy, everybody, and I'm really excited about this, and I'm really excited because it's my first show with lovely Sue as well. Lovely to meet you.
Thank you. Yeah.
How are you?
I'm great, thank you. Yeah, good.
Yeah, happy to be inside when the weather's quite warm outside.
Oh, it's exciting in here.
It is exciting in here.
Yeah.
More creative in here. More creative.
Yeah.
Really, really looking forward to this hour, and you've brought some lovely examples as well, because when we think about calligraphy and all that lovely way of just getting those letters just perfect as well, just looking lovely, I'm really excited because we've got the right kits to do that. But just tell us a little bit about Zila themselves as well as a company, if that's all right, for those that may not know too much about them just yet.
Yeah, they're based in sort of South London, sort of Surrey area.
Right.
And they've actually got about 15 shops selling, stationery sort of items and going into the art products as well. And the company's now owned by two brothers, because their dads did start the company.
Okay, yeah.
And they've been trading about 30 years now, so they've been around a bit.
Yes.
And then they've sort of launched this Zila brand in 2017.
Right.
So they sort of launched that for their products and everything. So they're really focusing on their packaging.
Yeah.
And they've got me involved to endorse a couple of items as well, to test and to sort of, and I'm prepared to give my name to them because
brilliant.
I think they're smashing.
Yeah.
So
Are they just a nice company themselves?
They're fabulous.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I feel very honoured to be their lettering ambassador.
Oh, I like that. Have you got a door with that written on the front of in calligraphy? You need to one of those, or those little desk plates that people have.
I need to make my own.
You do need to make your own.
Yeah.
Well, I've got the perfect thing you could use.
Yeah.
We've worked together. I'll tell you what, that's good. That's a good start. I'll tell you what, let's go down the counter because, and I wanted to say this because actually, just in a few minutes that Sue and I were talking, we were having a conversation about calligraphy, and you put me at ease because I thought straight away, is this something I'm going to be able to pick up and have a go at, or is it one of those things you see such lovely examples of? There's almost like a bit of a fear factor that you think, oh, I could never achieve that. But one thing I've learned with watching, with everyone on the craft store, is that once you see it broken down and you go through tips and techniques, anything's possible, isn't it, for anybody to do it?
Yes. I think the problem is it looks fabulous, I think, once it's done.
Yeah.
But it definitely is achievable,
right,
I think.
Great.
It does take lots of practice over time, and you don't need fantastic handwriting. I've got quite messy handwriting.
Okay.
But you just take your time and focus on each letter. You can produce these lovely results.
Right. Well, listen, let's take you through to starting off with for you, which is this is the ultimate calligraphy pen gift set, because I think there's something about this actually wanting to give it over to somebody else is fantastic as well for them to have a go. By the way, I wanted to just point out we've got some brilliant savings on the show, and we're straight in with one of the biggest ones you're looking at here with a £16 saving. And when you're thinking here, you've got 4 pens, you're going to be getting 5 of the nibs, 20 of the cartridges, which you can see they're all beautifully coloured, like bunting across the top there, and you're also going to get the ink converter and also the guide. So we'll talk you through all those elements for it, but a really very special price on this, and it had gone once. It is here for you to go for it today. So just talk to us a bit about the equipment that we've got inside on this particular kit then.
That's fabulous, that kit. And we put it in a tin now, which is lovely, because it's always nice to keep your everything in one place.
Yeah, absolutely.
So with this, you've got a lovely variety of inks, and they're all water-based, so you can have fun with them with water.
Oh, nice.
And you've got the 5 nibs, ranging from a lovely 2.5, the widest one.
Oh, okay, yes.
Down to a 0.7. Which is quite fine, so you've got a lovely variety of there.
And so, and the different size of nib, is that just going to allow us on just different size of letter to work with, and just the sort of like the font size that we work with almost?
Yeah, correct, yes, yeah.
Oh, that one,
you're very
that's good.
Yeah,
I'm liking that. That's good. Oh, okay, so if we were working again to do sentiments, we were working on big headings that would go on there, this will be able to do that with all the different nibs to work with.
Yes, yeah. You can get quite adventurous with the wide one. You can have some more dramatic fun with that.
Right,
or you can, start off with the smaller one and just basically try it with your own handwriting, because it's almost small enough to be practically a fountain pen anyway.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. The colours look beautiful that you're working with. Just on these, because maybe some people thinking, yeah, if we get through all of those different colours, how easy is it to replace? I think that
They
with
are
the inks themselves.
yeah, they are the standard sized cartridges, so
Right.
you can quite easily replace and buy, you know, a big pack of black and blue
Okay.
to use. And then the converter as well, which we can use. Shall I explain that
Yeah,
quickly?
do, because, yeah, there's some science here, I
Oh,
think,
here
with
it
that,
is.
because that looks good. Anything with the word converter, like alchemy.
So this is really handy because if you do use up all the cartridges, or you've got some bottled ink at home, then you can suck it up with this nifty gadget. So pop it in the ink and then just twist it. So it's like a syringe, really.
Oh, I see.
So twist it all the way up to draw the ink up, and then this is basically a cartridge. And it's got the little ball bearing in it as well, and that can go straight into the pen
Oh,
nib.
that's brilliant. That's
So,
okay. So
yeah.
if you, like you say, you have got your own reserves of your ink to work, you know, from whatever beforehand.
Yeah.
You can
Mhm.
just use it and convert it to go into there.
But it has to be a water-based
Right.
ink, not most of these inks that you can use with dip pens.
Yeah, oh, okay,
So it has
yes.
to be a really smooth, thin,
Right.
water-based ink. Yeah.
Right. Love it. Oh, I love that. That is absolutely brilliant. That's fine. I know I've got some samples here in front of me. Are these ones that again we'll be able to create working with this particular kit?
Yes. Yeah. Definitely.
I'll just show you some of these as well, so we can. But really, really lovely again to be able to sort of work with it again. And these are. I've had it from Sue. These are achievable to do. Like you say, it's like anything. You've got to practice, haven't you?
Yes.
So
So that's the lovely classic sort of Gothic. Sort of book style sort of lettering that everyone's familiar with. Yeah.
Love that. Love that. Oh, these are really nice as well. These are gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to show you one more here, then I want to show you one very, very special. See, I think these are lovely. Like, if you were to... There's lots of stamps out there that people can use, but to actually really be personalising your sentiments to go inside, like this, for example.
You can say what you like now.
Absolutely,
yes.
yeah. Most people, to me, they do, and it's never nice. I want to just point out, because you've done all this as well, haven't you?
Yes.
Sylvia? I love this. Look at this. What a lovely way of sort of demonstrating and showing them all off there, all the different ways of working. Even the alphabet looks good.
Yeah, well, I think so.
Yeah.
And that's just a nice way of practicing and keeping all your little scraps, you know, and because you kind of, when you start practicing, you'll do a good line and then you'll do one you're not so happy with.
Okay.
So I've just torn up the ones I'm happy with and sort of just kept them in there because I think they do look really nice.
They do really nice.
Yeah.
Especially if you were to put on there again, either it's just those, but just those lovely little sentiments or those little thought for the day kind of thing, you know, just those one
you
little
can fill
liners
it with that kind of thing. Definitely.
Really lovely,
That's a
really
good
lovely.
idea.
So, this is the first one, and it is perfect. Again, for beginners, this is an ideal one, really.
I'd say the next one
Oh, right.
probably for you know, for a budget for a beginner.
Okay.
But either one, definitely.
Either one.
Yep, yeah.
I'll tell you what then, I'll give the details on this one and
Yeah.
we'll come straight on to that one. This one you'll need item number 928109. Like I say, in this you're getting so much. 4 of the pens, 5 of the nibs, 20 of the cartridges, and you get the ink converter that Sue just talked us through there and the guide that's all in there. It's all that normal price. $39.95. Right now, £16 saving. Never a better time than getting it right now than that price. So it's down to just $23.95. Now, we are on an extended delivery, so it's now looking at dispatch from the 4th of June. So I think it's because of the bank holiday, etc., that you might be looking at. So not too long to wait at all for that. 928109. Absolutely brilliant opportunity to go for that. Don't forget, we've also got the Spring Savers event going on. So if you buy anything today, of course, you're going to be getting your £5 that you can put towards something, or if you did get that yesterday, anything over £30, you might want to be thinking about these. Right, let's look at the second set then on this one, and this is the complete calligraphy set here. This will give you 3 pens, 3 nibs, 12 cartridges, a converter and the guide. So in here we're saying again another good option if you are just starting out to look at for this particular one.
Yes, definitely. It's just down to budget mainly, because the beauty about this set is that you get that lovely wide 2.5 nib, which is one of my favourites. So
Right.
you get the wide nibs in there, the 2.5, the 2, and I think it's the 1.5. So you got that good sort of start.
I'll just
there.
look at the back, see if I can see, yes, if it had the sizes on there. But I'm going to take your word for those on the sizes, because
Yeah,
I
you've
was
got the
taking my
thicker.
glasses off to check out there.
You get the thicker 3 in
The
there
thicker
as well.
3 for this to
yeah.
work with. Really nice. Again, another brilliant saving. So if you are thinking about that budget here, we're under £20 for these. And if you have got, maybe it's for stationery, for wedding invitations, how much would you cost normally to get those printed to go for that? But for £19.99 now, because you've got £9 saving on that one, so now it's only £10.99. Absolutely fantastic. Don't forget, you've got those larger nibs in here. So again, I suppose, I'm not sure what size these ones have been done with, so you better help us out possibly. But
Oh, my mum did that one actually
did she?
for me. Yes.
What's your mum's name?
Janet.
Janet. Janet.
Yeah.
Lovely job, Janet. Very. I hope you're having a lovely afternoon. I hope she's watching, seeing her work.
I'm
being.
sure she will. Yeah. yeah. So she hasn't been using them for long. So she's.
Oh, has she
you know,
not?
no. So she's really been enjoying using the set. Yeah.
Yeah, really. So is it the thickness are going to give us this thicker?
Yes.
The actual
yeah,
outline is
yeah.
there, a bolder image.
Yeah. Yeah.
They are beautiful. It's just, again, there's something about really lovely writing, isn't it? You know, when you look at, can make it, whether it's even just on gift wrapping, if it's a little tag that goes in the present, something rather than my writing, but something like that can really make the difference, can't it?
Yes, yeah. It's beautiful to look at when it's written nicely. Yeah.
So nice. Take things one chapter at a time. Perfect bookmark there. 098 768 1099. So again, if you are thinking, oh, it's going to cost me so much money to be able to get all these proper pens in there, the proper cartridges to work with, as you can see here, with the prices that are discounted for you right now, £9 saving, £10.99 only. What a great way, and something for any age.
Oh, yes,
I think we're
great
covering
idea.
across the board on these, aren't we, really?
Yep, definitely, yep.
Nice idea. If you're trying to get your son or daughter or grandson or granddaughter off that computer, 098 768 could be the way for you on this one. Really good offer. Oh, right now, okay, something, again, lots of people I'm sure will enjoy this, but we've got your colour pens that we got here. We've got the 24, the Duo Tip Brush, and the Fine Liner colour pens. This looks a lovely collection of all these pens, isn't it? Really lovely.
Yeah, fabulous colours, and they're very vibrant as well. Again, good for lettering, if you want to do your brush lettering, and good for colouring in as well. The dual tips are really handy.
Are these some of these ones? These are really,
Yes,
they are
yeah.
vibrant. Let's show you some of these, because again, if colour's really important to you and to be able to have that control on the colour as well, just look at some of these that have been done. Really beautiful.
That's like a blended colour, so that's gone over a second time towards the top just to get that slightly darker shade.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That looks gorgeous, and certainly with it, I mean, the colours are beautiful. Sue's done all of these. I mean, that really is gorgeous, isn't it? But I mean, I suppose that's the nice thing when you're working. If you get that skill, the calligraphy sort of, that skill that you practice, like you talked about, just that on the front with the right colours in there, that looks beautiful. It's a thank you card, isn't it? Absolutely fabulous. There we go. Big things often happen in the little moments. That's very true. Absolutely gorgeous, these. Well, I'll just turn them around again so we've got some details on the back. Oh, hopefully, if I don't knock everything over, which is normally what I do. But you can see, so you are getting all 24 that are on here as well. Perfect for your colouring as well, which is fabulous. They are encased as well, which someone was saying about for that encasing actually on the tip to work with is perfect. Again, if you are working with rulers, etc., you're not going to damage your nib or the tip of those.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
Perfect, and that triangular grip as well, the fine line as well, stops those pens as well that you talked about from rolling off the table, which if you're working on a boat is going to be really crucial. 699 801, very busy for these. We've also, I mean, it's a great price anyway, to be honest, at £16.95, because you are getting 24 duos, so that's already a brilliant price. With the extra saving on there, you've got a £4 special price saving on that, so it's now only £12.95 for the 24. Really, really, really get it. And again, we talked about Zila. They're really into that sort of stationery, aren't they? That's what they do.
Yes,
you know.
yeah, definitely.
So
yeah.
you're guaranteed good quality with those. £12.95, 699 801. Staying with your stationery and all of your accessories to go with it, then we've got a lovely little collection here that will go very nicely, all from the great name of Zila. This is your calligraphy accessory set. So you're going to get your cartridge paper, the tracing paper, and you're going to get the parchment paper with the grid sheets all included. Also another £4 saving on here, so only £17.99. The tracing paper, I know you mentioned earlier on when we were talking, Sue, that you really like working with tracing paper, etc. Why is it it's going to be so crucial for us to have this in the collection?
Oh, it's a must, really, because I just think for beginners,
yeah,
it really takes the fear out of it, really,
right,
because it's see-through, so you can see grid lines underneath,
right,
and you can actually even apply that tracing paper to your projects as well.
Yes, yeah,
it's a great a medium to take the fear out of your lettering.
I like that
idea.
I love it. Yes. I suppose it's almost like a safety net kind of thing. It gives you that little bit of a confidence boost that you've got a chance to go with that. So you got that. So which one is the tracing paper? Is that one here as well?
And it's 112 GSM, which is a lovely weight. So that's good enough.
Just trying if I can just sort of show one of the sheets without it, so you can see.
Yeah, marvellous quality. It's like a vellum, really. It's lovely.
That's yeah. I've got a shower curtain that looks a bit like that as well, which is which is a blessing for anyone that pops into the shower. Some people want more starfish on it, to be honest, but I'm not sure. Maybe we're giving a bit too much information there. Moving on, we've also got the cartridge paper. 25 sheets of the cartridge paper. I mean, this is really sort of thick, heavy-duty work, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Yes, you can use it as watercolour paper. It's fabulous.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, really lovely. It's great quality. And I really like that size as well, that little A5 size.
I mean, you can...
A6, sorry, isn't it? No, it's A5, isn't it? Yeah.
A5, yes. Yeah. Acid-free to work with this one. 225 GSM for these, because actually you can spend a lot of money for sort of your watercolour paper, etc. You know, and things. But when you think about what you're getting for £17.99, you're going to get all three of these, which is really, really good value for money. Again, from that great name of Zila, which is what they do. They're everything you're looking at regarding your stationery and your pads. They are absolutely making sure you get the best quality, of course. So that saving on there, £4, £17.99. Really busy for these already. 577286. We've only spent the last 2 minutes talking about these, by the way, and 20% of the stock has already been allocated. So again, I think people realise that price is great and the quality you're getting in there as well is also. So absolutely lovely bundle. 577286. Now, finally, we talked about watercolour. This is like an absolute bumper pad to be working from on this, and this is phenomenal. This is your premium for your watercolour. So it's not just about your calligraphy, but here, if you are working in watercolour, this 50 sheets of this premium textured watercolour sheets that will work with this 300 GSM. I mean, this is a beast of a pad to work from, isn't it? This is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it's fabulous. It's amazing. It's so thick as well. The paper's thick, the pad's thick.
Let's
gorgeous.
So you can see, look at that. These are the 300 GSM. So each one of those, as you can see, the quality, the sort of the size at 300 GSM is immense. That is really absolutely all about the quality you expect for this one. 50 sheets of that you can see, and these are extra thick. They're textured, and that's going to, I mean, they're going to be lovely to work on, aren't they? Really?
Yeah.
Have you done much watercolouring yourself regarding
a
the painting?
bit.
Have you?
Yes, yeah.
You enjoy that side of things as
well?
Yes,
I do, yeah. I wish I had time to do more.
Well, love it. Honestly, really good deal, this one. £23.95, and you're getting 50 sheets, but we are talking about the premium of this textured watercolour pad. 560. 906 is your item code for those. So all of these that you see on the counter and much more, it's all there on the website, on thecraftstore.com. Very, very busy actually. A lot of people, I think the prices, people are going, that's great value for what you are getting here, whether it be the pads, whether it be the pens, the Duo Tip fine liner, by the way, the Zila 24 Duo set, they are proving really, really popular as well. And it's not just about the price point, they are quality that you're looking at there, but they are all there. Also, you've got your 5-star reviews, by the way, on the Ultimate Calligraphy Pen gift set there. so you're getting really great recommendations on those. So do fill your basket with those, and I'm sure you'll be taking advantage of those, and the best beautiful letters written possibly. Who knows? Right then, so where do we start with this then? Just to go back, because it's one of those things, if you've never picked up a pen to do calligraphy before, is there any sort of golden tips to start with, or is it roll your sleeves up and have a go?
Well, both really. You can dive straight in and see what it does, or you can sort of be more structured with it, really. So I'll open this tin here, and you do get this lovely book, which shows you some tips and some lettering styles as well. Nice. And you've got your grid sheet that you can practice on making these simple marks.
Right.
And then you've got some alphabets as well as reference. And that lovely Gothic one there. So that's
so you have
really
something to
lovely.
aim towards.
Yes.
That's nice.
And then there's a little note in here just to say that the thicker 2.5mm nib is so wide that you do need to write slowly with it to allow the ink to flow across the nib. Yeah, yeah. So this is a slow process, so it's best not to go too quick.
No, but I think
too quick with it.
I would imagine there's a lot of people that are enjoying that little bit of time away from a computer screen. It's nice to take your time. We don't have to rush every project. So, you know, it's nice when to sort of go, yeah, but my time, sort of relax with that. Yeah, lovely. Yeah.
So this pad's really lovely to go with the pens. It's the special calligraphy paper, and it's like a parchment style, and it's sort of a creamy, lovely creamy colour. So you haven't got all that white space to fill. You've got this lovely sort of texture looking paper, and it is super smooth, so it's just this look. And then I've designed this grid sheet to go with the pad, so you've got the different sizes for the different nibs, and I've sort of put there a reference
that's brilliant
to those as well. And then this goes underneath, and then you can clearly see the grid underneath.
Got you.
So if I just dive in and sort of show, and a good tip with a nib, that if you start doing a little checkered line with the width of the nib itself, so the first 5, so if you draw a line from the bottom, so you count 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I want 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So count 5 and then draw another line, and then that one's for the ascenders and the capitals. So that's how to get like a good width of the pen nib to do 5 of these little checkers and then 2 for the top. So then when you start to write a word, then you can sort of that's like your X height sort of thing.
Right.
For all the lower cases. And then the capitals go from the top line. So whatever nib you use, you can do this to start with if you want. But the grid sheets is sort of done for you.
Yes, yeah.
So you've got your baseline and your X height, and then the ascenders and a descender line as well. So that's just a quick judge.
So I just really enjoyed you doing the letter D.
I don't know why I chose that. But just, make these marks, because it's all about holding the pen at an angle.
Oh, okay.
So you don't hold it straight and right, you hold it at an angle. So that when you get this angle here, it's actually very fine.
Right.
But that doesn't happen if you hold the pen straight like that. If you hold it at an angle, then you get this lovely.
And I suppose once you've got that technique, the pen's doing the work for you in many ways.
Yes, it's just holding it at the right angle when you write, so there's no adding pressure or anything like that, like a dip pen, wood calligraphy pen.
Yeah.
You have to do that, but with this, it's just simply holding it and then just writing it, writing with it on an angle like that. So. Yeah, it's just getting used to handling it, really, and having a go with it.
And I imagine there's, again, looking at that now, and again, just that tip of knowing how to handle the actual pen itself, is the results will come. The results are going to come, and it might just take, again, more time to perfect it and to get it there, and there's different ones in there, different styles, again, that you saw that's in the instruction booklet as well to go through. But just think about all the projects that you could personalise and still have that wow factor on the sentiment, on the name of the person, on the age or the date of the wedding that you're doing, or the christening, for example, without having to do all the stamping. You might want to do it with pen. And I think there is that extra nice touch. It's like, I think we all still love a handwritten letter when they come.
Oh, yes.
Rather than an email, isn't there?
And envelopes look so beautiful,
Envelopes,
don't they?
yeah, absolutely.
With that lovely writing on the front.
Yeah,
Yes,
really
yeah.
lovely. Love that.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, Sue. Yes,
That's
continue
all right.
on. It's great.
So I'm just going to go ahead and sort of show you a little project. So I've got one of these lovely papers here. I think it's 90 GSM. It doesn't feel like that. It's actually very crisp, very smooth. It folds beautifully. I do adore this paper. So I've folded it into 4, and then I'm just going to fold these pieces in, because I'm going to make a little mini
You're not doing
book.
that thing I did at school, are you, when you hold it together and go red, blue, red, blue?
Yeah, you can make one of those and
do.
write your own little sneaky quotes.
Oh, I like it, yeah.
Right, so I'm just doing this sort of technique where you can make a book out of one page, and one sheet rather, and create lots of pages.
Oh, lovely.
So I'm folding it up like this and pushing these two together, and then I'm just going to fold it down. I just find that writing quotes is a lovely way to practice with your lettering.
Right, yeah.
So I'm just making a little book of quotes, really. Cut that and then fold that back.
Something like this would be lovely. People are doing journals and making journals,
yeah.
and they've got all those lovely little pockets that you create in your pages, and then to have a lovely little fold-out page like this to come out. That's great. I love that.
So you've got all these pages. You just, glue them together. So obviously, then I can get my grid, and if I work out what, so that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. Because when you unfold it, it all goes in different, upside down and different things like that.
I see. Oh, right,
like
yes.
There. So if I chose page 4 and I wanted to put this over there so I can see my grid lines, then I'll take my that's the thickest pen. I do love this pen.
Which is that the 2?
The 2.5.
2.5.
Yes, lovely. I do like this. I do like this Gothic style.
Really nice. This.
Even just a few words on a page, it's just a little practice now and then. You don't have to think, oh, I have to write loads and loads of things, and then you could end up with a page like this. And also, because the inks are all watercoloured, then you can just draw on them. See, I'm going fast and it's not working so well. I have to go slowly.
So it's
slowly, yeah. And then we've got those lovely brushes that I think that are when you check out, I think you've got an option to buy these selection of lovely brushes. And then this paper does take a bit of water as well. It might sort of ripple slightly, but you can also always put it under a book and then it'll flatten out. But it will take some water.
It's really
Just
not.
trying
I'm not
to
sure
create some flames there.
You can see, and you can see the difference in the colour from the sheets as well. You got there from the white from behind, what's underneath there, and it has got that lovely oldie worldy feel. You imagine it being a scroll.
Yes,
it's that kind of.
Yes, I'd love to sort of screw one up and ink the edges. And write like a, I don't know, some.
Put a treasure map on there.
Yeah, that's it. I was going to say some instructions to find some treasure. So, and also, why not make one out of the tracing paper? Because this is absolutely fabulous quality. And then, with the tracing paper, you've got even clearer view of the lines.
Of the lines.
And then you can also, if you wanted to, you could sort of write it in pencil, sort of briefly, and then use this to exactly go over where you want to. So it just makes you sort of less fearful about sort of writing onto paper when you can see more about what you're doing. And then if you just cut some basic sort of leaves, then you can slot them in between.
Oh, yeah.
So that each page doesn't show through, sort of thing. So if you could insert this paper in between, so that's another sort of option for doing it as well.
Nice idea, yeah.
And then for the front cover, I've cut some of that lovely jumbo watercolour card right at the end because it's lovely and thick.
Yeah, 300 GSM that.
And then another good tip to do, if I slide this in, is that the pens all look the same, and I've got both sets there, so I've just sort of lined them up in their sort of...
Oh, okay, yeah.
The thickness of the nibs and the colours of the ink, so I know which one I'm picking up, so I don't have to keep sort of, you know, going to find them all sort of thing. So with this one, I'm just going to draw a border around my front cover in this lovely turquoise colour. This is amazing, this coloured ink. And then what I'm going to do is, again with this watercolour paper, you can touch it with a bit of water and it just bleeds out.
So I suppose you could do that with each of the, with your wording as well, then, if you wanted to just give a little bit of extra shadow behind a bit of bleeding out.
Yeah, you could, have some experiment and have some fun with it. A lot of the times that I use this ink to create like a background to start with.
Right.
And then, because it's the same colour then, and then do the lettering over the top. So I won't go all the way around and bore you with that, but basically if I bring this example in.
And what's the sort of drying time for these inks to work with?
Oh, yeah, very dry, quickly.
Quite quick?
Yeah, quite quick. I mean, sometimes when you end a stroke, you get a little extra ink.
Yeah, okay.
Like when you lift off the pen. So if you're wanting to sort of rub out pencil lines and things, I'd be careful of that because you could be rubbing away and that little area would take longer to dry.
Right,
and then it might smudge. But the pens work super nice on this textured watercolour card as well, as you can see here. And this is the 2mm nib.
They look really nice, actually. I was just thinking, even if you were to do little squares like you've cut out from the 300 GSM from the watercolour pads, just those cut out and put onto another card or another project that you're working, just to give that different texture. But it really allows the pen to go to its...
again, you could do it on a smaller scale and just cut out the ones that you like.
Yes, They are lovely.
Here's the sort of all the separate pages that are sort of decorated with different styles and go to town with different colours. This is one that I've inked the background with, because you get that gorgeous purple in the tin set. And then you've got the same colour then to write over the top. And you can use the ink to splash with. If you scribble onto a glass mat, you know, with the pen, lightly, just to put a bit of ink on there and then pick up that ink to do the background and splash with it as well. I just think it might be a cute gift sort of thing. You could do some inspirational sort of quotes and things.
Well, like I say, I think with people that like their journals and, you know, for things like that, you can pop in there and then bring out that and then to have all these lovely inspirational quotes, you know, or memories, you know, or whatever it is you're putting in. But there's something about... It's actually... I'm looking at ink in a different art form now, as a different material. You know, when we talk with different talk about pens and paint, I've never thought about it as a medium to work with, as you are doing almost like watercolour, but with ink.
Gorgeous.
It's lovely.
It's more translucent, I think, and it moves very fast.
Right.
If you touch water with it, it just races away, and it does act differently from watercolour paints and things like that. It's absolutely fabulous. Yeah, and the intense of colour. And here I've just basically done writing that you would do at school, very sort of round and basic.
Right.
But holding that pen at a slight angle, you know, even that looks reasonable.
Oh, definitely.
Doesn't it? Even when you do sort of think about sort of doing child writing almost when you're at school.
Yeah.
So it can be really easy. You know, don't think that you have to do, you know, all this fancy swirling and this kind of thing yet. You know, just practice on your basic letter shapes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you've got, like you say, you do get inspiration actually within the tin as well if you're going to go for those, because you get some ideas that will take you through to look at. So don't have to run before you can walk. Take it step by step. It's one of those you can enjoy. I suppose you're really enjoying the learning of these as well. I'm really loving this. I'm okay to do a quick recap for people that are just tuning in with this. Is that okay, Sue? Thank you. We'll come straight back to Sue to look through with everything we've got for you. Honestly, for me already, starting to sort of see the demonstrations that Sue have been doing with it, you know, it's again, once you've got that angle of how you're holding the actual pen, the pen then, the nibs really are doing the work for you. As a medium, the ink, if it's something that you've worked with before, or maybe you've never even thought of working with it, because if you think it's not just the writing of the letters, it's creating those backdrops, it's using them to splash the ink colours on there, and they are vibrant. And in this particular kit to start with, you're getting 20 fabulous cartridges, of course, as well as the converter. So if you have got others of your water-based inks to work with, you can convert that, of course, and suck that through, and then it, of course, comes another little cartridge for that. You've got 5 pens, 4 pens, 5 nibs, and again, just hopefully you're picking up to the talking of the size of those nibs is where you're going to be able to create those bolder images to work with. And of course, one thing remember, as we've just learned as well, is that larger nib. Take your time. The larger the nib, the slower to go with it, so it allows it to really fall through. I think this is such a lovely gift idea as well. I will tell you, I mean, I think the price is great anyway. $39.95 for all of that, and you know, with all those wonderful colours of the inks to work with. But there's £16 off the show right now. That's a massive, massive saving for you. Now that's why half the stock has now gone. We're 35 minutes into the show. Half the stock of this has gone. So that brings it down to one of the best prices, really, of $23.95 only, all within the tin. And, of course, you're going to be getting that lovely little written booklet that will introduce you to everything also. 928109. If you want to give it a go yourself, perfect. If you're thinking who would love it, who has shown an interest, who already has nice handwriting, wouldn't this be another spur to maybe take them on in another direction? Great gift idea for them. 928109. One of the biggest savings also on the show is in that package for you. Beautifully put together from the great name of Azila. We have got another option for you, and if that price point you go, well, it's still a little bit high for me, we've got another option for you, and look at that price. $10.99. Now in here you are still going to be getting everything you need to do all the work you need to with your complete calligraphy writing set. Now here you're getting 3 pens, you're getting 3 nibs, you're getting 12 cartridges, you're also going to be getting your converter, plus you're also going to be getting the guide to work with. So I mean, a regular price of $19.99 is still great value, but there's £9 off that, so it's now only $10.99 for that. Now again, half the stock here has gone. Now these were popular when the prices you've seen out are just to £20. At $10.99, there's no reason why you can't do this. And if you are looking to expand, think about those journals, think about the way that you can work with the inks, think about the way that you can decorate the card, think about the stationery that you can do, the name places at weddings, invitations, whether it is just those personal sentiments on. Maybe you want to go with some of the other pads that we've got, cutting them out as you've seen Sue work with as well, and place those onto some of your projects, but you still allow the pens to work on the right paper. Really, really nice idea to do with it. You know, doesn't say just that letter D I was sold. That's just the letter D. So just a name that you're going to be having, or if it's just a personal, or whether it's a date that's done, or a new address for a new home. Just something about doing it in pen. There's something about a stamp, but there's something still, I think, about the handwritten word. If it's done really nicely, it can make a massive difference. 098768, over half the stock has gone. $10.99, great gift idea for somebody. What have you got to lose on that? Absolutely fabulous, real value for money in the show today for this. Right, now really busy. Right. Okay, over half the stock has gone here. There's a theme that's running as well on these ones. $12.95. That's absolutely phenomenal value for 24 for the duo tip brush and the fine liner colour pens. Now that is phenomenal. Now these, of course, they are the triangular grip as well, so lovely actually ergonomic feel about that when you're holding them, but also not just going to roll off of the table as well, so you've got that covered for you, which is great. They are encased. The actual fine liner tip is encased, so it's a metal encasing on that as well, so perfect if you want to create your outlines or for your writing that you work with. Great to work with on rulers as well. Again, no damage on the nib or the tip for those as well. And the actual brush, they are a flexible fibre. I wonder if I could just open one up actually. Let's see if I can get, so we go for a nice one. We've got a peachy colour here, really nice, but hopefully you can see up close the actual brush nib there that works with it, and it has got that lovely flexibility on the actual brush, but not one of those going to be too soft that's going to go everywhere. You still want to be able to have control of where you're adding your colour. Or just paint it on my finger. You'll know if I've washed tomorrow now, won't you, when that's on there. But you've got a really beautiful nib that works on that. And then just while we're at it, let's pop off again so you can see that metal encasing that is on the fine liner tip that works. And I have to say as well, there is something, I don't know why more I'm done in that sort of triangular feel, but it really is really comfortable to hold in the hand as well. So really nice. So for that deal, again, half the stock, as we mentioned, has, 60% of the stock has, in fact, we have got queues on the phone line. I'm not surprised. Let me just put that as well so you can see the actual name, of course, and otherwise you'll know which one I've been touching. So 60% of the stock. $12.95. That is a bargain. I have to say, I know the first item on the counter has got the biggest amount off as a saving. I know you got £4 off, but I would say even at full price of $16.95, that is a phenomenal kit. 699-801. And again, just want to show you some of the colours that worked with these. There's a couple here that I didn't show you earlier on. So have you done all of these as well? They're so lovely. They really are. And again, the colours are gorgeous. I wonder what they said about it. It's not what you look at that matters, it's what you see, which is really lovely. And let's show you another fine piece of work here. Look at this as well.
That's just an example to show that you can incorporate them, you know, if you like your journaling and art journaling and everything, you can incorporate the pens for doodles and lettering.
That is beautiful. Don't say the word just. Take the word just out. That's an example. That's not just an example. That is a lovely example of how that can be worked. That is beautiful. Really gorgeous. Go for these. Please take advantage. The 60% of the stock, I don't think that's going to hang around for too much longer. 699-801, $12.95, 24 duo tipped brush and the fine liner colour pens for you there. Phenomenal opportunity for those, but absolutely gorgeous. Great name, Azila. Really lovely. Okay. 2 more sets on the counter. Start with our trio of our pads for you here. We've got the tracing paper that's included on your pad on that comes also with the grid sheet that you've got in here. You've got the cartridge paper that's also part of this, and the parchment paper. So this is what you were working with earlier on, isn't it, the parchment paper to look at? If I just...
Yes, that's the one. Yes, yeah.
It really is. And let me just... there's your grid to work from that we saw Sue take us through, but then the actual paper itself, I just want to get so I can feel, you expect it to have a bit more tooth to it. You'd expect it to be a little bit more gritty, but it's not. It really is lovely and smooth to work with.
It is, yeah, beautifully smooth, yeah, and it's great quality. It doesn't soak up the ink. Some paper might soak up the ink quite a lot, so you'll use more ink.
Oh, I see.
So this is just perfect for these pens. And the nib glides across them beautifully.
Oh, I bet, I bet. Yeah, it's lovely. And again, as you were doing earlier on, just taking one of those sheets, cutting that up into smaller to make those little booklets, for example, or if you're just going to be cutting these out and working with those to go on to maybe a sentiment within a card or anything like that, you're going to get a lot of use out of these, actually. Was it 30 sheets in total? Was it on here? 30 sheets, there we go, at 90 GSM for those. £4 saving again of all this, by the way. Don't forget, that's not just that one for $17.99, so you're getting all of those, including your tracing paper to work with as well, and your cartridge paper there for just $17.99. Over 60% of the sets here gone also. That's 577-286. Lovely. Okay, 300 GSM. This is absolutely fantastic. If you are into your watercolouring anyway, great. If you want to be taking this and really maximise how you're working with your pens as well that you might be getting from the kits, this is going to work beautifully as well. These are 300 GSM that we're looking at here, and they are really fantastic side you're going to get. And it's got a really lovely fine grain texture on these as well, but these are extra thick. And again, if I just turn that around, see, if I just make sure I get one, there we go, you can sort of feel how thick these are at your 300 GSM as well.
It's difficult to bend, isn't it?
It is. It's a heavy pad, I won't deny. It's a bit of a workout for me just to turn that page. but you are getting, I mean, these are beautiful. Again, so you get these lovely soft white sheets. So again, if you really want to get the very best vibrancy, I suppose, from your watercolour, this is really going to work with that as well. And the other thing, I suppose, about these is they're not going to buckle too much. They're going to take a lot of water if you work with these on watercolour.
Yeah, that one especially, yeah.
Yeah. Really, really nice to go for that one. Absolutely perfect again. And each one of those sheets easily removable themselves. So a lot on there for just £23.95 for that. 560906. Now, also, we mentioned end of call. There is a brush set that's available for you. Now, end of call, once you get to your basket, basically, you sort of go through that one. If you want to add these on, you can do. It's going to give you 5 brushes. These are all for you, perfect for your mixed media. And we've got some really lovely shapes on these. You've got the fine point, you've got the large, you've got some really beautiful smaller that are gone for these. And these are stunning. These are premium quality. You've got the flat 1/2 inch, you've got the round 10, the round 4, the round 0 and the round 6, all as part of that. And they're perfect if you're working with your acrylics, your oils, your watercolours, then these will work beautifully for those. Only £3.99. You might want to just add it on into your basket when you get to the very end, but you see they are really lovely high-end quality brushes to be working with. Highly recommended indeed. We have got queues on the phone. I'm not surprised. It's a really busy show. There's so much on there. And I reckon we've got a lovely mix, actually, of a lot of people that maybe are already into this or just want to have a go at this as a different way of crafting, really. There's so much. I love it. Please make sure you don't miss out, though, because as you can see, we're over 60% on a lot of these individual items that we've got. So please make sure you get them in your basket. Take advantage of those savings for us, which is fabulous. Right, we've still got, we've got about another 10 minutes or so. What can we be looking at? What can
I'll
we
do
look at
something.
next, Sue?
And they make great kits as well, for gifts. Great gifts as well, the pen sets. So let's have a play with the heavyweight cartridge paper. Let's take a sheet of this out.
So this is part of the bundle of 3 of the pads it comes in, isn't it? Right?
Yeah. You can do so much with those 3 pads,
Yeah.
the different papers. And then let's show you the felt pens as well. So I'll pull these out so you've got this handy tray to keep them in. Okay, let's go with some greens.
Are you good at putting pens back once you work with them, or do you leave them all over the desk?
Oh no, they've got to go back.
Oh, yeah.
They've got to go back in exactly the right rainbow colour order as well.
I put a
Definitely.
picture up on my, nearly called it an old name there, craft store Facebook page. And someone had put together a display cabinet. It was like an art, sort of really art basically, but they'd got hundreds of pens, all different gradients. And it became like a art on this wall that they had. And you go, would you be tempted to use them, or would you never be able to touch them in case one went out or whatever? But they look great as decoration, as wall art, to be honest. Good colours in their right place.
You can't beat rainbow colours of anything,
No.
I don't think.
No, not at all. I was like, well, they're lovely greens.
Yeah, with all this rain that we've had, I think everything's just, the trees and everything's all come out in this lovely bright green. I just love the
getting
bright
lawns at
colours.
my lawn yesterday, Sue. Oh, should have gone out
so
and
I've
done
been
that.
inspired.
My grass doesn't look as nice and neat as that does, what you got there, put it that way.
So I'm just making a little landscape using the pens and the ink with water. So I've got a few steps planned out because I don't want to wait for stuff to dry. So I've got my landscape here. And then if you go for a darker green, I'm just going to create some quick trees. I just love doing these fir trees because it's just scribbling, basically. Just do a stem, trunk, and just scribble.
Oh, I love that.
Getting wider as you go down, different sizes.
That's brilliant.
Quick and easy, yeah. Let's put another little one there. And then if I get a smaller brush, which is this one, it's nice to have these different sizes. I just love moving ink with water.
Yeah.
And just go over them with some water just to sort of hide the fact that it is scribbling. That one needs a bit more drawing.
What's your background, Sue, with regards to art? Are you completely self-taught and everything?
I did like A-level at school quite a long time ago now, but I've always loved, I'm always creative person.
Right.
Really, I'm not good for anything else. So I just love anything creative, colour, craft. I'm just mad on crafting.
Yeah. I love this.
Okay, you can spend a bit longer doing this, and you just get scribbly, watery trees like that.
Yeah.
And then if I go for a nice light blue and the teal colour, I mean, this is like the quickest landscape ever. I'm just going to create like a bit of a sea going on there. Let's put in some, and use different colours over the top, you know, create different shades. And then just show that some water as well. Just to create like a quick bit of
looks
sea.
so nice.
That's all you need to do, and you've got kind of a landscape going on. And then if you work in the sky, let's have a different blue. And the good thing about these pens is these nibs, you can draw on them on the side and you can put down quite a bit of colour.
Right.
And this is more gentle to the nib rather than bashing down with it and scribbling like that on the tip, because you will flare the tip eventually.
So keep that for your detail.
Yeah, or if you want to spread a lot of colour, always go really sideways with it. Let's add some other blue as well. That's it. Put some turquoise in there, and then get that lovely,
I like
this lovely fat brush. It's gorgeous. Holds loads of water. And this paper's marvellous because the colour moves from it, sort of thing. You don't sort of get the lines where you've you've drawn.
And let's be honest, you have added a lot of water onto that, and it is still taking it, isn't it? It's taking all of the water.
Yeah. And then if you just drop some blobs of water on there, you might get like a cloud effect sort of coming. That's it. And leave some white space as well. That sort of makes it sort of sparkle if you leave a few little bits of white. So that's that. And then I've got, let that dry. And if you get some tracing paper and put some lettering on there.
And that's the sheet, by the way, is from the heavyweight cartridge paper that's part of the set of 3, along with the parchment and also with the tracing paper. I think it's 25 sheets, I think, in that one pad alone that you get there. So it's only $17.99. So a really lovely set of 3, actually, when you think about what you get in there, the parchment, the tracing, and also you've also got the cartridge, the heavyweight.
And another little tip is always sort of test your pen on another sheet of paper to get it working. Because sometimes you might go to write and it doesn't quite write. So if you put it, just scribble it on a piece of paper to start with. I'm going to go back down to here now. And then you can create, you know, lovely cards with a quick bit of colouring and your own lettering caption. And then you can create some nice cards. I'm doing it sort of a bit quite quick here. And with the tracing paper, you know, you can write it first in pencil underneath.
Oh yes, yeah.
And even if you're just going to grab the book, you know, if you wanted like quick results straight away.
Oh, I think I know where you're going with
that. The tracing paper, you know, you can.
And you do get that as part of the kit as well, don't you?
Actually,
the accessory kit is there.
Why not? Sort of go over it. It's practice, isn't it? It's all practice. And then you can create words like that. Why not?
Why not?
Why not? So when you've written your caption, this was a 2 pen, so that's quite a nice width. So when you've done your caption, then you can rip, the tracing paper rips beautifully as well.
Well, yes, I saw some of the samples that you've done with the tracing paper on there and added it on. It does look really lovely, doesn't it?
Yeah, yes, exactly, yeah. So, you know, you can do your lettering in stages. And if you didn't like that one, you can practice it again until you get one that's right. And then bring in your landscape. And then you can just fix it, wrap it round, trim the card and wrap this round. And then you've got a lovely sort of card, you know, someone might want to frame that even.
Absolutely.
So here's one that I did earlier, and I've kind of helped stick the banner down with just some gems so it looks like it's raining.
Oh, that is really lovely.
Made a card out of it. And if you're brave enough, then have a go at writing directly onto the artwork as well. So here I've chopped off more of the sky and written that on the ground in the foreground.
That's really lovely. Really, there is.
So thank you, and the products work well together.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
I think everything on the counter that we've got, you know, it really does work nicely. Those pens are really fantastic. I'm seeing them actually being used as well. It is great. I mean, it's a great value actually for the kit as well. For those, if you want to go for those, don't forget it's duo. So you're going to get the fine nib. You've got those. You've also got that fine brush as well. So you get the beautiful tip brush and the fine line pen to work with that. But I mean, it's a great price, like I say. But with that extra money off of that. Oh wow, they've actually got limited stock, £12.95. They are limited. I'm really not surprised. In fact, I'm surprised they've lasted as long as they have. And now when we've seen them, with the detail that you've had to do with those, great. Again, working with them on the side, you're going to get a lot to be able to lay a lot of colour down with those. 699801. If you want them, go for them now. Don't forget, when you come to check out, you may want to add the brushes into your basket also and go with those, because I think they're also proving very, very popular, a lot for those. In fact, across the board, it's really, really busy for everything on those. So they are your pens. The paper pads we mentioned, you've just seen there. Now you've seen all three. Think of the tracing paper as your safety net, really, for practice to go with it, but also think more of it, actually to use it also with regards to adding on to your projects when you've done it. So just actually, even if you're using on your tracing paper, directly taking it from the sort of the intro, the little booklet that you're going to get with it that you can work from, even if you want to get yourself up and running straight away, just doing that on your tracing, ripping that, adding that onto it, again you get an instant result, and you can be really personal again with your comments on there, the names, the dates of occasions, for example, that sometimes a stamp can't do for you. So really, really lovely. So I've really enjoyed the hour, and your demonstrations have been great. And actually, it's one of those things you think, yeah, I could have a go at that, and the prices are there for you to do that as well. So thank you so much. You know when you're back in?
No, maybe July, maybe,
okay.
Fingers crossed.
Well, listen, I hope I get to spend another hour with you as well, so thank you so much indeed for that. And thank you for your company with Sue and myself as well. I hope you've enjoyed that, I hope you learned something, and I hope you got them as well in time. See you soon. Well, that's exactly what the craft store is all about, bring us new things. And we've got more coming up. Scarlet Rose Crafts, we've got Pink Frog Crafts, and then we've got the Paper Rose all coming up for you this afternoon. See you soon.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And Mark.
From Totally Patched. We're a family-based business here in Shropshire.
All of our kits come pre-cut, meaning all the fabric is cut for the actual people who want to make the items, whether they be cushions, bags, quilts, or anything else you want to cast your creative memory or mind into.
Most of the kits we produce we design ourselves. The design process is usually inspired by the fabric itself. We only use great quality fabrics, 100% cottons.
So, whether you're a beginner or an experienced sewer or quilter, we hope we've got something for all of you.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. We love wildlife and often our designs incorporate lots of British wildlife. We're really well known for that. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we'll do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room.
anything. If it pops into our head and we can physically make it, then we'll go for it. As I said, the buzzword is all about fun for us. On our shows, we always like to have lots of fun. There's always lots of laughter, and hopefully you'll learn a few things that you didn't know along the way. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Hello there and welcome back. And it's almost like those two little openers almost seamlessly came together with all those gorgeous flowers. Flowers everywhere. And of course we are here for the second time today with the lovely Julie from Scarlet Rose. How are you doing?
I'm very well. Bit racy this morning. It was so quick, but yeah, we're coming back again. Hopefully if you sort of missed us this morning, you can catch up with...
That's true.
We'll give it another go this afternoon.
Now, talking of catch-up, if you do watch online, don't forget you can always go back and watch the shows, because we've got 60 days worth of shows there, so you can go back and revisit the shows. But I know many of you don't necessarily watch online, you watch via TV, and you don't always shop on the web, so don't worry, we will take you through everything so you can make those little shopping lists and you can speak to our call operators. Now, something that we are revisiting is something that sold out very, very quickly in March, and this has been a very popular item, Julie.
It has. Pearly picks. As I say, we bought them back in March and they went on our website as well as yours, and they've just gone. So obviously we've ordered them and bought them back again. So if you did miss them last month or you've not seen them before, let's have a go today and you can see all the different ideas that I've got with them.
Now you've got a set of 8 dies, but please don't think, oh, you're just going to create 8 pieces and that's it. The combinations that you can create with this are almost endless. Loads of different ideas, obviously coming your way in a few months, but you've got your dies which you're going to cut out your inner detail, but also cutting out a mat to layer them on should you so choose. Again, you're going to get all 8 of those, and those are the pieces that you're going to have all the combinations to work with. So that's when you start having fun. Now I must admit, I'd never come across the phrase picks.
No, you said
hat picks and flower picks.
Yeah, this is Barbara. She gets a dictionary out. And pearly picks, so like a hat pick or a flower pick. So if you had a bouquet of flowers and you put a pick in it, which has got your sentiment on. So that's where the sort of idea came from. And looking at Welsh spoons and the intricacies of those. So to combine the two together, and this is where this was born.
I love that. So you can either make them as individuals, the tassel as well. Maybe you can be using your pearly picks to create things like that. I love this. Absolutely beautiful. And very much looking at this one, it reminds me, like you say, the Welsh love spoons.
Welsh love spoons. As I say, that's just a quick fan. I've got a more intricate sample to show you when you come over to me. But they can be used solid or on things, so as borders, as corners, as picks down the spine of your pearly pages that's on today. But that you're holding there, I've got the demo for the tall one, for the full length of pick, but that, we cut the picks in half and made like little safety pins. So like when you're journaling, you make little safety pin labels, don't they, and pop them in your card.
Absolutely beautiful.
Journaling on a roll, we're calling that.
Love it, love it, love it. And it's all 3-dimensional, and you can create that using these dies. Now, just to give you a little bit of information with regards to these, once they've gone, they've gone. That's it. So you need to get involved nice and early. But over 60% of the stock has gone. Now, they are an extended delivery, so there's just a short delay for them to come to you. We're looking at the 7th of June with regards to that, which, to be honest, isn't that long, is it, to wait for those? And definitely worth the wait. And as you can see, the intricacy that you've got with these, phenomenal. 978 888 if you're wanting to get hold of those. And, of course, definitely worth having those in your basket. But if you've got a £5 credit from yesterday that you're looking at spending today, we need to get that basket up to £30. So maybe you're going to add these in alongside them. So have a look at these. Now, these are classic. We've seen these before. But they're one of the things. It's almost like your bread and butter.
It is. Well, we bought the original open books, but now we've gone a little bit step further than the one you're holding up there. We're calling sort of journaling card. So your pages get stuck together, and that's part of my demo, in different ways to create pockets within those pages. So now you can put all your journaling into your pearly page. So if you've already got those dies, here's another idea for you. But if you've not seen us before, as well as the open book, you can do what we call a journal book, and there's several different types of those, and again that's really part of my demo when we get to it. You can see them pulling out there. You can make as many pockets and pages as you wish.
Beautiful, and of course all coordinating beautifully with the things that you're having in your stash or you're yet to get in your stash, which I will tell you about in a few moments. But of course this is the base to get started, so if you've not invested this already, then you can see the details are on your screen. They're just 2 flexi buys of £21.15 if you're a Freedom member. That is an amazing saving. So take advantage of that while you have the opportunity, and of course we will see more from these with Julie in a few moments. But £42.29 if you fancy going for them all in one go. 436391. Now another element that you will have seen just in that one example that I showed you, we've got so many more to share with you, are those fabulous corners. Now I've got a couple of different styles of these, but these are lovely because they're nice and open so you can still see within them.
They were designed to go with your pearly pages, and you can see there they wrap around the page. We've got a tab that cuts out along the top and along the side, but you can use it or not use it. It's entirely up to you. You score it and wrap it round the page, or take both tabs off and just glue down the side, or glue the whole lot down. It becomes a massive border. Corner die, I should say. They can be snipped into. You can make them smaller. As you can see, there's a couple of hearts hiding in there that you could take down. You can halve it and make, because there's a loop, a natural break in the design, you can cut it off and make it smaller. So as you've got there, we left one tab on the side and it's an opener, look. So we've given you tabs to use, but if you don't want them, cut them off and just use them as they are.
Pocket as it is. You don't have to just use them on your flat pieces as well. Why not turn them into a fabulous display? I mean, look at that, they're decked with jewels. Lovely way for you to kind of pop your card stand.
Yeah, again, that's just leaving your tabs on the back, 3 or 4 together, stick them together, boom, you've got a card stand.
I love it. And kind of taking that a little further, rotating them so as they're standing out. Almost looks like a little fairy crown, that, doesn't it? Or tiara. Have a look at this. My goodness, this is beautiful.
Star card.
Isn't that gorgeous?
It's just, but makes it now look like a Christmas tree.
Very, very clever. So you can see they are not just corners, they are not just pockets, they are so much more. And at £46.99, you've got loads and loads of possibilities with regards to those, and some lovely sentiments alongside them as well. 180111 if you're wanting those. But I promised you that we've got more variations, and that's what we've got with the tumbling leaves. And these are beautiful. Classic style. And the thing I love about leaves, and actually I love about the set that we saw previously, it's kind of non-specific. So it could be for guys' cards, ladies' cards.
Of course it can. Put snowflakes on it. It's for the, you know, I was going to say for the summer, but that's not so much of a joke now, is it?
That's true.
We had snow the other week and hail. But yeah, you can dress that up and make it Christmassy with holly berries and with snowflakes, or you can go flowers all over it and make it summery or autumn. I think the one you're picking up there is more towards the Christmas style with the little tags in there, but you could take those tags out and make it a spring card, or you could make it a summer card.
I love it. And you've got the spine, obviously, it's going to sit in the centre there, so it gives you lots and lots of different possibilities. You can mat and layer that so you can't see through it, or you could go down this route where you've almost got like a little screen between your 2 pages. And of course you can do everything that we spoke of with the last set, turn them into your little card frames, and stands, should I say, as well, if you're wanting to. Oh, I can't get my fingers in there. There we go. And this is beautiful. It goes right the way through. Absolutely beautiful. And of course you can use them again in your memory projects. So if you are into your memory projects and you want something a little different, then here you go. What a fabulous opportunity to utilise these, turn them into little pockets and all sorts. Again, absolutely amazing. £46.99 being your price on that one. 650214 if you fancy getting hold of those. And then you've been seeing some beautiful papers, and we will see some gorgeous papers during the demonstration, but I very quickly want to let everybody know these, especially if you're not shopping online. You'll need the details of these because you will want them for certain. So 407314 £29.99. These are beautiful. Now, they don't just come by themselves. You're getting a little insert plate, with, which I will tell you about in a few moments. But, Julie, I mean, these are beautiful papers. Well, they're kind of card, really, aren't they?
Well, it is card, double-sided, strong on one side and muted on the other, but we've had them done landscape. They were made with our pearly pages in mind. So instead of, like, having a portrait-style pad, where you'd have to cut out 2 panels and add it to the page, with this, you can just put the page die on, run it through, and it's already done the right way up, all in one go.
Absolutely beautiful. I love it. Double-sided as well, so it makes it nice and easy for you, as you can see there. Yours won't come bound, though. That's just because it makes it nice and easy for presenters to flick through. Thank you very much, Julie.
You're welcome.
Now, I did promise you you're going to get a free gift with this one, so you will get one of your fabulous little insert plates. Lovely tulip featuring on this one. Most of you will get this one, but it may be contents will vary, but the majority of you will receive that particular one. But if not, I've got a little, it's like a little snowdrop. This one.
Snowdrop, yeah.
Pretty.
But you could make that look like a fuchsia.
Very, very true. Definitely, there you go. So definitely worth going for £29.99, 407314. Now, if you are shopping online with us, then you'll be able to see everything that we've been chatting about. So you can go and shop, you can check out the reviews if you're wanting to. If you don't shop online, don't worry, we will be bringing the details up as Julie works with the different elements. So just make sure you're making your shopping list, and then when you do speak to our call operators, you'll have your list there that you can go through with them. And they can shop on your behalf and have a little look on the website as well if you need them to. Don't forget, check out the basics. You're going to need things like your box board, and have a little look at our 7-day savers, brand new ones that were launched at 8 o'clock this morning. So you might not have had a chance to look at them yet. And some of them work really, really well alongside everything that Julie is going to be sharing with us. So talking of which, Julie, what do you want to share with us first?
Okay, so I think we'll start with the picks.
Okay.
This is the one that sold out last time, and we brought it back to you again because, as the morning show showed, new people are seeing the benefits of having this type of die. So if I just show you here, nice and solid.
Lovely.
You can build them up and chipboard them up, and that was where one of the initial ideas was, that you'd make a solid pick and you'd pop that into a card, or you'd pop that as a bookmark with your pearly pages.
So is that several cut out and
That's
stuck
several
together?
layers. So
Okay.
if I bring that in here, if we go to the overhead then, you literally cut out as many as you want to make it solid. It's not, as I said this morning, rocket science. Glue them with wet glue, one on top of the other, until you get the thickness that you want, and they will dry stiff. Now, if you're buying any of our items, the packaging is decent card, so use your packaging for the
idea.
core. See the writing's there.
Oh, you won't see those.
But you won't see that when you're building it up. And put your prettiest one on the top. You can, if there was any colouring, but they are cream, you could just dye the edges. So use all your scrappy card for the middle, and then put your best one top and bottom if you're going to make it
And
solid.
I love the idea of taking advantage of that open heart as well, maybe putting a little photograph in there.
You could, yes, that's a good idea, yeah. As I say, you can either use them thin on cards, or let's pop it on the back there. That's just one on the back and one on the front. And then we said you can nip into them. So there's lots of areas that you can use. So if I do the flower first, we could just use that much. We could take the butterfly out. We could just take the flower out. We could take the shield out. And then I'd got the bit in between here left over, put them back to back. The drop-out flower, the drop-out circle, makes a little flourish there.
Isn't that lovely?
Flip it over and put it by the hearts. We've got the same again. We can nip it off there, which leaves me a shield there, and the drop-out there. There's lots of areas in these that you can nip into. But then when I was setting up, now bearing in mind this is the second time I bought it, I hadn't thought about doing this. I just looked at that like that and I thought, oh, hold on. If I've got a 12 by 12 and I do 2, I can overlap that like that. And that's a lovely
there you
border.
go. Look at that.
And I thought, let's have a go with the heart. Let's see if I can do the same with the heart. And I thought, okay, let's pop it there and let's just overlap in there. And when you get it right, it gives you, there we go, like a little diamond in the middle.
Oh, isn't that
so I've
lovely?
recreated, and literally that was as I was setting up from this morning show. I mean, you can always do it the other way around and find an area that makes it pretty.
Love it.
So 12 by 12s as well.
Fabulous.
So not just your half cards. Now, when we said cutting in, if I just pop this down here, cutting into them, this is what I did with this. Let's see if I can find my little spiky one. I'll go for this. Right, so I'll beat it inside. No, it isn't. I thought gatefold. So let's cut that off, and that's just the right size to go half. So I did 8. I said 4 this morning, but I meant 8. It was early. So I used 4 across the top, 4 across the bottom. Then I nipped out the butterfly shape that was in there and made that. But then I'd got all these spares, and then I thought, I measured them, and I thought, well, hold on a minute. 8 by 8, there. So all the bottoms of those now made another card. So I got 2 out of the one. And then obviously these are the butterflies that come in with the flourish, the scroll
pocket. So that's something else you can do.
Wonderful, beautifully decorative, and it's well in the cream colour. Imagine all the different colour cards.
All the different colours, yeah. So then we took a look, and this is Barbara. She looked at the background, and I thought, hold on, let's split that in half.
Okay.
And then what you can do is extend it like this, and sort of lay that on top of there, or and with the camera can pick up. There's 3 there. Look. And I've built it out and out and out.
Beautiful.
And then pop them on gatefold cards.
Very nice.
Front and back. There's a few options there. And again, this is showing off the pad. I mean, literally, that was a couple of gatefold scores done. Pop your pick on the front. And that's a very quick and easy card.
I love it. So many different possibilities.
Yeah.
And instantly when you look at them, I mean, straight away I looked at them and I thought to myself, what an amazing kind of gift within a card, because it's almost like a little bookmark that you've got.
It is, yes.
And even if you were to get, you know how you get the ballpoint pen refills? I bet if you were to glue one between, like sandwich them, you could almost turn it into like a little pen, couldn't you?
I bet you could. I think Barbara's left that one slightly open. I saw you picking that
very, very tiny.
You could slide it over a page as well, not in between. Sort of like a paper clip over the top of your paper.
Got you, there you go.
See?
That's a good idea.
So that's a different way.
As well. We are very, very busy with these. Just before we go back to Julie, let me give you a very quick update of them. Over 70% of the stock has gone, 978888. Now, don't forget, as we mentioned, when they've gone, they have gone. So if you're looking at getting hold of these, please do not leave it to the end of the hour. Get them in your baskets, but more importantly, get those baskets checked out. And if you're not shopping online, certainly get onto our call centre and make sure they are placing that order for you. Okey-doke, Julie?
Right, well, let's give you a few more ideas and we'll get onto this journal. So here we've got like a little folded pocket, and that's much easier than it looks. Oblong piece of paper. This is just under an A4, corner to corner. Then I've gone in 19 centimetres, picked a point there, gone in 19 centimetres, picked a point there, and just scored between the two, fold up, fold over, done.
Okay, oh, lovely.
Now that was quick and easy, and yet that gives you such a lovely, unusual card with another pocket in there. I mean, you could have put another one in there, or a label. So we seem to be everything's pocket at the moment. I'll bring a few samples in before I move on to the last one, so that we're all on the same page where we're going.
Okay.
Here's just a little pocket. Now that's just a half, and cut the corner off.
That's nice.
Stick it down.
That's a classic style.
I mean, that's
card,
just so simple. But now you've got something to pop in that pocket. So we've got that now. There is a lovely solid.
Oh, there's that fan effect.
That's a fan.
Again, yeah.
But we've used the tumbling leaves behind on both corners.
So
left it like a pocket, and there we go.
Beautiful.
That could have been your well, it's a pocket and in a pocket.
Yes. Yeah.
So, back there, and then plain inside. Here's your open book, which I'm going to be showing you in a second. Put a strap around the spine.
Oh, that's clever.
Slip it down there. So you've got, and then colour on colour. It looks like it's embossed.
Very effective, isn't it? Yeah.
So you can see how these picks become a bit more than what you first thought.
Yeah.
Trim it down to your smaller pages. You've not lost anything. Keep that little bit. And put it in the corners, maybe, on the pages underneath.
Don't want to throw anything away,
Don't
do you?
throw anything away. So, very briefly before we move on, you mentioned tassels, and that's simplicity itself. Barbara's got one of those scissors with about 4 blades.
Oh, yes, yeah.
She did that, but you can do it same just with a normal or your craft knife all the way along, and then roll. Roll, 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 roll. Done. And then
That's effective, isn't it?
And that's just a bit of paper.
I didn't realise that it's as simple to do.
It's as simple to do as that. So that's that bit done. So what we want to get onto.
Oh yes, look at this.
Is
now,
our
this
roll,
is grand,
our
isn't it?
journaling on a roll. Now I found it this time. I couldn't find that this morning. We've got a little snippet that keeps it together. She says, and a magnet, which is quite strong. Come on. There. No, I've lost it again. Where's that magnet? It does open. There we go. There we go. And the magnet just pops it together, and you snip it. She says, lets you know where it is. There is a dangler on there, so easy peasy to do this. It really is. So if I just get these all off here.
Now, what sort of cardstock are you working with here, Julie?
250.
Okay.
250, 240, 180. Yep. I mean, 180 would be okay. You're thinner cards with this because you're using several together,
kind
so
of
that would strengthen it.
Yes.
Yeah. So all you would do This one is a 12 by 12 for this size.
Okay.
So I take my scoreboard, well used as you can see, 10 centimetres and score. Pop it around and then 5 centimetres. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 and 1 and the 30 with a little bit spare.
Okay.
Trim that away and then that gives you that. So it's just shy now of your 30.
Okay.
So what you would do then is fold that first one up and score it.
Okay.
And then start doing your concertina fold. So it's backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards till you end up with that. Score it all. Bring it over and score it. So now you've got 2 flat bits and 2 mounting bits.
Lovely.
Now these are where you're going to pop your glue.
Oh, okay.
So you're going to glue that together.
Oh, so that's going to reinforce it with those
yes,
being glued together.
It will.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's no glue involved here at the moment. I've already done it. So we've got 2 flat bits.
Okay.
2 sticky up bits, and here's all your pockets. Look, they're all here. And then you would put them back to back. Now I'm only going to do 2.
Okay.
But again, I would normally glue this, but obviously the constraints of time. I haven't got time to glue all this and wait for it to stick. But you get the general idea. This is just 2. And that has given me 5
and
legs.
little fins that you've got there with the pockets in there.
Yeah.
So is there a limit to how many you could put in there?
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's about, how many have we got here?
I suppose it depends
2,
how thick
4,
your
6,
card stock is,
yeah, I mean,
doesn't
it depends
it?
on your card stock. But I think this is about a 180, 190, something like that, and this is 250. But obviously we've put loads in there. But you can keep, I mean, you could literally do a big solid one.
Yes,
but
yeah.
I mean, to me, that's the least I would do, and that's probably the most I would do to get the most
to be able to see
effect.
what's in there, don't you? So you don't
You
want it to
do.
spring over. So when you're adding your papers, do you add your papers before you start doing the folding
Your
or
choice.
afterwards?
I mean, I would do it before. So the last thing I did was stick it together. So then I would put my pretty papers on the top of there, and then I'd put my little pocket on the top of there, and then my label would go in. So yeah, I'd put all my layers first, and then I'd stick it together last. Just to quickly show you how to do those little snippets. And I've remembered my glue this morning. I forgot my glue this morning.
Oh
no! Right, these are simple. I'm just doing these in paper so that you can see. Right. Just a piece of oblong paper, eyeball it, bring them together somewhere.
Oh, is that the paper plane at this stage?
Exactly. Somewhere like about there. That'll do. Right, and then I would, if my glue comes out, there we go.
Lovely.
Just fold it over.
Oh, okay, right.
Okay. Just give that a second to stick. Let me get my pin in there, otherwise I shall lose my pin.
Oh yes, you don't want that all
Don't
gubbed up.
lose my pin. Oh, crikey. Get in. There we go. Right, so, glued. Then, all you do then, cut away this.
Okay.
Cut away that. And that is a sealed triangle. So, what you do then is you literally just take a very bit off that, and now you've got a pocket.
Oh, okay.
And that is the pocket that goes over the
is
corner. I mean,
so
I've done them bigger so
clever.
that you can see.
Oh, that's
and
good,
then,
thank you.
if you want to make a band, snip it off, and you've got a band which goes over the corner, which we've done on the tiny one that you had there, and you've still got another little snippet.
Oh,
there,
don't throw that away then.
No, so you've got 2 out of 1 or 1. It's entirely up to you how you do that. And that's just your little corner bits.
That was so clever.
It's something simple to do, but it's just a little bit of extra something on the corners of your roll.
Little finishing touches
Yeah,
that make all the difference.
the way. And I think we've got time to show this one too.
We've got plenty of time yet, don't
Plenty
worry.
of time. Just another little idea. So this is for trying to show you all the things to do with your pics, you see.
Okay.
So this is just a little folded pocket. Again, covered in all your pretty layers, and this is the trellis from the book that I'm going to be showing you. So if we undo this here like that, and we open it out, we've got our little pocket there for your pick, and then we've used the spine to make another little label there that could have your greeting or whatever it is on there. And again, so simple. What you've done is you've cut your large page from your pearly pages.
Okay.
And you go in 2 inches, score, in 2 inches and score. Same the other side, 1 and 2. Put your trellis in the middle.
Lovely.
And you fold over, glue across the bottom and up the side, creating your pocket, across the side and up, creating your pocket, and then fold it over, and that's it. It's done.
Wow.
Put one on the back, and we're done.
So effective.
And then you've got this fold over, put your ribbons on, or however it is you want to tie it together.
Beautiful.
So it's nothing to it, but it's, I think, really quite effective for these
It's
picks.
the dies that do it, isn't it?
It is. It just makes it so easy for you.
Certainly
It
does
really
indeed.
does.
So shall I let everybody know the details of those
You
picks?
can, and then we'll move on to the pearly pages. Yeah.
Wonderful. Let's do that then. So the picks, if you wanted to create those beautiful picks, they are so versatile. Now we're rapidly approaching 80% of the stock. This could be kind of your last opportunity to get a hold of these during this hour. So once they're gone, they have gone. So if you wanted them, you need to be quick. 978888. You're going to get all of those beautiful dies there. And of course, Julie's just shown us how versatile they are, whether you're using them on your card basis to kind of adorn those kind of wraparounds that you've got there, or whether you're using them. And I love this idea of it actually being a spine within the actual little books that you're creating. Again, bookmark book, you can see where it's all going with this one. Or if you are using them just as the picks by themselves, then of course they can look beautiful tucked away in any bouquet of flowers, or maybe a little potted plant as well. Absolutely brilliant value for money at £27.99. Very popular. 80% of the stock has gone, and don't forget we have had these sell out before, so you could well have missed out on these. Do not miss out a second time. 978888 if you are wanting to get hold of those. But of course the pearly pages were quite significant in Julie's demos as well, so if you're wanting to get hold of these, again, 14 dies for £46.99. Incredible value for money. And of course you are able to use in a whole host of different ways. Very quickly, let me show you some of those finished samples I didn't have a chance to share with you earlier on. So you can see building them up, creating that gorgeous lattice work, adorning them with the beautiful things like your butterflies that you'll have in your stash, using those wonderful little layouts that you get for all your pearls and your different kind of diamante little elements that you're going to be adding to these. Absolutely beautiful, and they look amazing in loads and loads of different colours. And of course you've got your fabulous sentiments with your little embellishments, so it means you can add those to them as well. 436391 if you're wanting to get hold of those as well. Now of course the accessory dies add into the whole equation, so it gives you more opportunities. And if you do like that elegant scroll, then this is definitely the one for you. Absolutely beautiful. We saw how these are going to create pockets that you can pop on your pages if you're wanting to. You'll be able to use them alongside the picks as well, because of course there's plenty of room for those to fit in there. And again, those little butterflies that we saw featuring so prevalently earlier, then there you go. I'm sorry, the Cherish and the Lover in this set, I picked the board up for the last set, so I do apologise. It kind of moved over. Now, I'm going to blame Derek, it was his fault. He was here earlier. Now, this is another way that you can be using those fabulous corners. Don't they look amazing? Three-dimensional, like a star card. Many of us are familiar with that, but they look absolutely beautiful. Imagine that's a table decoration at a wedding. Absolutely gorgeous. You could have your table number on the centre there. 180111, £46.99. Very affordable set of 22 dies. Now, if you like the idea and the concept with this one, well, we've got a different style for you with those tumbling leaves. Absolutely beautiful. And I love the birds and the dragonfly that you've got alongside this one. Again, more sentiments for these as well. Beautiful tags, lots of detail, and this is the key thing. They're adding to the whole kind of essential set, really. You're building on, and you're creating some absolutely beautiful pieces, as you can see. So if you fancy your tumbling your tumbling leaves, your 20 dies, that's not easy to say, come to you for £46.99. And of course, any of those items over £30, if you've got a credit from yesterday, then you'll find that your basket total will drop by a £5 because of our Spring Saver event. Details on your screen if you're wanting those. We're going to head straight back over to Julie to see what else she's got planned for us. What are you up to next, Julie?
Right, so this is the pearly pages. Now, what we say, it's a basic die set to make an open book. However, as you'll see as we've gone on, we've got open books, we've got journal books, we've got closed books, we've got what you would call a standard book with a spine, we've got laminated books. So if I start with the basic, and we'll just gently move through everything else that you can do. So, first of all, you'll take your size page that you wish, send it through your die machine, and it will cut out your page, leaving you, and I've popped it in pencil because it's hard to see on screen. There's two little embossing lines, top and bottom, and that's what you'll use to line up where your spine should go. Okay? Don't waste this because that's the perfect width for your spine. So it leaves you with enough room to cut a spine out. Okie dokie. So if I just pop him over there out of the way. So what you'll do is you'll then choose your first spine that goes top and bottom. Just in between the two little embossed lines. both sides, tape it down, send it through, and you get your initial back page with a bar top and bottom. Now, depending on how many pages you want to pop on top, you don't want to have a bar, because what they're doing is they're layering underneath each other. You don't want bars going all the way through your work. So you'll then choose your spine that overhangs the edge, and you'll see these slots that are on there.
Okay.
What you want to do is, when you pop it on, you'll see your work surface through that slot, or that slot, depending on the side of page. And if you can see through the work surface, what it's doing, it's cutting out this open edge for you. So when you layer them up like this, you haven't got your bar. If you make a mistake, just snip the bar out.
Okay.
But, you know, if you put these slots where you can see through, it cuts it out for you and saves time. So I'll layer all these up together, and as you can see, there's no bars underneath. But you can use all straight. You could use all scalloped, all the same size. You can change those straight pages with your corner edge dies, your corner punches, pop them through your embossing folders, change them again. If we finish off with a spine there, and that is a basic book. You can pop a spine on the back as well, if you wanted to, or you could put a solid piece on the back for that colour to show through. I've done some where I've put a solid on the back and a pearl in all the holes, or glitter in all the holes.
yeah.
So this is why we did you a nice open spine, so that you could have a play. We've got our ovals. There is a third size, but that's gone walkabout somewhere. There is a smaller pink one. And then we've got our corners, which you can snip into. And I've snipped this off and put two, top and bottom, and then fed these pieces in and made it into a border down the spine.
Lovely
So we
idea.
can use that for that.
And it's lovely because they're only connected at that centremost point, so you can pop little
somewhere for you
bits
to
and
nip.
pieces in everywhere.
Yeah, and then a happy accident that we found. It wasn't designed this way, but we put an extra piece of metal there rather than it just be a wire, because we didn't want it to banana. But because I do 2 or 3, or I might do 2 pages at a time with a shim, that extra pressure, this actually becomes an embossing line. And although it is hard to pick up on screen, sometimes the camera gets it, sometimes it doesn't.
If you tilt it away from yourself,
Away from
sometimes
me,
we
let's have a
can
go.
see
Can
it.
we see?
There
Ah,
you go.
there
Keep
it is.
it
You
nice
see
and
that
still.
line? See that line there?
Perfect.
It now becomes an embossing line. Happy accident, but there you go. So your page looks as if it's been embossed around the edge, or you could use that, trim it off, and make those 3 straight pages 6 different size pages. So you know you can do more than what you first thought with the size of the pages. Similarly with the spines, if I show you 2 different effects from the spine, the wide as it is for all your pearls, for all your gems, ribbons and flowers through, but they're smaller. And all I did with that was cut through the middle.
Yeah.
And then overlap.
That's clever.
And then that's made me a smaller spine. So we've adjusted the spines. So again, more than what you first thought. And the spine on itself, again, don't just think, oh, that's a bit of a crisscross there. Get your craft knife. I'll turn this over. Cut into it, look.
Oh, wow.
So you can cut out more patterns than you started with, and then you can overlay. I mean, look, it's not the right length, but if I start doing this,
Get all sorts of
I can make all sorts of different effects. And then one over the top of the other. And Derek said this morning it looked a bit tartan. I thought, yeah, you're right. If you did it in the right colours, red and green and what have you, you can make a tartan effect.
True.
And again, on your gatefold cards, they fit perfectly. So you cut one out, then it slots on both sides of that gatefold. So now you've got something to this effect behind the trellising. But you could put roses and leaves and ivy going through that trellis, so you're looking through that trellis into a garden scene behind.
Really good point.
So there's something else that you can do
You're
with your
making your own
spines.
papers, aren't you, with those?
You are, so that's another thing for your spine. If you haven't got time to make a whole book, just do 1 page, score it down the middle, score it down the 2 sides, stick that bit together, look. And we've now just made a very quick, and I've just trimmed that little bit off there, look.
Yeah.
Play with the spines, and I've just got an open card. Same again, look, perfect place.
Look at that.
All the ribbons, all your pearls, and that's just 1 page, and then stuck
clever.
together. So you don't always have to make a complete book.
This is it. Now, somebody that loves watching your demonstration, thank you so much for taking us through those. Lovely Elaine in Taunton, very nice part of the world. And she was saying earlier on that she was watching you in your earlier show and was most inspired. She bought the pearly pages when they were first available, but not used them. But the pocket idea is such a wonderful idea. I will definitely be opening up the box and putting them to good use. So thank you, Julie.
Thank you. Well, that's what we come for, to give you ideas so that you can take our idea, our first initial basic invention, and just fly with it. And I think that's what people are doing. When you can see now from that one open book that we started with, well, I'll be showing you some more in a minute, different journal types, different sizes and shapes of books. And again with these corners, as I said to you before, when you cut them out, you've got this tab which you score, and then you wrap around your card and you create another pocket there. Or you can take them all off and then just put it flat onto there. I mean, there, look, I've just done that, and I could do like a drop shadow on there as well.
Beautiful.
So we can really start playing with these corners, and the leaves work exactly the same. So, you know, I mean, the sky's the limit when you've got these things. And the final one, just briefly before I move on to the journals, this was your upstand, and all that is leave the tabs on the back side. Backside, that sounds awful, doesn't it? Glue them together and layer them up like we did with the pearly picks and make them like a chipboard.
I love it. Now you mentioned the pearly picks there, Julie. Oh my goodness. I need to tell our viewers that the pearly picks mentioned there by Julie, and the pearly picks are so popular. They are rapidly approaching limited in stock now. So this is the only time you can get hold of these. When they've gone, they have gone. So please do not leave it too late. You've seen just how beautifully intricate they are. All that fine detail, building up those layers, using them as your inserts in your pockets, in your journals, chop into them, make them shorter if you wanted to, or as Julie showed you can actually top and tail them, make them even longer to work with your 12 by 12s. Oh, we're getting so busy with these. Take the opportunity while we've just simply stepped away from Julie for a few moments to check your baskets out with these. That way you can ensure that you are going to get hold of them, and you can ensure that you're going to be able to create beautiful pieces like these, or your three-dimensional memory. I thought this was such a brilliant idea. The taller one obviously we saw inspired by Julie earlier on, but this one here, the shorter version, which again you can achieve with the same dies. That is the thing, it's the same set of dies, that same set of 8 dies that have got so much versatility with them that you are absolutely loving, and they are flying out. Now, of course, they have sold out previously, and you could well have missed out on those. Please do not miss out on them again. This could be your last opportunity, rapidly approaching limited stock. If these last to the end of the show and you're watching on repeat, fabulous. But sadly, I think you could potentially have missed out on these if you're watching on repeat. So make sure you're checking your baskets out now. Details are on your screen there if you're wanting them. 978 888 £27.99. And it's true, isn't it, Julie? They need to get them while they can.
They do, while they can, because that's it, they're gone until, I mean, it might be another couple of months before we get them back in again. So, and obviously all the ideas that I'm showing you, if you know, it's fantastic that you've bought the picks, but if you haven't got the picks, these ideas still work with perhaps dies that you already have, or labels and tags that you already have, or within like the pearly pages. So don't just think, oh, I can only use my pick with that one. No, a lot of these ideas can just blend into everything that we do. So if I bring back this open book, so if I show you the normal open book first, I say normal, but let's give you a few ideas. We can do birthdays, we can do weddings, we can do babies. That's why I was talking about dropping the pearl into the hole. And we do an open book with our ovals and our scripts on and our actual dies. So these are our open books, what we call our open books. But we can do our journal books. Now, this is where, here's your scroll there. That's become a pocket that we're talking about. This particular paper isn't our pad. This is just one of our stash, but I have got a demo and other samples with it on. But we just love this one as well, like you. We buy papers from all sorts. So this was out of Barbara's stash in her craft room, which, by the way, you have to push to get in her craft. She's got that much. So this is where she thought, I'm going to use that paper as well. So we've got pages now that you open up, and you've got your tags in there. We've got a tag coming out from the side there. We've got our flourish there with another tag in. Same on this side. We've got a strap with another little tag in. We've got a corner spot here. This page lends itself to plenty of areas. I mean, that's where you could put the photo, or you could write your message. And then we've got another one there and another one there. And this is so simple, as I said this morning. They look amazing. Well, we like to say they look amazing, but they're just so simple. So for every page, normally on an open book, it's just one, isn't it? And then you stick another one, and you stick another one. For every one of these, you need 2.
Okay.
Because you will stick your spines together, however you wish, plain, trellis, trellis and plain, your choice, whether you want to see through it or not. So you've got this. And then you choose whether to glue the bottom and up the side, giving you the top pocket, or you glue along the 2 sides there, giving you a side pocket.
Ah, clever.
And so you can see, 2 sides give you the top pocket. We've took a scallop out there, either a die or by eye. I think Barbara eyeballed this and just cut it round. Keep that little tab to make a top on something else. And then obviously we've still got our flourishes there, where I've took the 2 flaps and the tabs off, stuck it flat 2 sides there, and give myself a pocket. That's that sort. Now I'm going to bring this in because I got in such a kerfuffle this morning with this.
Okay.
Because I realised I hadn't sorted it out. Okay. Open album. So this extends out. So in the middle you've got your crossed over, first 2 pages have been crossed over to start it. And then we've added a page going this way. We've added a page going that way. We've stuck our ovals from the pearly pages on top. We've got the butterflies from the flourishes. I've antiqued, this is our pad, but it looks different because I've antiqued it. I've gone over it with a sponge and knocked it back and made it look. We've got our pockets on the back again with the, this is out the flourish kit. This is the label that you get with it. And there it is, just knocked back to look more vintagey.
Oh, I love the way the papers have been cut there, so that the image
just
crosses
so
over.
happy. Yes, it does, doesn't it? Now I'm going to try my very, very best to do it right this time.
Oh, okay.
Because I made it look really complicated this morning.
Oh,
it
bless
really
you.
wasn't. So I've done them together so that I don't lose it. No glue involved. Right, so we've got that page, as I explained before, scoring across the trellis and down the middle, pinch it together and glue it, yeah?
Okay, yeah.
So, let's get those out the way. So there's my open one that I crossed over.
So that's just your regular one, yeah.
So then I've stuck that on that side, and I'm going to put a safety pin on so it doesn't move. Paper clip, I should say. So that's our first one.
Okay.
And then I've taken just a half a one, not the full page, because obviously I've done one this side and one that side. So I've done one again, cut it in half, and I would stick it there, like that. So I've got that side. And then I've done a smaller page, cut it in half, because I'm doing one side and then the other. And then I'd stick it there. So we've got one going that way, look. And we've got one going that way, which is that way. Got with me so far?
Beautiful, yeah.
That's easy enough. I got such a mess this morning. Now this is the spine. Take the spine, cut it in half, and I just put a corner punch and rounded the corners off. Stuck it to a bit of just a bit of card to make it stable. Pop it on there. Cut into your pad. Get the little bits and the areas out. This is your spine again. Put a little hole in, round the corners off, and I've made the label to go in there.
Beautiful.
And it's as simple as that. So if I show you the proper done one, look, there's your corners that you've cut out of your pad. There's your spines that you've made your labels, and there's your pockets. And now I've done it properly. You can see it's just a combination of pages going in and pages going out. So it is simple, although I made it look extremely hard this morning.
Oh, bless
and it
you.
wasn't. Oh, and I forgot, obviously we've got these that we can pop on the corners. But I've took the tabs off, so there's just another addition to that. So
behind it, open out and open out and open out.
well, again, yes, you could actually, and then it would fold into a deep book, wouldn't it? So yeah, so that's that.
And of course, Julie referenced those beautiful papers. Well, the papers, again, have been used in this particular version. So, again, you've got your base book there with your spine and all your pockets created in the way that Julie's explained. Some of them have got their little pockets going out to the side. Some of them have got their pockets at the top there. And I love that little kind of thumb pull that you've got there, where the butterfly has been used to literally go on the top of the page there. Don't forget, if you're going for those corners, you have got the butterfly die that you could potentially use for that. Then all these beautiful papers being used are of course, from the fabulous paper pad that we've been looking at. So that exact paper is there within the pad. And you can realise why they've done it on a landscape format, because when you're putting the die in place, it means you can maximise the use of that page. You'll still have elements left over, so make sure you're hanging on to those. Now, the paper pad has been a popular one. You've got the details if you're wanting to get hold of this on the screen. So you're going to get all of your beautiful pages in your different colour hues, your blues in there, your greens, you've got those gorgeous pinks, the lilacs in there. So a whole host of multi-layered designs. One side you've got quite a bold design, so lots of colour detail, slightly more muted on the other side there as well. And going through all of those, you've got a fabulous weight with regards to them. Now, you've got 20 sheets, but you've also got a bit of a bonus with this one, because as a bonus you are going to get your fabulous little insert. Now, it might be the little tulip that we're looking at here, it might be one of the little snowdrops that can double up as a freesia as well. Sorry, fuchsia, not a freesia, although it probably could do actually. So if you're wanting these as a combination, the details are on your screen. £29.99, 407314. And of course they work beautifully alongside your pearly pages. Your pearly pages are going to have all the different dies in there for you to build your base, to build on top of that, whether you're making your three-dimensional books or your memory albums now with these, as we've seen. The possibilities are endless. You're just going to grow and grow and grow with these as time goes. And then you've got those useful elements in there, like the little ovals that you've got there, like those corners, like the lattices that you will use over and over again with your other dies in your other scenarios, creating boxes, creating bags. It's not just about your cards and obviously your fabulous open books. But if you're wanting these, 436391. Now, your pearly pick, that is another one that's a very popular item this hour. Beautiful set of 8 dies. So you can see you've got your innies and your outies with these, almost your mats and your layers, for just £27.99. A beautiful way for you to create something incredibly three-dimensional that can be given as a gift. So many different ideas with these, so many different possibilities, but such an affordable price. £27.99 and 978888 if you fancy getting hold of those. In fact, you have been checking out your baskets. I am so glad. We'll be going back to Julie in a few moments, but they are now limited in stock. So gone on your green screen there. Once they've gone, they've gone. We don't know when we're going to be seeing these back again. So if you do not want to wait for these, which could be months and months, then do make sure that you're taking advantage of them while you have the opportunity. 978888. And that's the problem, isn't it? Things, you can't just kind of magic them out of fresh air.
We can't. It takes a while, obviously, to get orders in, and obviously in this day, as we're finding out at the moment, things are slightly delayed. So yeah, if you get hold of them and you want them, just get hold of them. That's basically. So if I can just move on to just a smaller book that I've made.
Okay.
If you look here, and you don't want to make a great big one, this one, using the elements from the tumbling leaves, with little, just made these with a corner punch. I mean, there's nothing special to these, just little pieces of oddments of card that I've got. But I've made just a little book, which you could put a £5 in the back. You know, you give it to somebody, and the last one they open, oh, there's the £5. That's what I was waiting for. And this, again, it's just one page, look, from your pearly pages. Score it in the middle and on the 2 sides to give you that. Fold it up, fold it in, and that's it, you're done. Glue it, and we're done.
Fabulous.
And all you need is two, like, I've sliced it in half, if that makes sense. So we've done, you could do the bigger page, was what I was trying to say. So this is the medium one. If you did the bigger one, you've got enough to slice it in half. So then you only need 1 page that makes the whole book. This one would just need 2. And that's it. Just layer them on top of each other. Put your topper on the front, your pockets on the inside, and that's just a quick little book to do. I love it. That was simple.
Could you kind of lace those together with a little bit of ribbon and things like that?
The other thing I thought about when I come to the bigger ones, you know, the ring binder holes.
Oh yes, yes.
I'll come to that. But yes, you could do little mini ones of that on the side of there. But again, this is the one that I was talking about, slicing in half, getting myself all confused. Look, there was my one in half, and then score it as I showed you. And now, when you glue them together, one on top of the other. So now you've made 4 pages. But, like we said before, gluing the bottom and the side to give you a top pocket, the side and the side to give you another pocket. So now you can make as many or as deep as you want. And again, as you said, lace it together. Stick them first and then lace it together. I use these clamps just while it's drying.
Good tip,
which is
that,
just
yeah.
easy. So that's just another quick and simple one.
I love it. Now, Julie, just to give you a bit of a time check, we've got about 10 minutes left. Can you believe it? We've fitted a lot in, haven't we?
We flipping had this morning. I felt like I was like a little underneath the water. The top was smooth, but underneath this desk I was going like this. But we've done well this afternoon, haven't we, Hayley? Right, so here's another. These are your pages folded in half. Like I said, the 3 scores, fold them together and glue that bit. And it's a bigger version of this little one I showed you here, layering them on top of each other. So if we take a look, that's our tumbling leaves that we've used on the front with lots of layers. Again, this one isn't our pad, it's one of our stash, but obviously you've seen with the pink one. We've just put lots of ephemera on the inside. We've done our tabs in there. All these side, every single one has got a tab or a pocket somewhere coming out, and again it's like I showed you before. You stick them together and then you either glue the side, giving you the pockets that way, or glue down there and across the bottom, giving you the top pockets, and then layer them up.
Those make lovely tent-fold cards as well, with that gorgeous spine.
Well, that's what what we brought in earlier on, wasn't it? We did. That's the same effect, but now we've generated into a book from a single page. So that's just got a little ribbon round and the little magnets, and Barbara's done these paper beads. You know, you wrap them round and round and round. Little paper beads.
And that's useful for those little scraps that you've got left over.
Exactly. So that's somewhere for you to hang off this trellis that you've brought there. So that's that one. And finally, whether you have the picks or you don't, this is another version of what we can do here. So there's your little pocket.
Oh, you need to be quick with those picks, don't forget, limited stock with those.
If not, use the spine like I showed you before and make a long tag out the spine. So what I'm catching on the back of there, sorry. There we go. Flourish, or that could have been the scroll. We've used the oval and only stuck it down on this side, and we've made a pocket out of that oval that's in your pearly pages. So look past what it was, it's now become a little pocket space. We've made a chipboard, 2 or 3 together, again, made a little pocket space of the corner. And that was a corner, but it's now become a little tuck space. And we've got that on the back. And again, this is simple, it's these single layers as we've said, scored, like we showed you before, score it down the middle, fold it in and glue. And that's your pocket layer. This is your other one, look, take your circle out.
Okay.
Stick, you've made your pocket, and then again, top, bottom, and you've made your pocket. So it's just variations, yeah. And I think I've showed you all the journals now.
Wonderful.
Can we get a few samples in? Have we got time?
Yeah, I need to do a little bit of a recap just to give kind of words and numbers at the end.
Yeah,
but no, that's fine. You go for it.
Okay, well, just bring that in. This is just, and I've showed this morning. Mum made this for my granddaughter, which would be her great-granddaughter, Delilah. She was 1 in March. But just shows you that you can go vintage, or you can go children, or you could go Christmas. I mean, imagine Christmas with all the Christmas tags in. But this was for her first birthday. Look, so we've got baby bottles in. We've got the number 1. And as we said this morning, you could do an Advent one with 24 labels in, and then your last one's got the fiver on the back.
Yes, yeah.
You know, so this is just one we did before. And if we go to the up camera, that's not the technical term, but you know what I mean by
we know
up
what
camera.
you mean, don't we?
You know what I mean. We've made the upstand to go with it. And all that is out of your flourish set. So you've got your basic of your book and your flourish set, and you've made that. But I mean, you imagine making these on your craft store.
Oh my goodness,
what you could actually do. 2 last little books, because there's more books. Crossover pages, like I showed you before. Do the first one, and then cut the next one in half and fit it over the top, and then the next one in half and fit it over the top, so they gradually move out, and then surround it with a normal page. So now you've got what you would class as perhaps a standard book.
Yeah,
so that's another sort. Laminate our pad.
That's a good idea.
It goes in the pocket, and then you slice it round, and then obviously you can open it out for 2 pieces. So you've got soft on the inside, and your laminate will be on the outside. Laminate your pockets, laminate all your ephemera, and then
so
inside.
the dies will go through the laminates as well?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, well, you can see it's cut that out beautifully.
My goodness.
So now we've got pockets inside a laminated cover, and it's got a little popper on there, but I won't. That's what I was trying to tell you. Look, pop that in your laminated pocket, 2 different sorts. Send it through, slice it, and then you've got two. Or I think it was Janice that said you could make your own placemats.
You could indeed, couldn't you? Gosh,
you know,
very
even if you don't
glamorous,
use our pad, that's an idea for any card you've got. Do placemats if you're having a barbecue.
I love it. And these are the kind of things that, as Julie quite rightly said, when they're on your craft stand, you really are going to be drawing those crowds in. Absolutely beautiful. And we're okay to make and sell with everything,
Of course you
aren't
can.
we?
Of course you can. That's what it's all about.
I love it. Now I'm going to give you a very quick recap because we've not got long left, but I want you to make sure that you are getting everything that you've seen that Julie's been working with. Start off with the pearly picks. We're down to our last kind of section of stock of these ones. Limited stock now, so there's only a handful of these left. So if you're wanting them, now is your time to get hold of them. 978888. Don't forget, you're using them in so many different scenarios. As you pick, obviously as they're described on the packaging, but in so many other scenarios as well. Oh, I just knocked one on the floor there. But there you go. You can see you can use them single layer in there or multi-layer them up. Give them that depth, give them that benefit that they are going to be something that people can treasure for many, many years to come. Or you can go three-dimensional with them, as Julie explained to us in one of her fabulous demos, showing you just how amazing they are. But once they're gone, they are gone. So if you're wanting yours, the details are there. Check your baskets out. I know lots of you adding these into your baskets. The pearly pages, these are kind of your foundation for so many different things. Been very busy for these, and you've got obviously your straight edges, as you can see there. Intertwine them with your scalloped edge pages there. Cross over those possibilities. Use the spine elements with those fabulous little lattice elements there that you've got there, but you've got your solid, so you can see through, or you can mat and layer those if you wanted to. And those beautiful corners, the ovals there as well, maximising the area that you've got within that die plate. So 436391 is the item number for those. Very busy for those as well. Everything that you're loving, it's great that you're getting them in your baskets and you're checking your baskets out. Now the scrolls, this is where you start adding those pockets, start adding that interest, all those inner elements that you're going to be bringing into your projects, and that's what you've got with these, but so much more. You can see obviously you've got your elements that you can use for your spines, your elements that you can use for your pockets, but then down at the front there you've got your sentiments, you've got your mats and layers with your tags, your beautiful embellishments with your florals, your butterflies in there as well. You really have got a lot for your money there. 22 dies, some very big dies within there as well. So 180111 if you're wanting to get hold of those ones. But if you're liking the look of those and you're wanting more, well, definitely add these ones in as well. These are your tumbling leaves, that gorgeous autumnal look, dependent on how you're working with it, because we've seen examples of spring tones with these, wonderful winter tones you could be doing with these, and again additional elements that can work alongside those fabulous pearly pages that we've been looking at. So again, lots of content within this one, 20 of those dies there, and you can see there £46.99. Don't forget, spread the cost of your order as well if you're wanting to. It means you can maximise what you're getting, but only pay half of that payment to start with, and then the second in a month's time, because you will definitely be wanting to add these papers in. You've seen just how incredible they are, and so much thought has gone into the design of each and every one of those card sheets that you've got in there. You've got 20 sheets in total. They're all double-sided with the strength of colour on one side and then a more subdued layer on the other, giving you lots of incredible detail that you can use. But of course the key thing is they are landscapes. They're going to be working beautifully with your pearly pages. Keep those little bits that are left over though. Julie's giving you loads of ideas of how you can work with those, but the key thing is do not miss out on these and potentially go for a couple of them, because obviously it's a consumable. You'll be using it, but you won't want to be without it. 407314 if you fancy getting hold of those. Julie, I've had a fabulous hour. It's been a whistle stop.
I know, it's always the way, isn't it? That's our fault for doing so much. But we think, well, we can't leave that out, and I can't leave that. I've actually left two little sections out, believe it or not. I just literally couldn't squeeze them in.
Oh, bless you. Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
And of course, if you are watching and you just joined us, as Julie mentioned right at the top of the hour, we've got Rewind. You can go back and watch all those demonstrations, see the shows again. And what time was your show this morning, Julie? 10 o'clock, so you can go back and watch that one as well. Now, until next time, let me leave you with the details on the screen of those fabulous papers with that little bonus gift that you've got there. Definitely worth popping into your basket, but keep those baskets checked out. I'll see you a bit later on. I will indeed, but you certainly want to stay tuned for the next hour. Think for Crafts, we've got some amazing products and fabulous prices. And then I'll be joining the lovely Karen for Paper Rose and Impression Obsession before Size in the Building with Bondic.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Our fantastically floral Spring Savers event has begun once again here on the Craft Store. When you make any purchase during the event, you will be given a £5 credit to spend against any purchase of £30 or more on the following day. So do not miss out on the Craft Store Spring Savers event, blossoming onto your screens until Tuesday the 1st of June at 6 p.m.
Hi, I'm Abs from Holland Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. Holland Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dyes, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the Holland Create shows.
Hello everyone and a warm welcome. I hope you're having a great day. We have got a little bit of glue school with Pink Frog this hour, and I have to say this show is going to be so informative for any paper crafter out there, because what we're going to do is explore the amazing glues that you're able to get through Pink Frog, all the adhesives and not just glues. We've got lots and lots on the show. If you've got any questions, this is the hour to get in touch. If you're thinking, is this the right glue to be using here, or would I do this or that? Please get in touch, and that's what we want. Lots of interaction this hour. studio@thecraftstore.com. I'm not alone. I'm joined by our resident expert. It is the lovely Claire from Pink Frog. Hello.
Hello, nice to see you.
You get major awards for preparation in the boards. I'm going to reveal a secret here, because I don't want to pass it on as my old knowledge. We've got lots of boards here, and what you won't see, and I'll just flash this once. Claire, you've gone to town. You've even given me, or it's like crib sheet. I wish I'd known you at school. I would have done a lot better in exams.
I can't take all the credit.
Yep.
The design team have helped and done some of the boards, and we've worked on it as a team. So definitely
Well,
a Pink Frog
I want to say thank you
team.
to you. I want to say thank you to Pink Frog team. I love Pink Frog, and the thing with Pink Frog, it's the quality you get, and it's so nice because we mentioned any of the cardstock from Pink Frog or any of the mediums, and all the viewers at home, there's a lot of love for Pink Frog out there. Know you're going to get good quality.
Yeah, everything we do doesn't get past the gatekeepers if it's not good enough.
Yeah.
So and we want to work with it. You know, we're crafters as well, so we want the best quality there is out there.
Yeah. Oh, I tell you, just to give a reflection of the quality, if you go onto our website, and there's a lot to see, so please feel free to go ahead because we've got some great prices. If you do go onto the website, you'll see 5-star review, 5-star review, 5-star review, 5-star review, 5-star review, 5-star review. Just keep on going until we get a 4-star. 5-star, 5-star. Oh, okay, we could be going a very long time. 5-star. There are no 4, they're all 5 stars. So we've got red liner tape on the show, we've got the Kalal 3D glue. Everything on the show, where there is a review, has got 5-star reviews. So that gives you an indication of the quality. We're going to start going through the glues. Now, the EVA glue has been a revelation since Pink Frog started bringing it. And this is a very, very special glue. So it's got some unique properties, Claire. Anyone's not familiar with it, break it down for us.
So it's pH neutral. It's You've got all the answers.
Well, yeah, fast
so
grab.
It's like a test now,
no, it's okay.
isn't
Well,
it?
it's fast grab. Now, these are points that really do make a difference. Being pH neutral means you can think about this for bookbinding, for archival, for keeping stuff. You've got the fast grab. It is archival. Actually, I've got ahead of myself with the bookbinding. Flows really nicely too, and that's just another thing. When it comes out, it does flow nicely. Dries clear. And as we're looking at the board, you can see all the different mediums, and that's that versatility you are getting. One thing I do want to point out, typically, and where I struggled in the past, any coated cardstock, so your glitter cardstock or your mirror card there as well, your low shade glitters, there I struggle to stick on.
Yeah, so it's to do with the lack of kind of water in it, in that, you know, it is that, and I can't say it, polyvinyl acetate.
You said it beautifully.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's in it. That means you're just not adding moisture to your card, and that's what helps with some of those speciality.
Ethanol vinyl.
Oh, I knew I'd get it.
But you said how you pronounced it was right. It was beautiful, just not right. So it's the ethylene vinyl acetate.
Yeah, there you go.
Also, obviously the EVA.
Yeah.
One thing where you notice the difference is the use of this, and also as a presenter, you gauge. So something like a glue. When we keep on bringing it back and it always sells out, that gives me an indication a lot of repeat viewers coming through, and also word spreads at the quality of this. Bookbinding, so that's great for any journal lovers out there.
Yep, perfect. You know, that quick grab, but it grabs and it's solid then as well. Yeah. So it's great for construction as well.
It's a very, very good glue, and I understand with shopping TV, and obviously you're going to be, especially on channel hopping thing, of course the guy's going to be saying it's very, very good glue. But any regulars to craft store know I will never endorse something unless I've seen it, or either used it myself or seen it being used, and can confidently say this is a very good glue. $13.99 is your price here, 225 mil if you want to get this. We're going to move on to some bottles that another sort of revelation when we started bringing these, because the one thing, if you are a paper crafter, you will have, and this is a guarantee, you will have experienced at some point in your life, is a clog glue bottle.
Definitely. Non-clog glue bottles, complete game changer. Yeah. And I use so much less glue now. I make so much less mess. I've got, you know, the two nozzles, which means I've got, you know, I'll use the bigger one for matting and layering, but that detailed nozzle is perfect for your detail work and to get into those little tiny areas.
Would we be able to pour the EVA into a non-clog?
Definitely. Yeah. That's what I've got in both of mine. So
okay.
I use both of them.
The key to these bottles and the success of the non-clog is, if I open this up, you'll see that within there, you've got that pin, so when that goes in, and it's really easy to just slot that back in, and I've done that on TV first time, so you won't have any problems there. I wasn't even looking at it properly. So it goes in, and then you're never going to get the clog. Just for that alone, it is absolutely worth $13.99, not to have to worry about the clog. Then we're going to be demonstrating this just a moment. 603-282 item number. So we're going to be looking at the EVA, and it's one we want to show it to you. As I say, this hour it is a glue school. So what we're going to do is explain not just glues. We've got foam tape. We've got we've got our red liner tape as well. Do feel free to get in touch. If you have always had a question on your mind with regard to glue, maybe you've tried a certain glue with a medium and it just hasn't worked, get in touch with us and we'll explore that and say maybe there's another glue option that would work better. Should we have a look at the EVA with the non-clog bottles?
Let's. So the the yellow one is the slightly thicker tip, and I should have obviously I'll use that one. And that one is your finer tip. Okay. So, like I say, I use both of them. A little bit of housekeeping. Whenever you use them, give your tips a bit of a clean afterwards. Yeah. Use your finger, and that'll just help you ease that back in. Yeah. If they don't open, just try screwing it the other way. This one's not going to go now, is it? There you go.
Got it?
No, not quite.
Yeah, throw it over here, Claire. I got it. I'll catch it.
There you go. Okay. So what I'll do is I'm going to start using this one.
There we go.
It's just because it's been in the car.
Yeah.
It's a little bit warm out there.
Sorry, got it.
So for the fine one, it's great for delicate little bits. So I'm just using it to pop some flowers together. But as well as adhering things together, I can use it to decorate as well. So I am going to use it. I'll put some in there. And you can see it just flows lovely. The bottles are lovely and squeezy as well, so you don't, you know, even when they're not full, they're really easy to use, and you get good flow out of them.
Okay.
So I'm just going to use a little bit of flower pollen. Do it in there. You see it just sticks to that really well. So we were talking about the non-clog glue bottles and the amount that of glue that I don't use. So what I want to show you is using it kind of straight from the bottle and how much glue I would use compared to the glue bottle.
Nice.
So this one has got a nozzle on. At the moment, we haven't got the ones with the nozzle on, but they're fine. You can still tip them into your non-clog glue bottles.
So just want to stress that the EVA that we have on the show today, it won't come with the nozzle. So this is what you're going to be getting with that EVA. Okay, so just so you want.
Using it straight from the bottle, I don't use that much, but if I was using my non-clog glue bottle, I would probably use about half as much glue as that.
Oh, okay.
And as we've said, we can use it on our speciality card, so things like our glitter card.
So I say, this is something in the past I have struggled to stick down, and it is a quick grab in there, and you can stick so many things. I mean, not just paper. We've got embellishments on the board in front of me. You can see all the different little pom-pom trim in there as well, little embellishments. So all of these different mediums have been stuck on using the EVA.
And the good thing about using a wet glue is it does give you that, even though it's quick grab, it just gives you a couple of seconds, a little bit of wiggle room. So, you know, when you're matting and layering, it just gives you that little bit of time just to make sure you're happy that it's lined up. And it's super quick as well. So, you know, we've already cut these mats, but that doesn't take that long. So just to layer those up on the front of a card takes no time whatsoever. Like we say, we've got a little bit of time to wiggle it and get it the right way round. So there we've got a quick card. Let's put the lid on that one. Go back to this one. So as well as card, we can also use it on felt. So this is just some thin felt that I've die cut.
Okay.
I'm just going to add that to our little flower and pop that on there.
Lovely.
And then we can add that to our card. There we go. And then let's pop a button in the middle so we can stick buttons on with it.
So we can really go to town here. Not just, don't just think it's just for paper. Obviously it excels when we say it's bookbinding quality.
So for me, this is probably the glue that I use most. This is what I use first, and then I look at my other glues around it. So if I'm looking for a wet glue, let's just add a bit of pollen to that one.
Would you prefer this to a PVA?
Yeah, definitely. Just that archival quality as much as anything. So that means I don't have to think, oh, am I going to make this to keep? Am I going to make this to give away? Whenever I use it, I know it's a good archival.
What does that actually mean for anyone that archival? What does that mean?
So it means it's not going to go yellow. It's not going to go brittle. So handmade cards are beautiful things, and quite often we find that the people who get them will keep them. So the last thing you want to do is turn up 2 years later and somebody's maybe still got a card on the mantelpiece or the back of the bookshelf, and it's kind of maybe a bit falling apart, or you know, it's just going a bit yellow and brittle. You want it to look like it did the day you made it, and that's what an archival glue will do for you.
And also one thing to point as well, if you're using sort of journaling, scrapbooking, anything that is sort of valuable to you, it's acid and lignin free.
Yeah, it's pH neutral. So
it makes a big difference.
It does.
Okay. Now, we have had a question in. Do get your questions in. We'd love to hear from you, studio@thecraftstore.com. So Marilyn wanted to know, when it comes to parchment and vellum, what would you recommend? I mean, which glues, because we've got a lot of glue options on the show. if you don't, and this is the thing, it's hard with parchment vellum for it not to show.
Yeah.
What glue would you advise? What's the best solution?
I would go. I'd probably try the quick stick actually, because you can do a whole sheet of that.
Yeah.
So it's a dry adhesive, so you're not going to get like blob marks. So I would try that, and we'll try it. We don't mind giving that a go. Anything else, when you are using something transparent, you will have to find a way to cover it up with a gem, a butterfly, something like that. I'm trying to think. The photo glue as well. That'll dry fairly transparent as well. So.
I also find, Marilyn, a good tip when it comes to vellum or parchment. Good tip is to use coloured if you can. I know also sometimes you want to go for the clear effect, but if you use colour parchment, it's a lot more forgiving. So hopefully that did answer your question. We're going to get to everything, and we'll try and give it a go for you as well, Marilyn. Right, we're going to move on to Kalal. Kalal is such a stalwart when it comes to glues, and it is an essential. It's something I think most crafters will have in their craft room. I find with Kalal as an all-purpose glue, where it really comes into its own, it gives a bit of structure and weight behind a piece. If you're matting and layering, it just gives a bit more sort of reassurance.
It does. When it dries, it dries solid.
Yeah.
It's like it's almost as though you've put an extra sheet of card in there.
Yeah.
It's just rock hard. So and just the amount of things that you can use the Kalal all-purpose for as well.
Well, that is the key. And actually, I've got a few examples with the... oh, no, this is for our photo that we've got coming up, the photo bit. But with regard to the Kalal, I've got a board here. Let me just show you. So it is an all-purpose, and it really lives up to that. If you have a look at all the elements here, so we've got paper going through there, which you expect it to work. Great for cardstock. How about this for little glass beads, and they're stuck on firmly? Or if you want little wooden clips, so for wood, for metal, for glitter. So that's just poured glitter down. Plastics, it works beautifully. Sequins, it sticks like a dream. We've got felt here. There's materials, so you can stick down your materials. Now we're really starting to appreciate the versatility of the glue. Foam, it sticks down really well. Even leather. That's leather, and it's stuck down with the Kalal. Lace, stuck down like a dream. You've got your polystyrene there as well as your sponge. So just a few ways to use it. One thing I will point out, you are saving £14 for this. So saving is phenomenal. What I tend to do, and I bought one of the larger ones just because I love a bargain. This is effectively 10 of your smaller 100ml bottles, which you tend to buy, and I decant. So I've got a smaller one, and I just decant that in. I mean, Claire, how much would you guesstimate, because I know prices range, but for a smaller bottle, the bottle like you've got in your hand, how much would you pay for that? What, about £3?
Yeah, £3-4 probably.
Yeah. So that gives you an idea when you say like the overall, the price you should be paying for this is about $29.99, maybe even more. So the offer we have on the show is very, very, very good. I think we're going to be seeing this in action. So let's take it away.
Definitely. So like you, I decant mine into this little pot, and you can tell by the look of it. I've had this for years and years and keep doing it. So the little pot, it just opens at the top. You just screw it round. What I'm going to do is, this is one of our
dies,
pink frog dies. Yeah. This is just a little horseshoe. But the nice thing about this is, if you want to make things that are maybe going to be handled a bit more than a card, so for this you might be making an embellishment, you know, to actually give to somebody. So the nice thing about this is, when this dries, it is going to be absolutely solid.
Yeah.
And the other good thing about all-purpose is, if you get it anywhere you don't want, it just rubs off as well. So you just can't make a mess with it.
Yeah.
So if you've got any around the edge, just rubs off. I'm going to put 2 layers on there because I want this to be quite chunky.
Well, I mean, when you say layering up here, so 2 or 3 layers with the Kalal, all of a sudden it's got a lot more substance to it.
It has, and the other thing about that is, that means that, you know, if you're into your mixed media a little bit more, these start to make almost like, they feel like chipboard.
I was going to say that, I was hesitant to say it, but I've seen it, and they do, they really do.
You know, so it means you can use all your existing dies,
layer them up,
to layer
and get
them
that
up,
chipboard effect.
and you've got, you know, you've got what you want. This is just a little metal star. I've just got some black card. I can go on black or white.
Okay.
And we'll go on to black. Yeah, so anyway you get it, and say rub off, and that'll stick on there. Another little metal piece.
Nice.
But they just, and you don't need that much of it either.
No.
Kind of little foam balls. What else we got? Some googly eyes, they'll go on. I have literally been through my craft room going, what can I stick to what?
You can't beat a googly eye.
You can't. We'll put 2 on.
Yeah.
So you definitely need 2. This is kind of chipboard that's been coloured. So again, great for, you know, your base layers on your mixed media pieces, where you really want that grab. What else we've got? A little glass bottle.
And that, I think, just seeing this now, the diversity, so investing in a glue that you're able to use on so many different mediums, it shows why Kalau All-Purpose is such a popular glue.
Definitely. So compared to the EVA, this is a solvent-based glue.
Right.
So it does have a little bit more of a smell, but it's not overpowering.
No.
But it does mean that when it's dry, that bond is like super strong.
Yeah, it does.
You know, I can already feel this starting to harden up, really.
I think so many crafters at home, you've already got this, you know how good it is. Stock up, and this is a great opportunity to get 1 litre for $15.99. It's very shy, just shy of 50% savings, so very good value for money there. You're getting 1 litre, 227990, your item number. We're going to move on to our photo glue. Now, I did a show with this. I've done a few shows with the photo glue. You're actually going to be getting 3 of these for $11.97. You're getting 100 millilitres in each. This is great for pictures. It was Dawn. We did a show with Dawn.
It was.
And she showed some pictures of her parents when they got married, and these were original pictures, and also original news cutting of, I think it was about her parents getting married as well.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So something like that. Those kind of pictures, you really want to make sure you use the right glue that's not going to affect the pictures or damage them.
Definitely, and that's what photo glue is. And photo glue is permanently repositionable, so it sticks and holds. But if you then want to rearrange the photos in your photo album, mini book, you can do that. So if you need to remove somebody out of a book for whatever reason, you can take those pictures out and chop them off and put them back in. Yeah.
We're going to show, I've got a couple of examples here. There is a cutie warning going up because look, now this was your, unfortunately, little Poochie's no longer with us, but it was your sister's dog.
It was my sister's dog, yeah.
Ah. What is it, boy or a girl?
The 3 girls.
Oh, 3
There's
girls.
3 of them.
Oh, look. Oh, I love Westies. Very, very cute. So as I say, it is repositionable. If you did want to lift that up and reposition it, you can. I won't, obviously, for this. And then I'm just going to show you here. Another great scrapbook page. Who's this?
That was me. That was my feet somewhere.
Was it your feet?
Yeah, a long time
On
ago.
a bench? Or maybe something like this. This is from Caroline.
Yeah, that's Caroline's rabbit, or one of the rabbits.
Now, so we're showing with pictures, it's great. But if I pop those down for a second, I'm glad you brought these in. Certificates.
I'm willing to stick one of these down.
A certificate?
Yeah.
Well, we'll just have a little look. So you've got a certificate awards. What was this one for? Trying to have a look. Oh, you got grade 8 for what was? I was just for completing grade 8.
Was that a gymnastics one or was that a swimming one?
Oh, it's for gymnastics. There you go. Grade 8 gymnastics.
Yeah.
Many talents. We're going to. It's like this is your life. Then we got this is walk around and it's doing 10 miles. For a walk?
Yeah, I wasn't that old then. I was about 10, I think.
Okay, well, still 10 miles when you're 10.
Yeah, I apologise because some of these are a bit difficult to read because I grew up in Wales.
Yeah.
You'll find that they're bilingual.
And this is for your Amateur Swimming Association as well. So it just shows, like, with certificates, and we have a lot of certificates like this at home. Normally they're in a folder, they're under the bed, you don't get to see them. What about using them? But if you are going to do that, you want to ensure you use the right glue that is not going to affect them in any way, shape or form. We'll see it in action right now. So what are we going to stick?
I am going to stick one of my Swimming Association ones down. So this was my bronze award.
Oh.
So, and at some point what I want to do is make the little books that Dawn did, because they were so fabulous. So you'll see it goes on. Again, if you get this anywhere you don't want, this will come off really easily.
Getting that on.
There you go.
You're getting 3 tubes of this, so you can go and stick down a lot of pictures and certificates.
So we'll pop
that's
that on.
Now mounting them like that, yeah, that looks so much better.
Yeah, so, you know, any of the kind of kids certificates, things like that, you know, you could mount them. Again, you've got that wiggleability, so you can just make sure that that's straight and press that down. And it just means that, you know, they're not going to deteriorate. I did manage to find my Silver Jubilee scrapbook, but that was like proper scrapbook, and just so much of that has deteriorated over the years with not using kind of the proper glue and the proper paper.
See, this is important, and see, that's really sad. But hey, we're trying to solve that on the show today. So detail here, $11.97 your price. You're getting 3, 272 177 your item number. We got the team talking about certificates. You know this, our director Marcus has his 25-metre swimming badge.
There you go.
He got it in lockdown this year, so well done, Marcus. Very good. Okay, that was a joke, he didn't. Now, we've got our Kalal 3D glue. Let's have a little look here. So you're getting 2 tubes of your Kalal 3D. You're also getting the syringe, the key, and the precision nozzle as well. So there's a lot going on here. With regard to, so the key just allowing you to roll up the Kalal and obviously get every last drop of it out there. I see this being used, Claire, time and time again from guests demonstrating. So it's kind of like an alternative to a foam pad.
It is. So, yeah, anything that you want to add dimension to, any lift to. And I love both. I do love foam pads. I'm a big foam pad, but sometimes I just want a little bit more choice as to what the depth is, or maybe on a piece I want the middle to be higher than the edges.
Because you can smoosh down and sort of you're moulding effectively.
Yeah, and where it's absolutely brilliant is teeny tiny bits as well. So you know where you'd have to cut a foam pad very, very small, you can just put a bit of Kalal glue gel on. So perfect for kind of traditional decoupage, but also for your die-cut decoupage as well. You know, you've just got some of those really fiddly bits where it's hard to get your foam pads.
Perfect for your decoupage. And also, being a wet adhesive, you've got that wiggle time as well with the actual glues. I'll show you the flowers here. So obviously we use the 3D glue underneath, but getting those, and this is the difference between using foam and using a 3D glue. If you want multiple levels, rather than with foam, we'd have to cut it up and stagger it, and it can look a bit blocky. Here, with the Kalal, depending on how you use it, we've got a sort of a peak here, but then it comes down subtly around the side. So it allows you to get multi-layers of depth with your relief and your decoupage, which you can see there. It's a very good glue, and I think the biggest endorsement is the amount of times here I see guests who are not endorsing the Kalal at all, they just use it, it's in their stash. I see it brought out every day. I don't think there's a day I come to work and it's not really being used.
Yeah, and also great if you're trying to get something into a bit more of an awkward area. So maybe if you've made a frame, you're trying to get something into kind of the corner, you know, put some of your Kalal in there, and then you can almost like poke the things into it to make it stick.
I've seen a few guests, what they tend to do is fill up a syringe with the Kalal and then put that in a craft bag and take it with them if they just want to have a little bit.
Yeah, I like the syringe. Again, it just gives me a bit more control. It also for the detail as well, and I just make less mess with it.
Fair enough. So you're getting the precision tip nozzle, you're also getting the syringe and the key, and of course you're getting 2 of the Kalal 3D glues for $12.98. It's a good price on a very good glue. 158444, your item number there. We're going to move on to quickie glue pens. These are so good. I mean, First time I saw these years ago here, when we were Hochanda, now with the craft store, I got some and I've never looked back. I just leave it in my stash because there's some occasions where you just want to use your Quickie glue pen. It saves time, as the name suggests, but you can be so versatile with your use of this. So it's two-way glue. When you put it down, it's blue, and then when it's ready, it goes clear. So it kind of tells you when to use it. And just having a look at all the different mediums that we've used this on. So outlining of a stamp, colouring in the stamps. Pollen is fantastic. Getting a bit of pollen, sorry. Then here, if you wanted to use your glitters or heat emboss, there's your heat emboss, there's your glitter, lettering. If you wanted to use fine glitters, it works very well. Chunky glitters, foil as well. You can see, so we can foil with this, we can use it for our emboss, we can use it for our gilding flakes too. I mean, it does so much, Claire.
It does, and the best thing about preparing for this show for me is it's reminded me of all the things that these products do that on a day-to-day basis we forget about, and I'm like, I'm just so excited about them. I'm like, oh my goodness, I can colour stamped images in. And, you know, this is great. So maybe colouring isn't something you're very good at. Throw glitter on it.
Why not?
Perfect.
I like to use it as a bit of doodle detail. So, you know, sometimes you do a bit of doodle detail and you want to emboss, or you want to use glitters, you want to use gilding flakes or flocking. You can do that, and it's just so quick and easy.
Yeah, and it means you can write with it as well. So it's a fine ball tip. So it comes with a little plastic cap on. You just take that off. But it means that you can write with it. The other great thing is, you know, sometimes you stamp and emboss an image and you've just missed a tiny bit. Add that detail back in with your pen, heat emboss.
Saves your work.
Nobody would know.
Yeah, like your style. Should we see it in action?
Yeah, so this is one of our, this is the iris from our spring flowers. And I'm just going to colour in a couple of petals just to show you. So you can see it goes on blue. And after a little bit, that will turn clear. For glitter, you can probably use either, to be honest. It doesn't make much difference. But all we would do...
And it turns quite quickly. You're not waiting hours.
It does. So we'll grab some lovely blue glitter, like purpley blue, and we can throw that at it. And you can see straight away it starts to add that detail to it.
Oh, perfect.
So what I've done is I have gone ahead in true fashion, and I've done one, and it's got the blue and the green on. Now I've left a few bits because I wanted to add a little bit of yellow with it being an iris. So I'm going to go in, and also maybe any bits I didn't mean to, I could add some more glitter back in, or I can colour these. So for the gilding flakes, it is better if you just let it settle for a minute or two. But that's okay, because we can go on to our little mat. And like you said, you can doodle. So that's what I've done with these. So you could either put some little dots on it or draw a square around it. And again, just gilding flakes on it.
Perfect.
Really, really easy. The other one that I thought was quite exciting was, this is a little sentiment. So I've just stamped it, and then I've just added a little bit of pen detail. I should have another one somewhere. There you go, we'll do that, and then that'll dry as well. So what that means is I could add a border, I can add just a little bit of detail on here. So just to make it look
like a highlight,
like it's been gilded slightly. So, I mean, you could cover a whole letter if you wanted to, or you can just do that. We'll let that one dry. That one probably is.
Okay.
I'm going to grab a box because the gilding flakes are likely to go everywhere in the studio. These are the lovely big flakes from Indigo Blue.
Lovely.
Lovely K. And you'll see.
Oh, yeah.
That just adds a little bit more detail. And they go on beautifully with the glue. Got a little brush.
That's nice.
Smudged a little bit.
That's
but
okay.
yeah, just let it dry a little bit longer.
Yeah. But it still looks great, and it just shows you what you can use it on.
It's just fabulous, and again, it just gives you a little bit of control of where you want to put those gilding flakes. So on this one, where I've drawn a line round it, that would be for me quite hard to do without a pen.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go.
Makes a difference. $9.99 your price. You're getting 4 of the fantastic Sakura Quickie Glue pens. 771231, your item number there. Now, we're going to move on to our red liner collection. So, red liner tape, something that Pink Frog does very well. And what I love about Pink Frog, rather than giving you multiple reels, they put it all on one. So each one of these rolls is the equivalent of 6 traditional red liner tape rolls. So, you know, if you go to your local craft shop and you would buy it, so you're getting 6 on each one. So when you think about that, 24 rolls for $13.99. I mean, how much does that work out per roll? Oh, it's 58 pence per roll. I was way off. I was way off. We were talking about this in production meeting, and my math's bad. So 58. Okay, that, to me, and if you were to do it in meters, it works out 12p per meter. But let's do with the rolls, because this is something that we can all relate to. So look at the size of this red liner tape. If you were to get, and we have got multiple sizes, so you've got your 9mm, your 3, 6, 9 and 12. So there, if you were to get a 12mm roll, traditional roll of red liner tape, how much would you be paying? £2? Yeah, I would say about £2. 58 pence per reel there. And also, you're not stacking up, so you haven't got loads of different reels that are going to get stuck together. You've got 4, your key sizes, because they are your key sizes. 3, 6, 9, 12 are our go-to sizes. 120 meters of it. I'm just going to show you here and the beauty of the red liner tape. And there is, look, construction, you need your red liner tape. And it was one of the first things I learned here when I joined the channel. You do need red liner tape for certain situations. So, you know what? You could get 4 of the 6mm. I'm just going to show you this for $11.99. And that really does solidify value for money, because 4 of the 6mm, if you just wanted to go for the 6mm for $11.99, or you're getting all of these for $13.99. So you can get like 2 of the 12mm for $9.99. So you're just seeing here, value for money, it's very good. Okay, so here with the gilding flakes, you've got glitter, you've got the foil, you can glitter it, foil it. We can use heat emboss, and that's something that's important too with the red liner tape.
Yeah, and again, it's perfect for straight lines, it's perfect for adding pattern. You can make all kinds of like gingham, stripes, edging, all of those kind of things.
I used it for a mirror, so I decorated. I had a mirror in a bathroom, and it had mirrored. You know, when behind the mirror it had gone. And this mirror is stuck to the wall, so the only way is either literally break the mirror, taking it off, and put a new mirror in, or I zhuzhed it up. So what I did, around the edge of the mirror, I put red liner tape, and then I went in with some gilding flakes, and it worked an absolute treat. So it's still there, and that's in a room, in a bathroom with shower, so obviously it can get quite humid, and it's stuck on beautifully. And let me just show you here as well. So giving you an indication with your gilding flakes, your foils, your heat emboss, all works wonderfully with the red liner tape. But then, I mean, that's decorative, but all I would say is just for your construction and certain construction projects, you do need a red liner tape because it's extra strong, it will last. Do you know there are 52 5-star reviews for this red liner tape? So 52 viewers bought the tape, the red liner tape, loved it so much they were compelled to leave 5-star reviews. So it's very, very good price. It's very, very good red liner tape. If you're running low, great opportunity to get hold of some quality red liner tape. 825-810, your item number there. Okay, I think, well, we're going to have a look at some of the red liner?
Sure. Let me grab some. So this is the wider one, but any of these will work, and we'll just do some stripes.
Do you find it handy having the larger rolls?
I love the larger rolls because I've had the little ones before and they've always fallen apart on me. I don't know what I do to them. Whereas these, I use them all the way to the end. So
that's good.
And they last for ages as well. And I go through a lot of tape.
Well,
but I love having the 4 sizes as well. So for decorative purposes, obviously the 4 sizes are good. But even for construction, so if it's something big I'm sticking down, I'll use the 12 mil. But
or
when we make
fine flap and you just want to get it in.
Yeah, when we're making frames, absolutely perfect. Either the very thin one or the next one up, depending on the size of frame you're making.
Perfect.
So we will throw some tape down. So, and you can use your board to help you line this up, any scoreboard. We'll just throw a couple of rows of this on here. And for me, I'll tend to stick it down and then give it a trim off, so that way I know it's gone all the way to the end.
Nice.
So we can see. So we'll grab some foil actually. So similar to your gilding flakes, but a little bit different. Just to show you it works with the foil as well. And I find it peels back really easily as well, so that's always a good thing. So on there, you're just going to give that a good rub. If you want to, grab a kind of scoring tool or embossing tool, or if not, just give it a good rub, and you'll feel it start to go.
Oh yeah.
And it's just perfect.
It's seamless.
And then we'll got some glitter there. Let's grab a box. And again, give it a good burnish so that the adhesive is, you know, taking the glitter on board. But yeah, super,
that is
super
so
easy.
Slick. Can you just hold that up so we can get a good look at that? Is that okay?
Yeah, where do you want it?
Just to that camera there.
That one? There you go.
There you go. I mean, look at that.
So yeah, super easy to do borders, to do decorative bits. I've got a little box somewhere. So that's a pizza box. So I've made that I've used the adhesive to stick it together. Yeah. But then we've got a Go Faster racing stripe around the side, which will help hold it together. And then obviously we've got the foil and the glitter on the front as well.
Beautiful. So there's your red liner tape. You are getting all 4 sizes, 3, 6, 9 and 12. $13.99 your price. It works out at 58 pence per roll. All right, we're going to move on to something. I mean, actually, everything on the show we use. It's essential, really. But something that a lot of crafters use perennially is our foam tape. So we discussed the Kalal 3D. This is an alternative to getting that relief there. I've actually got, I mean, these are jumbo rolls. So this is your continuous roll, which you have here. And over here, this is a roll where you've got your individual tabs. So as you're putting through, they're all separate tabs going in. If I just, if I turn that way, you're able to see you've got the individual tabs that you're able to, there you go. So you're just pulling those off. So I'll pop these down, and we've got the sheets as well, which we'll talk about. But I mean, foam, you've done different boards for us. So foam pads, just layering up, these have all been, I mean, how effective does that look? And it's all been layered up using your foam tabs, or even just behind a flower in there as well. There's your foam tab. Then we have our continuous foam roll, so the foam tape. You're getting 25 meters on the roll here. Actually, 25 meters worth on the tabs. I should say there were 1,500 tabs. So with this, great for your shaker cards, which you're seeing. So it's an essential really for our shaker cards. Also great for easel cards, because you're raising relief on the actual stopper. Adding glitter, heat embossing for your mixed media. And then finally, we have our 2mm and 3mm foam sheets. So die cuts beautifully. You're seeing here, die cutting, great for making shapes, flowers, adding pollen, attaching super smooth die cut would be very nice as well. Now you're getting 4 of your foam sheets. 2mm and 3mm. You're getting your adhesive foam roll, which is 25 metres by centimetre. And in your foam pad roll, we're getting 1,500 foam pads, 20mm by 25mm. So there we go. You can see that there. It is a monster bundle for £22.99. You're saving £5.50 as well. An utter must, though, for you, Claire.
Definitely. I use foam pads all the time. I love a raised front on a card. Yeah. So I mean, I love all kinds of cards, but some of my favourites are the very clean and simple ones. I don't even want to mat and layer on them. So I'll lift the whole front panel off the card, and the foam sheets are perfect for that, just because it lifts it all up, but it's still supported throughout. So even if you're posting it, cost you a bit more, but at least it's going to arrive not squashed.
Well, that's it. It is worth it. £24.99 your price there, saving £5, and you're getting everything. 325813 item number. Now, quick stick. You're getting 10 sheets of this. Very, very useful. I mean, so useful. How do you tend to use yours, Claire?
I'm in love with quick stick.
Okay, I know you are, yeah.
I really am. It's just so... It's versatile, basically. So it's great for kind of making almost pattern paper from just small strips of paper, and then you can die cut through it. So because it's an ultra thin adhesive just sandwiched between two kind of holding sheets, you can die cut it, you can cut it on your trimmer, and just the double-sided adhesive means it's perfect for die cutting, really intricate little dies. And one of the most exciting things is not only can you use it onto card, where you can obviously add glitter, you know, over a whole background, so you make your own glitter card, but you can also use it onto cotton and canvas as well. So it means you could make, you know, you could put a little design on a canvas bag.
Now that's interesting.
But you can use it on canvases as well. So great for your mixed media. So just adding another layer on your mixed media where maybe you want to add a whole kind of piece of, you know, you've got a die you want to use, but you don't necessarily want to stick that on. Cut that and then add glitter, or it'll resist as well if you add embossing powder to it.
I would imagine we can use our punches with this as well.
Definitely, yeah.
So get your punches involved. It's great to heat emboss, because we can heat emboss. And sometimes with a medium, we're like, you've got to be careful with. You can heat emboss with this as well. So think about your dies. Think about the different techniques you can use this with as well. We're just showing this. So ultra thin adhesive sheet. It's carried between two carrier sheets. You're perfect for your die cutting. We can heat emboss. You can put it onto canvases and cotton. Absolutely excellent for paper piecing. Inlaying die cut. So you know those techniques where you've got intricate dies and you want to do your paper piecing and inlaying. Fantastic. Also, you can use it with your gilding flakes, your foils, your glitters, and we discussed perfect for your punches too. Very, very nice. £9.99. We did say, I don't know if you have any vellum, Claire. We were going to have a little go. We put you on the spot because we had that email.
Yeah, if somebody finds me some, I will try it, because I'd rather be able to say to a customer, yes, it does, or no, it doesn't.
All right. Well, we'll see if
we'll see if we can find some.
Well, we're back at 7, so maybe we'll show that at 7 o'clock.
Yep.
Perfect. What would you like to show us now?
Let's show you a little bit of quick stick. Okay. So we'll show you how to use it with some gilding flakes, but also how you can heat emboss with it as well. So quick stick, it comes in an A4 sheet. The adhesive is in the middle of here. So all I've done is cut a little piece of that onto some black card, and I'm going to cut our butterfly out. And this one is just the adhesive sheet, so no backing on it at all. So I'm just going to die cut it as it is. If I can reach my die cutting machine, just to show you. Just pop those on there. And that way round. And just pop those through the machine.
Lovely.
Oh, and that's what you get for rushing. I should have used my Scotch tape to hold that down. It has just...
well, we do actually have the Scotch tape. We're going to get onto that next coming up, but it's that removable Scotch tape.
So let's move these plates out of the way. And our butterflies. So any dies will work. So these are just some thin metal dies that I thought would work quite nicely. So you can see it's cut through that butterfly. I think all the detail has come out as well. So that's just adhesive. This is card with adhesive on, and it's cut through that, no problem whatsoever.
So you're creating your own stickers, really, out of your dies?
Yeah.
Ah.
So
that's a bit of a game changer. If you think about that, all the dies you have in your stash, then do you know where I'd be using this? I think it will excel for your sentiments. You know those fine dies where you struggle and you put glue on your hand and you do all the... Just create your own stickers out of them.
Right,
you see how well it die
I should
cuts?
do this in the box, else it'll go everywhere. So again, just some gilding flakes. I want some of the coppery ones, but any. But it just, I mean, it's the most beautiful adhesive. It's it's so delicate. So that has given us our background butterfly.
Yeah.
We'll give that a quick brush off. There we go. Give it a good burnish because we're going to stick on top of this now. So it gives you a nice flat surface to work on.
Okay.
We'll worry about tidying that up later. I've said that about the craft room at home. I do mean it, kind of.
It's always later.
It's always later. So we've got our lovely butterfly. So then this is just our quick stick. I've just got one little bit that needs to poke out. There it goes. That's just the quick stick cut out. So if I take the backing off this now, if I can find a pokey tool. There you go. Just to start it off, but once it starts to lift, it lifts really easily.
Oh yeah.
And because it's still got paper on the other side, it's quite it's easy to handle. It doesn't crumple in your hand. So I am going to lay this on top of here. There we go.
Now that looks great, Claire.
Oh,
that
it's
looks
not
so
quite.
good.
It's not quite straight, but
It's all right.
it'll give you an idea. And then I am going to lift this. So now this is sticky again. If I take this layer off.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Because you say
hello.
it's in between the two carriers.
Yeah. I'm going to stick that down.
It's like it's shed, like a butterfly coming out of the cocoon.
There you go. So that die is rather delicate, but I wanted to choose something delicate just to show you really that it does work. So I want some embossing
It's a double-sided
powder.
sticky, and the beauty of that is you remove one side, but you've still got the coating on the other side, and then you've done your technique, and then if you want to reveal that coating, you can. You don't have to.
Yeah. So you can
amazing.
use it to stick things to each other. So this now is obviously sticky again. I'm going to add some embossing powder to it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there you go. It wasn't too messy. It's quite good for me. I normally get half it on the table. And then we'll grab our heat tool.
Yeah. And you can use it for heat techniques. You can emboss.
There we go.
That looks like a very, very expensive embellishment now. Oh, yeah. Perfect. It's twinkling.
There we go. We're nearly there. A little bit more there. And you can just add that detail with your dies, but using embossing powder, so it gives it a slightly raised edge as well.
Wow, look at that.
So
having 10 sheets, and you're gonna use every last scrap of your 10 sheets. For your quickie stick A4 sheets, £9.99 for 10, 925 250 item number. The amount of techniques you're going to be doing for those, I definitely want to get a hold of some of that. Okay, we're going to go on to our removable Scotch tape. So you're going to get 2 rolls of this. It's just a very good repositionable tape. So I'd be using this all day long for when you're running your dies through your die cutting machine. Please, please, please tape down, because that's the only way you're going to ruin your dies is if they jump over each other. So you can write on this too. And another aspect of it is, what did we just say, Molly? It's photo safe, that's it. So it's photo safe and you can write on it as well. £13.99 is your price there. If you want to get hold of this, 999-217, your item number. Now, we've got a Pink Frog 7-day saver for you as well. This is such a good saver. Can I just say, Marilyn emailed in and didn't even know we were going to be featuring this. Got a little text mail or email from Marilyn, so thank you for getting in touch. So Marilyn was saying, I just wanted to say I use Pink Frog Super Smooth card for all my crafting, and my husband uses the watercolour card for all his paintings. Now listen to this. He's painted, I've got to applaud your husband, 40 pictures in the first lockdown and then a similar amount in the second lockdown. So he's been prolific and he's still painting. Good on him. For our last Christmas card, it was painted on the watercolour card, scanned and then printed onto Super Smooth for everybody. And everyone loved it. So best wishes, Marilyn. Marilyn, thank you so much. And it's stories like that that we hear. I mean, Super Smooth is just always popular. Always popular. You have got 120 sheets of A4, and so 120 sheets, you're getting 40 A3, and then you're going to get 80 A4 for $16.98. You can put these through your printers. As Marilyn was saying, if you wanted to print off, you can. They work perfectly there as well. You're saving £5. It is such a good stamping cardstock. Now, this is a 7-day saver, only launched this morning at 8 o'clock. We knew it was going to be busy, and it is proving to be very busy as well. 462613 item number. Don't forget you're getting A4 and your A3. Just going to show you some favourites that are proving popular. 3D glue gels. So it's a Kalal 3D glue gel with the syringes. You're getting the precision tips and the key. $12.98 your price. 2 of those for $12.98 is very good. 158444, your item number there. The photo glue, the set of 3, 100ml in each, so 300ml in total. $11.97 your price there. 272177 your item number. We also have the quick stick, which we just saw, the 10 sheets of the quick stick A4 proving very busy as well. $9.99 your price. 952250 your item number there. The Kalal all-purpose, the beast. It's been very busy here. 1 litre. It's the big boy. If you want to get hold of this, you're saving £14. 227990 item number. Utter bargain. Red line and tape collection as well. Just going to show you that. It's another great price. 120 metres in total. It's equivalent to 6 rolls in each, so 24 rolls. It works out at 58 pence per roll if you're going to look at it that way. 825810, your item number. And the EVA glue is another bestseller as well. $13.99 for your EVA glue. It's just, with the EVA, there are so many positives to it. Being archival, doesn't go yellow, doesn't dry, you know, in time, a lot of glues, they dry and they get brittle, and then obviously they fail. This does not. What happens when it dries, it's still got some flexibility. It will never get brittle. It is acid and ligament free, so it's pH balanced, and also it's perfect for bookbinding as well. I cannot say enough about the EVA. Have you had fun, Claire?
I've loved it.
Time, unfortunately, is beating us.
It is.
But you get a whole hour later on at 7 to continue the fun with Hayley. So what kind of things are we going to be doing at 7?
I think let's have a go on canvas with the quick stick. Will be really good. Yeah. And some die cutting with the foam as well, which is good, and maybe shake a card. Good.
As a crafter, and you are a true crafter, you can see how excited you are, and these are your go-tos at home. This is what you use.
Definitely. I have all of these sitting either on my desk or next to my desk. Yeah. And there isn't a project that I do that I don't use adhesive on. So having the right glue for the right job is really important to me, because it gives me a more professional finish to all of my projects.
Perfect.
So I really like that.
Claire, thank you so much.
Thank
I really
you.
enjoyed that. I feel I've learned a lot this hour as well, so thank you. So Hayley will be back at 7 with the lovely Claire, and they're going to be exploring more potentials with all the essentials that we have on the show. Thank you for tuning in. Any questions for later on, do feel free to get those into us, studio@thecraftstore.com. We have got plenty more, though, coming up. Next hour, we got the final call. It's a one-day special, but it's actually going to be a happy hour coming up. So we've got paper rose and impressions, happy hour, lots of goodies on there. After that, Si will be here with our Bondic liquid plastic, and then we have our William Morris one-day special launching.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies that then coordinate with a paper pad. But then we also have storage folders. We have decorative dies, we have colouring daubers, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting.
Welcome back. We're in for a treat because we've got a happy hour for you, and we have got some of the most amazing bargains. So I do urge you to jump ahead and have a little look. In fact, this hour was meant to be where everything was less than £20, but we have added in one item that you loved earlier on today when you saw lovely Karen. So we've added it back in again so you can take advantage again. Karen, your last hour of the last 24 hours. You've been a busy lady.
Very busy lady, very busy, because it's been a mixture of lots of things. Yeah, it took me 3 trips to fill car, and I've still got another trip here.
Oh, bless
I'm
you.
just hoping Jacob's home when I get in, because it'll be, oh Jacob, I'm tired. Can you get me out of the car?
Of course he'll want to help you. Of course he will. Now you are very excited when you're looking at some of these items because of the prices that we've got.
Yes, never seen them at these kind of prices, and I'm sure I'm positive. I've brought these on before. They are repeats. They're a happy hour.
Yes.
I know the stocks are quite limited on quite
very
a lot
much
of
so
them.
on
Definitely,
some of these, yeah,
but
very vulnerable.
they've never been prices like this before,
Well,
and
they
it's
are
like,
amazing
wow.
deals. Exactly, yes. Now, do jump ahead if you're wanting to, but I will take you through everything as quick as I can. But we're looking paper rose and impression obsession. I have to be careful how I say that, to put my teeth in. So the first item that we've got for you is a set of 3 dies. Now, you might look at this and think, well, hang on a minute, that looks like 1 die in total. But it's a very, very useful die, this particular one, Karen.
It certainly is. It's what we call a creator cover plate, so it covers an A6 card. It's got 2 halves to it, but don't forget there's a snippability.
That's
but
true.
then there are words into it as well. So you can cut it down. You can, if you are very, very patient and have lots of time to spare, you can paper piece it. However, I just put one on top and colour through it. It's easy. For me, that's easy. It's very effective. It's very beautiful. So intricate. Really, really intricate. I would advise that this one would need a shim because of the intricacy of it.
I love it. Now, the die itself is actually made up of your main die, which is your frame, with these attached floral elements, as you can see there. You've also got the words, Happy Days. They're kind of tucked away in the die. But you don't have to use it in its entirety. And this is a lovely one. You can see where it's just been used at the top of the card.
Yes, yes. So it's, again, snippability. Just took the frame off it. You get 2 cards, but it's not just for an A6. So if you cut from one side and the other side, take the frame across the middle away, you can have it on a 6x6 as a gatefold. And if you like fussy cutting, stick it down and make a nice intricate gatefold out of it. It's to your levels or what you want to do with it, but it's a great base starter.
And I know how clever our crafters can be, maximising the use of working with dies. So if you like that particular one, got £5 saving on that one. It's a happy hour deal. So you only have this hour only if you're wanting to get hold of that one. 581661 if you're wanting to get hold of that one. Absolutely beautiful range of all sorts, to be honest. We've got some lovely stamps coming up next. Now, the stamps, these are brilliant because you're going to get a little pairing of these. Lovely frame. This is so pretty.
It's a gorgeous frame. Beautiful in black and white, but still colourable. Not too much to colour, so if you just want to start out colouring, very, very, very detailed, but absolutely stunning. It's got tulips, it's got all different kinds of flowers in. If you're handy with a craft knife or a pair of scissors, you can make a hole in the middle, cut it out, fussy cut round the outside and build it up. 3D, stamp it and cut out the flowers, and 3D with different colours. Not too delicate that you can't emboss it, so it still looks great embossing with a little bit of watercolour in.
Beautiful, and it actually comes alongside a beautiful flower stamp. I mean, look at that. And that is one of those ones you could get away and do in a variety of different colours and it looked like different flowers.
Yes, it's hollyhock, isn't it, that one?
Yeah,
so playing with stamps with flowers in, you get to learn some names out of it.
But always remind me of my Auntie Winnie, because she always had hollyhocks in her garden.
Did she?
Yeah.
Well, I've only just found out what a hollyhock looks like, because I have seen the flower, but I've never known the name of it. No, it's pretty green, pretty pink, pretty yellow, pretty orange. Oh, that's pretty yellow. That kind of flower.
That's it. Yeah, bits of all sorts. I love them. Really,
decoupageable as well. Stamp and decoupage up and layer up, but and it's quite a nice size stamp, but it's deeply etched rubber. With its foam backing on as well. You just take the paper from the back and it stick onto a block for you.
Lovely. And kind of this is the way that we used to buy our dies. We've seen more and more so clear stamps, but for anybody that's never come across the red rubber stamps, I mean, they've got the deep impression and so many different techniques you can do with these as well.
Yes, with the deep impressed rubber, you can stamp into hot embossing powders, hot waxes and stuff like that.
Now, when you actually get them, you will have a little piece of paper on the back there. That's attached to your cling mount, and you can see that kind of shininess that you've got there. It will grip onto your acrylic block. You can sometimes use a little bit of a glue stick. You know, the kind of kids ones that look a bit like a lipstick. That's all you need, a bit of that on there. But most times they'll just grab by themselves. But you're getting both of those very usable stamps, I have to say, for £9.99.
Wow.
both with florals. And florals are things that we always make with cards, isn't it? Now, it's the first time that we've seen the two together, but I can get... I mean, we haven't got a saving on your screen, but there certainly is a subliminal saving there, isn't there?
I do remember that there was that price individually. Yes, yeah, that's taken me by
exactly.
surprise.
You'd be happy to pay a tenner for any one of those, let alone the two together. So,
absolutely amazing value, that one, definitely.
112 at 378. That is proving to be a very popular one. I love that frame. It's worth it for that frame. And again, the hollyhock, beautiful. So, a little bit different. Not gonna lie, we're looking at a giraffe. Totally different. Maybe as tall as the fabulous hollyhock. I suppose you could have it side by side, couldn't you?
You could have it coming out of the hollyhock, yeah.
Absolutely adorable, and I love this. I mean, look at that little face. What's not to love about that face there? And you can see you've got a whole scenario of different stamps there, some really nice sentiments there, and you've kind of got a mix and match with this one. Love it because you've got the bow to make it into a little giraffe girl, or a little giraffe boy if you want, whatever you choose. But then you've got the gorgeous image. I mean, the face of giraffes are so cute, and those eyelashes.
Oh, definitely. Wouldn't you die for them eyelashes?
Oh, amazing, yeah.
Yeah, but can you just see the little giraffe just then as you come down his neck? It's about the third layer down.
Okay.
It's hot.
Oh, so it is, yes.
It's a heart, and you colour that red, and that's beautiful. I know our Cheryl did one where she coloured it red,
a clever
but it's
idea.
a beautiful heart. But it's like you can use them for get well cards with the what do you call them that go around your neck? Scarves.
Scarves, yeah.
That's it. You've got your bow tie. You can put it as a little girl, or you can put it on the boy's neck.
It's almost like a little bow tie.
Absolutely
That's what's
stunning.
happened with this particular one here. You can see, and I love that phrase, chin up. Absolutely adorable. Lovely little character. Now, whether you are using them as obviously a die cut that you're going to be popping on, or a stamp, should I say, that you're going to be popping onto a card, or whether you're going to be using it, and I think this is lovely. I love the frame that we've got here. It's almost like one of those instant camera photos, isn't it? But this is a little notepad. What a clever idea. Lovely little gift there. And again, that wonderful one that we saw there, featuring a sentiment there. You have a special spot in my heart, and as Karen quite rightly said, maybe you'll be colouring that little heart element in a different colour just to show that off. Really, really pretty. £14.98 if you fancy that stamp set. You've got 9 stamps within that one for £14.98. Brilliant value, 566402. Now, you've jumped ahead, which I am glad you have done, because I thought we might be busy with this particular one, and already 20% of the stock has gone. Again, we're only looking at a tenner with regards to this one. And don't forget, we are in our spring event. So you're paying a tenner for this one, but you will actually receive a £5 credit ready for you to use tomorrow. So if you've got something in your mind that you're thinking, oh, I'm going to buy that one, but I'll buy it tomorrow, because you'll have a £5 credit from this purchase towards that item tomorrow, and even at £9.99 with no additional benefits of this is a fabulous value set.
I think there's been a mistake there, definitely, because I remember this being a lot of, Paper Rose do stamps and dies, but they always sell them separately. Stuart's put this together, but that is an absolute steal, definitely.
Well, to be honest, like you say, I mean, paying the die there's a lot of content within that die. A tenner for that die, I think, is good value.
Yeah,
very good value.
Everybody that does all your journals, you always want in a ticket, and these are a beautiful size to be. You can have them for a small project, but they're also brilliant for a large project. It's got a full, a nice variety of things, but you make it your own.
And I love it because it's almost got that little perforation there, so it is a ticket that you could tear away if you wanted to, so you could use it
just
practically as well.
Just one of the dies, so there's different dies to go with it.
Karen, not surprisingly, we're busy with regards to this one. Could be little cinema tickets that you're making. Over 40% of the stock has gone. You've got all sorts of different scenarios, so those tickets, as you can see there, it could be that you're making them into little admission tickets, or it could be a little sentiment of a birthday there, or I love you, best wishes, party time. All of those featuring on there. Rapidly approaching actually over half the stock now. My goodness, I need to be quicker with these updates. So you're getting all of these, and these are really good sizes. I mean, many of the sentiments that we've got within our stash, they will fit within there. I mean, then you're looking at them. If I get my thumb, because I haven't got a ruler, but we're looking at, well, the thumb is usually about an inch, isn't it? So you're looking at a couple of inches, maybe 1 3/4 inches across there. So really, really good sizes with these, and that perforation in there. 2 different styles of perforation, you've got your little dot there, you've got your little circle there, and then of course you've got the elements here, which you could still use if you wanted to kind of cut that. That's almost like a name tag that you've got there.
Yes, so you could cut it. That was done as it was on the sheet. Because you see just where your index finger is,
yes,
you get all those
little tiny bits
that you can stick on.
Oh,
you can
my goodness, Karen, it's gone green. It's gone green on the screen. It's limited stock. You're loving it. Not surprised. That could be our first sellout during the hour. If you've got your heart set on it, please do not leave it to the end of the hour. If we have any stock left, I don't know. I can't see it happening, to be honest. But 87982, yeah, technically it's sold out. Didn't even get to the end of my sentence. Even if I had got the right words in the right order, wasn't fast enough. You need to be quick. That's the thing with this particular hour. It's an urgency hour. So if you see things that you like the look of, you need to place your order quickly. If you can get onto the website, no, not everybody can shop online, but if you can, that's a way that you can see what's coming up. But I will be as quick as I can for you guys who are placing your orders on the phone. So next one that we've got. This is brilliant because this is a card creator. Now, Karen, how does this work?
The card creator cuts straight out of your... it cuts into and out of your cardstock.
Okay.
So this one die, it cuts 3 windows out and it cuts the frame out. However, on the same card, you've got where it's cut the frame, you will get the spotted edges around it. So you can get like a 2 for 4 it.
Oh,
you've got
okay.
your frame with the three windows that you can stick onto something else. But if you're cutting a square out that you want to use as an aperture for a different project, pop that onto, say, your piece of cardstock. It'll take the frame away, but this dotted edge will leave you the aperture where you've taken that away, and all the dots around it. So
love it. There you go.
It's two into
very,
one.
very close.
Definitely.
So theoretically, you're only using a piece of cardstock. It's probably not far off 3 inches square, but what you're getting is that frame with the little apertures in there and the fall away, which of course you can kind of interweave these ones. Really, we've got a card here where you can see that's exactly what's been done. So been cut twice out of your craft card, and then obviously out of your pearlescent card, and those elements crossed over, and then of course putting them side by side, you can maximise it, make it into a larger card. But you can't help but notice it does look very much like a picture frame, doesn't it? Or a window frame, should I say?
It's a window frame. You think about the one-day special that was on yesterday with Janet's with the little papers and the little coming out. It's actually 3.5 by 3.5. I've just measured it for you.
Fabulous. Thank you, Karen. So, yeah, that is brilliant. Really good size, because, of course, if you're making your smaller projects, that's all that you need, just those little elements. But equally so, you can maximise it, multi-cut it, and turn it into a much larger card if you wanted to. Oh, it looks like it's just waiting to be let back in, doesn't it? It looks a little bit sad there. Maybe it's just started to rain, just a little bit, just spitting, just a little bit.
If anybody remembers, that one was called the Therapy Puppies, and they would laugh about it if they saw the programme that I did with Janice.
Again there, I mean, how amazing does that look, the simplicity? And it's kind of giving it something a little bit different. Now, that's just one of the dies that we're talking about in this set. $14.99, you're actually getting 2 dies with these as well. And this is brilliant because you've got almost like nesting frames within these.
You've got nesting frames, you can nest them on top of each other, but you put one inside each other, and the way that John shows you how to do it, where you put them on a piece of magnet and take the tape across.
That's it.
But you can make your own frames from there.
Beautiful. So yeah, use 2 together to make a frame, and you've got a variety of different combinations, or just use them separately if you're wanting to. And again, making some really nice sized pieces to show off your mats and layers. Again, with that tiny pinprick detail running along that pinked edge, as you can see. $14.99. It's not a choice of. You are getting both of those, and there's 4 dies, very usable dies. So if you are new to your card making, you can't go far wrong with a deal like that one, certainly. And even if you are an accomplished and seasoned crafter, that sort of price is one that you do not want to miss out on. Rapidly approaching 20% of the stock, and we had more stock of this particular one. So yeah, that is quite an update, to be honest. So 217-414 if you fancy that one. Now, what have we got next? Well, of course, when we're adding details and kind of decoration to our cards, things like foliage and flowers are always key, and this is a lovely one because I think with this one you've got an incredible amount of snippability. Now with this one, it is so pretty. Now you've got a stamp set with this one. Oh, I've got the stamp. I was just about to say, where's the stamp? That is beautiful. That's the stamped image.
That's
My
the stamped
goodness.
image, yes. Yeah, just that's how it stamps out. It's absolutely beautiful. Really, really pretty, really. You've got the lines in there to give you all the shading and everything else, so you can just colour it through, but also you get the bulrushes to go with it.
Beautiful, yeah.
Now,
Very effective.
our Carolyn from design team, as she's doing samples, she received the bulrushes that we did previously, and you can guarantee in every single show that we do, she adds them. It's become her favourite because it's just a nice, not I wouldn't say simple, but it is simple. So it's a nice embellishment that will not take the focus away from what you're doing.
That's a good way of putting it, Karen. Yeah, very much so. So the detail that you've got within that stamp, it is a red rubber stamp. So again, it's got the backing on there, it's got the mount on there, ready to go onto your acrylic block. But you've got the incredible amount of detail, which I mean, with these red rubber stamps, that's what you're going to get with those, incredible detail. Then, of course, you've got the bulrushes, and as you quite rightly said, a very useful one to add a little bit of detail to. Works beautifully alongside the stamp, as you can see with this one. And I think the stamp as well, you've got so much detail. If you're into your colouring again, you're going to have loads of fun adding your colour to these. And again, I think it's one of those ones that if you wanted to, you could quite easily snip around certain areas. The little frog, I mean, you could quite easily just stamp those out and add them to anything then, couldn't you, if you're cutting them out?
Yeah, the lily pad and the frog and then the lily. And even if you're very clever, you could just, the top of the lily just covers the slight bit of the swan, but you could get away with that if you once you colour it in. So you could just use the swan, but an absolute a classic image. I would say. It is a classic image,
and it kind of goes along with the contemporary look that you've got from the bulrushes. I mean, here simplicity is key, isn't it? Beautiful backdrop there with that lilac, but then almost at the silhouette effect of the bulrushes.
Yeah. Definitely one that goes together, but then you chop off the tops of the bulrushes and you've just got a bush.
Or you've got a sausage on a skewer for the barbecue. There you go, just saying.
Or you've got a thistle.
You could have a thistle,
one of those thistles. You know, remember them that shake?
Yeah.
What are
like
they?
Little teasels.
Is that what they're called? Teasels, but
yeah,
definitely.
Yeah. Love it. £14.95. A brilliant combination. Beautiful stamp. As I say, that is something that's going to lend itself to so many different scenarios. I mean, I could imagine it being used in a sympathy card because it's very thoughtful, as you can see that beautiful image there. But again, a gorgeous scene from nature, so I'm sure you'll use it in lots of different ways. 303-625 if you fancy that combination. Got some good deals for you, haven't we, in this hour? I did tell you that we've got some amazing deals. So many of them are falling below that £15 price point as well, and even less than a tenner, just like the one that we've got here. So what have we got next? Well, this one is a beauty. This corner, my goodness, the detail that you've got within this particular one. Amazing. And the little butterfly in there as well.
And the little butterfly got snippability into it. Don't forget, with all the swirls, you don't have to have them as a corner. They will snip down. You could have just them as swirls coming out of a bouquet of flowers, but really, really detailed. And you can colour that in. You could do it in white or whatever colour you want. But cut it out twice, put the butterflies on, decoupage them up, make them 3D, but you can really distinctly bring them out by colouring them.
Absolutely amazing. I can't believe that these two dies, because you are getting the die for the foliage as well alongside it, £9.99. And when you see these put together, they look absolutely incredible, because of course you've got your corner, which can be a simple corner on a small card if you're wanting to, but then you've got larger cards that you can use them with. You can build them up almost to make like a frame. I mean, here you can see it used on the corner, but then it's got being used down at the bottom there as well to really maximise the use. And if you think, well, couldn't get much bigger than that, check this card out, because it is creating a frame when it comes together. Really, really clever combination.
Yeah, they are. And there's still more work that you can do on that. You can enhance those, but they are snippability. They're lovely. You know, when you do like flowers and you have the flourishes coming out.
Yes.
That's a different flourish. So you could do that in a different colour, and it looked like from the florist with the ribbons going round.
That's true. Yeah. And there's little tiny hearts. When you look at the leaves that you've got within that corner, some of them got little tiny hearts on there as well. So really, really pretty design, that one. Very useful one. And again, if you are new to into crafting, I would certainly consider that one. At £9.99 for that combination, they will become some of your best used dies. They're not going to be ones that you'll put away. So 319575 if you fancy getting hold of those. Now, we're still sticking with kind of the outside with butterflies and, well, dragonflies on this occasion. You can get them both. And I love this because sometimes not everybody is into butterflies. And I mean, I love butterflies. You've got your innie and your outie. But you've also got your dragonfly with this one as well, which I think is kind of nice.
It's very, very nice, done as a staple together. So, and they're not too big. They're not too big. You know, sometimes you get some butterflies that are really, really big. If I just measure this one, it's about just less than 2.5 inch by 2.5, 2 3/4 inch. So it's like 2.5 big. 2 3/4, and then your dragonfly. Let's have a look from tip to bottom. What is he? His wingspan's 4 inches.
Good size,
and you've got the innie and the outie, so you can mat and layer it.
Certainly can.
And then from the base. And then he's just about 2 3/4, so he's about 4 by 2 3/4. Big enough to do on home decor, but small enough to pop onto your cardstock as well. But yeah, definitely with a mat. I like to have a butterfly, and when you've got an open butterfly or an open dragonfly, I think sometimes popping a mat onto it will actually just enhance it and bring it forward.
And you're probably thinking to yourself, oh, I thought I saw those butterflies somewhere before. Well, we were just talking about the fabulous butterfly corner, and those butterflies are being used in embellishment. So if you went for that butterfly corner at the bottom of your screen, just £9.99, as you can see there. A lovely way of using them here is the fabulous butterflies here, just used and just kind of tumbling off the page, which I think is a lovely idea, using them with your fabulous little kind of inky mop-ups with your tags there. Really clever idea. And of course they're going to lend themselves to many other projects that you've got, many other colours, and because you've got that die that's going to give you the overlay as well as the die that's going to give you that base layer, then you can get some really cracking combinations there. Brilliant quantity of dies, 4 dies for £16.98, and again incredibly useful. The dragonflies maybe for your male theme cards, although I know lots of ladies like the dragonflies, as guys like the butterflies as well, but you've got them both in there. 651, 654 if you fancy those. Now, the next set, I must admit, I got quite excited about these because I think these are proper worker dies. Now, you're getting both of these for £17.40, and they are brilliant because you're getting a combination of different dies. Within the circle, you're getting 2 dies, so you've got your innie and your outie. And what that means is your inner die there, it hasn't got a harsh edge, so that's going to cut into your card, so it's going to give you lots of little slots that you can use in a variety of different ways. But then you've got your outside circle. A circle die is so incredibly useful, and the fact that you've got both of those together, brilliant. Then the other die that you've got here is that wonderful one there with the brickwork, as you can see there, and this is a lovely long die, but it's a die that you can extend because you can see that it's not got that harsh end to it. So it's a really useful one. So let me show you this, and look at this. It's like, how far is this brickwork going to go? It's just going to keep going and going and going, because that's what you can do. You can reposition the die and you can have it going as long as you like. So it could be that you're making it as a border or a pathway, as you can see like that. So going with the length of your cardstock, maybe 12 by 12 cardstock that you've got, or maybe you're going to use it as just a little runner on a card or a project, or maybe you're going to use it as a backdrop. Look at this. I love this idea. You've got an MDF tag here that's been created with some of that brickwork detail there, and obviously your notepad sat on top. And then the other die is that wonderful one with the circles in there. And the circles have kind of got the paper pieced element sitting inside there, absolutely beautifully, as you can see. And I love the simplicity of the 2 different colours with that one. Now, when you get the dies, you're going to be able to use in a variety of different ways. So you can see the circle will cut in. So if you're doing it just into a square piece of card, you can have little slots, which I'll show you in just a few moments, but incorporate the round die, put the 2 together, and you get that result. Of course, you're going to get the fall away, so you've got all your little slats there, and then if you do just want to do a circle by itself, then you can do. Can I just grab a card from the back here, because that kind of shows you how useful this is, because you can pop your little sentiments into those slots that you've got. So I think this is a nice one if you're into things like your journals and your little kind of mixed media projects and things like that. You can quite easily just pop something in there, tuck it away, and at £17.40 for both of those dies, I think that is brilliant value. 107429. We're getting very, very busy for lots of these items. Just got one more thing to share with you. I'm going to head over to our lovely Karen. Oh, sorry, we were going straight to Karen then. Oh, I wasn't sure. Just a little. I'm just like making the show up as I go along. I'm going to show you anyway. It seems a shame to leave it on the end and not mention it. And this one, it's got the cutest elephant that you've got in this one. So this has got a beautiful design in it. And Karen, I think if you're into your colouring in, well, this one you're going to have a whale of a time.
Well, it'll also there's Graphics 45 that do quite an Eastern European. Paper, don't they?
Yeah.
You cut out and add them on and colour in them. Definitely. There's loads of these. I've been looking at papers around, and an Eastern European and Asian kind is really doing, but it's so detailed, absolutely exquisite stamps. Jelly rolls or your fine liners.
Oh, yes.
Colour them in with them, and then you're not going to go over the lines, but. Absolutely beautiful. Love that one.
Beautiful peacock featuring in this one, and then that peacock feather, which is nice that you've got it on its own because you can create a border. Some lovely sentiments, very much in keeping with the style of the stamps that you've got as well, so you don't have to look very far for your sentiment or your greeting. And I love the birthday banner that you've got on there. You'll use that on loads of other things, won't you? £13.90 for that full set of 9 that you've got there. 848869 if you wanted them. So I've pretty much shown you everything within the hour. There's a couple of things that we have added in that, as I said, they were popular last time, so why not share them with you again this hour? And this is a bumper bundle. 10 tape runners for just £20.99. These were incredibly popular earlier on, and when Karen was here, I think it was around, was it 8 o'clock this morning you had these on, yeah?
This morning, bright and early it was, me and Derek.
It was certainly early for a lot of people, so maybe you didn't see them. So 131220, all of those. Keep a note of that item number as well, because you will see them again, I am sure, but not necessarily with that saving, because it's a happy hour deal. Take advantage while you can. Now, talking of adhesive, there's another way you can get hold of your adhesive, and that's in this bundle. So you've got a bumper bundle of finger lift tape, you've got your double-sided tape as well, and your high-tack tape as well for all those different taping scenarios. £12.46. Again, another happy hour deal, so take advantage. Now, 7-day savers kick off on a Sunday. I don't know if you realise, at 8 o'clock this morning. And there's some amazing ones on there. And you've got this one, which is brilliant. It's your artificial moss. And you've got 6 different colours, as you can see with these. They come in little bags, and they can be used almost like you would use like a fun flock or maybe a glitter, but to give it a very much textured look. Brilliant if you're working on anything that's got flowers in, because it's almost like you're adding the greenery to your display. So £12.94, 433601. And I know Karen's got some of this, haven't you?
I've got a little bit that was sort of left over from this morning, and it's got like a it's a real weird texture. It's really nice texture.
Very touchy-feely.
Very, very touchy-feely. But I remember I got a card once, and it was a 3D card, and it was like a scenery. And it can be used in all your 3D, you know, when you're doing your 3D pictures and stuff like that. But it's really textural, but not rough. It's, I don't know how to explain it.
It's got a softness to it.
It's very softness.
I mean, the one that you've got there, which is almost like that grey colour. I mean, you could almost use that one in anything to do with an underwater scene as well, because it almost looks corally, doesn't it?
It does look corally, yeah. So yeah. But you often see the Dreamies using stuff like this on theirs when they have lots of flowers on. And
I must admit, when I saw it on the picture, I didn't realise how structured it was. I thought it was almost like a dust that you can get, but it's not. It's very, very structured.
It's very structured. It's like a string vest, all mixed in together. But
I love
you
that
know when
description.
you want to just sit and hold it and play with it. But yes,
I love it.
That's the bit I'm taking on with me. I'm going to be doing something with that when I get home.
Look forward to seeing what you create with it. So yeah, one of our 7-day savers. There's always quite a few of those. So if you're wanting to get hold of this one, the details are there. Do jump onto the website though, because you will be able to see all the others that are there, and there's some really cracking deals on there. So definitely do check those out. And they'll all go up in price on Sunday next week. So you've got a full week at the moment, but that's only if stock permits them to run for that full week. And of course, any of those items that you add into your basket will generate you £5 credit to use tomorrow again. So it's worth thinking about. It's brilliant, brilliant. You've only got up until Tuesday night, though, to use those £5 credits. I could have spent mine 1,000 times over, I must admit.
Yes, I could have. Yes, yeah, I definitely could have. I got one of those. You know, I hope Mum's not watching. But I didn't spend on the next day, so I missed
this is it. You have to remember to spend it the next day. Yeah.
You do, but if you miss it, if you don't see anything that you want to buy the next day, or it's under £30, when you purchase that, you still get another £5 on the next day, don't you? So,
and incidentally, I mean, there's a valid point there. With a show like this where we've got such low price values, if you want to add anything in to take it up to £30, it doesn't have to be within this show. So if you're wanting to add in one of your 7-day savers that you've seen, or something from another show, you can still take that order through that £30 threshold to get your £5 credit. It doesn't have to be just within this hour's products.
And a canny shopper, if you can only get your basket to £25 and you've got that £5 owing, top it up to 30 because you're going to look, you'll
get that
lose
£5
it.
back, yeah.
Buy something else, buy some glue or or a bit of something to make it up to 30 because you've got that anyway. It's not going to cost
you need to be stood where I'm standing.
Oh, I can canny shop. I've no money, but I can canny shop because when I go for anything, you know, like when you go for a new pair of shoes, it's one in black, one in brown, one in blue. I have to have one in every colour. So, but I'm not that canny, but I'm canny enough because I need to be.
No, which stamp are you working with here?
I'm going to go with the Hollyoaks, and as you previously mentioned, it's a thick. It's got its own foam mount onto it. Now sometimes we'll get fingerprints and everything else onto it, and it may not stick. Oh, this one is going to do. The reason how to make it stick is just clean it off with a little bit of water. Don't soak one of these because you may pull it away from the. It may disintegrate from your rubber. It's glued onto your rubber there. So and then just dry it. And what we're going to do is I'm going to use my stamping platform. When you've got a stamping platform, because it's mounted, I don't need the cushioning in the bottom. The cushioning is coming from the top to help you. Just what I'm going to do is just stamp both of these out just to show you how beautifully they stamp. I'm using a Versaclair onto them. And hopefully, if I get it right, Hayley, I'll do it first time. And I'm just rubbing it over just nice and gently. And there we go. Now, I'm not so worried because... Oh, missed a bit there. Didn't push down enough. And there you go. But look at the detail, the pointillism in that one. It's absolutely gorgeous. And all you would need to do to colour that is do some of your watercolour pencils in the centre, and then just bring it all out in different greens and that. And let's just move on to this one. All these, you see, all these that I'm prepping up and doing here now, these are projects that I can use later on.
Now, talking about later on, you are a glutton for punishment. You're going to be doing a Facebook Live tonight, aren't you?
I am doing a Facebook Live. I've got, yes, it's a friend of mine. She does craft shows and everything else, and she's called The Crafty Place. And Michael's doing it, and we're having like a tete-to-tete sort of thing and a good conversation. So if I get home for 7 o'clock, I'll be on at 7. If not, I'll be there at 1:30.
It'll either be at the services or in a lay-by. You'll be somewhere.
Oh, after conversations we've had today, I don't talk about a lay-by. I bet people think, she's a warm and isn't she? But it's only my sense of humour. But yeah, I'm going to be doing that when I get home. But it's nothing. We might be just having a chat and introducing Michael to everybody. But really looking forward to doing it.
That's at 7 o'clock, is it?
It's at 7 o'clock, and it's called On a Crafty Place Facebook.
Lovely. We'll look out for that one.
Yep, and see how late I get there. Join them and see how late. Give them a nice bit of support. A lovely, absolute lovely couple. Lovely couple. Love them to pieces. Been friends with them for at least 3 years now. At least 2 or 3 years. And then I'm doing this frame. Now, can you see on here, Hayley, where I've not pressed it down very far?
Right, yeah.
Do you know when Leonie does it and she says, roll your stamps?
Yes.
Possibly that's what I might need to do with this. So if you ever have a problem with your stamp and you get to see this, it could be because it needs... it's not been rolled onto your platform. But here we go. Oh, and that's first stamp, and there, I've just
Beautiful.
missed that little bit up there.
And it's nice because the middle area is the open area, isn't it? So you don't need to apply the pressure as much there.
You don't need to apply the pressure there, but bringing that out.
Oh my goodness,
is
look at the detail.
The detail on that. A Versaclair or a Versafine gives you the most fantastic detail. However, let's get a quick pair of scissors.
Okay.
What we'll do is we'll do a little bit of fussy cutting. First of all, get a knife.
Okay.
If you want to ever cut out from an inside, if you get a blade and cut down there, if you can see with the blade, I was always taught you keep your finger there.
Okay.
If you're trying to do something like this with no finger, with no balance. Have you ever seen them where they're doing sign writing?
Yes.
And they have that little thing
Oh, they
there.
have like a
That's
rod,
what
don't
you
they, that
use.
lean on, yeah.
You have your finger there and it stops you from sort of like getting it from...
And a glass mat's always a good idea as well. Nice
glass mat,
hard surface.
definitely. And we're not worried about that. I didn't give the ink time to dry, but I've cut myself a nice little hole in it, and then a nice little pair of scissors. And how easy is that?
Just give them a bit of a wiggle as you go.
A bit of a wiggle, yeah. This is where you're not going to move your cardstock, but you can do if you want to. And then we're moving cardstock round. Yeah, we are moving cardstock. Do you know things that become you know, with your sewing, do you find things become second habit? You forget to.
Oh,
if you're teaching or you set.
I just go into my own little world.
Go into your own little world.
I just have a lovely
forget.
time and forget there's anybody else paying attention to what I'm doing.
Yeah. Oh, I just thought that were me.
Not at all.
Oh, must be all of us. Must be all of us. And I'm not worrying that it's not a level border, but you can cut that out. And then I've gone quiet now. Cutting out.
Okay,
yeah.
I've gone quiet.
Cutting
Watching
out,
it. It's mesmerising.
colouring. I go quiet.
Oh, that's okay. That's allowed. That is allowed. I mean, the detail that you've got from this, I'm just looking back at some of the finished samples that you've got. And it really is beautiful. I mean, obviously, Karen stamped hers out in the black, which a lot of us would do if you're adding colour to it. You tend to go down that route, don't you? But have a look, the different look that you get when you're stamping out in a colour. Again, it's in keeping with the backdrop there, choosing a green ink on this occasion. So the focal point becomes the sentiment, and that's the key thing. The bit that you want to be the boldest, I suppose, is your darkest colour tone. But if you do want to go with your dark colour tone and you fancy the idea of adding things like your embossing powders, then the detail that you've got within that stamp is still there. Nothing disappears because of you using the embossing powder. And of course, the beauty of this one is you are going to get your hollyhock stamp alongside it, which is your beautiful floral, as you can see here. So again, another lovely flower, especially for your colouring in. And as Karen quite rightly said, you've got all your little dots there that are showing you where you need to add your colour, where your deepest points are, where you go with your darker colour, and then obviously blending out to the lighter points with regards to those. Both of those for less than a tenner. I mean, that is amazing. The frame itself is worth its weight in gold because it's something that you'll use over and over again. If ever you've kind of lost your crafty mojo and you don't know where to get started, you can just stamp these out and just merrily sit there and just colour them in. Take them out into the garden, maybe into your conservatory, or if you sat watching TV in the evening, you could quite easily stamp out several of those. You probably get 4 of them on an A4 card, so it makes it a very economical way of you creating your backdrops. And then maybe if you're making your fundraising cards, then you could utilise those at a later stage. Let Karen, she's merrily cutting away. She's having a lovely time, bless her. I'll come back to you in a few moments if you want, Karen.
I'm fine. I just wanted to see it to show you how it went once you cut it out.
Oh, okay.
If you cut your card into A6 and you popped it in, you could actually batch make.
Yes, good point.
Putting it straight into the corner and batch make. I'm a lover of batch making. And then that popping that straight onto the black. In there, but even in black and white, even down to just what do we call, say, little pencil. If we got a little pencil, we did have a pencil somewhere.
Oh my goodness, we've seen a surge in this particular one. I think you've seen it stamped out and cut out with the centre there.
I'll move it over.
We saw there. Yeah, it's limited in stock. How did that happen? All of a sudden it's popped up. So we weren't paying attention. We were too busy watching what Karen was up to, and that's what can happen in shows like this. Get that carried away watching the demonstrations. You forget about the different items that we've got and the fabulous deals that we've got. So if you've got it in your basket, make sure you're checking your baskets out. And if you've suddenly thought to yourself, well, actually, that's a useful set of stamps, I'm going to get hold of them, you need to be quick quick. We've not got huge quantities of those left, so 112378 if you do fancy getting hold of those. Now, if you're into your animals, or maybe you're into creating fundraising cards for animal charities, I know many of us are, and with this one you've got a lovely giraffe, a very, very special giraffe, because he's got all sorts of fabulous outfits to be wearing. So here you've got some wonderful sentiments in keeping with your giraffe. They're like chin up, and he's been a long time relating to his neck and things like that. And you've got so many different elements in here that you will have loads and loads of fun. And it's a perfect one, as I say, for animal charities if you're fundraising, or just because you like giraffes. They're one of those animals. I love giraffes. Not so keen on their tongues. I'm not going to lie. Their tongues are a little bit slimy, not too good. Karen's face is a picture.
I'm all right, because a giraffe would be too tall to reach me.
Oh, bless you.
I'm too small to be licked by a giraffe.
Now, didn't somebody from the team here go and have a day with giraffes recently?
They were telling us the different colours. It's a black.
It's Emily,
it's a
wasn't
different
it? Yeah.
colour. Is it blue because of
they've got
something
very long
to do
kind
with
of bluey,
the sun,
like
or
I don't know.
with them being so high up and they don't get.
What, because they're too
sunlight.
close to the sun, do you think it is?
Well, yeah, something like that. But I know that I'm sure that the tongues are a different colour.
I know somebody went for a fabulous experience where they saw giraffes and they were lovely. And as I say, it's only the tongues that I'm not so keen on. They're kind of long and slimy, which is never a good look. Now these, okay, I mean, look at that. Absolutely adorable. The beauty with this one as well, if you wanted to, you could actually cut around that chin line and change the kind of the stance of his head if you wanted to. But £14.98 is your price. Very quickly, need to give you an update on that set that we were just looking at. Technically sold out. We kind of knew it was going to happen. Surprised that it's gone so early on, to be honest, but we had good stock of those, but towards the end they did fly out. So yeah, 112378. It's that kind of hour, and I know sometimes you need to see these in action in order for you to make your final decisions, but when you look at them and you see the finished samples that the design teams have made, then it's definitely worth getting involved, especially with sets like this. I mean, you're looking at £14.95, and you have got the most incredible stamp with the swan on there, with that lovely little water lily and the beautiful little frog in the foreground there. I just think it's really cute. And frogs are beautiful. I know they kind of say that they're not, but they are. They're very, very cute. You've got the bulrushes with this one, and you've got 3 different kind of elements to that, so you can multi-layer these if you're wanting to. Give them a really, really nice look, because of course you can give the depth of those, or simply just cut out them and have them just flat as they are. I mean, here on a gorgeous kind of ombre style card, bringing your black cardstock in and adding your little white gel pen on there. I mean, that is absolutely brilliant. Love it. Again, cutting it out of colour cardstock. The black is very dramatic, but why not take an inspiration from your background paper? Again, you can do this quite easily, and then you can be building up your additional layers using the same cardstock that you've got there. Again, whether it's just a tag that you're making, that black again, making such a dramatic entrance there with that one. Absolutely beautiful. But don't forget, it's not all about the dies. This is the stamp that you're getting. Now, this is as simple can be with regards to a card. Creating that fabulous topper, as you can see there, adding some colour and then just popping it onto a little card base. Again, a fundraising charity, maybe an animal charity, maybe a charity for birds, but it's one of those ones that very quickly and easily you could be creating a lovely topper, a lovely project there in whatever colourway you like. Absolutely love it. I always think of Dawlish Warren, where they've got the black swans there. Absolutely beautiful. Might get down there in the summer. And again, this one, a brilliant one, with showing off the bulrushes, but also showing off one of the other dies that we've got coming up a little bit later on as well. So if you fancy getting hold of those two together, and you can see why it makes sense to use the both of them together, then there you go. What a fabulous price. £14.95. 303-625. These are happy hour deals, incidentally, so if you have just joined us, the prices that we're sharing with you are for this hour and this hour only, so take advantage while you've got the opportunity. And this is another one that's a really good deal. It's a very usable die, this one, and a good size die too. Now, you've got your large square with your attached kind of half circles almost of flowers and flourishes and leaves, all very, very pretty, but then you've got your sentiments, you've got your happy days, which I think is lovely. So that's a nice one if you wanted to use it, well, in your journals. It could do quite easy, couldn't you, if you're just feeling happy. You could do. And it's nice because what you've got is you've got, I called it a square earlier on, it's not actually, it's more of well, I don't know actually, is it a square? It's A6, isn't it? It did look a little bit like a square on the packaging, but it's not. It's definitely your A6 size. I mean, that is brilliant. If you thought about that, putting it on your envelopes, you could die cut that out of your envelopes, couldn't they? They'd be pretty.
Oh.
It's nice as well because you've got that kind of lift there, so you could almost pop something behind there if you wanted to. Slice the frame if you want to, extend it, make it further. Just put an extra band of card across there, and you could make it into whatever size frame you liked, really. And I love your idea with this one. Adding the colours just by using your pens.
Yes, yeah.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And if you've done it, if you've put one on and you've done it in white and you've coloured in and you've gone over the frame, cut another one and to put it on top, and it gives it that
That's a good point, yeah.
Covers all your colouring in as well.
I like that top tip there from Karen. That's why we like it when she's here. And that's a lovely one as well, where you're snipping away the bottom one, perhaps using it on another card, and just having it as that little kind of overhang at the top there. Beautiful, just as it says. £14.98 if you fancy that particular one. 581 at 661 if you fancy that one. Now, one that you certainly have been fancying is this next one. And this is a brilliant combination because you've got two dies coming together. The most beautiful corner with gorgeous swirls and butterflies. Absolutely beautiful. And then you've got your kind of your foliage alongside this one. Really nice one. If you do like the look of this one, do check out as well, because we've got another die set with butterflies featured on it as well, which might be worth adding in. But I know we've had a request for this one to actually be die cut out, so we're going to have a little look at this one in a little while. Details are on your screen if you're wanting yours. 319575. So is that okay, Karen? Can you set this one out for us?
I've got this one out, and what I've done is I've stuck it onto my, this is 250.
Okay. So it's a reasonable weight.
It's a reasonable
cardstock,
weight, and I'm hoping that it goes through first time, but I'm not going to be disappointed if not.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of detail, yeah.
The reason being is look at the tiny detail that we have got on there, and putting a 250 through could be asking a bit much on a first pass over.
Okay.
I'm making sure that the blades of the die are coming up, which is going to do the top of the rollers in the machine, and popped it to the side. Never ever be disappointed. Oh, let's turn it back on. Never be disappointed if it doesn't come out. It could be A, your material's too thick.
Yeah.
B, your material's too thin, or you're asking far too much of it and over your rollers. Remember, like your speed bumps, if you hit them bang on, you're gonna bang, aren't you?
And this is what I always talk about. My feathers and concrete scenario. You could have something that's an inch thick that's feathers, and it'll go right the way through easily, or an inch thick and it's concrete. So it doesn't. It's the density, isn't it? That can make all the difference as well.
And then this is going to come straight out. As I brought it out, I can see that it's going to come straight out. Now, you could end up damaging it by bringing it out. My top tip is get your scissors in.
Right.
Just on the bits, like to the edge. Take that edge off.
Oh, I see. Just separate it, yeah.
You're separating it. I'm not cutting the die. What I'm trying to do is, because of the delicacy of it, is I don't want to drag it out and twist it.
Makes it easier to work on it with the
And I've now got that out.
Yes.
All I need to do now is pull from that side.
And you kind of got all those little curly cues in there, haven't you?
You've
So
got
they kind of get caught up.
loads of curly cues that can get up. Get your scissors in to take it out. As you can see, I have pulled that away, and then this is quite delicate here, and I don't want to twist anything. So as I pull this bit out the die, I'm getting rid of the waste bit by bit. You will, if you pull away at it, what will happen is you could break it.
Yes,
you could break
quite
it.
vulnerable areas,
and it's such a pretty, beautiful die.
Isn't that lovely?
And you could use your brush on it. You could, you know, when you've got one of those sponges with the brush. I've got a brush that I could use, but I want you to see that it's just
And also, it's a lovely die that you could actually cut into. I mean, just to the side of the larger butterfly, you could snip there and multi-cut those and turn them into a border more so than a corner.
Absolutely stunning, yeah. And they're all dropping out nice. But look, some of those are a millimetre by a millimetre. Those little leaves that are coming out. Let's get my piece of black. Here we go. and you can see that
Oh,
that
wow.
has all dropped out.
That is gorgeous.
And I've cut not an overly thick mirror card, but I have cut mirror card with it. Do you want me to snip into it and show you the
Go
bits?
on, give us some ideas, Karen.
So we've got a butterfly there. Let's just take that bit. Yeah, you're going to round this off a little bit, but we've got one butterfly. We've got, this is another little butterfly. Where are we? Just watch where his wings are.
You can kind of change the whole look of the die, can't you, by snipping into it and
Oh,
rearranging
definitely.
it?
So this butterfly here, what we're going to do, we're going to have curlicues coming out of him.
Oh, okay.
So he's got curlicues, but you can chop them off. And then this one here, we'll just chop here. And you've got, this is how delicate it is, it can catch. I love something this delicate.
It's almost lace-like.
It's lace-like, and so you think of, so we've got another curlicue here. If you're not happy with the bit that's there, just get your scissors in and chop it up a little bit, and then let's take that off. That's going to go round there, and that's going to just round that little bit off.
You're getting a lot when you break it down then, aren't you?
And just around a little bit. So then we've got the holly oak, and you think about, oh no, we've got the frame, haven't we? Let's put the frame down. We've done the frame. I know this is sold out, but this is just to show how you can start building up with the little bits from behind, popping it in and going round. You take the butterflies and you can colour them in and put them onto white on white's not very good, but I am trying with white.
No, we can see, because
You
obviously,
can see.
I mean, can you believe we're down to about the last 6 weeks or so on the hour?
Is that all?
I know, where's the time gone?
Goodness.
I know.
It took me long. It took ages to take me stuff out to car, and then my last hour it's flown. But
Oh,
look,
bless you.
that goes apps. Or if we do it on white on black, and say you've got a flower there, and you start bringing those out at the sides and decorating with those.
You can almost interlock those little curls that you've got there.
But then again, you've got the full corner that you can cut out and put around, and you think about those in journals.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful.
Oh, stunning.
And Karen is so right. I mean, the die itself is creating that beautiful corner that you can see there, but chop into it, you've got so many different possibilities, as you can see there, making really large cards. If you like the look of the butterfly there, we have got that one teamed up alongside a dragonfly, which I'll tell you about in a few moments. But I need to tell you something that you have found. You've been looking at those 7-day savers. We've got a fabulous bumper bundle of magnetic sheets. So when you're looking at dies and you're looking at your combination of collections of dies, then you can't go far wrong with these magnetic sheets. Now, they're 500 micron, which means that they're a really thick weight with these. When you get to a certain depth and a certain thickness, you start talking about microns. So that's what we've got here. You've got 10 sheets of these. Now, these are brilliant for you to store your dies on, but equally so, if you've got the right type of dies, you can die cut them as well. So think about maybe making fridge magnets with these if you're wanting to. Chop into them, punch them, use them for your closures on your magnetic projects as well. We had the lovely Julie here earlier on with, Julie was with Scarlet Rose. I did the show, and for the moment it popped out of my head. And she was talking about putting magnets and pockets and things like that. Well, you could quite easily cut into these just with your scissors and create those magnetic clasps if you wanted to with these. So brilliant way of working with those. But die storage is the way that the majority of us use them, or as I say, fridge magnets. And getting all of those for $9.99, certainly the opportunity for you to stock up on those. So 933686 if you're wanting those. And you could be popping your butterfly corner dies on there, couldn't you, quite easily?
I've been using the jelly bean ones all day. On all my dies, I've put them on there, and I've put a piece of hard, it's $5.50 behind it. And the best part about it is they fit into one of these.
They do indeed.
We all have these boxes. For many years we've had these, and I found that putting them into them, and I can put one product on one die sheet and one magnetic sheet, put it in there, I get no floppiness, no loosiness of it, and it goes into my box, and that's one category that I'm bringing.
Some people put them on the walls as well, don't they?
I do, Cheryl, my design team lady, she's had them, me fetch them from Jelly Bean for the wall.
There you go. So loads of different ways you can use it. Just make sure you're not paying any more than you need to. That's why those 7-day savers are such useful ways of getting hold of things. And happy hours is another way to get hold of bargains. Now we are drawing to a close with ours. You've only got about 6 minutes left to actually take advantage of these prices. We don't have the luxury of that. We've only got 3 minutes with you because we will have our break in between. And that's when most of you will jump onto the phone lines to place your order. I just hope that you do get through in time to take advantage of these deals. Another very popular one has been this wonderful one that you've got here, and I think this is brilliant because it's kind of got those geometrics that are so useful, and I love the little window frame that it's creating when you're using these. You've got stitch detail with this one, and the beauty is, and I didn't notice it first time round, when it actually cuts out that almost like window frame, it's also cutting this little dotted detail into your card base as well. And then obviously a second colour has been used to create that little window pane that you've got there. It doesn't have to be a window pane, it could just be a separation just to take your eye away and break up a backdrop that you've got, as you can see with that one. And then of course the beauty is you've got the elements that you're going to cut out your frame, but then you'll have your fall away, so you can kind of interweave these ones and get loads of different results with them. It's also teamed up with another die set where you are getting 3 square dies with that pinked edge, and again the stitch detail featuring within these as well, just around the edges there. And again another lovely way of using these, perhaps on your DL size cards, your taller thinner cards, where you can literally take them. They almost look like postage stamps, don't they, stacked up like so, as you can see there. So brilliant, brilliant price again. $14.99 for both of those, and a nice place to start with when you haven't quite got your crafty mojo ignited. Then you can start off with these and it'll give you the opportunity for you to get hold of those. So if you want those, details there, 217414. Very, very quickly, let me show you a couple of other details as well. The dragonfly and the butterfly, these are teamed up. You've got 4 dies in total. You've got your innie and your outie with both of these, so you're going to be able to create your fabulous butterflies. Cut the outside edge with these, so if you're wanting to mat and layer them, you can do very, very easily. Imagine cutting these out of your glitter cardstock. They're going to look absolutely amazing, aren't they? Paper piece if you're wanting to, but you've got in both of those, outside and inside. And we saw those just a few months ago with that lovely card that we saw there with the butterfly sitting in the middle there. £16.98 for both of those dies together as well. And you've also got an additional set of dies that we've got with those fabulous circles that we were talking about earlier on as well. So absolutely brilliant. So 651654. We're down to the last 30 seconds of the hour. Karen, what can I say? Thank you.
Oh, thank you very
so
much. It's been a brilliant day.
You've had a busy 24 hours.
It's been wonderful. I've had a lovely time.
Do we know when you're due back again?
Yes, I'm back at 7 o'clock on Tuesday morning.
Oh my goodness, so you kind of get home, turn around and come back again.
That's it, yes. Yeah, well, I am doing. I'm going home tonight and then coming back tomorrow to stay overnight.
Oh, bless you.
Yeah,
well,
definitely.
You have a safe journey both ways.
Oh, I certainly. You too.
Bless you. So anything in your basket, you've got 3 minutes to take advantage of those happy hour deals. Do not miss out on them. But then come back and join us after, because Si is here straight after the break. So yes, Si is here with Bondeck liquid plastic straight after the break. Then I'll be launching a brand new one-day special with the lovely Jenny Raymond, and it's William Morris. Cannot wait.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. This has developed my drawings into a series of photopolymer stamps, clear stamps for the crafting community and the crafting industry. The stamp range covers a broad spectrum of imagery. We started out with architecture, fairly cute, fairly folksy, very well received. This has since been broadened out into vehicles, people, Basically, everything works around a scenic image. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me. They're made in the UK. Most important was a picture this. And we have so much more to bring you.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks.
We've got a fantastic design team who help us with all our designs for the stamps, and we've got a great range of inks which we manufacture ourselves here in the UK.
Our pearl sprays and our pearly winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
Hello everybody, just a quick reminder that we're currently in the midst of our Spring Saver event, which means if you make any purchase today here at the craft store, you'll have a £5 voucher to use tomorrow as long as you've got £30 or more in your basket. So we've got an hour with Bondic. Absolutely love Bondic. I use this all the time. I'm not alone, I'm joined by Si. How you doing, buddy?
Hi, how are you?
Very, very well. We haven't worked with each other in ages.
It's been a while, hasn't it? It's been quite a while with lockdown and everything.
How has lockdown been, as a teacher, how's lockdown been for you?
So it's been up and down, you know, children in, children not in, and open, closed, key worker children in. So with lots of work going on in the background, but it's still been quite harrowing. So it's been quite stressful because, you know, we were Zooming from home, so you'd put your shirt and tie on and have your pyjama bottoms on.
Cool. As we all do.
Yeah.
Now, sorry, you're a massive fan of Bondic. Anyone who's not seen Bondic before, this is not a super glue.
It's not a glue.
Right.
In fact, the website is itsnotaglue.com. It is a honey-like substance that sets with the infrared light.
Yes.
And you do need a line of sight to connect the two things together. So you wouldn't use it to, if you were gluing a knob to a drawer or something, that probably wouldn't work.
Because you need to be able to see it together.
You need
the light.
You need to see the light together. Yeah.
What we'll do, just before we start off, I think it'll be quite useful to see some reviews, because if you never used this before, these are honest reviews from people at home. Let me just read a couple of reviews relating to Bondic. So we'll put these up. Bought this for my husband to use on his model railway, and he found it really useful. Can I say anybody who has interest, model railway, little model kits, Bondic is an absolute saviour, especially if you break some plastic, because effectively what you're doing is welding plastic. It is a liquid plastic that you're going to be welding with a UV light. So that's one great 5-star review that we had. We've got another one that's exactly what is shown on TV. I really like that. Sometimes you see stuff on shopping TV like, will it do the same at home? Because obviously the guest's an expert. No, it absolutely does work exactly shown on TV. Was able to repair a key ring that had broken. Can I say, personally, I've got Bondic, and so I use it a lot. And Bondic, Si, for me, and we've got different options we're going to get into. At the moment, we just got the introductory offer. But Bondic, for me, it comes into its own and is priceless when you are really in a pinch and you're trying to fix something and it needs to be ultra, ultra, ultra secure.
The interesting thing with Bondic is, I've found, is you will use it when you didn't expect to. So I'm not sure if we've got the photo up because I don't know if I did it in the right resolution. So I've got voile over my front door, over the glass, and I think the dog just jumped up and broke the bit of plastic off. And I was going to order a new line to hang it on, and I certainly didn't think I'd be able to get to a shop. This was during lockdown, and I didn't really know the size and measuring it and ordering it online. So I thought, hang on. So I got my Bondic, and literally I Bondiced the bit together, and it went straight back on, absolutely no trouble at all. And that was something I would never have thought of using it for.
Yeah.
So it is literally, it is your lifesaver thing. I mean, it's in such a small container. I mean, that's the container if you get the starter pack, and it literally can fit in your jean pocket.
And we're busy for this. Or in the car, in your bag. Just give you the details for the starter kit. $13.95, and you're not only getting the Bondic, you're getting the light application, and you're getting 2 of the refills in there, and obviously it come in the presentation case as well. What I will say is this is a great gift for Father's Day. If you're really struggling, Father's Day, I mean, anybody, it's obviously not just for dads, but we're just saying in particular, sometimes it can be hard to buy gifts for dads. This is a gift no dad will be disappointed in. Got to point out that it is on extended delivery just because it's coming from abroad. The 14th of June it's going to be dispatched, but Father's Day is 20th, so you should get it in time for Father's Day and then be able to give it as a gift. I've used it. I tell you where a good one for me. I went to visit my parents. And while I was there, my wife and I went to visit my parents. My mum had some milk in the fridge, in the drawer in the fridge, and the tray had cracked.
Oh yeah.
And the thing is, trying to find a replacement, because it's an old fridge, trying to find a replacement that will slot in. And my mum was panicking, like, where are we going to find the replacement for? I said, Mum, don't stress. So I went home, got some Bondic, went back and used it down. It was a large crack down the actual tray. And the key with Bondic is once it's fused, because you're effectively welding with your plastic, it was absolutely rock solid to the point that you could put a 6-litre milk in there, no problem.
Yeah, I mean that's the truth of it. Once it's set, it's as good. In fact, some of the demonstrations I'm going to be showing, it can be better than it was in the first place.
Well, it's true. All right, we're going to get onto that. So that's your first option, introductory offer. There, your special price, I say, 147928, your item number, if you want to get hold of that. Now, if you want to get the refill pack, this is for a lot of viewers because we have got a lot of viewers who are big fans of Bondic, used it and maybe just wanted to get the refill. You're getting 5 of the refill tubes for $24.47. 1 tube will last a very, very long time. But 5, I think that's a good way to stock up. 084591, your item number there. I'd be tempted as well. Leave one like in the car or somewhere out if you just need it in a pinch. It's good to have. Now we've got 2 kits for you, depending on who you want to give this to, or just buy it for yourself. I don't want to fall into the trap of saying one's for the guys or one for the girls. They are different item numbers, but I'll leave it up to you. Let's go with that orange one first. So you can see with this, you've got the Evo kit. So you're coming with the Evo pen with cartridge. You're also getting the LED with the holder and the refill, and you're also getting the tin and the cloth. So this is the one I have at home. All I'll say, this light is exceptional. So you're getting the light, so you've got the light there. And sorry, I should have warned you I was going to do that. And you've also got the holder in there for your Bondic as well. So really neat. The refill, the file is good too because with the file, well, I'll throw that to you, Simon. How do you tend to use your file?
So if you're mending maybe a piece of costume jewellery or a bag, as we're going to do soon, and you've got a tiny little bit excess, then you'd use the file. So you'd get the file and you'd just literally file down the end like you would your nail, really. Just taking any loose bits off. And if you do get the starter kit that this doesn't come with, you can just use any old nail file that you can get from your high street.
I've used it as well. If you're going onto a super smooth surface and you wanted to create a bit of a tooth with the Bondic, if you just rough it up a little bit and then go on, it means the Bondic is solid.
That is solid, yes. Or you could create, or you could make a little stand, or as I'm going to hopefully show you later, or an earring butterfly. Then that can be an individual piece that is movable as well. So
you've got options here. So if you want to go for the Evo option, the Evo kit, now different item numbers for what I'm about to show you. So if you want to go for this option here, the orange, 556774. If you want to go for the pink, say, I'm not going to fall in the trap of saying this is good for the ladies, but it would be, but it's good for anyone, okay? So anyone who just likes pink, you've got the presentation pouch in there, there's the file, you've got the actual, the light with the stand, and you've got 2 refills with the Bondic. 980169, your item number there, saving £8, $19.95 is your price. A really good price for this. All I would say, this tin, I guarantee if you're buying Bondic, you will go to it and it's those moments where something has broken or something's gone wrong. I used it for, and you've got your presentation tin as well. So I leave this in the drawer. And you know the drawer where you put all those tools and those little things that you want to get to when something's happened. So you've got your screwdriver maybe in there, you've got some tape, you've got some glue. But the Bondic, remember, is not a glue. But I've used it on so many occasions. I've actually sent in a couple of pictures, which we'll see this hour, show how I've used my Bondic. But it really does, those moments when a shoe is broke, or it could be some jewellery, a toy is broke, because this is, it's non-toxic.
It's completely non-toxic, so if you don't need to worry about your small child or your baby picking it up and putting it in their mouth. They're not going to get damaged in any way from that. It's completely safe.
So we'll read a couple more testimonials and then we're going to start playing with it, because you need to see it in action. This is from Mona. Let's have a little look. Oh, now this is actually Mona's a friend of Si's, and Mona was saying, I've been wearing glasses for most of my life and I've broken it many times. And that's the thing. I think Mona was saying, because it was a long email, we had to cut it short, but I think she was hit in the face with a ball, like she was in a Ben Stiller movie. I would always have to patch it up with tape and it looks bad. And I think anyone who wears glasses, I think, has been in that position. Unprofessional, and it barely kept the frame together. This was until my colleague Si gave me his Bondic, the Hero, to use. It is so simple and easy to use and high quality. I haven't had to reapply it since it broke 3 weeks ago. So once you've used Bondic, you will never go back. And that's from Mona. And we all show the picture. Mona, her glasses fixed. I mean, what? I can't actually. Where did she? I can't even see where she did it.
It was round this. It was sort of right like there. It was that, and poor thing, she was walking around with blue tack attached to it, and
Mona.
she'd.
You can just see there on the. It's round the. Just underneath the arm of the glasses, you can see around the frame of the lens.
She was hit by a ball in the playground, as it happens, and the whole thing went up, and then we.
Dangers of being a teacher. You do get, and I know doing shows with you in the past, you do get a lot of pupils sort of knocking on your door. Sir, please, my glasses are broke, these are broke.
I've had other glasses, so I've had these go in class. Now, the thing with this hinge there, it's not obviously a permanent fix, but at least it'll last until you get to the opticians, because if you do fix it there, it won't fold. But I've had glasses break there. And the other thing that was another thing that I never expected to do was one child's compass for, the compasses for drawing circles, that went, and the pencil kept sliding through, so I managed to Bondic the pencil to the compass, so that stayed. So there's often little pieces. Yeah, but glasses is the big one, especially with children who are always falling over and dropping them, and yes, the glasses is the big one. And you mentioned that the vials go on for a long time, so actually that's 150 uses out of one vial. 150. So if you actually get the replacement packs, there's 750 uses there. And the good thing about the Bondic is it will last forever. So if you're just a crafter for Christmas or Easter or birthdays, or you're making something and then you're going to put it away and then use it another time, it won't go off. The lid just slots back on. It's the easiest thing in the world to use. So just to show you what 150 looks like, this ladle was a sieve. It had holes in, and it's been completely filled from one tube. And let me show you how watertight it is. So here I've got water here, and I'm just going to pour the water in the ladle. So that's completely watertight. There you go. So that's how good it is. And I've actually had a plumber who was trying to get a part, a little bit, so I have no idea the technical terms of it, but a little bit of tubing under the sink, and they couldn't get the right bit, and I gave them the Bondic, and they would go, oh my gosh, it's fixed. And I had something very similar with an electrician as well who came to my house. It was some bit of electric box that I think was about £350 to replace, and with the Bondic he was able to put it all back together. And
perfect. And still charge you the £300?
Probably.
So that's it. I'm just thinking with the Spring Saver event, there's a couple of ways you could do this. How about this? If you were to go for this option with the Bondic, I'm going rogue here, Katie, I'm sorry, because you didn't tell me this, but this is what I'd be doing. Go for this, $19.95. You're getting your Bondic, right? That's the Evo, and this one I have the orange one, but it's exactly the same, it's just the colorway is different, okay? So get that, $19.95. Then get the starter kit to give as a present to somebody. That puts you at over £30 mark. It's £33 something. £33.90. we're over the £30 mark. If you have your £5 voucher from our Spring Savers event, you're going to save a further £5, which actually means for the starter kit, you're only paying £8. It'll be £8 something, 95.
And that's with your 2 refills as well. So that's your 300 applications and the UV light as well.
See, think about that, really. Just throw that in for a further £8.95. You're going to get that, and that is a great gift to give someone, and go for the Evo option. It's just one way to do it, but your basket has to be over £30. All I can tell you, anecdotally, there are so many stories here, the team, we've used Bondic. Ben, our floor manager, his belt broke. In his defence, he said he had a good lockdown. So his belt broke, and the thing is with a belt, especially working here, you're in trouble, right? He needed his belt.
Or anywhere. You know, you don't want to be walking around anywhere with your trousers.
Oh, of course. So a bit of Bondic sorted it an absolute treat.
And one of the colleagues here as well, a while ago, we mended the underwear of their bra.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Molly was saying.
I wasn't going to say who it was.
Yeah, but she doesn't mind. Oh, we weren't going to mention names. But she was saying, just before the show, she was saying that her bra breaks often. And it's just, I know, genuinely she was saying this. So, yeah, but something like that, being able to fix that, amazing.
Yeah, so there's so many scenarios. And I was just thinking, you were saying about the present. I mean, or you could do it the other way around. You could buy the starter kit for yourself, and then the Evo kit as a present, or the orange one for your dad, whichever way around you wanted to do it.
I was gifted. I remember the first time I did the show, I was gifted some Bondic, which I absolutely loved. To the point, and I knew my dad would love this, because he came round and I was showing him it, because my dad loves gadgets. And I was telling him, when I first joined, is when we were Hochanda. So I first joined, I said, Dad, I did this show, and it's not a super glue, it's actually you're welding with plastic, it's a liquid plastic, and you weld it, showed it to him, and he loves DIY and stuff like that. He really liked it, I could see he had his eye on it. I didn't want him to give mine to him, so I went and bought him one from here.
Oh, bless.
And you find that you end up seeing it, but as gifts. And going back to Father's Day, this is such a good gift. Alex, who's directing, I know you got some, and you bought it for your dad as well, right? And have you used, what have you used yours for? Sorry, Alex is in my ear. He's used it to fix the steamer. So sometimes with the steamers, the case at the top of a steamer for food and veg.
Right, yeah.
So it cracked, so he welded it back together.
Absolutely.
There.
I mean, if you keep one, if you've got a couple, glove compartment, your pocket, your desk drawer at work, and certainly, thank goodness, more celebrations, they're starting now, so if you're a wedding planner, with your bits and bobs of pins and needles and cottons and all those sort of things, have your Bondic kit. I know my wife's strap of a dress went as function, people's heels have gone, and that's what you want your Bondic for. So don't be in charge of a function and not have your Bondic, because something will go throughout the evening, and you've got your Bondic, and it works in 4 seconds.
Well, should we see it in action? Should we say it works in 4 seconds? Let's do it.
So let's just start off with the mask, because we're all familiar with these and the masks, and they can go quite easily, and that's just a clean snap there, and they are quite pricey, and if you've just put it on, you don't want to be replacing it straight away, so we can just literally, what we're going to do, let me just move this out of the way, and let's move that out of the way, and so we are going to create a little, we're going to put a tiny little blob on here, and we're going to do the same on this end. Now, what will happen, it won't actually set if we put them together like this.
So we're using these
They're not going to set there at all, okay? Because I need to apply that for 4 seconds. 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you see that's already set?
And just hold it there to the side. Just show it so we get a good shot of that.
Okay.
There you go. Perfect.
Okay, so that's already set, and 4 seconds is all it needs.
Yeah.
Literally, 4 seconds is all it needs, and I can put the mask on.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's
one way.
the beauty of it. How quick.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Because first time we did the show, we had a really good email from a viewer saying, "What's the difference, say, Bondic, if I was to use my glue gun?"
So right, let's get. So I've been doing a couple of. If you notice, I did that little flower a moment ago. So if I wanted to use my glue gun to put up this one of these flowers. Let's go red, why not?
And remember, stress Bondic, it's not a glue. You're welding with plastic.
So here I've got a big splodge of glue from my glue gun, and I'm just going to stick that in there, and that is going to keep flopping over.
Okay.
And that's a hell of a lot of glue there, and that's not going to work.
Okay.
So let's get rid of that bit of glue, and I'm now going to use a tiny bit of Bondic.
And the key with the Bondic is you need to have sight. So the light needs to be able to access the Bondic.
And I'm going to put the end in like that, there. Okay. And I'm going to put that there for 4 seconds. There you go.
Ba ba ba.
Okay.
And that will last. I've seen Bondic used underwater.
Yeah. So if you are going out and you are, let's say, a fisherman, or you're going out in your boat, or beautiful weather now, isn't it? So if you're going camping and you've got little holes in your ground sheet or your sleeping bag or the tops of your tent, and there's nothing worse. In this country, if you go camping in beautiful weather, the rain could start at any time, especially if you go somewhere on the Welsh countryside. Yeah. However, if
Nothing
you've
about
got
the Welsh countryside, though. Lovely place.
No, it's beautiful. Yeah.
Just rains a bit.
A little bit. Or if you go camping in Manchester. My parents live in Manchester. But if you get a little splodge, if you realise there's a little bit of a dent in the tent, and you've got your Bondic with you, that will literally, you can literally seal. Do you remember a while ago we did a show with the prize, and a lady rang and she was mending her sofa, her leather sofa with the Bondic? Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Nicola, she was called. I don't know.
She remember. That's a good memory.
Yeah.
So she mended her sofa.
She won the prize that we had for the What's in the Box, and she told us that she was mending her leather sofa that had ripped on the arm with her Bondic.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, talking about using it underwater, we've and on camping equipment, we've actually got a video that demonstrates it really well. Take a look at this. The demonstration in the fish tank blew me away. I hadn't actually seen that before. Can I say one practical use? If you've ever had any pinholes in your pipe work, so copper pipe work or anything like that,
absolutely, of course,
to replace it, getting a plumber in, think how much that would cost. For something like that, the sake of a little bit, and that's the easiest thing to fix in the world. Oh, I've
got one here, yes. So this was pinhole in the copper there, and that's just completely fixed there, like that.
That is so impressive. Now, I tell you something, how much would you, a call out, especially we live just outside London, a call out for a plumber, what, 70 quid just for them to come?
Just for the privilege of them coming to your house, getting your carpet muddy and having a cup of tea is 70 quid.
And then charging you for them jobs. So
right.
Something like that. And we also if you've got any, we saw underneath those, so plastic piping, if you've got anything broken there. We got given a food mixer. It was a wedding present, my wife and I.
Nice.
And I opened up a cupboard and some tins fell and chipped off a bit of the plastic. I used, and it was a bit that you pull out, you know, the pusher, I don't know how you describe it, whatever you push the vegetables in with. So it's something you pull out. Plunger? Yeah, maybe. It's got a stress point because you're lifting it out a lot. So I used some glue initially on it, some super glue, and within, I think, 2 or 3 days, it'd come off again. Used Bondic,
and it stayed.
That's it. You know, it stood.
So thinking of the whole thing, and think about the nice weather. And before I was accustomed to Bondic, my garden hose got a rip in it. Now, to replace a garden hose, if you've done that, is an absolute fortune. If you go to a regular garden centre, if you get one second-hand, maybe, but if you go to a garden centre, they're an absolute fortune. So here, this was a garden hose that was severed all the way round, and where I'm pointing out, let me just shine that light at it there. So that's where it was repaired. Just twist that around, and
repair.
that is
solid.
It's completely solid. So just by buying a starter kit or one of the other kits, you could actually save your money in one use.
I tell you where you can save your money, and a lot of people can relate to this: phone chargers. Phone charger leads, the nature of phone charger lead. Have you got one like this at home, where because you're putting it in and it's flexing around, the end tends to break, and you've got one there.
Right, so there's a couple of things. So here we've got an end that had come out. Once the wire's out, obviously, it's rendered useless.
Yeah.
So here, that is really, really hard. So we've gone Bondic all the way round, and that is really, really hard.
It's secure.
And what also happens sometimes, especially if there's multiple people in the household using them, and of course chargers do grow legs. I don't know why. In my house they certainly grow legs, and they keep moving, and you get little nicks in them. So what we can do is we can
just
put
fill that in.
a tiny, look at this, tiny little amount, little blob there, and then remember 4 seconds. Just make sure that light's on it.
The 4 second rule.
1, 2, 3, 4, and then that is rock hard there, and that's probably better, more solid than than the actual wire is. And do remember, because it's got no toxics, it's completely safe. If you're doing something with the Bondic and the doorbell goes and you've got a small child there or pets, it's not going to harm them in any way.
So do you think these are practical uses? I think so many of us can relate to fixing a lead, and think how much you'd pay for a new lead. It'd be what, £12, whatever, for
more.
a lead.
If you get the actual make, the actual
you're paying
make,
what, 30 quid?
a lot of they're about 25, 30 quid. If you get the actual branded leads, they are £25.
Do you know what I do? And don't think less of me for this. I take Bondic on holiday, so because you'll think a tin
with your tea
I've got
bags.
this one, with the tea bags. Well, I'm drinking tea bags. No, I take the Bondic, and I tell you why. It's for those little things. Like, for instance, have you ever had some flip flops? So I tell you why I started doing it, because I went away one year, flip flops broke, and then I had to buy some flip flops on holiday. You pay a fortune, and they're also shoddily made. But I had to do it. You need the flip-flops. So I was cursing myself, thinking, why didn't I bring or have something like Bondic? So the next year I went on holiday, and ever since, I've been taking Bondic with me.
Well, that happened to me at the Dead Sea. I don't know if anyone's been to the Dead Sea in the height of the summer. It is piping hot, piping hot. And that happened to me. And hopping around in the deadly, deadly heat is not pleasant. And the strap had gone pink, and there's nothing there. And so here, this has happened to this flip-flop, and we've used... Let me just shine the light on it. As you can see, that is Bondic there, and that is keeping that shut. I know our Hayley who's on today, that happened to her when I think she went to a festival in her flip-flops, and she had to walk around bare feet. And if it wasn't for Bondic, we'd have to go around either hopping or have to buy new shoes. So it has one of those uses. But the beauty of it is, because if we look again at the size of this box, let's just take those bits out the top. Size box, and these jeans are quite tight. Look, there you go. That fits in. You can't even see it. It's no bigger than a little pen box or little glasses box.
Let's just see. If we just get a shot of that, you're seeing in the pocket. I mean, how big is it? Well, you can't. Oh, there you go. I mean, that fits into your pocket nicely.
That fits there, and you could go out for the day if you were going on a ramble or a picnic, or you're going out.
You wouldn't even notice it's there.
And you don't even know it's there.
Perfect. Tell you what we're going to do. We've got some more 5-star reviews, so don't take our word for it. These are honest reviews from viewers who've bought Bondic. Let's have another little look. This is another review saying great product, look great, easy to use on the programme. So we only had to use it once so far, and we're pleased with the results. And that's the thing, Bondic, you're not going to use it every day, but when you do use it, it pays for itself. I think it's going to be very useful and well-used item in our house. Lovely 5-star review there. Got another one saying, excellent product. We'll buy more refills. Well, we've got refills on the show. As I managed to fix my fridge shelf. What? This is what I did. I was kind of chuffed. I'm glad to see other people had the same idea. So fixed my fridge shelf with this, and as my fridge is now no longer made, getting spares is almost impossible thanks to Bondic. I've read that review. Can I honestly say, because you heard me talking about it, It sounds like I've read the reviews and I just said, well, sorry, genuinely, it's a true story. To the point, I wish I'd taken a picture to prove the fact. It was the bottom shelf in the drawer where you put the milk, and it is one of my parents, they put like heavy items. You put the large orange juice in there, milk, and it cracked, and we were able to fix it. It's little things like that, and especially with plastic, where you have to put little parts, something's just broken, and sourcing the parts can be, you know, impossible.
Well, like children's toys, for example, so like we've said, can be completely safe. So this is a little wheel that could be part of the toy, and if the cog's gone, the toy might no longer work. So you can just literally, and I'll show you
shaping
that you can just make that little cog there, and it will go round. And also things like jigsaw pieces, maybe if it's come apart or ripped, or a small child's torn it apart, you can just bundle it back.
What else can you show us? Sorry, let's do small
I've got my this is my grandson's little three-legged horse, and I brought the legs. This is quite big, this area here is, I would say, half a centimetre squared. So I'm gonna try and do this, and this, occasionally you might need someone to help you, or a little vice, and I don't have the beauty of that there, so I'm just going to
hold it,
give this a go and see what happens. Let's move this out of the way. So, that's connecting there, and I've got the line of sight on. There you can see that's already...
Oh, wow.
There.
So there's going to be... this is where those beloved toys... as a kid, and if it's broken and you think, no, you're able to fix that, come on.
There you go.
You are a hero.
I said a horse, it's actually a zebra. Sorry.
Yeah. But that's done.
There you go. So there, he's got that.
If you push down on the top, just showing you, look, that's solid. Brilliant. I tell you what we're going to do. We're just going to have a recap of everything on the show site, and then we will continue the fun. If you do have any questions, please get in touch. I really mean that. And a product like this, if you're unsure, if there's anything broken in your home right now, maybe you've tried some super glue on it and it just hasn't held, and I've been in that situation, and you're thinking, would Bondic work? Please, the answer probably would be yes. It's easier to say what this doesn't work on as opposed to what it does, because it pretty much does everything. But get in touch, studio@thecraftstore.com. Okay, we're going to go through some options, and after this, I tell you what, I'll show some pictures. I've sent in some pictures, so I'll show you stuff I've fixed as well. Let's have a look here. This is the starter pack. So with the starter pack, you're getting the case, you're getting the 2 refills, and then you're getting the light as well. You need the light. The way this works, the light, there you go. So there you go. The light is what makes the difference, okay? So you do need that light in there. So you're getting the light, you're getting the 2 refills and the case for £13.95, saving £3, 417-928, your item number. We did have that email from a viewer saying that they bought the refill packs. If you do want to go for the refills, I think it was a review, sorry. If you want to go for the refills, you are getting 750 applications here. Each one of these refills is 150 applications. So you've got 5 of those in the mix. Great to stock up on. £24.47 is your price. 084591 your item number there. Now we're going to go on to, if you're going to do it, I'd be going for the Evo pens personally. This is the one I have with the Evo pen, and I use it all the time. So whether you wanted to go, look, and this is the key. £19.95. If you do have that £5 voucher and you haven't bought anything today here at the craft store, I would be sorely tempted to maybe get this for yourself, whether it's the orange or the pink, and then have a look at putting this option, so the starter kit, into your basket as well. That gets you over the £30 mark, which means you can use your £5 voucher. So in effect, the starter kit you're getting for £8.95. So having a look here, you're getting the tin, and you're getting the wipe in there as well. 2 refills. You're getting the Evo holder with the actual light in there as well, and you're getting the file in there too. So all of that as a kit, it is so good. It really is. That drawer in the kitchen, we all have it, where you put your super glue in there, and you've got your tape measure, and you've got your screwdriver. I've got my Bondic. And the amount of times I've gone to it, and it's silly little things, as say you've tried other ways and something's broken and it just hasn't fixed. The Bondic is a lifesaver. It genuinely works, and when it sets, often it sets harder than what you fixed because it is absolutely solid. £19.95 your price there, saving £8. So you are getting the pen, you're getting the cartridge, the holder, the refill, the cloth and the tin. 556774. We've got a different option. The only difference being with this option it's pink. You get the pouch as opposed to the wipe, and the colourway is pink. I kind of like the pink though. Pink's I like as a colour, it's one of my favourite colours. £19.95 is your price, £8 saving. I am not going to fall in the trap of saying this is just for ladies. It's not. It's for anybody. If you like it. 980-169 the item number. They have different item numbers there. It works. If you're watching at home, and I watch shopping TV, you know sometimes you see things and you're like, is it that good? Will it work like this when I get it home? Well, I'll prove it to you. So say I genuinely have Bondic. I've used it. I had some glasses. My wife bought me these glasses, and I used them for tennis, and they broke. I was devastated because I really liked these glasses, and I was like, ah. So what I did, I got the Bondic out, and if I just show you the next picture here, done. Fixed, you genuinely would not know, and I still wear them today. So it's one of those, it lasted as a fix, it was absolutely solid. So I got to wear my fancy glasses, and I was very happy, showing that I genuinely use Bondic. So I know you use Bondic all the time.
So I have the same with I have got a little container, a little thing that comes down in my car for my sunglasses, and my sunglasses got caught, and they were quite a decent pair of sunglasses. They were prescription sunglasses.
Oh, no,
and they got mangled, so I had to pull them out, and then there was the gash, and then I used Bondic to just repair them, and you can't see the gash.
Now I have to say, you look like you're looking very Italian
ridiculous.
there, Simon. I can imagine you walking through Milan.
Well, from your mouth to God's ears, as I say. So I got this bag from a high street store just before the first lockdown, and not long afterwards this end zip just came off, and I couldn't take it back because the stores were shut. Now I'm going to show you, I'm going to keep this really still, and hopefully the camera's going to get that there. If I'm going to shine a light there, that became loose and the zip came off, and I put a tiny blodge of Bondic there, and now
yes.
Just
saved the day.
Closed. Yeah, and so obviously it's not just useful for zippers on bags. If you're
just before we move on, I've got to give a little bit of an update.
Yeah,
we're busy. If you wanted to go for the orange option with regard to the Evo kit, 40% of the stock's gone. Now I want to put this into perspective. We're only halfway through this show, and we've got another show with Si a little bit later on at 9 o'clock. So we are busy for the orange. I like the pink too. Please don't dismiss the pink. I like both. But if you're going to, as a Father's Day gift, I can't speak for everybody, but I think a lot of dads would really like this. And dads are hard to buy for.
They are hard to buy for, but the beauty of this is it is so easy to use. And look at this. So this has got the refill in. And when you've used up your 150 applications, and obviously depending on how big the job is, it might be a little bit more, a little bit less. You just pull that out. Oops, I just pulled the UV light off. You pull that out, pick up the next refill, place it on, and you're good to go. And there you are, and it's got the light on the end. And if you're doing on the starter kit as well, if you're doing a longer job, it's actually got a little permanent switch there. On the Evo kits we don't have that, but on this one we do. And
I like the mechanism on the Evo, the holder. It just feels so it feels sturdy, and if you just look here, just holding that, it's not. And I apologise again, I should have said I'm going to shine the light right into the camera. But if you see that, just holding it down, it's very easy to work with. I like this a lot, and this is the one I have. So personally, it's the option I'd be going for. The starter kit is a great introductory, but what will happen is eventually you'll want to go for the Evo. So I think go here.
So I have got here a little earring. So we were talking about weddings before and wedding planners, and I don't know how many of you men or women out there have earrings and you've lost a butterfly.
Alex had this problem, our director.
Lose a butterfly, and for all intents and purposes, you can't wear that earring for the time being. You might then take the earring out, put it in a pocket. You could run the risk of losing the earring. It might be a very expensive earring. But what you can actually do is, I'm going to try and do this if you twizzle the earring like a little candy floss thing there,
Oh, yeah.
with the Bondic there.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's gone around the outside, so that's made a little blob there.
Around that
And
side, yeah.
10 seconds, sorry, 4 seconds.
4 seconds.
2, 3, 4. I'm just going to do the other side as well.
Okay.
2, 3, 4. Now let me just put that down there.
Right.
Now this has created, I don't know if you can see that, a butterfly. It goes up and down there.
Oh, you can slide that up and down.
And you can slide it up and down. And
it
that will
secure
come
it.
off, and then you can put that in your ear.
Very, very handy.
Very handy. So that's just
it's so funny because the stories that people can relate to. Alex, our director, he had an earring. He was saying it's like you know, other films are available. Pirates of the Caribbean. So Johnny Depp had that earring was hanging down. So you've got a similar one, but lost the little clip back then.
Yeah.
He was distraught by it.
So
Yeah.
the other thing is, if you've got a piece of costume jewellery, so if you bought it from a costume jewellery shop and it's broken, and it might not even be worth the bus fare or the train fare to take it back, but you like that particular piece of jewellery and it breaks, there's your Bondic. Also, maybe you've been given an heirloom, something from your great aunt or grandmother or something, or a bit of a part of a brooch, and that breaks. Well, clearly you can't take that back, and your Bondic can repair that as well. So. Let's try...
Fix. Just before we fix, we've got a really good email in from Joe. Joe, thank you so much. I think Joe is actually secretly a journalist, because this is hard-hitting reporting. She's getting down to the real root of it. She wants to know first, what batteries do we use for the light? I've had mine for 2 years and I haven't had to change one.
Same. So it's a little battery, the type that you'd have in your watch. So I imagine if it goes, you could just go to any jeweller or anything like that.
I wouldn't know where to. I'll be honest, Joe, because I've got the Evo, and I've had it a few. I think I've had it over 2.5 years, and I've never had to replace the light. So I don't know. We'll maybe it unscrews there. We'll investigate that. But Joe's also followed that up with another really good question. Are there any materials you can't use the Bondic on?
None that I've come across. So you can use it on glass, wood, string, clothing, metal. Exactly, plastic, leather, or something like this, which is a little bit of fancy decoration with on glass. And so here, I don't know if you guys at home can see this.
Oh, like a little pen drive.
So this is a key fob. Key
fob, yeah.
And I'll tell you another story about that as well.
We love the stories,
so if your key fob comes off your keyring. And again, I'm just going to put the little light on there so you can see that has completely repaired that. And that is, again, completely solid. But what happened to myself was I had a USB stick on my keyring, and it was there and it was always there. And one day it wasn't there, and I thought it had gone forever. And like a lot of naughty people, I hadn't saved a lot of my stuff, and and I was devastated. I was wondering about how to get it. Anyway. The key, it turned up down the side of the car, down the car seat, and it had become detached because it had broken away. And then I literally used the Bondic to repair it, and it has not come off my keyring since.
Well, you think for how much it costs, I know how much it costs to replace modern cars, if you have the key fob for a modern car, you're looking at about £200.
Yeah, they are, yeah.
So they're not cheap. If something like that breaks or cracks as well, you're able to fix it.
And just in response to, was it Joe about the battery? So the thing is, because you're using the light for such a short period of time, so literally most men's are 4 seconds, you might want to do the other side for another 4 seconds, and you're really, it's because it's on for such short periods of time, it's probably not going to run out. But yeah, you can get these from jewellers. Like I know my local jeweller where I got my watch battery. Just stock these batteries. But if you were to need one.
Now, I just want to give you some updates because we are busy. With regard to the Orange Evo kit, half the stock has gone. This is the first live hour with Sai. He's going to be back at 9 o'clock. Please don't miss out. I think what we'll do, we've got some videos, so we're going to show you a couple more videos showing you the versatility of Bondic, but all I will say to you is it genuinely works. We saw a video earlier on with someone in a fish tank, so they put Bondic on, it was like an embellishment in the fish tank, pressed it up against the tank, and on the outside of the tank used the light and it stuck. It works even underwater. And here's another video to show you how good it is. Couldn't actually see the join there on the bag. Si, with regard to temperatures, is there anything, I mean, do we have to worry about coldness if you're using something that's going to be cold, say freeze the door, or something that's very hot?
Well, one thing you should take into account of, if you're, let's say, hot weather again today, paddling pools. Think about if you're children paddling pool and there's a little gash there. What you can't do is don't mend the paddling pool in the direct sunlight, because that has the same effect as the UV light. So do bear in mind, do take the paddling pool under cover, or wait until the sun's gone down to repair it.
That's a good point. Don't do it out in the light.
Yeah, so if you do that, it will be setting as it's done. So sometimes here, when I'm mending things under these lights, I have to be very quick because it's so hot.
Yeah.
And sometimes these studio lights act as the UV light. But
you do, you need that UV though.
You do need the UV light. So bear in mind, if you're mending something like that, just to take it in the shade to repair it.
Yeah, okay.
Did that answer your question?
Wow, not really. But we were saying, no, because it could go. Because before the start of the show, Si was telling me, like, temperature, it works down to -40, and you were telling me it goes up to
110, is it? Yeah, so there's
actually it's 150.
150.
Yeah,
it's a huge range of temperature, and it's...
That's when cured.
Pardon?
Sorry, I was saying when it's cured, 150.
Yeah, an absolute huge range of temperature. So there's very few circumstances in where you can't use Bondic. And like, please keep the reviews coming and the emails coming, because I say each time, let us know how you're using it and things you're using it, and you haven't disappointed.
What else can we fix? Let's fix some more stuff. Come on.
Okay, so I've just got a little.
And we've got to thank Ben, floor manager. So he wanted you to fix this for him. If you just move the wood in front.
Yeah.
Good shot.
So let's move that out of the way. Okay, so again, I'm just going to put a tiny blob on each little bit to join, and that there. And again, it won't actually connect without the line of sight. So I'm going
remember, this is not a glue. You're welding with plastic.
You're welding with plastic.
Liquid plastic.
And it does need that light there. And I'm doing this on the glassing. Okay, so that I didn't quite get that there. Let's move that away, because I'm doing this on a glass surface, so I can't actually see the... Move that solid
It's in the demonstration we saw in the video. Yeah.
Let's do that again.
Okay.
Okay.
There, you just stick in that. Okay.
Two, three, four.
Yeah.
Okay.
And done.
Okay. And then there's a tiny little bit of residue, so then that's when you would get your file it down. But sometimes, because it's so neat, you can't actually see where it was. But
well, that's the thing. Now, in the Evo kit, you are getting... we have 60% of the stock for the Evo kit. Evo kit, you've got orange or the pink. Orange is flying at the moment. I think I know why, because a lot of you... I'm going to pick this up for a second. A lot of you are getting this for Father's Day. And that's the real joy of the kit, the fact that you're getting everything in here. So as a presentation box, giving this as a present to your father. Trust, as Father's Day gifts go, they will not be disappointed. And it's something that anybody, look, any member of your family, yourself, you'll use it. I'll tell you a little story. Everyone I know who's got Bondic, you'll get it, and then suddenly you'll be that person who, whoever gave you the Bondic, you'll be messaging them saying, I tell you what, you never guess what I fixed with the Bondic. Everyone has those stories. I gave it to my dad, and all of a sudden he's calling me up and telling me I fixed this with it, I fixed that. My dad's actually a water engineer, so he specialises sort of industrial water softeners and stuff like that. And he said at times he's been in a pinch trying to fix something, like you were saying with the engineers that come to your home.
Absolutely, yeah.
And he has used Bondic and it has worked. And that's in a professional landscape, so it shows you how good it is. Did we have another message? Did I get that? Yeah. This is from Joe. Oh, Joe. She's saying, thanks for that. Sold. Joe, you will not be disappointed. I promise you with that. And thank you so much for getting in touch.
Excellent.
Oh, that's nice.
So, no, it is lovely when people get in touch with us. And I'm just thinking what I used it for. I used it for a student. So, you know the big lever arch files, and then all the bits had come off at the side, and it needed, nothing was working, and then the Bondic actually put the bits of metal along the side, and they actually stayed on the file. So the students out there, I know it's probably that time of year you're getting all your projects and assignments together, and if anything comes apart, or even if it's just the little plastic sleeves or so forth, that Bondic works on plastic as well.
I didn't know, and this is a story from our own team, Katie. I didn't. Why have I never known you've done this, Katie? So Katie, our producer, she says that she enjoys some amateur wrestling. So she does amateur wrestling, and she said with the costume jewellery, so like with costumes, if a little bit's broken off, obviously you haven't been able to do it for a while. So a little bit breaks off. Bondic's really helped.
Fantastic. And what I'm doing here, if the crafters out there use much glitter, and glitter can go everywhere, another way of doing it is what I've just done. I've put a little bit more in.
Yeah.
If you put a tiny bit of glitter in a
that's nice.
in a bowl.
Well, this looks very artistic.
And then you can put a little splodge of Bondic in.
Yeah.
Okay, just give that a tiny little mix.
Oh, it's very, very nice.
And then whatever surface you're doing it, so you just smear that on there.
There you go.
Okay, and then you're going to use your UV light,
and it'll be rock solid.
Just to set it, and then you've got a little bit of 3D-ness about it as well, so you can crafters can play around with that and create different levels.
You know what I'll be doing? Putting a picture of Jenny in there. She's coming up a bit later on. Be lovely. Go. Have you got any headshots for us I can put in there, Jenny? No. Next time.
So that's just another way of using it. And the other thing we haven't actually mentioned yet is Bondic can be, obviously if you're mending something like a telephone wire, you're not going to bother covering it over because it's a telephone wire. But if you're actually mending something like this, or something like this little box,
because
like
it will go
this.
into wood. All right, now this is it's an interesting one. So if you've had a little bit breaking off of wood, and it's gone, the bit's gone.
Well, so you can just use anything, a crayon, felt, paints, or any medium to just cover it. So you're talking about wood. So here, these cubes, well, this is a cuboid and this is a cube, had a cut taken out of it. So that, I'm going to keep that really, really, really still so the camera can get that there. And on the corner there, that is actually Bondic, and that has actually made that cube whole. So that might be a piece from a wooden stack game, something like that.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So
now, time's running out, so I'll tell you what we can do. A very quick review of everything we have on the show. Speaking of reviews, we've got another cracking testimonial as well. This is on our website. This is on the starter kit. You need this. It comes in very handy when you just need a little something different when other glues don't work. I couldn't have summed that up better, because Bondic is not a glue, and if you've used something, and we have, look, super glues, you think super glue, it's extra, blah, blah, blah. You've used it and it hasn't held. You know, you've done something, it's like, oh, it's just come off again. Use Bondic, and I tell you, it is stuck. That's it. The only difference being with the Bondic, the light, because it works from the UV light, you need to be able to see the Bondic. So if you put it underneath something, obviously that's not going to work because you need to be able to get at it with the UV light. Let's start with the starter kit. So the starter kit, you're getting 2 of the refills, 150 applications on each of these. So you are fixing 150 things in your home with those. That's on each, so 300 in total, and you're getting the UV light, and you're getting the case. It has been extremely popular this hour. £13.95 your price, saving £3, 417928 your item number there. And don't forget, if you make any purchase on the show today, you're going to have £5 to spend tomorrow. Well, it's a voucher for £5 off if you've got £30 or more in your basket. If you have that voucher to use today, you could maybe get one of the options, put it with another one. As long as you get over the £30 mark, then you get a further £5 saving. So now, refills. A lot of Bondic aficionados out there, Bondic fans who want to stock up on the refills because you're going to use it. And refills, what I would do if you... See, I think it was taking me a very long time to get through 5 refills, but I've got Bondic, my dad's got Bondic, I've given them to presents, I gave one to my cousin, my brother-in-law. So what I would do is stock up, maybe keep 1 or 2, and then give the others as a little gift. $24.47 your price there, and you can find the details on our website. Okay, now we've got more for you. This is... No, we are not. No, we're not. 70% of the stock. Sai's got another show coming up at 9 o'clock. Whether this is still here, a lot of you are going for the orange Bondic Evo. So within this, you're getting the Evo pen with the cartridge, the LED and holder, the refill, and you're getting the cloth and trim there as well. Oh, and the file, I should say. Father's Day gifts, incredible. Do you know somebody, forget just anybody, it could be Father's Day gift or anybody you're going to buy a present for that loves a bit of DIY and likes things that they likes their sort of little gadgets, stuff like that. Around the home, let me just show you here. Sorry, let me just stand that up so you can see it. So there is your Bondic. If you wanted to get hold of this kit, now you are getting $19.95, saving £8. I've got to point out that it is on extended delivery. We're going to dispatch it from the 14th of June, so we'll receive it. Father's Day is on the 20th. Katie was telling us 20th. So Father's Day on the 20th, it will reach you by then. You can give it as a gift. 556774 your item number there. Just before we move on, Sion, we are going to look at the pink one very quickly. I'm going to throw it to you because I've just got a little tickle in my throat. What would you say to anybody that is thinking on the fence about getting this or not? What would you say from your experience?
So, in my experience, if you buy one Bondic and Bondic, whether it's the starter kit or the Evo kit, when you've used it once, you've probably paid for itself, whether you've repaired it for a telephone wire or a piece of jewellery or a piece of crockery. It's basically going to pay for itself, and you've got 150 uses. Have I got time to just quickly show this? Because we can use it as a thread for 2 pieces of metal. So if we can get the camera to look right down that hole of the thread there.
So wait, how have you done that?
So that's just that's creating that seal with the Bondic going round and round. Yeah. Obviously, that would be more than a little bit of application, and then we can actually use this as a screw. This will screw back in.
That is ridiculous. You're screwing, and that is such a good endorsement of the quality and strength you get with Bondic.
So that is actually being held.
Oh, that's cool. Si, got to talk to you. 80% of the stock of the Orange Evo busy. It looks like it could sell out before our 9 o'clock show, so please, please, please don't miss out, because a lot of people do shop in between hours. Can I say a big thank you to Si?
Thank you.
You enjoyed it?
I've enjoyed it. Have you enjoyed it?
Of course I enjoyed it. Should we do it again at 9?
Shall we?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Right. Please join us. If there's anything you've got in your mind, any questions or anything we can show you, well, it depends what we have here at HQ, but if we can get something and try it for you, we're more than happy to do that. So keep your emails coming in, studio@thecraftstore.com. Thank you for your company. Big thank you to Si.
Thank you.
Massive thank you to Bondic. Anyone who's got hold of this, you will not be disappointed. One application, when you're in a pinch, it pays for itself. So, coming up next, this is a one-day special. William Morris, Hayley and Jenny, do not miss that. Afterwards, we got Pink Frog Crafts, and then another look at our fantastic one-day special with William Morris. Lots to enjoy here at the Craft Store.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. The stamp range covers a broad spectrum of imagery. We started out with architecture, fairly cute, fairly folksy, very well received. This has since been broadened out into vehicles, people, Basically, everything works around a scenic image. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me. They're made in the UK. Most important was a picture of this. And we have so much more to bring you.
Hi, I'm Jo and I have the pleasure of demonstrating for That's Crafty. That's Crafty are a family-run business that started online in 2005. Initially as an online business, the company has grown and Graham joined the business in 2015 and they now produce their own surfaces and stencils. That's Crafty have a wide range of products including stamps, surfaces, stencils, paints, inks and mediums, all geared up for mixed media and papercraft alike. I hope I can inspire you by bringing along my experience together with the That's Crafty products. So make sure you don't miss the That's Crafty shows.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room, anything. If it pops into our head and we can physically make it, then we'll go for it. As I said, the buzzword is all about fun for us. On our shows, we always like to have lots of fun. There's always lots of laughter, and hopefully you'll learn a few things that you didn't know along the way. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Well, hello there and welcome. Well, it's 6 o'clock and we've got the most amazing one-day special. I am certainly in a happy place. I am surrounded by the most incredible fabrics and I've got some wonderful company for the hour. Lovely Jenny joining me. Hello, Jenny.
Fantastic to see you, Hayley. And just as fantastic, these fabrics are
gorgeous.
Amazing. Now, I had a thought.
Okay.
Father's Day is coming up.
Yes.
This would make the most amazing present for Father's Day.
Definitely.
Now, you might say, why would my father want that? Well, he would look at them and you would say to your father, tell you what, let me make you some fabulous cushions, a fabulous quilt with the fabric I've given you for Father's Day.
Well, this is it. And you are going to get so much made with these. We'll talk about the projects in a few moments, but the deal is on your screen already. Lots of you have been getting involved with this. We are busy, busy, busy. So you're going to get 18 American-sized fat quarters in the most incredible fabric. Obviously, you've got the influence of William Morris with all his beautiful artistry going right the way through these. Now, you'll notice there is a separation between the two. The reason being we do have these available by themselves in one particular set of 9 and then a second set of 9, but bringing them together in your one-day special, all 18. And I think that's a brilliant way to buy, because how could you differentiate? How could you say, no, I don't want that, I'm not going to have that one? You will want them all. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you wanted to go for your one-day special and potentially add in an extra set. Not necessarily, well, it could be a second one-day special if you want, but if you're wanting to extend the usability of this by adding in an extra 9 fat quarters, using those details that we've got on the website, then you could do. But equally so, we've got all of these beautiful fabrics available to you in half-metre pieces. So got a lovely pick and mix that you can take advantage of. Got the most incredible fabric that you're going to be able to use for backing your quilts as well. We've literally got it all in one place. So enjoy. That is the key thing. That's exactly what we've got fabrics to enjoy.
It is. And you know, I had 18 fat quarters.
You did?
And out of the 18 fat quarters, and sadly I didn't bring the scraps, but there were not many scraps left, I have made all of it behind me.
Everything behind you?
So let me just briefly take you through.
Okay.
Okay, so starting off with this little bag. Now this bag features the Trirex template, which we'll show later on in the show. So
Brilliant.
that's one side of it.
Beautiful.
And then on the other side of it, I've got just a 9 patch of the squares.
Gorgeous.
Right. Moving from that to the cushion, and the cushion features the half hexagon design, so that's its front, and I just couldn't bear to chop that fabric up. I had to keep it as one
It's just like a
entire
scene,
piece.
isn't it? Gorgeous.
Oh, fantastic. Coming down to the next one, I took the feature fabric and I fussy cut a panel out of it.
Oh, look at those dears.
Added one of the others round the edge, and again, on the back, I had to use one of the
Classic
fabrics.
William Morris, yeah.
So you can have it this way round, or just think Father will love it, either this way or that way. Moving on to the little quilt. Now, this came from the Foldy Roldy book. Okay, yes, I did add the plain at the back, and we have got a layer cake on the show.
We have.
In black or in white, which will work very well. And that works its way through all the blue option. And the only fabric I needed more of, although I could have used a fat quarter for it, because I had one left, was this one. I did have a bit extra of that one, so you might want to order it by a ½ metre piece.
Okay.
Moving on to this. This is Attic Windows. And here again, it came from that same fat quarter pack. Okay, yes, I had to add the backing fabric to both of them. And finally, this little bag here, which comes from the Sew Pieces book,
beautiful.
has the beige one inside. In fact, if I take it off here, this is a delightful bag because it has 3 pockets. It has one pocket here, one pocket in the middle, and ditto on the other side, t'other pocket.
That is clever.
All right, so that's a really good bag from the Sew Piece. So all 18 fat quarters, and only the fat quarters, with the exception of the one where I did swap one fat quarter for another one.
Naturally, you'd be expected to be popping in your backing fabric if you're doing something with a quilt of a substantial size. But I think that shows you just the versatility of this bundle. And the key thing is you are getting them all. Now, let me show you one of these size pieces, because they are good size pieces. And these are brilliant. Some of them have got scenes on them. I think this is so pretty. You've got that kind of lighter tone with the almost like weeping willow featuring in there, the fabulous deer, as you can see, little stream running through. So that is a fabulous feature fabric, just as Jenny used it in the centre of a cushion. Take advantage of that. It's almost too pretty to chop into.
Well, that was the difficulty I had. I kept touching the fabrics and pouring them and thinking, dare I cut into them?
And that's the thing. But then you've got some beautiful fabrics with smaller prints. So the smaller prints are ones that are perfect for when you're doing your piecing. With your go, I've only picked it up and put it back down, and it's how do I do that? How do I do it? I really don't know. But anyway, you've got your smaller repeats here, the fabulous leaves, as you can see, classic William Morris prints, as you can see underneath there, with all those colours and those kind of, it kind of intertwines, doesn't it?
They do. They're just delicious. They'll also work with your other fabrics. They'll mix and match with your blenders. So, you know, you could use just William Morris as I did, or you could just increase the range with other fabrics.
In fact, I should be telling you the names of these, because if you do want to go for your ½ metre pieces, you can do. So, this particular one that we've got at the top, this top one, this one is your Brook. Oh, these are going to be tricky ones, aren't they? Brook, small blush. Oh, because of the blush background. I've got it, yes. So there you go. So that's the blush background. Then you've got your leaves. Now, these are beautiful. They've got that lovely kind of taupe tone on there, that almost like a caramel that's running through those little flowers in there. Beautiful colour tone, this one. So if you're wanting this one, it is available again in your ½ metres. Now, this is your bramble in charcoal. That's quite an easy one. Don't mind saying that one over and over again. Next one, this one I just tempted you with. Absolutely beautiful. Now, this is your black thorn charcoal. And again, charcoal being the backdrop on these. We have got a variety of the backdrops with them. Beautiful. This one, the rich berry tones that you've got in this one.
Lovely, that one.
Isn't it gorgeous? Yes, now, really this one is your apple red, and you can see that almost like pointillism there within the little apples featuring there. Absolutely beautiful, as you can see. Gorgeous fabric. That's a classic again, isn't it, that one?
Yes, and that goes with so well some of the other fabrics, but again, you could put it with all sorts of things. You could just have that fabric, you know, and if you want that fabric, why not buy 2 of the ½ metres?
Exactly, yes.
You get as one piece very likely, and you've got big bits.
And it's perfect with the 2 and the ½ metre pieces. If you're doing your sashing, if you're doing your borders, that's where that's going to come into its own. Now, this one, this is kind of the name of the collection. This is your Granada charcoal. So you've got your real feature fabric with these. Absolutely beautiful, classic style with regards to this one, and so many different colours in there that you could pick out if you wanted to incorporate a solid with this one. So much choice, your different tones of green in there, the pinks in there as well, and of course that gorgeous bluey grey, gorgeous. Now the next one we've got, oh my goodness, this one almost looks like it's been hand printed, the way that's been done.
Well, that's how he did it when he started off doing his wallpapers.
Yeah.
He hand printed every single design. totally, and got the whole thing in register. So, you know, and these fabrics are beautifully printed. They really are. You know, the pattern runs straight, you cut across them, and it is to die for.
Beautiful. So that one again, sorry, that one is your bluebell in gold. And yes, you can see the little bluebells featuring there. Absolutely beautiful. Now, the next one, we've got a really soft pink featuring in here. This one is beautiful. And this one is your jasmine, but your jasmine blush, because it is sitting on that blush background. We have got the same fabric, a different kind of tones of greens, but sitting on more of a bluey background, but I'll show you that one in a few moments. Next one, this is one of my favourites, because I think as a binding, because you've got such a small repeat on this one, this is going to look absolutely beautiful. Those gorgeous little rose hips featuring there, again, on your blush. And then I have to say, we need a drum roll for the next one, because this one is absolutely beautiful. Honeysuckle green. I mean, I love honeysuckles anyway.
I mean, that just by itself. I mean, if you had a curtains made of that,
yes,
a skirt made of that, a shirt made of that. In fact,
beautiful.
any of those, I really wanted to make a waistcoat out of them, but because I was determined to use my 18 fat quarters as quilts, I wasn't enough left to make a waistcoat, but it'd make beautiful.
Wouldn't it just? Absolutely beautiful. So if you like all of those, you've got 9 different fabrics in there, which are featuring half as your one-day special. But if you do want to go for an additional set, or maybe you just wanted to go for one set, then you can do. They're on the item number on your screen, and they're called blush because of the backdrop. That's the theme running through those. So that is your blush option, £38.25. But before you check out your basket, do consider with your one-day special, it is through that £60 threshold, so you can spread the cost over 2 payments. So you've got that saving, which means that it might be worth considering going for the one-day special. So £33.50 rather than paying £38.25 and getting half of the one-day special. Why not go for the one-day special? Because you'll get both options. Separate those payments a month apart, makes it very, very affordable, but you will get all 18 of them. Right, again, you've got your scenes with these. So you've got that beautiful scene with the brook running through it. That one is on your charcoal, I'm guessing? Oh, on indigo. It was 50-50, well, more than a 50-50 chance, but there you go. That's on your indigo. Then, oh, this is beautiful. This is your bramble, and this is your bramble in your indigo. Beautiful again. It almost makes those little flowers stand out even more, doesn't it, on that darker backdrop. The next one, oh, beautiful. This is your blackthorn in your indigo. Again, that indigo being the keyword, being the backdrop with that one. Next one that we've got is your apples again, coming through again. Beautiful, with that lovely soft green in there. So that one is your apple green. Then you've got your granada again. Granada indigo. Oh, I'm getting the theme of this. I'm getting the theme. Absolutely beautiful. Then bluebell. Is it the next one? I think it's the bluebell in your indigo, but again it's got that lighter backdrop, so again nice one to contrast in. Then, oh, the pretty little flowers. These are so pretty. And this one is your jasmine with your aqua backdrop on that one, which is beautiful. Your little rose hips coming in with the next one, so let me tempt you with this one. That is beautiful. I love blues, and this one is absolutely gorgeous. And then back round to that gorgeous honeysuckle. But doesn't it look different in the different colour tones?
It really does. And those blue ranges go together wonderfully, but the whole lot mixes and matches.
Absolutely beautiful. So that is your second option. So if you're wanting to go for this option, I'm guessing this one's called indigo. Is it that option of your bundle? So your 9 fat quarters in either the blush that I showed you a few moments ago, or the indigo, which is the one that I've just gone through. But those are details at the bottom of your screen. But most of you are going through the one-day special route, because you will get both of those, all 18 of your American size fat quarters, for just £66.99. Now, word of warning early on in the show, the stock that we've got is it. So there's not going to be any additional stock after this. So if you want to get involved, you need to get involved early, whether it's for the fat quarters in your one-day special or in the individual bundles, whether it's your half meters, whether it's your backing fabric that I've not even got to yet. But just to let you know, the one-day special, 10% of the stock has gone. Now, housekeeping, I just need to tell you about that additional shipping. So with this one, we're looking at the 16th of June, but it will be worth its weight. It's absolutely amazing. You could even be thinking and planning your designs before you even got to them. But every single one of those, we have got the half meters as well. I'm not going to go through them all again, because obviously I referenced them all as we were going through there. But every single one, whether it's a case of you're going for your rose hips, or whether you're going for your jasmine, or you're going for your granada, whichever you're going for, they are available. And don't they look amazing? Absolutely beautiful behind us there. They're kind of the fabrics that you hang up and then you just look at them. look at them and wait for that project. That's the key thing. But it's the project that will show them off. That little bag that Jenny was sharing with us, what a wonderful way of showing off beautiful fabrics as you're out and about in your home, taking those feature fabrics, creating a scened panel and building up your design, whichever way you're going for these. And incidentally, if you're going for 2.5 meters there, you will get a full meter. If it's the same fabric, you will get a full meter there. So that's worth knowing if you have got a specific project in mind. 041561. Now we are going to go over to see Jenny in a few moments, but I must tell you about some additional fabric we've got, which I think is absolutely amazing and brilliant value for money. Now, wait for this. It's 108 inches wide and it's 2 meters in length. So you're talking a quilt back in one piece. Now, not your solid colours, which can be beautiful, but in the most incredible print that is going to work alongside your one-day special. Have a look at these. They are absolutely beautiful. Jenny, I mean, what can we say about these? They're gorgeous.
They are not only fabulous, but the great thing about having a patterned backing is that if you slightly slipped up on your quilting, it won't notice.
That's true.
You see? So
That's
you
true.
can have a little bit of a hiccup and it'll blend into the background. So all of you who are really worried about doing your quilting, don't, because on a multi-patterned background, it vanishes. Believe you me.
This is it. Now, again, with regards to these, we haven't got huge quantities of them. If you like the look of them, you need to be quick, especially the taupe, this one here. That is the most vulnerable at this stage. The red, they're all vulnerable, to be honest. 20% of the taupe has gone in that short time that we've shared them with you. And these, again, when they've gone, they have gone. 2 flexi buys of £23.99. Absolutely amazing. Now, I'm going to take one of these. I'll give it a go. Because I'm only about 5'4" and these are 2 meters, so yeah, it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge. So let me show you these. Now, these are doubled over to start with. In fact, if I kind of hold it this way, and Molly, if I leave a corner on the edge there and walk away, we'll be at least 2 meters apart, won't we? Because that's the length that we've got. So it's going to be there. So if I leave that there with Molly and I work over here, so that's your 2 meter length. I'm nearly on Jenny's lap. Sorry, Jenny. That's all right. But then you've got, oh my goodness, my arms aren't long enough. That is why we are talking about this being the back. You might see Jen. Oh, there you go. You can just see Molly's hand. Show me his hand. There she is.
King size bed, because it's
easily.
You put it all in imperial. You've got 108 inches one way and 6'6" the other way.
Yes, definitely.
So you know, it is. This is bed size.
It's huge.
Why not get 2 and turn it into a duvet cover?
Exactly. Well, this is it. Even if you're the most novice of stitcher, you could literally just lay another fabric on the opposite side of this, stitch around it, turn it inside out. You've got the most incredible duvet cover. 60% of the stock have gone as this one. It's your arm aching, Molly, mine is. So if you're wanting this, the details are on your screen. If you're wanting the taupe, you need to be quick. But it's not the only thing that is very, very busy for. Now, we had some other fabric bundles. I didn't even get the chance to tell you about these. Some of these were literally down to single figures before we started. Now, this particular one, this one, technically sold out. So if you've seen that on the website and you thought you were going to get hold of that one, then just bear that in mind. You could well have missed out on that one. Half meter pick and mix. Every single option is sold out. Oh, this is the Orkney one. Right, okay, sorry, I thought you meant the one that I've just shown everybody. My goodness. Oh, so this one's gone. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That's a pretty one as well. So, yeah. Some of you did jump onto the website. So these are the kind of hours where it's definitely worth getting ahead of us because we've got so many things to share with you. Now, this is another one. 14 piece. Oh, I was going to tell you about that one, but that one's gone as well. Who'd have thought they'd have to talk quicker, eh? Hey, me talk quicker? Is that possible? I don't know. Now, this is another pick and mix. I'm going to pause now. We had 3 options, had been the operative word. We're down to 1 option now as well. So we only have the seaweed. Which is the seaweed one? Oh, okay. Oh, we're not too sure actually. A seaweed dots? Oh, I don't know. We might have to check on there. I would suggest you jump onto the website and have a little look, but the only option that we've got is limited in stock. Now, I know it's a pick and mix where you're going to choose 2, but what it does actually mean is you can get a full metre now, and it equates, well, it doesn't because it's gone. I'm not doing very well, am I, Jenny?
No, but doesn't it prove that this is such super stuff? And if you don't go for it now, 2 seconds later, it won't be there anymore.
Exactly. Now, we've got the details back on the screen for you for that one-day special. How amazing does that bundle look? Already, we are only 15 minutes into the hour and 20% of the whole day's stock has gone. Approaching, I do apologise. So with these, you've got some beautiful fabrics. Each and every one of these you can get in your half-metre pieces with your pick and mix. So if you're wanting to go for additional ones, maybe some of those smaller prints for things like your sashing, or maybe if you're binding, then you can add those in and you can spread the cost of these as well. Now, don't forget, if you did shop with us yesterday, for anything at all, you will have a £5 credit ready for you to spend. And of course, the first thing that you need to be aware of is when you're spending that £5 credit, you need to be spending £30 or more. And that means on your first flexi-buy payment as well. If you're going for the one-day special, then indeed your first flexi-buy payment is over that £30 threshold. So it'll actually drop down by a £5. And the beauty is it gives you an extra £5 to spend tomorrow potentially. So if you are a canny shopper, and by no way am I advocating this, but maybe consider getting your one-day special today, using that £5 credit you generated yesterday, and use that £5 credit on another order tomorrow. But you have to be quick with those items that you're looking at. So yeah, take my advice or not, it's entirely up to you. But one-day special is definitely the way to go during this hour. 521558. Now, Jenny, you're going to inspire us in lots of different ways.
Because I'm going to talk through how to do the attic window one, which was using that fabulous. This wasn't, what was the design of this one called?
Is this on the honeysuckle?
The honeysuckle one.
Oh,
I was using
beautiful.
the honeysuckle one and the greens and that absolutely delightful little one with the little brambles on it.
Oh, I think that one was just called brambles.
Yes,
wasn't it? There was one that was called
absolutely
brambles
super.
with the
But
leaves.
before we get there, just to say, if and when you open out your fabric with this lovely deer and things on it, this is where you fussy cut it, and where having things like acrylic see-through rulers means you can lay it on there and really get one of the lines on the ruler perhaps running through the middle of it and fussy cut it.
Right.
What it pays to do though is to actually work on the back.
Okay.
And do any lines you want to draw on the back before you take your scissors or your rotary cutter to it. You can still see the design through there sufficiently on the back to be able to cut it out from the back. So don't do it on the front and draw lines on the front, because this is too lovely a fabric to do that with. The other thing, coming back to this little one that I made the bag from, I couldn't bear to cut this fabric up. I thought this was superb. This is the Granada fabric, which is why I made that little bag, taking a whole fat quarter of this one, and indeed I mixed it with that one, so it was literally a fat quarter. And all I had left from the fabric when I made that little bag was sufficient. Let me just rescue it.
And incidentally, the one that you've got there, Jenny, is the Granada fabric. So if you're wanting that by your half-metre pieces, you need to know that.
Right. So this is the Granada with the blush background, although no, I know it's black, but the blue one was the one I made the bag with, and there is the inside piece that went inside there. Incidentally, that needle is there just for a very quick top tip. If ever you're going to sew a button on, the way to sew a button on the fastest is to take a long length of thread. So let me show you how you sew a button on really quickly. So take a nice long length of thread. So I'm just going to pull it off the machine, metre or so, yard, old money. Double it up. So take your two ends and double it up, and then you thread that through the eye of the needle. So we actually end up with 4 threads.
Ah, okay.
So take that big fat needle, decent eye on it, thread the 2 threads through the eye of the needle. When it's done that, double it up again.
Okay.
Put a knot in it by literally either wrapping it around your finger and passing it through. Then when you come to sew a button on, you're sewing it on with 4 threads.
That's good advice.
And it is really, really, really quick. So you could just take the fabric, if you can't bear to cut it up, and use it for something like little bag. Came from the book called Sew Pieces. But putting that all to one side, if I can bear to put it down there. Attic windows. Attic windows is the design that basically is 2 pieces of fabric that meet on the diagonal round a centre feature one. Now, I chose to cut mine out as 6 inches because these are American fat quarters, which meant I could actually get 9 squares out of my fat quarter, because the American fat quarters are 18 inches by approximately 22 inches. So I could get 9 6-inch squares out of it. I then decided to use a 2.5-inch cut border to go around it. So I cut strips that went right across the fabric, selvage to selvage, across that 2.5 inches. When you've cut your feature fabric, and as I said, I used 6 inches, the way you work out the size of these strips is to take the centre block, that is 6 inches, take 1/4 inch off it, which makes it 5 3/4 inches. I'm removing 1 seam allowance from one edge, so you just take 1/4 inch off it. I have my strips here, and you must, absolutely must, please do not do this, is have your 2 fabrics either right sides or wrong sides together. Do not have them the same way up. It will not work. I inadvertently did this and ended up with pieces that didn't fit. So the easiest way to do it is to take your 2 fabrics, put them right or wrong sides together, measure the dimensions of your block less that 1/4 inch. So I'm going to measure 5 3/4 inches in from one end. And I'm actually carefully using the end that is not the selvage end.
Okay.
All right? Start the other end, so 5 3/4 inches. Now, we've got on the show something called the bias ruler, which is great for cutting your fabrics on the bias. It doesn't really matter which end you use. But if you place the bias ruler so that the bias is running from that little point you've made down the fabric. Now, top tip, when you cut out your strips for attic windows, they must be identical. So if you're going to cut lots, you must repeat the cut at the same angle. Don't just inadvertently do it like that, because it won't be the same. I have learnt. So having done that, take the rotary cutter, cut up the edge of it, and there are 2 strips which will go round my centre square, and they'll be going in the right direction because they'll look like the other ones that I have made, such as this.
Perfect.
Right, now rather than waste fabric, if you now take this piece and you measure 5 3/4 inches from that cut end here, so we measure 5 3/4 inches, there we go, and I put a little mark there, I can cut the fabric straight through there, and I will have another pair of frames for my attic windows, and this leaves sufficient to get 1 more set out. So this, I can assure you, is exactly the same as the first one. And when it comes to cutting the last lot, just consider how this one's cut. Look at it. You could either put one on top and use it as a mirror and just take that as an example of, or again, measure 5 3/4 inches, put a little dot, and you'll get 3 strips out of a 2.5 inch strip cut across the fabric. Take your bias ruler, pop it on there, edge of the bias ruler exactly lined with the dot, you just get it in. And there you've saved fabric, and the only tiny bit you've done wasted is that. Right, when it comes to doing the attic windows, take 2 of the pieces, and they're going to frame one side of your feature block, which is a 6 inch block. Now, obviously, you might want to get this a particular way up. I'm afraid when I made the attic window quilt, I didn't pay much attention because I thought this looked equally good any which way up you liked. Join these 2 pieces together, starting from the centre and sewing outwards. There is a but. The but that goes with it is you have to start in by your seam allowance, which in our case is 1/4 inch. So put a dot or of some marker, and the 1/4 inch goes from the dot to the edge there and from the dot to the edge there. Underneath the sewing machine, and you want to start on the dot, so drop your needle down into the dot. All right, don't go anywhere else, just drop it down into the dot. Now my machine's unthreaded itself, so top tip, moisten fingers and thumb, put some moisture on the needle, cut your thread at a 45-degree angle, thread the thread through the eye of the needle. It will go through an absolute treat. If you suck the thread will swell.
Oh, it's a tip,
so you wet the eye of the needle. This does not mean bend down and lick it or anything like that, because nobody wants to get their tongue stuck on the throat.
Definitely. Jenny, just while you're getting yourself with your positioning there, can I very, very quickly draw attention to one of our wide back quilts backings? The taupe, which we mentioned was the most vulnerable, it has now technically sold out. So you may well have this sitting in your basket. That's our 5th sellout of this hour. We're just about halfway through the show. Incidentally, the red option that we've got of this one as well, that one is now, what was it? 60% of the red. Oh my goodness. I will show you those all in a little while, but we're going to go back over to Jenny with regards to the demonstration because I don't want to detract from that. But check it out on the website if you're wanting those. One day special, incidentally, a quarter of the stock has gone as well, and those are the fabrics that Jenny's working with at the moment. Sorry, Jenny.
That's all right, no problem. So starting on the dot, if your machine does a tie-off stitch or a lock stitch, it's a jolly good idea to do that there, or you can reduce the stitch length. But if you can make that stitch a little tighter there, that's a good idea. Proceed down in orderly fashion. Onto your little thread saver. I couldn't bear to use a scrap of that fabric, so I've got a tiny bit of calico here. Onto your thread saver or donkey, call it what you will. So there we have my seam, and I started on the blue dot and I sewed all the way down to the bottom.
Okay.
Let's see, it'll come up there on the camera. Okay. Take the centre, the feature fabric. It really matters not which side you start on, but I very often start on the lower edge because I can turn it over and see where my stitching began on the first occasion. Now line up the square with the edge of these sashing bands, and you're going to start your stitching on the same place where you started from the first time.
Okay.
Do not sew beyond it or anywhere else. Drop your needle down into it. So she's getting in a muddle with her donkey. Do a few stitches on the spot if you can. Proceed all the way off the end. Let's rescue my donkey and stick him back on again. Those of you who don't know about donkeys, it's a way of taking the thread from one piece of work to another, carrying the seam.
And some machines just do not like stitching where there's no fabric, do they? Yeah.
Way back in the mills, in time long gone, in fact probably when William Morris was around, he was an extremely talented man. He was an artist, a designer, a translator, a social activist, all sorts of things, and partly involved with the British arts and crafts. I've been reading up on him because he's fascinating.
Okay.
Okay, I've arrived on the donkey, and the reason why it's called a donkey is it carries the thread from one piece of work to another. Right, having completed that seam, it's just a question of realigning the fabrics, so realign them, and I would now sew from the outside to the inside and stop on that initial dot.
Okay.
So sewing over the donkey's ears, all the way down, approaching the dot. Do not sew beyond the dot, do not go beyond the dot, stop on the dot. Don't think another extra stitch will be better. No, it isn't. If you can tie it off or lock it there, great. If not, just break the threads. Take it out. Oh, I forgot my donkey. Stick your donkey back underneath again. And that will be your attic window block.
Oh, wow.
All I would suggest you do now is when it comes to pressing it, is open the seam on all three seams.
Yeah.
And it sort of squiggles round in the middle and lies totally flat. So I'm just going to finger press it quickly around there. So open it out down there, and you'll find the centre will just spin round in a little
They kind of just find their own way sometimes, don't they? Yeah.
Yes, there we go. And so that is how you do the attic window block. Dead easy, feature block in the middle, add your scripts around the edge. You now understand the trick for getting this bit to fit any size of centre square.
And this is brilliant because as you look at that block, it's almost like it plays with your eyes. It looks as if it's very three-dimensional, as if you're looking in through that window pane and just seeing the dimension with that one. And a fabulous one. Nice, easy one to do as well for beginners. So, Jenny, thank you for that one. Thoroughly enjoyed that demonstration. So, those fabrics and all elements that Jenny's been working with, we've got on the show. So the ruler, if you wanted to get hold of the ruler or a rule, I know some of you prefer it to be called a rule, 20% of the stock has got £9.99. That 45 degree mitered edge, incredibly useful. You've got it left and right hand sided as well, so it covers you for all eventualities. So 119560. Now we have been very busy for those half-metre fabrics. I think lots of you are choosing elements of these ones, maybe to use for your sashing, maybe you should work with your larger runs of fabric, because obviously with a fat quarter there's only so far you can go before you have to join it. Now the fabulous jasmine blush, oh, half the stock has gone. I'm with you on that one. That is a beautiful fabric. Good choice if you've gone for that particular one. They're all absolutely beautiful. It doesn't matter which ones you go for. I mean, you might be choosing some of the apples, it might be that you're going for the Granada, which of course is the collection that we're talking about. Now this one is your Brook Indigo because of that backdrop. That one again, half the stock stock has gone of that one. That is a popular one. Nice feature fabric, that one as well. So if you do want to actually put something right in the centre, then you can do. The Jasmine Aqua, this is a popular one as well, rapidly approaching half the stock, and of course beautiful alongside the blush one that we saw a few moments ago as well. So those are your half meters. Please don't think because we haven't mentioned the other ones that they're not popular. They are popular, but those are the ones that are most vulnerable at this point. In fact, Molly's just said, I can't keep up with it. We are that busy, and that is the thing. Please don't wait for me to give you a stock update. Please just think of the fact that we are busy and potentially you could miss out on yours. Just because I'm not giving you an update on the availability of something doesn't mean that it's not popular. It just means that there's a lot going on at the moment, and it may be that we've not had a chance to mention it to you. But what is proving to be the star of the hour is our one-day special. It's working out at just £3.72 per fat quarter. Now, on average, if you were looking at very much your average fabric, £3 a fat quarter is a very fair price. So the fact that you are getting William Morris fabrics for £3.72 for a fat quarter, that is phenomenal value for money. Now, they are American size fat quarters, as Jenny quite rightly said. So with these ones, you're looking at, is it 18 inches by about 22, something like something? Yes. So yeah, beautiful fabrics, large prints with some of these, but then you've also got your delicate prints, you've got your repeat prints, like the rose hip there. I mean, the rose hip is a fabulous one if you're wanting to do sashing or binding, because you've got that small repeat. But saying that, even if you were using one of the larger prints like the honeysuckle, you're going to get multiple colours within that sashing, within that binding as well, which of course is adding interest. But the beauty is you've got a mix. You've got your feature fabrics with your large seams on there. You've got your supportive fabrics, which again are perfect for things like your sashing, because you've got the width of that sashing, so you still see those beautiful bramble leaves in there. But equally so, if you are using one of those, what I would call a very kind of colour-induced pieces there, you have got a lot there. So even if you're only using the tiniest bit for your binding, it really is going to be an amazing fabric to work with. But I've got a feeling that lots of you will be using these not necessarily for quilting, because you, like Jenny, will want to show off those fabrics and use them in a larger panel in things like your bags and maybe even your clothing, as Jenny quite rightly said. I mean, these would look amazing as a panel on a shirt. I mean, mixing it up, you could have one sleeve in your bramble, another in your rose hip.
Totally.
Oh,
and
beautiful.
They really would. And they're just such pretty fabrics.
They
and,
are.
you know, we need something pretty in life. We need something that's just beautiful and gentle and peaceful, and that's it. Just
well, this
says
is
it
it.
all.
We do. It is. It's kind of like one of those indulgences, isn't it? Sometimes when I know we can make a coffee at home and we can enjoy a coffee at home, but there's something a little bit different about going out and enjoying a coffee outside somewhere,
Yes.
a fancy coffee, and that's what you've got with the fabrics. Sewing is always so pleasurable, but even more so when you're working with beautiful fabrics like the ones that we're looking at here. 521-558, rapidly approaching a third of the stock has gone. And please don't think to yourself, I'm only a novice sewer. I'm not almost, it's almost like I'm not worthy of working with fabrics like these. Please do not put yourself in that category. Sewing is one of those sciences that isn't that complicated when you strip it back. A lot of the time you're looking at straight seams, and of course with Jenny's guidance and tuition, she's giving you all the hints and tips. Follow that guidance, use the rulers that she's referring to in the books which we're coming on to, and you will be able to create amazing things, whether you are a novice sewer or you are a very accomplished sewer. So please do not consider yourself not worthy of these fabrics. Everybody is worthy of these. Very quick update for something else for you as well. We're just bringing the details up on the screen. Now you can get them in your two options. This is kind of where your one day special comes from. So you've got your blush being this particular option. So if you're wanting to, you can go for those and you'll get your 9 fat quarters. Absolutely beautiful, as you can see. That is your blush option. The other option that you've got, if you're wanting to go for, is your indigo. This has got the darker background, perhaps more of a bluey hue to this particular collection, so you can go for them by yourselves. But bear in mind, your flexi buy on your one day special is actually less than the £38.25 you were just looking at. So you're actually going to be paying around £8.20 less by going for the complete bundle if you are going for these and you're making that first flexi buy payment. And I think personally what you will find is if you are just ordering one of these, when they come through to you, you will wish that you'd gone for the whole collection. I think it's one of the things, but sadly it'll be too late to change your mind at that point. It will have gone up in price if we've got them available. So take advantage while you can, and as I say, spread that cost over 2 payments if you so choose. Now the wide quilt backing, can I give you a very quick update with regards to these? We've already lost one of the options. We lost the taupe. The red was vulnerable, if I remember rightly. So red is now 2/3 of the stock has gone. These are beautiful. Don't forget, these fabrics are 2 metres wide by 2 metres long by 108 inches wide. So you're looking at a king size quilt size piece of fabric. So this could be backing your fabric and backing your quilt if you wanted to, but equally so, it looks so beautiful. You could be using it on your front of your quilt as well. So there you go. I'll leave those details with you, but please be quick, especially if it's the red that you're going for, because that one is proving to be absolutely phenomenally busy. So 273931 if you're wanting those. Oh, Jenny, it's such a pleasure doing a show with fabrics like this,
Isn't it just? Well, the red will go remarkably well with the fabric I have in front of me.
Oh,
This
okay,
one.
lovely.
That red
Oh, now
background.
that one's the apples,
Yes.
isn't the apples with the red?
Apple
Yes,
would really
yeah.
go very well with that. So if you're thinking about putting on the front and piecing with it, you could mix this one, and indeed, of course, you could then mix this little one, and that little one will go in with it. So the design I have in front of me is, this is a bag I made out using the Trirex templates. So I used these colours on the front, and because I was using only the fat quarters, I used that one on the back. And indeed, as I was only using fat quarters, my bindings are made out of literally small pieces that I had left. But when it comes to doing the 5440 fight or flight, which is very often the name that's given to this particular design, there are a set of templates that make life very much easier. And that is the Trirex tools. Now, they are 2 triangles. One triangle does the centre of the block, and one triangle does the 2 corners. Now, this is not a 60-degree one, so please, please, please do not think this is a 60-degree shape. It isn't.
Okay.
It just happens to be the shape that it is, because basically it's a triangle that comes from a square. If you were to take a square and you put the midpoint in the top of the square and you drop lines down from the midpoint on one side of the square to the corners, that will give you this template. It is not 60 degrees, so please don't think it is. Because if you use it at 60, your designs will not fit. Okay, the Trirex tool I first came to when I had to go and demonstrate in Italy. And I was looking at this smaller triangle and a bit puzzled as to why there was a little bit missing on the corner.
Oh, yes.
And it was explained to me and shown to me how amazingly well it does make your piecing. And I don't speak Italian, but I was able to say to all the Italian people who came up that this was molto importante.
Oh,
yes.
I only know bellissimo and pizza,
Well, there you
so
go.
that wouldn't have been very impressive, would it?
So allow me to show you why it is molto importante. You will have to have your fabric that you've chosen folded in half. Right, I'm just going to trim the end off, so I got a nice level end. I'm working with a 4.5-inch strip, and this, like so many of the easy quilting templates, is multi-sizes. So lay your template on the top there, align the edge of the fabric with the 4.5 inches, go up the side of the template, pushing away from you, and just turn your hand and cut that little corner off. Molto importante. Taking the other template, which makes the center of the block, and here is a completed block, then this is just the same thing, is lay the template on top, align the 4.5-inch line with, I don't know why there's a bit of, I think it's come from one of the quilt labels, align the 4.5-inch line on the template with one side of the strip and cut. Once you cut one side, flip the fabric over, and this works for both right-handed or left-handed people, and cut up to the side. Right, now you'll see why it is molto importante. One piece is going to go one side, and one piece is going to go on the other side. Okay, you soon find out when you've got them in the wrong place. Turn it over, and because of that little bit that's missing at the bottom, it actually fits a real treat here. You see? So you get a pointy bit hanging out at the top, and it fits flush there, and that is your seam allowance. So all you need to do is sew down the side, starting here 1/4 inch off the other end. So back to the good old sewing machine.
I love
over
that.
donkey's ears, all the way down here. Now, what you can always do if you're concerned about the fabric moving is to use a pair of scissors slightly open, just up to the machine and under. Remove the scissors before the needle hits them, because otherwise you might have a bit of a disaster. Right, back onto donkey's back again, and cut. So as you can see, my 1/4 inch has taken me exactly down to that point there. Once you've done that, I'm afraid I'm a seams open and flatter person. I will open the seams and I will add the other piece on the other side in exactly the same way. Little bit hanging off the bottom there. This time I will probably go up that side. When you've done that, you'll end up with a shape that looks like this. So to make the design I had in front of you, and this was in fact using a slightly bigger template, I used 5.5 inch strips for this one. But to make that design, you need 4 of these. So 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to show you how you can do Storm at Sea as well with this particular design. And I had it so that the starry bits went to the middle there. The centre could just be a plain 4.5 inch square, because these are 4.5 inch blocks. See?
Yeah.
And then the corners are literally 2.5 inch squares stitched together. And the reason why they're 2.5 inch squares is this is technically a 4 inch finished block when you've done all the stitching.
Yes.
So it's 4 inch finished. Half of 4 is 2, so these have to be 2 inches finished. Remember, we then add on 1/2 inch seam allowance. So that makes your corners, and I have mine round this way. Now, you might say to yourself, okay, I don't want to do that design. Could I change it? Well, of course you can change it. You could have turned these bits around this way. How do you want it to? And if you wanted to do something a little bit grander, how about going for Storm at Sea, which is where you make 8 of these and they get put together like this.
Now, Jenny, you're mentioning all these different formations and how they come together. Now, do we get any instruction with the rule to help us create with these, or where do we learn about them?
If you go online, you will find there are various helpful things. I did a whole series of videos for the company, which are available online.
Wonderful.
So if you literally put in Trirex, you will either find myself pontificating about it, or there will be another person doing exactly the same thing. So it's all there.
Wonderful, thank you.
Your middle could be done with another template we've had many times on the show, the easy angle half square triangle. And we'll demonstrate that sometime in the next, if not tonight, tomorrow's shows. So this could be the middle, because I can take these and I could arrange them like this. And then the corners. Now the corners are blocks made comme ça. And I'll come to this in just a second, because there's something interesting you need to know about these corners. If you look carefully at the design now, you should be able to see beginnings of a circle going round.
Yes.
Can you see it? Mm-hmm. Now, when it comes to doing the corners, a seriously easy way of doing it is this. It's a 4 inch finished, so you cut a 4.5 inch square. Right, 4.5 inch square. If you then cut 4 2.5 inch squares, and what you do with those, it's going to waste a fraction of fabric, and believe you me, this hurt, particularly with this lovely fabric, is on the back you draw one diagonal line from corner to corner using any pen, pencil you happen to fancy. And this one's not going to work because I haven't opened it up. It always helps if you open the pen up. What you do then is you place one of these onto each of the 4 corners, and I would do opposite corners first, stitch it on, and then it gets opened out. And you do the same thing on the other corner. And then you repeat there and there. So if we look at this one, my squares are on all of the corners, stitched on the drawn line. Then all you simply do is cut away the excess fabric.
Oh, okay.
You could, and there's a sneaky trick you could do, is if you were to stitch another line of stitch, and just allow me to do it, this is where you save fabric. The line of stitch has to be about 3/8 of an inch away from that first line.
Okay.
That's a centimetre. When you've done that, you could actually save that scrap of fabric. And this is where my frugal nature comes in, is to save
I love it,
things.
because we're all learning from it.
Absolutely. Where's the one I stitched? Lost it now, there it is. And then very carefully cut up between the 2.
Okay, so between the 2 stitch lines,
Between the 2
right.
stitch
Keeping
lines.
the flap out the way, I'm guessing.
Yeah, keeping the flap out the way, because you want that corner.
Yeah.
Then you'll end up with a little square.
No.
You see?
Oh, wow.
So you could save all those. So basically the corner of this design was done by taking a 4.5 inch square and adding a 2.5 inch square to each of the 4 corners. Do opposite corners first. Now the advantage of doing it this way is that this centre square is on the right grain. Had I cut this out that way, you'd have ended up with something that stretched badly. But because I cut it out as straight grain, it remains a nice solid unit. And one last top tip before I allow you to go back to Hayley, is when you come to press these back, what it actually helps in the pressing is to open it out and press it in the middle there first.
Okay.
To get it nice and flat, and then cut the excess fabric off after you've pressed it again. And just make sure you don't cut the top flap off, because if you do, you will be in trouble because you won't have a corner. So there you go, that's a Trirex template. You could do 54/40 fight or flight, you could make Storm at Sea, but you can play with the materials.
I love it. Jenny, thank you so much. And the beauty is, as Jenny's quite rightly said, with the one-day special, those fabrics all work so beautifully together. You could choose any of these as a combination and you'll get an incredible result, because they're all from that same collection, the Granada collection. But you need to be aware of just how busy we are. You're going to get your 2 fat quarter bundles in there, giving you 18 pieces in total. They are separated in 2 sets of 9, so if you do want to go for them as they are, as sets of 9, then you can do. But the biggest saving is with your one-day special. That's where you're saving £9.80. It also means that you're getting a lower price to start with. So £33.50 is your first flexi buy, delivered to your door if you're a Freedom member. If you have a look at the bottom of your screen, if you're just going for one of these selections, you're actually paying £38.25. So it's actually that initial payment is going to be lower if you're going with your one-day special. Now, of course, you will have your second payment that will come out in a month's time, which is going to be at the end of the month. It's the 30th today, which can be payday for a lot of people, so that might be worth a consideration. So you possibly have just been paid, ready for the next payment to go out, but you are going to get 18 absolutely incredibly beautiful fabrics, all from that Granada collection. Now, the bundle that we've got for you here is exclusive to us here at the craft store, so if you do want to get hold of it and you are thinking, oh yeah, I'm going to go and have a little look at that one, I'm going to do a little bit of research and I will come back, you will not find this as a collection together, so just bear that in mind. And it's been a very, very popular one as well. Now, the half-metre fabrics that we have got marry up perfectly with these, so any of those that you've been looking at, then you can shop online and get hold of those as well. It's potentially the easiest way for you to find them. We went through all of the names at the top of the hour. Sadly, we don't have enough time to go through them all again, but you've got some beautiful scenes with regards to these. So the Brook Small in blush, we've got that one. We've also got it with an indigo backdrop. You've got your Granada there with your charcoal. You've got some beautiful designs, as you can see there. They're all from that same range, so the beauty is whichever ones you go for, they're going to work with your one-day special. Now, why would you want the half-metre pieces? Well, maybe you're going to be doing some sashing, so consider that with regards to the fabrics that you've got. Go for something that's not particularly directional, so something like the indigo rose hip that you've got there, the jasmine and aqua. All of those with the small repeats are perfect when you are looking at doing those sashings. But this is one of the most beautiful fabrics. This is your Small Brook, and it's your blush option of this one. It's come from your pick and mix, and this is one of the ones that you could be choosing. Shows you the size of that fabric. So you've got a half-metre piece, and you can see all that incredible detail. Now, as you look at this, you will see the little elements that are featuring within the fat quarter pieces. You'll notice the jasmine, you'll notice the fabulous little brambles featuring in here as well. All of those colours from that palette are echoed within your one-day special, which means that any fabrics you choose to work alongside this are going to be beautiful. Now, you might want a larger piece of this particular one because of the scenes that you've got on there. Maybe you're wanting to use them as a centre of your block. Maybe you're wanting to use it as a cushion in its own right. You can do. We're talking about lots of quilting scenarios, but you don't have to cut into these fabrics. Sometimes it's a bit of a travesty if you do. So I would certainly take some of these with the larger prints and use them as your main feature. Simply turn it into a cushion cover just as is. Square on the front, envelope back on the back if you want to. You don't even need to use these fabrics for your backs if you don't want to. I probably wouldn't, to be honest, because I'm a bit frugal in that respect. But if you do want to, you can do. Now, we've had a lovely email in from Lou, so thank you, Lou, for being a part of it. Now, Lou hasn't been sewing for probably around 10 years. And she's turned to papercraft, as we regularly do. We kind of dip in and out, don't we? But we've got a bit of a kind of a falling back in love, falling in love with sewing. So she had to go for the one-day special. You are brilliant. And you bought from Myron Crafts this morning as well. It's a slippery slope. A slippery slope. Oh, do make sure that you are getting involved and sharing with us what you're making as well. Don't forget as well. And what was the reference to sewing machines there? She's going to sit on her hands there to get a sewing machine that will work with the... Oh, well, she's talking about getting a sewing machine that will do William Morris fabrics justice, but you don't need a fancy pants machine, do you?
Not need a fancy.
You
no,
don't.
you don't. You could do it all by that four-letter word that begins with an H and ends in a D with two other letters in the middle.
You're not talking about stitching by hand.
I am indeed. Oh, strike me down.
But please do not think that you have to invest in a big machine. My mum, when I bought my first sewing machine, she said all you need is a straight stitch. If you can, one that's got a reverse on it, because that helps with you kind of beginnings and the ends of your seams, and a zigzag is always useful. I don't tend to use zigzag an awful lot, to be honest, but a straight stitch and, as I say, a forward and reverse, that's all you need, in my opinion, for a sewing machine.
You're absolutely so right. You do not need a fancy one. I mean, the one that I have beside me, relatively fancy. What do I use on it? I use straight stitch and zigzag.
Yeah,
that's
true.
Occasional pattern. You do not need anything fancy at all. Just a regular, even doing it by hand sewing machine, turning the wheel, the treadle. All you want is something that will put a stitch through fabric. So it could be by hand, it could be on the lowest, smallest, tiniest, weeniest sewing machine. What you're doing is working with the fabulous fabric.
It's the fabric that does the job. Now, very quickly, before we get into demo, there's a question as well. Will the one-day special make a quilt for a king-size bed? Okay, so using all of these fabrics together, would she be able to make a king-size quilt?
So we've got 18 fabrics.
Yeah.
We've got 9. So you've got 9 by 45. Thinking of area, it's
a tricky one, to be honest.
4.5
several
yards.
reasons, because it depends on what design you're looking at doing as well. Because if you're looking at quilting and cutting it up, each time you're losing some in the seam allowance,
yes,
aren't
if
you?
you with whole pieces, you probably could, because you could go 1, 2, 3, 4 across the top and 4 down. So if you went 4 across the top, that's going to give you 88 inches across the top.
Yes.
That's a bit for seam allowances, so call it 84. And you then go 4 down, so you've got 4 times 20 on the way down. So you've got about 76 on the way down.
So that probably would actually, wouldn't it? Yeah, when you think about it.
Yeah. So if you literally join them together,
just join them, yeah.
Or took them as large squares, cut them in half.
Yes, you could do quite easily.
And I reckon you'd still get enough if you cut them in half. You'd actually get that to make it fit a king-size bed.
Okie-doke. There we go. Thank you very much for that, Jenny. I'll tell you a quick and an easy way for you to actually extend your usability, and it is using something like the strip rolls, to be honest. Very, very quickly, just want to mention these two, because these are a fabulous way. Separating your fabrics but making them go further, isn't it?
And it would. And if you cut those in squares, so you're then going to get a bit left over, you could use the binding. Join them together with the strip rolls used as sashing. So you might want to go for the black one, you might want to go for the white one, and that way that will stretch it a bit further.
That's the thing, yeah. If you are in doubt, then these are brilliant. They can make your fabrics go further. You've got 40 pieces within there. You've got your black, obviously, as you can see, your black, and your mist is a slightly off-white, which I think is absolutely beautiful to work with your William Morrises. So if you can stretch to these, maybe, just thinking, if you're to make a note of that item number and order tomorrow, you will have generated a £5 credit from your purchase of your one-day special, so knock a £5 off that tomorrow. If anybody asks, I will deny ever saying it.
I didn't hear that at all.
Exactly. Jenny, we're going to come back to you for the demo.
The only trouble is if you were to do that tonight and then you wanted the William Morris ones tomorrow, they might have gone.
That's it. So get your fat quarters, get your one-day special today, that £5 credit you can spend tomorrow, and I can highly recommend that strip roll.
Right. What I'm going to demonstrate, we've not got very much time left at all, was a design from the Creative Tucks and Textures book called Crossing Over the Tucks.
Okay.
And this you'll find in this particular book, which labours under the incredibly long title of Creative Tucks and Textures for Quilts and Embroidery. Who on earth thought that up? It wasn't one of my titles, I can assure you. And the company I wrote it for had to have this long title. Anyway, the book itself is great because it's got all sorts of ways of playing with fabric in. And one design is something called Crossing Over the Tucks. And basically what it is one fat tuck crossing over the fabric, crossing over another one. And you could, if you wanted to, actually make it into a very nice through the lattice windows, so there's a projection there, and this is where one of the feature fabrics we've got would look fantastic, because you just cut it up and lay it in the lattice work. So how do you do a very simple version? I have a square of fabric, largish square, and I folded the square of fabric in half on the diagonal, and I measured a line that was anything from 1.25 inches to 1.5 inches from the diagonal. This is approximately a 15-16 inch square. I was a bit canny about my line because the tuck is squashed, and I happen to have an old blind slat here. You could use a ruler, and so I simply used the blind slat as a ruler and measured slightly more than the width of this blind slat. But you could just use your regular rotary ruler and just measure a line.
Jenny, just to warn you, we're just shy of a minute left
Right,
on the hour.
we're just going to have to wait for the 8 o'clock show then. Having done that stitching along this drawn line, what happens then is you squash the tuck flat, and this is where you can then insert your ruler or your bit of blind up the fundamental orifice, and there's nothing wrong with saying that, and squashing it flat, and you'll have to wait for 8 o'clock. It's a cliff edge finish.
Jenny, you've left us in suspense there. I don't know, the talk of rulers and orifices. There you go, that's how to end a show, isn't it? I'm going to tune in myself just to see what happens. So yeah, if you are going for your fabrics, you need your one-day special. Jenny, thank you so much. Always a pleasure. Check out your baskets, and don't forget your darker fabrics. You're going to use an orifice. Pink Frog Crafts coming after the hour. Can't wait for that one. And then, of course, Jenny's going to have loads of fun with Yanis before we go back to the lovely Sai and Bondic Liquid at 9.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Our fantastically floral Spring Savers event has begun once again here on the Craft Store. When you make any purchase during the event, you will be given a £5 credit to spend against any purchase of £30 or more on the following day. So do not miss out on the Craft Store Spring Savers event, blossoming onto your screens until Tuesday the 1st of June at 6 p.m.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
hope you were all doing the pink frog little dances. We were certainly here, weren't we, Claire?
We
were doing
indeed.
our little jumps. And now we are back with Pink Frog and an amazing hour. It's kind of a bit of an education in adhesive, this hour, because we've got all sorts of adhesives that are perfect for those kind of special situations when you need to make sure you've got the right adhesive for the right job. And we've got a fabulous expert with us here for this hour. The lovely Claire's back again. How are you doing, Claire?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
Second hour of the day.
Second hour.
So you were up with Yanis, is it about 3 o'clock this afternoon?
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. So our viewers can go back and watch that. But we're going to cover everything during this hour anyway, aren't we? So if you didn't see the show earlier, don't worry.
Yeah, definitely. We'll go through all the benefits of the glues and why we might choose to use one glue over a different glue, depending on what we're doing.
Love it. Okie dokie. So we're going to kick things off with this well, not brand new, should I say, this first item that we've got for you to use, your EVA glue. Now, this is a relatively new one to the range, I believe, and it's got a pH value with regards to this one.
Yeah, so it's pH neutral. So what that means is it's archival quality. So it's used a lot in bookbinding. So that kind of shows you its quality, really.
Love it. And on the board here, we've got loads of scenarios though you're going to be able to use it. So all sorts from your kind of three-dimensional adhesives, which can be quite tricky to actually stick things in place that are like that.
Definitely, and because it dries clear as well, even if you're doing something like where we've done the twine, and it's a bit tricky, because it dries clear.
You can't see it. It's really, really good. So that would be something that I'd probably use a hot glue gun for usually, but you end up with all those spidery effects, don't you? We'll talk more about this as the hour progresses, but for the time being, let me give you those details. At 538442, you are going to